start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. Let you try whether my flying sword is sharp. If you dare to say another word, I will fulfill your wish and let you try whether my flying sword is sharp. Lu Changsheng looked indifferent and said to Lu Mianwang, Uncle Changsheng. Uncle Changsheng. No. Seeing this scene, the housekeeper looked at the Qingyun sword hanging in front of Lu Mianwang, and shouted to Lu Changsheng in shock. Lu Changsheng said nothing, but stared at Lu Mianwang with a cold expression. At this moment, Lu Mianwang did not dare to speak. He could clearly feel the flying sword hanging on his neck. He could feel the sword energy, which made his neck feel painful. As long as Lu Changsheng's mind moved, this flying sword would instantly pierce his neck and take his life. Moreover, Lu Changsheng's appearance and momentum made him feel that if he shouted again, the other party would really dare to kill him and would kill him. Although he was extremely frustrated, humiliated, and angry, he could not help but retreat and fear when death loomed in his heart. Afraid that Lu Changsheng would really kill him with a sword. Waste. Although Lu Changsheng was born in a humble family and came to the Lu family as a son-in-law, I am no longer the son-in-law I used to be. Over the years, I have done things in the Lu family that I have done well. You took the initiative to cause trouble, bullied my son, and wanted to take my pet, and you still want me to apologize and reconcile with you. It's ridiculous. If you dare to entangle, just like this table. Lu Changsheng saw that the other party showed timidity and shouted coldly. The moment the words fell, the Qingyun sword hanging on Lu Mianwang's neck made a hum sound, and it chopped on the stone table next to it like thunder and lightning. Instantly, the stone table was split in two like tofu. After speaking, Lu Changsheng glanced at Lu Mianwang coldly, sheathed the Qingyun sword, turned around and strode out of the courtyard. He was wary of Lu Mianwang in his heart. Seeing that the other party was a child of the Lu family, he had given the other party a chance. If the other party still dares to entangle at this time, just as the words say, just cut him with a sword. After all, I now have the strength and confidence. The strength and confidence to be free from the constraints of the Lu family's rules. If things really get out of hand, at worst, I can take this opportunity to choose to leave the Lu family. Although it is a bit unkind to leave the Lu family now. It is not a good time or a good choice. But there is no need to wrong myself in such things. Moreover, Lu Changsheng feels that sometimes it is a good thing to show some means and be tough. Because in this way, people know some of your temper and foundation, which are not something that everyone can grasp, and they will consider it when doing things. If I just show gentleness, it is not a good thing in many cases. Of course, the premise is to have confidence. If there is no strength and confidence, it is all empty talk. Gurgle. Lu Mianwang looked at Lu Changsheng's back as he left, wanting to say something or do something, but in the end he lowered his head and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The pain in his throat scared him. I'm really afraid that Lu Changsheng will cut me with a sword. When the housekeeper saw this scene and saw Lu Changsheng leave, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly helped Lu Mianwang up and said, Master Yang, are you okay? Do I look like I'm okay? You dared to stop me just now. Lu Mianwang roared angrily. Master Yang, this Lu Changsheng is now valued by the family, why do you offend him? The housekeeper sighed when he saw the appearance of his young master. He can be said to have watched Lu Mianwang grow up, and he really didn't want Lu Mianwang to continue like this. It's okay now in the Lu family, and the Lu family has always remembered the kindness of his parents. But once he leaves the Lu family, it is really easy to suffer a loss, a big loss. You still want to teach me how to do things. Lu Mianwang roared, and then looked at Lu Changsheng's disappearing back, his eyes full of resentment and murderous intent. Lu Changsheng, today's shame, I will definitely ask you to pay it back 1,000 times in the future. For him, the shame at this moment is difficult to wash away, even if all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes is poured out. This hatred will never end. After leaving Lu Mianwang's residence, Lu Changsheng went directly to Lu Yuanding's residence. After all, the fight was over now. The formalities were over. Naturally, he had to tell Lu Yuanding, the head of the family, about Lu Mianwang's affairs. He also saw how Lu Yuanding, the head of the Lu family, would handle this matter. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Changsheng came to Lu Yuanding's residence. However, Lu Yuanding was not there and was busy. It took almost a cup of tea for Lu Yuanding to come over. "Changsheng, are you here because of my Awakens affairs?" Lu Yuanding walked quickly to the hall, looked at Lu Changsheng, and said immediately, "Yes, head of the family, I came here to apologize to you." Lu Changsheng nodded and said, "It's not your fault for this matter. My Awang took the initiative first. Don't worry, even if it is dealt with according to the clan rules, I will strive for a lighter sentence for you." Lu Yuanding sighed slightly. As a head of a family, the most difficult thing to deal with is this kind of internal affairs. Especially the situations of Lu Maoyang and Lu Changsheng are both special. One of them said that both his parents died in battle for the family. The other said that he was a member of the Lu family, but the time was too short. He had not been fully integrated and accepted. So it was not easy for him to deal with such an incident. He also hoped that if possible, Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoyang would try to reconcile and let the matter go. "Master, I came to apologize because I went to Lu Maoyang to reconcile, but I beat him up in anger." Lu Changsheng said directly. "What, you beat Lu Maoyang up?" Lu Yuanding was stunned when he heard this. In his impression, Lu Changsheng has always been an honest and steady person. This can be seen from his performance in the Lu family over the years. In addition to marrying a wife, taking concubines and having children, he never caused trouble or hurt the harmony with others. Even though he was talented in the way of talismans and became a talisman master, he was not spoiled by his favor. This is also the point they are most satisfied with Lu Changsheng. But at this moment, Lu Changsheng actually said that he beat Lu Maoyang up in anger. This was something he had never expected. He didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, he asked Lu Changsheng to come back in order to try to calm things down. As a result, there was no possibility of reconciliation. "Yes, Patriarch." Lu Changsheng nodded calmly. "You are a little impulsive," Lu Yuanding said with a headache. Originally, he had discussed this matter with the fourth elder and several elders. If Lu Maoyang was going to pester and make a fuss, he would handle it according to the clan rules, and the matter would be dealt with lightly. Give Lu Maoyang and the family an explanation. At the same time, the fourth elder was asked to come forward to appease Lu Changsheng. But now Lu Changsheng beat Lu Maoyang again, which made him feel that Lu Maoyang was not easy to deal with, and he was afraid that it would not be easy to calm down. "Patriarch, I don't think I was impulsive. This matter is not my son's fault, so I can't apologize to him. And Lu Maoyang has no attitude of reconciliation at all, and he looks arrogant. Can I just swallow my anger?" Lu Changsheng said loudly. "Alice." Lu Yuanding sighed upon hearing this. Looking at the stern Lu Changsheng in front of him, he also understood in his heart that as a parent, how could he remain calm when encountering such a thing? He pondered for a moment and said, "Changsheng, I can understand your feelings. Since it has happened, let's stop here. I will handle this matter according to the clan rules, and I will definitely not be biased towards anyone. If you have anything, you can also tell me directly, and don't be impulsive again. Without rules, there can be no square. You are now a member of our Lu family, so you must do things according to the rules. I hope you can understand it." Lu Yuanding's tone was also a little gentle. "Master, I understand." Lu Changsheng nodded. He still had a good impression of the master of the Lu family who brought him to the Lu family. He also knew that Lu Yuanding was not easy to be the master of the family, and he would not make things difficult for the other party. If the Lu family is willing to notarize the matter, he will naturally accept this matter. If they are unwilling to notarize the matter, then his relationship with the Lu family will end here. For the Lu family, the fourth elder's kindness can only be repaid later. "Okay, I'm glad you understand. You go back first. I'll take care of this matter." Seeing Lu Changsheng's response, Lu Yuanding smiled and nodded, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Master, I'll take my leave first." Since he was polite, Lu Changsheng was naturally polite as well, and said with a bow, "Huh?" After Lu Changsheng left, Lu Yuanding tapped the table with his fingers and sighed deeply. "It's really a troubled time. Husband, how is it?" When Lu Changsheng returned to his home, Lu Maoyang immediately came to ask him why he talked about this. "I beat Lu Maoyang." Lu Changsheng did not hide it and said directly. After all, there was nothing to hide about this matter. It is estimated that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the matter will be exposed, and Lu Maoyang will naturally know. "Ah, Lu Maioyan was stunned when she heard Lu Changsheng's words. Her red lips slightly opened, a little surprised, and felt unbelievable. Unexpectedly, her husband went to reconcile with Lu Maioyan and beat him up. You know, in her heart, in the eyes of these wives and concubines, Lu Changsheng has always been a gentleman and easygoing. For so many years, she has never seen Lu Changsheng quarrel with others or get angry with others. Now he beat Lu Maioyan, which made her feel incredible. Just beat him. Brother Maioyan has a bad temper to begin with, and not many people like him. Usually, he relies on the legacy of his uncle and aunt to bully the family. Lu Maioyan immediately said indignantly. She stood directly on Lu Changsheng's side. She felt that her husband would hit someone. It must be that Lu Maioyan was bullying too much. Otherwise, with her husband's temper, how could he hit someone? Yuner, don't you think I did this a little impulsive? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard Lu Maioyan's words. He didn't worry about anything else when he beat someone this time. The only worry was that it would make things difficult for Lu Maioyan and the fourth elder. My husband has always been gentle and never gets angry with anyone. It must be because Brother Maioyan bullied me too much that my husband took action. Lu Maioyan said, and then looked at Lu Changsheng and said, My husband, are you not hurt? No, Lu Maioyan's cultivation is not high, and he is injured. How could he hurt me if he fought with him? Lu Changsheng laughed immediately after hearing this. His mood also improved a little. If his wife persuaded him to do this impulsive thing, he could understand. But he would still feel a little unhappy in his heart. Now that his wife expressed her support and care for him without hesitation, he still felt very comfortable. Yuner, if I choose to leave the Lu family in the future, what will you do? Lu Changsheng let out more breath and asked casually. He has not decided to leave the Lu family yet. But the situation of the Lu family's ancestors and the situation of the Lu family requires him to be prepared in this regard and plan to run away at any time. After all, if he wants to leave the Lu family, he will definitely not be alone. He must take all his wives, concubines and children away. But if he wanted to leave the Lu family, there was a problem that he couldn't avoid anyway. That was the wife and concubine. It was easy to say for someone like Chu Henzhen. But it was hard to say for Lu Maioyan, Lu Lanchu, Lu Zier, Lu Qing'er and other women of the Lu family. Especially Lu Maioyan. At the beginning, the fourth elder of the Lu family married Lu Maioyan to himself in order to tie himself to the Lu family. Now if he wanted to leave the Lu family, it would definitely make it difficult for his wife to make a choice. Lu Maioyan was slightly startled when she heard this. She immediately thought that Lu Changsheng was wronged because of Lu Maioyan's matter. She was worried about beating Lu Maioyan. She immediately said softly, Husband, don't think so much. Let's talk to Grandma about this. It won't be a big deal. I have already told the head of the family. I believe the head of the family will make a decision. Lu Changsheng smiled and said. After beating someone, he did not go to the fourth elder, but went directly to Lu Yuanding, and he didn't want to make it too difficult for the fourth elder. And trouble the other party to clean up his ass. Oh, husband, don't think too much, just go and tell Grandma. Seeing this, Lu Maioyan immediately acted like a spoiled child and pulled Lu Changsheng to see the fourth elder. Okay, let's go. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng smiled helplessly and followed Lu Maioyan out. He roughly understood Lu Maioyan's attitude in his heart. It is estimated that if it were not for a certain situation, Lu Maioyan would definitely try to keep him in the Lu family. Alice. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, knowing that it is not so simple for him to leave the Lu family. Now that he has been in the Lu family for so many years, it is not just a contract that binds him. There are so many wives and concubines of the Lu family and the affection of the Lu family for him. He, Lu Changsheng, is not a heartless and selfish person. He has a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment in his heart. There is no way to leave decisively when the Lu family is about to encounter a crisis, and leave as soon as he says. Although the fourth elder of the Lu family treats him well because he is valuable. But in any case, over the years, the Lu family has really been good to him and has never treated him badly. This situation made him feel a little uncomfortable when he saw that the Lu family was about to face a crisis and ran away immediately. There is no rush for this matter. There are still so many years for the Lu family's ancestors to deal with. As long as the Lu family has a new foundation-building cultivator, these problems will no longer exist, and I can continue to live in the Lu family safely. And as time goes by, my strength and means will continue to improve. As long as I have strength, many difficulties and problems will be solved at that time. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He didn't dwell too much on this aspect. Soon, the two came to the residence of the fourth elder. Changsheng, Yuner, why are you here? The fourth elder heard that the two had come and came over quickly. She was wearing a dark blue plain and elegant dress, her black hair was meticulously tied up, and a jade hairpin was inserted diagonally, and her temperament was elegant and luxurious. Grandma. Lu Maiyuan immediately stepped forward, took the fourth elder's hand, and told the matter. Changsheng, since it has already happened, you don't need to worry about it, and don't worry about it. Just let Grandma handle the family. After listening to Lu Maiyuan's words, the fourth elder said in a gentle voice. At this moment, she felt a little angry. After these years of contact, she could see that Lu Changsheng was a person who valued feelings. He also had a certain sense of belonging to the Lu family and was gradually integrating into the Lu family. As a result, Lu Maiyuan made such a fuss, which made Lu Changsheng have the idea of leaving the Lu family. How could she not be angry? Others don't know, but as an elder of the Lu family, she is very clear about the current situation of the Lu family. It is no exaggeration to say that the current situation of the Lu family is the calm before the storm. It is necessary to unite to overcome the disaster. How could Lu Changsheng, a gifted talisman master, feel resentful and want to leave? After all, it is a foregone conclusion that Lu Changsheng will become a second-level talisman master in the future. What's missing now is time. As long as he can stay in the Lu family, he will be one of the core senior executives of the Lu family in the future. Grandma, I'm sorry to bother you. Lu Changsheng grinned. He was just asking Lu Maiyuan casually. It was a precaution. But now that Lu Maiyuan did this, the fourth elder also misunderstood. He thought he was really leaving the Lu family. But he couldn't explain this kind of thing now. If he said he was just asking casually, people wouldn't believe it. We are all family, why are you so polite to Grandma? If you have any grievances, you can also tell Grandma directly, don't hold it in your heart. The fourth elder continued, with a kind face and a gentle tone. No, what grievances can I have? Lu Changsheng was a little helpless. He didn't want to talk more about this topic. Then, as if he thought of something, he said, by the way, Grandma, I drew a high-grade talisman not long ago, and I almost succeeded. But I always missed a few points, and I couldn't draw it successfully. Now I have time, and I would like to ask Grandma for some advice. Lu Changsheng said so. He revealed that he would be a mid-grade talisman master for 3 years and 2 months. Originally, according to his plan, he was going to come back next time. That is, 3 months later, he would tell the Lu family that he could draw a top-grade talisman master and become a top-grade talisman master. But now that he is back and something like this has happened, Lu Changsheng feels that he can reveal the matter of the top-grade talisman master a little earlier. One is to facilitate his future performance. He can openly sell the top-grade talismans in the Lu family's talisman shop in the future. Another is to let the Lu family give him more weight when dealing with his matter, so that the fourth elder will not be too difficult. What, Changsheng, you almost succeeded in drawing a top-grade talisman. The fourth elder was moved and surprised when she heard this. Even though Lu Changsheng's progress in making talismans has always been in her eyes. But at this moment, she was shocked to hear Lu Changsheng say that he almost drew a first-grade top-grade talisman. After all, in making talismans, the middle-grade talismans and the top-grade talismans can be said to be a hurdle. Many people cannot cross this hurdle in their lifetime. Lu Changsheng only came into contact with top-grade talismans 3 months ago. Now he is almost successful. How can she not be surprised? Once the drawing is successful, Lu Changsheng can be regarded as a top-grade talisman master. The middle-grade talisman and the top-grade talisman are a hurdle. There is also a clear difference in status between the middle-grade talisman master and the top-grade talisman master. A middle-grade talisman master can have a meal anywhere and live a good life. But if you become a top-grade talisman master, you can draw top-grade talisman stably, which is enough to join many forces with this craft. Become a guest of honor, a guest official. Even in this Lu family. If Lu Changsheng is promoted to top-grade talisman master, his status in the Lu family will be further improved. When Lu Maiyuan heard this, she couldn't help but look at her husband, her beautiful eyes shining. She was surprised and amazed by her husband's talent in the way of talismans. Thinking of when she married Lu Changsheng, Lu Changsheng had just become a middle-grade talisman master not long ago. Now, it will take 2 to 3 months for Lu Changsheng to become a top-grade talisman master, and she was amazed. At that time, it seemed that it took Sister Maya Oj more than 5 years to become a top-grade talisman master from a middle-grade talisman master. Lu Maya pursed her lips lightly, thinking of a reference comparison in her mind. However, this comparison made her realize how amazing her husband's talent in talismans was, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Changsheng with admiration and worship. Yes, it's just a little bit short, but I can't make it. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. Draw it for Grandma now. The fourth elder said immediately. Okay. Lu Changsheng immediately stood up and went to the table. He took out his middle-grade magic tool talisman pen and talisman-making materials from the storage bag and began to draw the talisman. The fourth elder came to his side and observed quietly. Seeing this, Lu Mayoyan did not dare to disturb her husband and stood quietly by the side. Puff. Just when Lu Changsheng was drawing the top-grade golden light shield talisman with a serious look, stroke by stroke, he suddenly lost his mind. The talisman lines were disordered, and green smoke came out of the talisman paper. You have no problem in drawing the talisman lines, but your control of spiritual power is not accurate enough. There are small flaws in this place, and these turning points, which lead to chain reaction and ultimately the failure of the talisman drawing. After reading it, the fourth elder immediately spoke up and pointed out the problem. Come, you feel my spiritual power. Then he stepped forward slightly, held Lu Changsheng's palm, and led him to slowly draw the golden light shield talisman stroke by stroke. At this place, your spiritual power should be tightened, but at this turning point, you should slide quickly, and then have a bit of elasticity when you are here. You should be fast, otherwise it will cause spiritual power to accumulate, and you just accumulated it. The fourth elder taught step by step, speaking in a warm voice. Then a golden light shield talisman was successfully drawn. Come on, Changsheng, try again. The fourth elder released his palm and said to Lu Changsheng in a kind tone. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, took a deep breath, and pretended to be nervous and serious. He drank 2 more sips from the white jade 100 flowers wine. This is also a habit he has developed under the guidance of the fourth elder in making talismans. One is to show others that his cultivation is too low and his spiritual power is not enough. Another is that the white jade 100 flowers wine has the effect of clearing the mind and calming the spirit. For things like making talismans that consume a lot of mind, it will be helpful to different people. After making preparations, Lu Changsheng held the talisman pen in his hand, with a serious face, and began to slowly draw the talisman with full concentration. This process is very slow and steady. The fourth elder and Lu Mayoyan watched quietly without saying a word. Buzz! Just when Lu Changsheng finished the last stroke, the golden light on the talisman paper spread out, and there was a tremor, and then the golden light converged and the talisman solidified. First-class high-quality talisman, golden light shield talisman, completed. Good, good, good. The fourth elder was extremely surprised when he saw the talisman was completed, and he cheered. Congratulations, husband. Lu Mayoyan was also full of joy when she saw this scene, and her beautiful eyes were shining. Huh? Lu Changsheng also let out a long breath of exhaustion, and looked at the fourth elder with a surprised smile on his face and said, thanks to Grandma's teaching and guidance. Changsheng, you don't have to be humble. You are just one step away from drawing the high-quality talisman. The fourth elder said with relief and joy. Then he picked up the talisman and stroked it gently, saying, Changsheng, you are not accurate enough in these few spiritual powers just now, which makes the subsequent spiritual power a little weak. But now you have entered the door. Grandma believes that as long as you practice more, you can fully master it. The fourth elder continued to point out several problems. Yes, Grandma. Lu Changsheng nodded. This was naturally intentional. This talisman looked like it was just a fluke of luck. He did not continue to draw it. After all, what he showed to the outside world was that he had just broken through the 5th level of key refining. It was almost time to draw 2 high-quality talismans. At this time, the housekeeper, Granny Zizhu, brought Lu Bo to the hall. Changsheng, the head of the family, asked you to go with me to the family ancestral hall. Lu Bo saw Lu Changsheng and said hurriedly, Family ancestral hall? Okay. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he immediately knew it was Lu Mayoyang's business. He didn't expect things to happen so quickly. He thought it would be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. But when the fourth elder heard this, he frowned and said, "Why go to the family ancestral hall? Although the matter between Lu Changsheng and Lu Maioyang must be handled by the family rules. But it is not necessary to go to the family ancestral hall." Alice, Master Yang suddenly ran into the ancestral hall, holding his parents' tablets and crying, saying that Changsheng wanted to kill him, and the head of the family must deal with it in the ancestral hall in front of him. Faced with this situation, the head of the family was helpless, so he asked me to come and call Changsheng over, and you, the fourth elder, should go with him. Lu Bo sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Good guy." Lu Changsheng was also stunned when he heard this. He was speechless. It felt that Lu Maioyang was also a god. He actually ran directly to the Lu family ancestral hall and cried while holding his parents' tablets. No wonder Lu Maioyang was so arrogant in the Lu family. Once this wave of operations came out, who could withstand it? "Let's go, Changsheng, Grandma will go with you." The fourth elder was also speechless at this moment. I don't know how to comment on Lu Maioyang's behavior. Chapter 102 The ancestor of the Lu family, a man of great luck. Lu Changsheng followed the fourth elder to the Lu family ancestral hall in the deepest part of Qingzhu Valley. This was his first time to go to the Lu family ancestral hall. After all, this kind of place is also considered a forbidden area of the Lu family, and people are not allowed to enter casually. The Lu family ancestral hall is very quiet. The entire ancestral hall does not cover a large area. It does not look very gorgeous, but very simple. But there is a solemn and ancient atmosphere. As soon as he entered the gate of the ancestral hall, Lu Changsheng saw towering ancient trees and lush jade green bamboo. There is a deep feeling of simplicity and tranquility in the solemnity. But now, there are cries and shouts, breaking this solemn atmosphere. "Woo woo woo, Dad, Mom. You left Yanger alone, letting an outsider bully Yanger." Lu Changsheng immediately recognized that the voice was Lu Maioyang's voice. For a moment, he could not connect this aggrieved voice with the arrogant look of Lu Maioyang that he had seen before. How can Lu Maioyang be brainless? He has something to rely on and is fearless. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Before, he thought Lu Maioyang was a brainless dandy. But from his current performance, he felt that Lu Maioyang was confident and was sure that the Lu family would favor him. How can the ancestral land be so noisy? It's just a bastard. The fourth elder also heard this voice, and his face showed anger. Then, fearing that Lu Changsheng would worry and think too much, he comforted him. "It's okay, Changsheng." He led Lu Changsheng into the Lu family ancestral hall. In the ancestral hall, Lu Maioyang's face was blue, black, red and swollen like a pig's head, with bandages wrapped around his body and an obvious blood mark on his neck. He looked extremely miserable, holding a spirit tablet in his arms, crying loudly. It can be said that seeing it is sad, and hearing it makes people cry. It can be said that he is a completely different person from the first time Lu Changsheng saw him. "Maioyang, don't worry. We will handle this kind of thing according to the clan rules and will definitely not be biased against anyone. Yes, we said we would talk it over nicely. Don't cry. Everyone is here. If you continue to make a scene like this, what will happen?" Several elders of the Lu family nearby were comforting and persuading him. "Okay, Lu Maioyang, Lu Changsheng is here. I will handle this matter fairly in front of your parents." At this time, Lu Yuanding also coughed twice, with a dignified look and a steady voice. "Thank you, Patriarch." Hearing this, Lu Maioyang also stopped crying and thanked Lu Yuanding. Then he looked at Lu Changsheng with eyes full of resentment. He thought that Lu Maioyang had never been bullied like this in all the years he had been in the Lu family. "Lu Changsheng, Lu Maioyang said that you came to kill him. Is this true?" At this time, Lu Yuanding also looked at Lu Changsheng and said with a dignified face, "Lu Maioyang was the one who was at fault first in the matter between me and him. He coveted my pet and bullied my son by taking advantage of his power. He was so angry that he even wanted to attack my son. This shows how shameless he was and how vicious he was. Even if he was bitten by my pet, it was his own fault. I came back this time with the intention of settling things peacefully and settling things at home, but he was so aggressive, so I attacked him in anger and taught him a lesson. I didn't kill him because I was concerned about the friendship between us. If I really wanted to kill him, he would be dead now. Besides, I used the flying sword because Lu Maioyang wanted to kill me first." Lu Changsheng said with a serious face. Nonsense. You have no intention of reconciliation at all. And even if I used the flying sword first, you were the first to do it. Lu Mianwang said angrily. After saying that, he pointed at the marks on his face and the bloodstains on his neck and cried, Uncle Yuanding, Grandpa Lin, Grandpa Guang, look at my face, and here, it was all hit by Lu Changsheng. Dad, Mom, why did you leave Yanger alone? Woo woo woo. Lu Mianwang cried miserably. The other elders of the Lu family and the fourth elder couldn't help shaking their heads when they saw the two of them. Lu Changsheng told this story with a face that was neither humble nor arrogant. But Lu Mianwang was throwing a tantrum and making trouble, which could be said to be instantly judged. Lu Mianwang, be quiet. This matter has its own clan rules to judge, and you can't make trouble. Lu Yuanding scolded. Patriarch, there are twists and turns in it, and I don't want to argue too much. Although I, Lu Changsheng, am not a member of the Lu family, I have been in the Lu family for more than 7 years, and I also regard myself as a member of the Lu family and am willing to abide by the family rules. So please let the family make a clear decision on this matter. Lu Changsheng said in a deep voice. I don't want to argue too much. The main thing is that Lu Mianwang is like this. With this attitude, there is really nothing to argue about. The other party is obviously going to make trouble and play tricks. You can't just start crying and shouting about how you have been in the Lu family for all these years, right? Okay, in that case. This family head will judge this matter according to the family rules. Lu Yuanding nodded when he heard this, but did not announce the verdict immediately. Instead, he looked at the fourth elder, and then at several elders and clan elders. It was obvious that they were communicating through voice transmission how to decide the matter. During the process, Lu Yuanding and several Lu family elders seemed to have heard some shocking news, and their eyes showed surprise, astonishment, and shock. Regarding the matter of Lu Mianwang and Lu Changsheng, this family head will make the verdict. The head of the family, Lu Yuanding, spoke in a majestic voice. Lu Mianwang, a member of the Lu family, took the initiative to provoke trouble in Qingzhu Valley, and fought with Lu Changsheng, causing a dispute. He will be fined 1 year's salary, confined for 3 years, and asked to reflect on his mistakes. Lu Changsheng bit Lu Mianwang, a member of the Lu family, because he did not take good care of his pet, and fought with him again. He will be fined 300 spirit stones and sentenced to hard labor for 3 years. But considering that he did not take the initiative to cause trouble, and he still has to continue to manage the family business and draw talismans, the 3 years of hard labor will be changed to a 3-year salary deduction. Are you convinced? Lu Yuanding said in a majestic voice. Master, I don't accept it. My parents shed blood for the family, made contributions for the family, and finally sacrificed their lives for the family, but now you are favoring Lu Changsheng, favoring him, an outsider. However, as soon as the verdict came out, Lu Mianwang immediately shouted. Lu Mianwang. Lu Yuanding and the 4 elders shouted coldly. Now Lu Changsheng is standing here, but Lu Mianwang is shouting these words. Treat Lu Changsheng as an outsider. You know, Lu Changsheng is not only the son-in-law of the Lu family, but also a top-grade talisman master. I don't accept it, I am not willing to accept it. This Lu Changsheng is just a son-in-law of the family. If it weren't for our Lu family taking him in, how could he be here today? Now he beat me like this and almost killed me. The family actually favors him and helps an outsider bully their own people. Ancestor, I want to see the ancestor, woo woo woo. If the ancestor knew that you helped outsiders bully your own family. Lu Mianwang turned a deaf ear to this scolding and continued to cry loudly. Lu Mianwang. Seeing this situation, several elders nearby wanted to drag him away. But Lu Mianwang held the 2 spirit tablets tightly, so that several elders could not be rough with him. Lu Changsheng was speechless when he saw this scene. He thought that the Lu family was also good-tempered. They could tolerate Lu Mianwang's trouble. If there was such a child in his family, he would have slapped him directly. No, I won't leave. You favor an outsider and bully me. Dad, Mom, why did you leave me alone? Woohoo, I want to see the ancestor and let the ancestor judge. Lu Mianwang was dragged and cried loudly. However, at this moment, suddenly, asshole. A voice as old and deep as a huge bell suddenly came from the void. Then, Lu Mianwang flew backwards. The 2 spirit tablets in his hands floated and landed steadily above the ancestral hall, where rows of spirit tablets were placed. Ancestor. Ancestor. Greetings to the ancestor. Greetings to the ancestor. Hearing this voice, Lu Yuanding, the 4 elders, and all the elders present in the ancestral hall bowed their hands and saluted. The ancestor of the Lu family. Lu Changsheng was shocked when he heard this. He tilted his head and looked over. He immediately saw an old man in a green bamboo robe, with white hair and a childlike face, full of majesty coming. He bowed his hands and saluted quickly. It was the first time for him to see the Lu family ancestor. Even when he married Lu Maioyan, only the elders of the Lu family came, and he did not see the ancestor. Unexpectedly, such a thing would cause the Lu family ancestor to show up. Asshole, is the ancestral temple a place for you to make trouble? The Lu family ancestor looked at Lu Maioyang on the side and directly scolded him. Ancestor, I. Facing the Lu family ancestor at this time, Lu Maioyang was also afraid and dared not make trouble anymore. After all, the Lu family ancestor is the sky of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. He dared to be so unreasonable and throw a tantrum, relying on the Lu family ancestor's love for him and his debt to his parents. Now that the Lu family ancestor has really appeared, how dare he continue to throw a tantrum? Yuan Long has a great reputation in his life. How could he give birth to a useless thing like you? If it weren't for Yuan Long, I would slap you to death. The Lu family ancestor said angrily. Why don't you take this embarrassing thing away? Just like Yuan Ding said, let him stay at home and reflect on his mistakes. If he dares to cause trouble again, he will be severely punished. The Lu family ancestor said directly. Yes, ancestor. Lu Yuanding immediately nodded respectfully. Yes, ancestor. The 2 Lu family elders beside him also stepped forward and took Lu Maioyang out of the ancestral hall. Your name is Lu Changsheng, right? At this time, the Lu family ancestor looked at Lu Changsheng and said. Lu Changsheng greets the ancestor. Lu Changsheng looked at the white-haired old man in front of him, not knowing why the other party suddenly looked at him, and immediately bowed. Although the Lu family ancestor in front of him had a calm face and no power on him. But just standing in front of him, he gave him a deep and unfathomable feeling. It was not like what Yu Ningguang said, that this Lu family ancestor would live for at most 10 years. Moreover, in front of this Lu family ancestor, he couldn't help but feel like a thorn in his back. He felt that the Lu family ancestor in front of him was going to see through him. At this moment, Lu Changsheng was not sure whether the jade pendant given to him by the colorful skirt woman was useful. Would his cultivation, aura, and the situation on his body be seen by the Lu family ancestor? After all, the Lu family ancestor in front of him was a great foundation-building cultivator. The foundation-building ancestor is so terrifying. If he is seen, I don't know if I can ask for help in time if I am in danger. Lu Changsheng said nervously in his heart. He dared to fight Lu Maioyang in the Lu family because he had a certain strength and confidence. He felt that there was no need to continue to give in blindly, and he could be a little tough. But he didn't expect that this matter would even cause the Lu family ancestor to appear. Facing the Lu family ancestor, he still felt a little panic in his heart. After all, his confidence came from the second-level talisman and the second-level puppet. But the power of the second-level talisman is no more than a casual attack by a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. The second-level puppet could not be the opponent of a great foundation-building cultivator. As for activating the jade pendant and asking for help from the woman in the colorful skirt. But in front of such a great foundation-building cultivator, he didn't know if he would be in time. Well, the young man is very good. Since you are my son-in-law of the Lu family, you can treat this place as your own home. A faint smile appeared on the old face of the Lu family ancestor. The dry palm gently reached out and touched Lu Changsheng's head. This move made Lu Changsheng slightly startled. I don't know what this Lu family ancestor means. I couldn't help but calm my heart, pursed my lips, and nodded, yes, ancestor. The kid has always treated this place as his own home. Lu Changsheng said respectfully. Haha, that's good. The Lu family ancestor laughed, retracted his rough big hand, and then left. Farewell, ancestor. Farewell, ancestor. Farewell, ancestor. Everyone present bowed and saluted. Huh? After seeing the Lu family ancestor leave, Lu Changsheng also breathed a sigh of relief. In this short moment, a layer of cold sweat seeped out of his back. What's the matter with this Lu family ancestor? Did he see something from me? Lu Changsheng couldn't help thinking in his heart. He really couldn't understand why this Lu family ancestor would pay attention to him. Changsheng, it's okay. At this time, the fourth elder looked at Lu Changsheng and smiled. Then he said softly, "When the family finds this spirit stone, Grandma will pay it for you." "It's okay, Grandma." Lu Changsheng calmed down and shook his head gently. He could feel that this judgment was actually biased towards him. He guessed in his heart that it was very likely that the fourth elder told Lu Yuanding about his promotion to top-grade talisman master. It should be asked. "This little spirit stone is nothing to Grandma." The fourth elder waved his hand and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you, Grandma." Seeing this, Lu Changsheng no longer insisted. He knew that this was the other party's good intentions. "Well, it's getting late. You rushed back and ran around all day. Go back and rest early. If you have anything, just come and talk to Grandma directly." The fourth elder took Lu Changsheng out of the Lu family ancestral hall and said aloud, "Yes, Grandma." Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and walked towards home. He was still thinking about the Lu family ancestor in his heart. He wanted to know why the other party was looking at him. Did he see something from him? Forget it, at least for now. This Lu family ancestor has no hostility towards me. Lu Changsheng thought secretly in his heart. He didn't get too entangled in this aspect and walked quickly towards home. After all, it was just asking for trouble if he was entangled in this now. If a great foundation building cultivator really had bad intentions towards him, he really couldn't do anything. He couldn't just curse the Lu family ancestor to death tonight with a magic curse book, right? When Lu Changsheng returned home, he immediately saw his wives and concubines waiting for him in the yard. "Husband, how is it?" Lu Maiyuan and a group of wives and concubines stepped forward, asking with concern in their eyes. "It's all right, it's solved." Lu Changsheng waved his hand and told Lu Maiyuan the result. "It's not our fault. Besides, my husband is now a top-grade talisman master. Even if we deal with him according to the clan rules, the family will consider him." Lu Maiyuan said while holding Lu Changsheng's arm. "Thank you for your hard work, my husband. I haven't congratulated my husband on becoming a top-grade talisman master yet." "Yes, congratulations to my husband on becoming a top-grade talisman master. Congratulations to my husband. Congratulations to my husband on taking another step forward in his immortal path." The other wives and concubines also congratulated him. Okay, we should celebrate tonight." Lu Changsheng also said with a big wave of his hand. After all, becoming a top-grade talisman master is indeed worth celebrating. However, when the wives and concubines heard Lu Changsheng's words, their faces flushed a little. Deep in the Qingzhu Valley, in a small courtyard where spiritual energy gathered and birds and flowers were fragrant, the ancestor of the Lu family was lying on a recliner, closing his eyes to rest, listening to Lu Yuanding's report on the situation of the Lu family. There were also several elders of the Lu family waiting nearby. The Chen family should fight back if necessary. Otherwise, they will think that I am going to die soon. I still need to establish my prestige to save a lot of trouble." The Lu family ancestor said lightly. "Yes, ancestor." Lu Yuanding nodded immediately. "By the way, tell me the details of Lu Changsheng." At this time, the Lu family ancestor seemed to think of something and spoke. Everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect the ancestor to ask about Lu Changsheng. Immediately, Lu Yuanding told the situation of Lu Changsheng. Then he asked the fourth elder to add, "It seems that this boy is a person with great luck and great opportunity." After listening to the Lu family ancestor, his eyes opened and closed, and he said leisurely. Today, he had a whim and heard the noise and came to the Lu family ancestral hall. But when he saw Lu Changsheng, he found that he couldn't see through him. This surprised him so much that he couldn't help but look at him a few more times. He knew that the young man in front of him had a chance and secret. He became more curious about Lu Changsheng. Hearing what Lu Yuanding and the four elders said at this moment, it is almost certain that Lu Changsheng is a person with great luck. A person with great luck. When everyone heard this, they all looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that the Lu family ancestor would evaluate Lu Changsheng like this. The theory of luck is mysterious. But it does exist in the world of immortal cultivation. Some people have disasters and disasters in their lives. Some people sing all the way and have adventures one after another. For those who have adventures one after another, they are called people with great luck. People like this, even if they are not qualified, are favored by luck and can rise up by chance. In other words, anyone who can have a name in the world of immortal cultivation can be called a person with great luck. If this child really has great luck, He will definitely have great achievements in the future. If he can completely integrate into our Lu family, he can also help our Lu family. The ancestor of the Lu family said slowly. Then he sighed and said, however, you have to hurry up and seize the time. I can't protect you for a few more years. If you can't come up with a foundation, then abandon Qingzhu Mountain, separate as soon as possible, and make a living on your own, otherwise. Ancestor. Ancestor, you are in the prime of your life, how could it be? Yes, ancestor. Everyone said hurriedly. But they couldn't help but be covered with a layer of sadness in their hearts. Being able to be here, they also know the situation of the Lu family's ancestor. Although the injury has recovered, his lifespan is not much. That night. Afterwards, husband, today you asked me, if husband wants to leave, what will Yuner choose? Since Yuner is married to husband, if husband really wants to leave the Lu family, Yuner will naturally be with husband. Lu Maioyan leaned softly in Lu Changsheng's arms, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness, and panted. I just asked casually, I didn't plan to leave. If I leave, where can I go? Don't worry about it. Lu Changsheng knew that it was because he asked Lu Maioyan about leaving during the day that made her feel uneasy, so he spoke in a gentle tone. In fact, he didn't expect that Lu Maioyan would make a decisive decision to leave the Lu family with him after he mentioned it. If it was so easy to kidnap someone, then wouldn't it be in vain for the Lu family to marry the girl to me? It added a layer of bondage in vain. After all, a cultivation family like the Lu family would teach their children to risk for the family's interests. This kind of concept is not so easy to change. Yet, Lu Maioyan hummed softly, and then cried out, "Oh husband, I can't do it anymore." But before she finished speaking, her voice became intermittent and she couldn't speak. Chapter 103 The Seven Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Have you heard that Lu Maioyan was under house arrest? What happened? Tell me in detail. It's about him and Lu Changsheng. I heard that Lu Changsheng beat Lu Maioyan up, and then Lu Maioyan ran to the ancestral hall to make trouble, and finally even provoked the ancestors to come out. Hiss, the ancestors have shown up. I didn't expect that Changsheng's brother-in-law, who usually looks so kind, would beat up brother Maioyan. Yet, I thought he would keep things quiet. Honest people also have tempers. After all, who can stand Lu Maioyan's temper? Yet, I guess Lu Maioyan just got too aggressive. Well done, it's really a relief. Speaking of which, Lu Changsheng should have been punished by the family. How was he dealt with? I'm not sure about this. I heard that he was fined a lot of spirit stones. Tisk tisk tisk, it's an unprovoked disaster. The next day, many Lu family members in Qingzhu Mountain talked about the matter of Lu Changsheng and Lu Maioyan. After all, a few days ago, this matter was a hot topic and attracted a lot of attention. Now that the family verdict has been announced, it has naturally become a topic of conversation after tea, and people are talking about it with relish. At the same time, Qingzhu Valley. In a manner. Master, take care. Lu Changsheng sent Lu Yuanding out the door and let out a sigh of relief. Lu Yuanding came here for one reason, one is to comfort him. He was worried that he felt wronged and resentful because of yesterday's verdict. Although the fourth elder paid all the spirit stone fines on behalf of Lu Changsheng, it was indeed a fine. The second reason was to come and talk about welfare benefits. Lu Yuanding also knew about his becoming a top-grade talisman master through the fourth elder. And since the fourth elder said so, there is no need to conduct assessment and confirmation as before. So Lu Yuanding came directly and talked to Lu Changsheng about the new welfare benefits. The original 10 spirit stones per month were increased to 30 spirit stones. 20 kilograms of jade bamboo rice were increased to 50 kilograms. Moreover, the monthly talisman making task is increased from 10 to 30. If the task is completed in excess, the Lu family will still purchase it at the original price. However, for the talismans that are completed in excess, the Lu family has changed the original spiritual stones to family contribution points. Family contribution points can be exchanged for spiritual stones. They can also be exchanged for elixirs and natural treasures in the Lu family's treasure house. The price will be 20% to 30% cheaper than the market price outside. It can also be regarded as a benefit for the children of the family. Lu Changsheng did not feel much about the improvement in treatment in this regard. It was mainly because of his consumption concept. Before, he killed a wave of robbery cultivators and gained tens of thousands of spiritual stones. He spent thousands of spiritual stones casually. Now he really has no feeling for the dozens of spiritual stones a month. Alice, when I first came to the Lu family, I only had 2 spiritual stones a month. Every month, I have to be careful when eating spiritual rice and buying spiritual vegetables. Now facing dozens of spiritual stones, I actually look down on them and have no feeling. Lu Changsheng shook his head and sighed. He remembered the days when he wanted to break a spiritual stone into 2 cents to spend. After all, there are only a few people who can make a fortune overnight. A steady stream of income is the way to go. After all, where can such a large amount of windfall come from? Lu Changsheng slightly adjusted his mentality and warned himself. After living in Qingzhu Mountain for 3 days, Lu Changsheng said goodbye to his wife and concubines and rode the Iron Feather Eagle back to Jinglong Market. In fact, this time, he wanted to stay at home for a long time. But he still needed to look after the Lingfu shop. In 2 days, it would be the day for random inspection of goods. But he also told the 4th elder. He wanted to ask Lu Mayaoj to help look after the shop when the time comes, and he would rest at home for a while. The reason is very simple. When he went to Jinglong Market, one reason was that it was difficult to refuse. In addition, he also wanted to go to the market to sell all the talismans on his body, and buy materials for practicing the Balian Baodiju, as well as to accept the fairy. But now, these things have been done almost, and they can be temporarily slowed down. There is no need to stay in the market all the time. He plans to stay in Qingzhu Mountain for a while to accompany his wife, concubines and children. Because next year, he's going to send Lu Pinggan and other children to the secular world. Just treat it as a leave now. The 4th elder heard what Lu Changsheng said and agreed directly. He said that in 2 months, Lu Mayaoj would take over Lu Changsheng. He would stay at home to spend more time with his wife, concubines and children. If he has time in the future, he can also take turns with Lu Mayaoj to manage the talisman shop. In this way, it will be much easier for the 2 of them to manage it. 2 days later, an iron-feathered eagle landed outside the Jinglong market. Lu Changsheng entered the market and walked towards the talisman shop. Huh? It's him. It's really fate. It's such a coincidence. At this moment, on the busy street, a girl with a delicate face and wearing a purple dress saw Lu Changsheng, was slightly stunned, and then the corners of her mouth rose. The girl immediately pretended to stroll while following Lu Changsheng closely. After following for a while, the girl saw Lu Changsheng walk into a talisman shop. She looked up at the name on the sign above the shop. Qingzhu Lu's talisman shop. Then, the girl walked in with a smile. After a while, the girl walked out of the talisman shop again with a smile. The owner of the Qingzhu Lu family talisman shop. Is he a descendant of the Qingzhu Lu family? How could a descendant of a foundation-building family have talismans and so many talismans? The girl frowned slightly and thought to herself. This person must have a big secret and a great opportunity. Otherwise, a descendant of a foundation-building family would never have talismans and so many talismans. No wonder I invited him to explore the cave before, but he was not interested at all. The girl murmured in her heart. As long as a period of time passes, the love-locking goo will be able to recover a certain amount of vitality, and it can be used on people. This person has talismans, so many talismans, and has taken away 2 of my foundation-building spiritual objects. He has also gained the wealth of the 5 evil men of the cow family, and has the opportunity secret on him. He is also worthy of a place in the love-locking goo. In this case, I will stay in this market for a while, and when the love-locking goo recovers its vitality, I will make him the first target of my love-locking goo. As long as he is bitten by the love-locking goo, he will have an irresistible love for me. By then, these wealth, opportunities and secrets will also be in my pocket. The girl said in her heart, and a smile appeared on her face. Let the originally beautiful face, at this moment, have a bit more agile and ethereal temperament, which makes people unpredictable. At this moment, Lu Changsheng did not know that he was being targeted. After returning to the spiritual talisman shop, he asked the shopkeeper Zhang Shan about the situation of the shop in the past few days, and then he went to the 3rd floor. Check the storage room and the talisman room. Check if there are any traces left from making puppets and drawing 2nd-level talismans. After all, he will be going home to be with his wife, concubines and children in a while. He handed the shop back to Lu Mayaoj. Although he usually pays attention, he still has to confirm it to avoid being noticed. After checking and confirming that there is no problem, Lu Changsheng was relieved. Then he took out the talisman-making tools and started drawing talismans. A month later, in the talisman shop, Lu Changsheng was drawing talismans. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for having 50 offspring and winning a designated lottery. The reward for 50 children arrived as expected. Lu Changsheng was not surprised. Designated lottery. But seeing this designated lottery made Lu Changsheng slightly stunned and a little surprised. But the next moment, he knew what this designated lottery meant. The lottery plate has a total of 7 areas: skills, techniques, pets, elixirs, magic weapons, treasures, and others. In the previous lottery, this kind of lottery was randomly awarded in a certain area. And this designated lottery can designate a certain area for the lottery. Designated lottery, designated area for the lottery. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He silently said in his heart, "System, I want to draw a lottery." Immediately, the familiar lottery plate appeared. Should I designate a practice method or a magic weapon? Looking at the lottery plate in front of him, Lu Changsheng pondered slightly. Now that there have been so many draws, he has drawn all 7 areas. Knowing that even if he can designate one of them, the randomness is also very large. If he is asked to choose now, he is relatively inclined to practice methods and magic weapons. Practice methods are the practice methods. He still lacks a main practice. After all, this rubbish Huiyuan has been despised by him for several years. He has always wanted a key training practice method. But these lotteries, each of which has too much uncertainty. Even if I designate a practice method, the system may come up with an auxiliary practice method such as Intrigue. It is also possible to come up with a body training practice method such as Balian Baodiju or other practices. If this is the case, I will lose a lot of money. Relatively speaking, magic weapons will be much safer. After all, the magic weapon can probably be used by him to practice the 100 refining treasure body art. The magic weapon is safe, but now I already have the Black Dragon Magic Pearl. If you give me another magic weapon, the benefits are actually not that good. And not every magic weapon can be condensed into the body. After thinking for a moment, Lu Changsheng decided to take a chance and draw the skills. He was really fed up with this rubbish Huiyuan. He could only rely on hard work all day and practice slowly. He was looking forward to a practice method that could take shortcuts like the Immortal appearance art and the 100 refining treasure body art. System, specify the skills to be drawn. Lu Changsheng said immediately. In an instant, the lottery mode of the big turntable in front of him also changed. It was no longer the golden light rotating rapidly in the 7 areas. Instead, the skills on the lottery disc were shining with golden light. The patterns of various skills and magical powers flashed by quickly. Lu Changsheng saw one skill after another. Zhou Tianxing Chenju Brahma Demon True Saint Gong Yu Ho Fisheng Sutra Diu Tian Mo Sutra 36 Mud and Water Mining Battle Pill Method. Wow, there are all kinds of exercises here. If this is a magic exercise, should I practice it or not? Lu Changsheng stared at the ever-changing pattern in front of him and thought to himself. Finally, the lottery wheel stopped. A jade book with 7 swords on the cover appeared in front of him, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Ling. Congratulations to the host for winning the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. The system is finally reliable for once. Lu Changsheng looked at the reward pattern in front of him and was immediately surprised. Through the 2 words Sword Sutra, Lu Changsheng knew that this was the key refining exercise he wanted. Because key refining exercises are just a general term, there are many kinds. For example, Wei Yuan Gong is a basic exercise that is calm and has no characteristics. Wood-based exercises that are good at health preservation. Wood and fire systems skills that are good at alchemy and refining. Or poison skills, magic skills, all belong to key training skills. And the skill has the word Sword Sutra. Lu Changsheng knew it was a sword cultivation skill. According to Lu Changsheng's understanding, sword cultivation skills generally tend to kill and fight. Lu Changsheng didn't care, and immediately looked at the system space. Check the specific situation of the skill he got. Skill, 7 stars Great Freedom Sword Scripture, Grade, Authentic, Description, 7 stars Sword Sex Unique Skills, swallowing and exhaling the spiritual energy of the 7 stars, condensing the 7 stars Sword Energy, casting the 7 stars Heart Lamp, 7 stars Sword Formation. Authentic Skills. Okay, this wave is settled. Lu Changsheng saw the information of the 7 stars Great Freedom Sword scripture, and his heart was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Although the description is relatively concise and not much can be seen, but the authentic skills satisfied Lu Changsheng. After all, with 100 treasures body refining art in front, Lu Changsheng also had a certain concept of the authentic skills. Zuimin is authentic and magnificent. In any case, it is thousands of times stronger than his rubbish Huiyuanguang. Moreover, he doesn't have to worry about the subsequent exercises in the foundation building period in the future. With his current Huiyuanguang, he can only practice it to the peak of key refining, and then nothing else. System, inheritance. Lu Changsheng didn't think much, his mind moved slightly, and he used the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Immediately. The practice method, related content, all the essentials, etc. of the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, like a revelation, quickly flooded into Lu Changsheng's mind. Lu Changsheng sat quietly, immersed in the mind and comprehended this profound sword sutra. For a long time. A good copy of the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword scripture. It is worthy of being an authentic level exercise. Sure enough, the system's product must be a masterpiece. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and showed a look of surprise. In the past few days, through the inheritance of the system, he has already comprehended the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra thoroughly. He has a thorough understanding of the cultivation methods, related content, and all the essentials in it. This 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra has a total of 5 levels. They correspond to the 5 realms of key refining, foundation building, Dan formation, Yuanying, and Shenhe. In other words, this method is enough for him to practice to the Shenhe realm. This method is similar to the Balian Baodiju. Not only does it have the method of swallowing and spitting cultivation, there are also matching spells and characteristics of the method in each layer. For example, the first level of key refining stage cultivation has 3 matching spells, 7 Light Sword Light, 7 Light Sword Shield, and 7 Light Sword Escape. Attack, defense, pursuit and escape are available. In addition, the 7 Light Sword key cultivated in the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra also has the characteristic of removing Dan poison. 99% of immortal cultivators usually take elixirs to assist in cultivation. But elixirs, this thing, will have more or less Dan poison. Not to mention that it is harmful to the body. Just like the Huanglong pill, once taken too much, the body will also develop pill resistance. As a result, taking the pill has no effect, or the effect is minimal. This is why Lu Changsheng clearly has spirit stones to buy pills to assist in cultivation. But he will not take pills excessively at ordinary times, there is a limit. It is because of the pill poison. But now, with the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, he can use pills to improve his cultivation without restraint. He is completely fearless of the pill poison. However, it is not so easy to get rid of the pill poison. It takes time and hard work to refine the pill poison. And when refining the pill poison, the body must endure the pain of sword ki. But this pain is not worth mentioning at all compared to the reckless use of pills without side effects. Lu Changsheng's eyes sparkled. If he can take pills without restraint, his cultivation speed will be twice as fast with half the effort. Originally, he thought it would take another 6 or 7 years to break through the 8th level of key refining. But now, he can take pills without restraint, and the time for cultivation will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra has such matching spells and characteristics of the skills in every level. The 7 Lights Heart Lamp on the 2nd level, the 7 Lights Star Sword and the 7 Lights Sword Formation on the 3rd level are extremely powerful. What surprised and satisfied Lu Changsheng even more was that this 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra could be split into multiple skills. It was split into Sun Shining Sword Technique, Moon Shining Sword Technique, Tebe Gold Shining Sword Technique, Suxing Wood Shining Sword Technique, Changsheng Water Shining Sword Technique, Mars Fire Shining Sword Technique, Zhengxing Earth Shining Sword Technique, Sun and Moon 2 Yin Life and Death Sword Chapter, and 5 Yin Star Life and Death Sword Classic. The reason is very simple, the authentic level skills are too difficult. Not only difficult to practice, but also difficult to comprehend. It is impossible to practice this 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra unless you are amazing. Therefore, in order to allow most disciples to practice, the 7 Lights Sword Sect reduced the difficulty and divided it into multiple skills. Let the disciples choose according to the attributes of their spiritual roots and the characteristics of the skills. The authentic level of skills is too difficult to comprehend, and it is very difficult to comprehend and practice. If I don't have a systematic inheritance, it would be impossible for me to comprehend directly and practice it by myself. If the children start to practice in the future, even if I teach them this skill, it will be difficult for them to comprehend and practice it. But the split sun and sun shining sword art, moon shining sword art, and Tebe gold shining sword art are exquisite level skills, which are relatively easy to get started. If the child is gifted, he can start practicing from the sun and moon to polarity life and death sword chapter. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly. This is a point that Lu Changsheng was very surprised and satisfied with the Seven Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Not only did it solve his problem of practicing skills, it also solved the problem of the child's practice skills in the future. Although the child's practice is still a long time, at least he doesn't have to worry about it. Chapter 104, This is how you get your luck in love, right? Inside the talisman shop, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky, eyes closed, and a solemn look on his face. The spiritual lake in the Danshan of the Qi was boiling and rolling, flowing slowly through the meridians, limbs and bones. The originally pure white spiritual energy in the Dan lake gradually became more colorful. And there were 7 small sword phantoms looming on the Dan lake. Hu. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Although Huangguang is rubbish, it cannot be said to have no advantages. Its spiritual power is neutral and peaceful, without any attributes, and can be smoothly transferred to other exercises. If I practice other exercises, it would be much more difficult to transform my spiritual power into the 7 stars sword key, and it might even cause my cultivation to regress. Lu Changsheng looked inward at the spiritual power in his Danshan of the Qi, and thought to himself. Just now, he tried to switch to the 7 stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra. He wanted to transform the spiritual power of Huangguang into the spiritual power of the 7 stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra. He found that the process was very smooth. Although there would be a lot of loss of spiritual power, it was not a big problem. In about 3 or 4 months, all my spiritual energy can be transformed into the 7 stars spiritual power. This 7 stars Great Freedom Sword scripture is worthy of being an authentic level technique. The spiritual power cultivated is not only 3 or 4 times stronger than my original spiritual power, but also obviously much more powerful and domineering. When all my spiritual power is transformed into the 7 stars spiritual power, I am afraid that I can be comparable to the 8th or even 9th level of key refining. This is what is called a strong foundation. When I break through the foundation building, it will be easy for me to pass the magic power barrier. Lu Changsheng looked at the Danhu spiritual energy and couldn't help but said excitedly. He wanted a good technique at the beginning, thinking that he would lay a solid foundation and a solid foundation, so that he could go further in the future. Now with this authentic level technique, his foundation will be extremely solid. The 7th level of key refining is comparable to the 9th level of key refining. Doesn't that mean I can challenge higher level enemies in the future? No, I have encountered enemies several times, and their cultivation is higher than mine. And who can defeat the enemy by relying on cultivation alone, not by means? Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and then shook his head. Suddenly, he felt that his situation was not very suitable for this kind of martial arts that tended to kill and fight. On the one hand, he has always been kind to others and doesn't like fighting and killing. On the other hand, when he fights with others, he also relies on external objects, rather than his own cultivation level. In this case, practicing martial arts that are good at health preservation or escape will be more suitable for him. However, since the martial arts have been drawn and he has started to practice, Lu Changsheng will not think about anything else. Moreover, Lu Changsheng feels that martial arts that are good at health preservation or escape are not necessarily good and suitable for him. As his cultivation level increases, conflicts and battles are inevitable on the road of cultivation. Now in the key refining stage, he has no problem fighting against enemies of higher levels by relying on the external objects drawn by the system. But as the realm of cultivation becomes higher and higher, the help of external objects such as talismans, puppets, and treasures to individuals will become less and less. It is impossible for people to cross levels to fight against enemies like now. At that time, one's own cultivation and combat power will become particularly important. It was getting dark outside. Lu Changsheng also got up and walked out of the talisman shop and went home. At this moment, in a restaurant diagonally opposite the Lu family's talisman shop, A beautiful girl in a purple dress was sitting by the window. The white and tender arm supported her cheek and looked out the window boredly. When the girl saw Lu Changsheng walking out of the talisman shop, her eyes suddenly lit up. In order to make the love Laku recover quickly, I spent a lot of money. You must not let me down. The girl looked at Lu Changsheng's figure and murmured softly. Then she raised her palm. But see. The girl's white and tender palm, the flesh and blood slightly bulged and cracked. A less than an inch long, blood-colored, crystal clear and gorgeous goo worm drilled out of the palm. Little guy, it's up to you later. The girl said to the love-lock insect. The insect seemed to understand the girl's words, and a small antenna on its head nodded slightly. Seeing this, the girl also smiled, clenched her palms, and walked out of the inn. Through secret observation during this period of time, she already knew Lu Changsheng's usual regular trajectory. Basically, it was a straight line between the talisman shop and the residence. And she had also checked the place. Knowing that the street where Lu Changsheng went home was usually sparsely populated. It was a good place and a good opportunity to do it yourself. Although there are risks in doing it in the market, people in the market will be less vigilant and it will be easier to succeed. If she chose to do it outside the market, she would think of Lu Changsheng's actions of bombarding with talismans and treasures. She couldn't help but think of the scene when she was bombarded with talismans and treasures by Lu Changsheng, and she was in a very embarrassing state and almost died in Lu Changsheng's hands. But thinking that Lu Changsheng would fall in love with her after being infected with a love-locking goo, and gradually fall in love with her, she could not help but feel happy. What kind of revenge can make a former enemy fall in love with me, and it would be more enjoyable to love me? The purple-skirted girl looked at Lu Changsheng's back, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. When she saw Lu Changsheng walking into the street and there was no one else in the alley, the girl immediately shouted, "Dao Ayalu, please stay." Lu Changsheng heard someone calling him. He paused and looked back. He immediately saw a beautiful and lively girl in a purple skirt waving at him and walking quickly. Girl, you called me. Lu Changsheng looked at the purple-skirted girl and was a little surprised. Yes, I heard that Dao Ayalu is a talisman master, so I want to trouble Dao Ayalu with something. The purple-skirted girl smiled and walked quickly towards Lu Changsheng. What is it? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. Although it was no secret that he was a talisman master, he did not know the girl. Suddenly a stranger came to bother him, which made him feel a little puzzled. That's it. The purple-skirted girl just opened her mouth, and suddenly there was a purple enchanting glow in her eyes. It was like a bright and charming look, which made Lu Changsheng dazed at this moment. But at the moment when Lu Changsheng was flustered, the cold jade pendant on his chest gave off a clear and spiritual aura. It made him quickly wake up from his trance. Not good. Lu Changsheng came back to his senses and immediately realized that something was wrong. There was something wrong with the purple-skirted woman in front of him. The other party just cast some kind of magic on him. He immediately activated the protective magic of the robe and the cold jade pendant. However, at this moment, he felt a tingling pain in his neck. It was as if he was bitten by something. It made his mind palpitate slightly. However, at this moment, boom! Lu Changsheng felt that the peach blossom goo on his forehead burst out with a strong wail. This breath was like a volcanic eruption and a river pouring down. It was like a beast whose majesty was violated. When provoked, it released its majesty. It suppressed his throbbing mind. The pink peach blossom mark that had been hidden between Lu Changsheng's eyebrows could not help but emerge automatically, with a bright pink light. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the will of the peach blossom goo burst out, a slight chirping sound rang out. Lu Changsheng immediately heard a slight buzzing sound of buzz buzz buzz. But he saw a blood-red little bug flying away from his neck. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng immediately wrapped his palm with spiritual power and grabbed it with his big hand. Like a hawk catching a rabbit, he directly held the little thing tightly in his hand. Then he took out a stack of talismans and looked at the purple-skirted girl in front of him. Hiss! The purple-skirted girl groaned at this moment. She looked at Lu Changsheng with disbelief. I don't know what's going on. What happened to the love Laku? In the moment just now, she felt a strong will coming from the love Laku, which made her heart throb violently. Seeing Lu Changsheng looking at them, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other at this moment. In this look, the purple-skirted girl's heart was moved. She felt a special feeling spreading and rising in her heart. It made her feel that Lu Changsheng in front of her was indescribably pleasing to the eye, and the whole person couldn't help but want to get close to him. What's going on? As soon as this emotion spread from her heart, the purple-skirted girl realized that something was wrong. She had a very clear understanding of herself. Although Lu Changsheng in front of her was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, she was not a person who looked at faces like this. How could she feel good and close to him just because he was handsome? Besides, she had been secretly observing Lu Changsheng for a long time. She had never had such emotions. There is something wrong with the love laku. Could it be that the goo worm backfired? Seeing the peach blossom mark on Lu Changsheng's forehead, the purple-skirted girl guessed what was going on with her. Lu Changsheng had some kind of strange treasure on him. Or there was a goo worm that was more powerful and more domineering than the love laku. The lock of love goo failed, and the goo worms backfired. The effect of the lock of love goo was reversed and fell on the host. How is this possible? The lock of love goo is close to the existence of the heavenly spirit goo. Even if it is now seriously injured and has not recovered, it is impossible for it to backfire. How could he have such a rare treasure, or the almost extinct goo worm of the heavenly spirit goo? As soon as this guess came out, the purple-skirted girl's heart was like a storm, full of disbelief. But when she looked at Lu Changsheng in front of her, she could feel the intimacy in her heart. This intimacy made her feel unprecedented panic. Because as the host of the lock of love goo, she knew very well the tyranny of the lock of love goo. Once a person is bitten by the lock of love goo, he will uncontrollably develop a love for himself. This love will become stronger and stronger with time and contact. In the end, he can't help loving, and even willing to die for himself. Now the goo worms backfired, and the effect of the lock of love goo was reversed, falling on the host himself. Then from now on, she will have an irresistible love for Lu Changsheng in front of her, and gradually fall in love with him so much that she is willing to die for him. Ho. Before she could think any more, Lu Changsheng had already used a stack of talismans and drove the Qingyun sword to kill her. Even though private fights were prohibited in the market, how could Lu Changsheng not fight back when the purple-skirted woman attacked him? No, I must leave quickly, far away. Escape from the influence of the love laku. The girl saw the spells and flying swords coming to kill her, and she didn't dare to think any more. She formed a protective air shield around her body, and at the same time took out several talismans to activate and use them, directly confronting Lu Changsheng's offensive. Then she groaned, turned into a residual image, and fled quickly. At this moment, she didn't dare to think too much. She didn't care that the love laku she had obtained with great difficulty fell into Lu Changsheng's hands. She just wanted to leave here quickly while the effect of the love laku had not affected her mind and thoughts. Stay away from where Lu Changsheng was. Otherwise, as time goes by, the closer you get to each other, the faster you see each other, the love in your heart will spread. At that time, even if Lu Changsheng wants to kill her, she will be willing. Lu Changsheng saw the purple-skirted woman disappear as a shadow, and wanted to chase her, but he thought about it and gave up. The other party was very fast, and he couldn't catch up without using talismans. But once he got out of the alley, he was on the main street. There were people coming and going on the street, and it was not easy for him to take out a lot of talismans to use. Who is she, and why did she suddenly attack me? Lu Changsheng looked at the purple-skirted girl who had disappeared, and he was very confused. He didn't know when he offended the other party and attacked him. Could it be that I was targeted when I was handling the stolen goods? Lu Changsheng guessed in his heart. But he thought it was unlikely. If he was targeted, he wouldn't do it like this in the market. Then, he looked at the little thing he had caught in his palm at that time. It was a bug that was less than an inch long and blood red all over. What is this? Bug, goo worm. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly as he looked at the trembling and somewhat wilted blood-colored goo worm in his hand. Could it be that she just cast a goo on me? Thinking of the moment when he was bitten by the blood-colored goo worm, his heart was throbbing. Then, the peach blossom goo between his eyebrows immediately burst out with a strong will pressure, suppressing the throbbing, and Lu Changsheng had a vague guess in his heart. After obtaining the peach blossom goo, Lu Changsheng also read a lot of knowledge and information about goo worms. He knew that goo worms, like monsters, had a very serious bloodline grade suppression. For example, the Nine-Nether Mastiff, a heavenly bloodline monster, had a bloodline suppression effect when facing ordinary monsters. This made the monsters with ordinary bloodlines, facing the Nine-Nether Mastiff, have a 3-point weaker momentum, and their combat power would be reduced, The same is true for goo worms. It is even more serious. He has the peach blossom goo, a heavenly goo, by his side, which can be immune to the effects of many goo worms. If other goo worms put goo on him, it would be equivalent to provoking and offending the peach blossom goo, which would provoke the peach blossom goo's instinctive resistance. The situation of the peach blossom goo just now was very consistent with the situation he knew. At this moment, the peach blossom goo between the eyebrows sent a faint wave. It means that he has just gained a wave of peach blossom luck. Peach blossom luck. Where does this peach blossom luck come from? Lu Changsheng frowned. He felt a little puzzled. He didn't understand what this wave of peach blossom luck was. Wait, could this peach blossom luck come from the purple skirt woman? Lu Changsheng thought of the purple skirt girl who had just escaped. But I'm fine, where did the peach blossom luck come from? The peach blossom goo has gained peach blossom luck, which means that I have a peach blossom relationship with her. But I obviously don't know her at all, I just met her once, how can it be fine? Lu Changsheng was completely confused at this moment. He couldn't figure out what happened to the purple skirt woman just now. What's going on with this wave of peach blossom luck? Wait, I saw a kind of goo in a book before, called love goo. This love goo is a mother-child goo. Those who have the mother goo can plant the child goo into another person's body, making the other person fall in love with themselves and unable to leave themselves for the rest of their lives. Could it be that this goo worm is the love goo I saw in ancient books? This purple-skirted woman wanted to cast a goo on me and make me fall in love with her, but because of the peach blossom goo, I didn't fall in love with her, but she fell in love with me. Lu Changsheng looked at the blood-colored goo worm in his hand, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he had a guess. Although this guess was too outrageous. But Lu Changsheng only thought of this possibility in his mind. A possibility that could be barely said. Otherwise, he really couldn't figure it out. If that's the case, it's too outrageous. Lu Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head. He sighed in his heart, if that's the case, the peach blossom goo's peach blossom luck is too overbearing. Isn't this just a hard gift? I haven't even met the other person. A wave of peach blossom luck comes at a good time. But love goo shouldn't be like this. Love goo is a molecular mother goo, the host is the mother goo, and the child goo needs to be planted in the target's body. This will make the other person fall in love with you, and you will never be able to leave each other for the rest of your life. This goo worm bit me, and under the pressure of the peach blossom goo's will, it immediately wanted to escape, which obviously doesn't match the love goo. Or is it a goo worm similar to the love goo? Lu Changsheng looked at the blood-colored goo worm in his hand. He felt that this didn't quite match the description of the love goo he saw in the book. Forget it, I'm too lazy to think about it. Lu Changsheng was too lazy to think about it anymore. He touched the wound on his neck. There was only a small wound, which was almost healed. He thought that this blood-colored goo worm was quite powerful. You know, he practiced the Balian Baodiju, and his body was comparable to a magic weapon. But the defense was broken by the bite of this blood-colored goo worm. However, this peach blossom goo is really hard to resist. It's good, but every time it's a bit inexplicable. And if it's not good, it may overturn and become a peach blossom disaster. Lu Changsheng was also a little tired of this inexplicable peach blossom luck. Every time there is peach blossom luck, something happens. Especially the first time, a golden elixir girl came directly to him. If there was a slight mistake at that time, it would become a peach blossom disaster. But if he was asked to give up the peach blossom goo, he would not be willing to give it up. At least there are more advantages than disadvantages of peach blossom goo. Not only does it increase peach blossom luck, but it can also make me immune to the effects of most goo insects. Otherwise, like this situation, it would be dangerous. If I really get the love goo and fall in love with someone wholeheartedly, wouldn't it be useless? Lu Changsheng muttered to himself. The methods of immortal cultivators are so strange that it is hard to guard against. I still have to be more careful and vigilant in the future. Although private fights are prohibited in the market, it does not mean that there is no danger. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled for a long time. Thinking about the situation just now, I did lack vigilance, which led to some passivity. But how to deal with this thing? Lu Changsheng looked at the blood-colored poisonous insect in his hand. Suddenly he thought of how to deal with this poisonous insect. P.S. Although I am too embarrassed to ask for monthly tickets for this update. But today I saw in the group that 1,000 monthly tickets can be drawn for a lottery, and now there are 911 tickets, So the little author begs if there are monthly tickets, please vote for the little author. Tomorrow is the end of the month, and it will expire if you don't vote. Wait for me to recover in the next few days, and I will try my best to update. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 105, Overbearing Love-Locking Goo. According to my guess, this should be a love-related insect. The woman in the purple skirt just now was attacked by this insect, and she fell in love with me and brought me a wave of peach blossom luck. Generally speaking, if the insect dies, the effect will disappear. So this insect can't be killed. Not only can it not be killed, but it must be kept well, so that there will be a chance to retaliate in the future. Lu Changsheng looked at the blood-colored insect in his hand, and said secretly in his heart. This woman in the purple skirt attacked him inexplicably, poured a poison on him, and secretly harmed him. If he didn't have the peach blossom insect by his side, he might have been caught and become a dog to lick the other party. How can such a great revenge be easily abandoned? He must retaliate fiercely. If he kills this insect now and removes the effect on the other party, wouldn't it be equivalent to letting the other party go? So he plans to keep this insect well. As long as this insect is in hand, he will have an extra means of checks and balances when he meets the other party in the future. Speaking of which, can I refine this goo worm and use it for my own benefit? Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought. Based on the situation just now, he could clearly feel that this goo worm was not ordinary. It was not an ordinary goo worm. If he could refine it, he might be able to find out its effects and use it for himself. This kind of thing cannot be tried lightly. I'll look at the information about goo worms later to see if I can find relevant information about this goo. After all, goo worms are not fun. They are ferocious and difficult to tame, and very difficult to refine. I was able to refine the peach blossom goo because the peach blossom goo was extracted from the system. This goo worm is not simple. Now that it has an owner, if I try to refine and tame it, I may go wrong if I am not careful, or even be attacked. Lu Changsheng immediately gave up the idea of refining this goo worm. He didn't know what kind of goo this goo worm was and what the situation was. If he refined it rashly, there might be unexpected accidents. After all, he knew that it was not easy to refine goo worms after refining the peach blossom goo. If the peach blossom goo had not been extracted from the system, without any resistance and actively cooperating with me, I would not have been able to refine it. Although this goo worm is not as good as the peach blossom goo, it is obviously not ordinary. It must not be easy to refine it. Immediately, Lu Changsheng took out a jade box from the storage bag. He put the blood-colored goo worm in his hand, which was languishing in it. He also took out a sealing talisman and pasted it on it to prevent the goo worm from running away. Then he found a magic weapon store. He spent 30 spirit stones and bought a goo jar specially for goo worms. He spent another 50 spirit stones and bought a spirit pet bag. The storage bag cannot hold living things. Even with a goo jar, this blood-colored goo worm can only be placed in the spirit pet bag, not in the storage bag. The only spirit pet bag he had was the one that the Lu family gave him to put the iron-feathered eagle. So he bought one for himself. It will also be useful for the 9 other mastiff in the future. Moreover, for things like monsters and goo worms, try not to put different species together. Otherwise, there might be an accident. Lu Changsheng was also worried about putting the blood-colored insect together with the iron-feathered eagle. After doing all this, Lu Changsheng went back home. At the same time, a girl in a purple skirt left Julongfang Market in a hurry. What on earth is going on? How could he have such a rare treasure, an insect of the level of Shinlingu? At this moment, Meng Xiaochen still couldn't believe what had just happened. It felt like a dream. If it weren't for the love laku not being in her hand, and the feelings in her heart, she really felt like she was dreaming. I can't believe that the love laku that I spent so much effort to obtain was gone just like that. Not only was the love laku gone, but I also suffered a backlash from the goo, and I fell into it and lost it. Damn it. I must kill him and take back the love laku. Otherwise, even if I run away and never see him again, the love laku will affect me. Meng Xiaochen bit her silver teeth, and said with hatred in her eyes. However, as soon as this thought came out, her heart suddenly throbbed and stabbed. The handsome face of Lu Changsheng appeared in her mind, making her feel close to him. She wondered how she could have such an idea. How could she harm him? Ho. What a terrible love laku, what a domineering love laku. Meng Xiaochen covered her aching chest and panted slightly. After a while, She pinched the spiritual formula with her hand and tapped the center of her eyebrows, which calmed her mind and revealed a resolute look in her eyes. No, I can't think about him anymore, otherwise, the love Laku will continue to influence me imperceptibly, and the influence on me will become greater and greater. I must break through the foundation quickly, only in this way can I hope to break free from the influence and restrictions of the love Laku. The purple nether secret realm is about to open. If I can gain something from it and ask someone to refine a foundation building pill, I will have a 70% chance of success in building the foundation. Meng Xiaochen didn't dare to think anymore. She took out a flying leaf magic weapon from the storage bag, turned into a stream of light, and left quickly. Lu Changsheng returned home as usual. He did not think much about the purple skirt girl's matter. The main reason was that it was too inexplicable to him. He had no clue and was completely confused. After chatting with his wives, concubines and maids, and after dinner, he fell asleep slowly in the company of his 3 wives and concubines. The next day, Lu Changsheng came to Mo Yongxun. This is a shop where he often buys books. The shop mainly sells exercises and spells, as well as books related to things in the world of cultivation, strange stories, local customs and other related books. Lu Changsheng asked the shopkeeper for a few books on goo worms. Mr. Lu, 9 spirit stones for a sincere favor. The bookstore shopkeeper handed the 3 books to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng did not bargain. In the world of cultivation, knowledge is monopolized more seriously, so the price of books has always been more expensive. This is just an ordinary book. For some spells and exercises, the basic price is dozens of spirit stones, and some are even hundreds of spirit stones. He had also asked before how much the second-level inheritance of Xiuxin Bai was worth. The other party said that it depends on the craftsmanship. And the second-level inheritance also has good and bad, and it has to be estimated according to the situation. After a few casual chats, Lu Changsheng also had a rough estimate of the value of the second-level beast control inheritance he had obtained. That inheritance can be sold for at least thousands of spirit stones. However, if it is sold, it is necessary to sign a contract and make a vow not to sell it again or disclose relevant information. So Lu Changsheng did not sell the second-level beast control inheritance because he was not short of money at the moment. After putting away the 3 books, Lu Changsheng returned to the spirit talisman shop and began to read. It took Lu Changsheng a whole morning to finish reading the 3 books. It seems that the blood-colored goo worm is rarer than I thought. Lu Changsheng put down the book in his hand and let out a sigh of relief. The 3 books introduced a lot of knowledge and information about goo worms. It also introduced many common goo worms. But he did not see any information related to the blood-colored goo worm. This is also within my expectation. That blood-colored goo worm is not an ordinary goo worm at first glance. Most of the goo worms introduced in these 3 books are ordinary goo and spiritual goo. That blood-colored goo worm is most likely a mysterious goo, or even a ground spirit goo. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. As for the heaven spirit goo, he thought it was unlikely. Because his peach blossom goo was a heaven spirit goo. If the blood-colored goo worm was a heaven spirit goo, there would be no such thing as goo worm backlash. Through reading the books just now, he also knew that goo worm backlash was very rare. It only occurs when goo worms differ by 1 grade and have a certain difference in strength. Although his peach blossom goo is a heaven spirit goo, its strength is not very good. Now it is only the peak of the first turn. Only after the master breaks through the foundation building period can he break through the second turn. So Lu Changsheng guessed that the blood-colored goo worm is at most a ground spirit goo. Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng took out a goo jar from the spirit pet bag. He opened the lid of the jar and checked the blood-colored goo worm inside. It was still listless. If I keep this thing like this, it won't starve to death, right? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly as he looked at the half-dead appearance of the blood-colored goo worm. After all, goo worms also need to eat. Peach blossom goo is quite special. It feeds on peach blossom fortune. So he doesn't need to feed it normally. But he doesn't know what the goo worm in front of him eats. If it starves to death, it will be a bit embarrassing. After thinking about it, Lu Changsheng tried the simplest method. He took out a variety of spiritual food from the storage bag and put the spiritual objects into the goo jar to see if it would eat. After many attempts, Lu Changsheng saw a spiritual liquid called blood spirit juice and asked the blood-colored goo worm to lick it. Okay. Seeing that the blood-colored goo worm would eat, Lu Changsheng was relieved immediately. After letting it eat a drop, he put away the blood spirit juice. Prepare to drip 1 or 2 drops on it every few days. Let it stay in this dying, half-dead state. What if it runs away if you keep it too well? In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. On this day, Lu Changsheng received a notice from Bai Lao. It said that a group of maids exclusively for members had arrived, and asked Lu Changsheng if he was interested. If interested, he could go and learn more. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately came to Bai Lao to see what this so-called member-only supply looked like. But after understanding and seeing it, Lu Changsheng said goodbye to Feng Jiunyang directly. This group of maids is really good. They all have top-notch looks and figures. Not only do they have spiritual root qualifications, they also practice some kind of furnace and cauldron dual cultivation techniques, which are helpful for cultivation and even breakthroughs. But the price is too expensive. Even the cheapest ones cost thousands of spirit stones. It's thousands of spirit stones at random. Faced with this price, Lu Changsheng naturally had to say goodbye. Alice, I am still too poor. This Bai Lao is not something I can afford at this stage. After walking out of Bai Lao, Lu Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head. In Bai Lao, he could still afford ordinary maids. But for a maid with spiritual roots who has reached a certain level, without a windfall, his daily income can't support such consumption. But I have almost enough wives, concubines and maids now, so there is no need to buy more for the time being. I have already spent a lot of money on wives, concubines and maids. The daily expenses in this area are also not small. If I spend more money on this, it will affect my own life. Besides, I will go back to Qingzhu Mountain in the next period of time, and there is no need to add maids. The courtyards here in Jiulongfang City are almost full. Lu Changsheng walked on the street and thought to himself. He came here to learn about it. He thought that if there were suitable and cheap maids, he could add 1 or 2. If not, there would be no need. After all, the income from the Lu family and his own income from selling talismans to Hong Yi and the talisman shop. Adding them all together, it is only 200 or 300 spirit stones per month. Compared with the past, it is naturally a huge sum. But with so many wives, concubines and children, they usually eat and drink spiritual rice, spiritual vegetables, spiritual tea, and monster meat, which is also a considerable expense. Lu Changsheng has calculated that this expenditure costs 70 to 80 spiritual stones every month. He occasionally buys small gifts for his wives, concubines and children, and small things cost a lot of money. In addition, he needs to buy elixirs for his own cultivation, and he also needs to buy some things on weekdays, which costs a lot of spiritual stones. So he didn't save too many spiritual stones. For example, the second-level puppet he built has not been equipped with medium-grade spiritual stones yet. It's because he can't save too much money. But now I have shown that I am a top-grade talisman master. After a while, if I can provide top-grade talismans to the outside world stably, my income will increase a lot. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly. Although he is now a top-grade talisman master to the outside world. But the success rate of talismans still needs to be gradually demonstrated, and it is impossible to increase all at once. Therefore, the talismans he draws on weekdays and the tasks of the Lu family are still mostly medium-grade talismans. If he can stably show the top-grade talismans, his income from the Lu family will continue to increase. Moreover, for me, at this stage, it is still important to improve my strength and cultivation. With the 7 Stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra, after all my spiritual power is converted into the 7 Stars spiritual power, I can take elixirs without restraint. I can improve my cultivation strength at the fastest speed. As long as my cultivation strength is improved, not only will my income increase, but it will also be much easier to find wives, concubines and maids at that time. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. He planned to focus on cultivation in the next period of time. As long as his strength is improved, a man will not worry about having few wives and concubines. After all, in this world, cultivation strength is the kingly way. As long as you have strength, fairies, goddesses, witches, princesses and empresses are not a problem. Half a month later, in the talisman shop, Lu Changsheng was drawing talismans. Hearing Zhang Sham say that Lu Mayaoj is coming, he went downstairs to greet her. Changsheng. Lu Mayaoj smiled and nodded when she saw Lu Changsheng. She was still wearing a white dress that was as beautiful as snow, with a face as beautiful as snow, and her hair was lightly tied and draped over her shoulders, and her temperament was elegant. Sister Mayaoj, you are here. This time, I have to trouble you," Lu Changsheng said to Lu Mayaoj familiarly. Then he went to the third floor with Lu Mayaoj, picked up the spiritual tea on the table, and poured her tea. "It's okay, I'm not busy now." Lu Mayaoj shook her head gently, her voice clear and gentle. "I still trouble you a little. But Sister Mayaoj, if you have anything to do and need to leave, just let me come over. I don't have anything big to do this time, I can come any time," Lu Changsheng said. He was going back this time, mainly thinking about practicing quietly and spending more time with his wife, concubines and children. It doesn't mean that he won't come back after he goes back. Although he doesn't care much about the income of this spiritual talisman shop. But it will be a little inconvenient in Qingzhu Mountain after all. When the time comes, he will need to come to Jiulongfeng Market to buy something or deal with something. "Well, okay." Lu Mayaoj nodded gently. Then he smiled and said, "By the way, congratulations on becoming a top-grade talisman master. It's just luck. I can't compare to you, Sister Mayaoj. It's also thanks to your guidance." Lu Changsheng smiled when he heard it. When he and Lu Mayaoj were both in the Lingfu shop, the other party would occasionally pay attention to his progress in making talismans and teach him how to draw talismans. Although he couldn't use it, it was also a good intention of the other party. Talking about this at this time can be regarded as getting closer. He and Lu Mayaoj haven't seen each other for a long time. "When are you going to go back to Qingzhu Mountain?" Lu Mayaoj smiled and asked. "The second elder is about to go back, and I plan to go back with the second elder." Lu Changsheng said so. Since the second elder is here, he is naturally ready to take a ride. At the same time, take Lu Zier, Lu Qinger, and Zhao Qing back. As for the other maids, they will stay in Jiulongfeng City for the time being. Anyway, the house has been rented for 5 years, and I will come back when the time comes. And leaving the maids here will give me another reason to go back to Jiulongfeng City when the time comes. Okay, I'll be here for the rest of the time. When you want to go back, just tell me in advance. Lu Mayaoj nodded slightly. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while, talking about Lu Mayaoj's previous affairs and the topic of talismans. Seeing that they were almost done, Lu Changsheng spoke up and invited Lu Mayaoj to go to Yushan Pavilion for dinner. After arriving at Yushan Pavilion, when Lu Changsheng saw Yu Maocheng, he also told him. He said that he would go back to Qingzhu Mountain next. "If there is anything, you can write to Qingzhu Mountain. Although basically there will be nothing, and he will not come back after leaving. But after all, they have known each other for so long, and they are also friends, so I still have to say hello." After returning home, he also said hello to Gaohe. As for Xiaolong, he was not at home. He remembered that the last time he saw him was 3 or 4 months ago. He couldn't help but worry about whether his neighbor had encountered any accidents. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. On this day, the second elder sent someone to the Lingfu shop to inform Lu Changsheng about his return to Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng asked how many places the second elder's flying boat had. But the other party told him that there were 3 places. Only 3 places. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly when he heard this. He was going to take Lu Zier, Lu Qinger, and Zhao Qing back this time. If there were 3 places, he could only let the 3 women take the flying boat and ride the iron-feathered eagle. "Changsheng, if you bring more wives, concubines, and maids, you can ask for a spirit boat to take you back." Seeing Lu Changsheng's appearance, Lu Mayaoj on the side said. She knew that Lu Changsheng was going back this time to accompany his wives, concubines, and children and take a rest. In this case, he would naturally take his wives, concubines, and maids back. Oh, there are still such places in the market. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. He had been in Jiulong Market for so long, but he didn't know that he could ask for a spirit boat to take people. If this was the case, he couldn't help but want to take Wan Xin, Yu Yao, Xiao Yuiao, Zio Yuru, Yun Kaianqian, and 5 children back to Qingzhu Mountain. After all, in the following time, he planned to stay in Qingzhu Mountain for a long time, practice with peace of mind, and accompany his wives and concubines. It would be better to put these concubines and children in Qingzhu Mountain. Although the matter of the Lu family's ancestor made the Lu family's current situation not optimistic. But at least in the next few years, there is no need to worry too much. The Lingzhou Pavilion in the market is engaged in the business of carrying monks, and usually exchanges with several other markets. You can directly contract a spiritual boat back to Qingzhu Mountain. As for the price, I am not sure. Lu Maoj said with a beautiful face and a gentle voice. Okay, thank you Sister Maoj, then I will go to Lingzhou Pavilion to ask. Lu Changsheng said immediately after hearing this. He knew Lingzhou Pavilion. Not only sell flying boats and spiritual boats. There are also 7 or 8 large spiritual boats, which are specially used to carry monks and transport goods. It does business with other markets and forces. But I didn't expect that it could be contracted. Immediately, Lu Changsheng went out and came to the spirit boat pavilion. He asked about the price of contracting a spirit boat to Qingzhu Mountain. After the manager of the spirit boat pavilion asked about the number of people, he told Lu Changsheng that it was a total of 160 spirit stones. When Lu Changsheng heard this price, his first feeling was that it was expensive. He wanted to bargain. But the other party directly said that he would not bargain. He said that for this kind of contract, someone would be sent to escort and ensure safety. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded. He paid a deposit of 50 spirit stones and reserved a spirit boat. He set off 3 days later and went directly back to Qingzhu Mountain. Chapter 106. The more children you have, the better. You won't need others to take care of you in your old age. 3 days later, Lu Changsheng said something to Lu Maoj, and then took his wives and concubines on the Lingzhou Pavilion's Lingzhou back to Qingzhu Mountain. This Lingzhou is also a small flying boat. But it can seat a total of 15 people. In addition to Lu Changsheng and his wives and children, the Lingzhou Pavilion not only arranged a cultivator to control the Lingzhou, but also equipped 2 cultivators in the late stage of key refining to guard, to avoid encountering dangerous accidents on the road. This made Lu Changsheng nod slightly, thinking in his heart that although these 160 spiritual stones are expensive, there is a reason for their high prices. And with the name of the Lingzhou Pavilion, there will generally be no blind robber cultivators who will attack the flying boat of the Lingzhou Pavilion. A day and a half later, the Lingzhou landed safely in Qingzhu Mountain. Let's go. Lu Changsheng took the women off the Lingzhou and entered Qingzhu Mountain. If he had brought so many wives, concubines and maids back to Qingzhu Mountain before, it would naturally not be good. But now, he has become a top-grade talisman master, and his welfare, treatment and status have all been improved. So it is not a problem to bring a few wives, concubines and maids back. However, it is still necessary to register and report. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng brought the women to Qingzhu Villa to report to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu looked at Lu Changsheng with 8 women, and the women were holding 5 babies in their hands. He didn't know what to say for a while. In a trance, he remembered the scene a few years ago when Lu Changsheng brought Chu Henzhen and 2 foreign women back. But it was not easy for him to say anything about this kind of thing. After all, Lu Changsheng has never been late in his work. Not long ago, he was promoted to high-grade talisman master. Now his status in the Lu family is higher than that of him, the manager. So naturally, it is impossible to say anything or preach anything. In the end, he just prays that young people are in good health, but they should also pay more attention to their health. There is a saying that if you don't know the value of your health when you are young, you will cry in vain when you are old. Lu Changsheng also knew that Uncle Fu was reminding him kindly. He smiled and nodded in response, indicating that he understood and knew it in his heart. Immediately, he took the women back to Qingzhu Valley and his own residence. When Lu Changsheng returned home with the women, the fact that he returned with 8 sisters and 5 children was also seen by many Lu family members. It quickly spread throughout the Lu family and attracted a lot of discussion. The last 2 times Lu Changsheng came back, he was holding 3 children, and now he is holding 5. Are these all the children of Brother Changsheng's concubines outside? I heard before that Lu Changsheng has dozens of concubines outside, but now it seems that it is not just a rumor. Brother Changsheng's wives, concubines and maids must be more than 20, right? That's too small. We have 20 here in Qingzhu Mountain alone. How can you be sure that Lu Changsheng has no concubines in the market and in the secular world? It can be seen that Brother Changsheng really likes to have children. By the way, why did Brother Changsheng bring so many wives and concubines back this time? He is here. Isn't he running a shop in Jiulongfang City? I have heard about this. Brother Changsheng became a top-grade talisman master not long ago, so he came back this time to concentrate on the way of talismans. What? Lu Changsheng has become a top-grade talisman master. Hiss, top-grade talisman master? It has only been a short time, and Brother Changsheng has been promoted to top-grade talisman master. Question mark. No way, how can he still have the energy to focus on the way of talismans when he marries a wife, concubines and has children like this? Last time, Brother Cheng took me to Chunmin Lao to play for 3 days. During that time, my hands were shaking all the time and my concentration decreased. Maybe this is a gift. A group of Lu family children talked about it. Many of them learned that Lu Changsheng had such behavior and was promoted to top-grade talisman master. They couldn't help but envy and jealous, and even their concepts were refreshed. After all, the Lu family taught them since childhood that everything is inferior, only cultivating immortals is high. Work hard to cultivate and contribute to the family. Only by focusing on the immortal way can you succeed in cultivation. Now seeing Lu Changshen, who has a completely different path from them, but is so far ahead in the way of talismans, they can't help but wonder, is it meaningful and worth it for them to practice hard every day, but there is still no hope of building a foundation in the future? When Xian Miao, who came to the Lu family with Lu Changshen, heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. There is a magical feeling. The next day, the head of the family, Lu Yuanding, came to talk to Lu Changshen. In his words, he said that it was natural for Lu Changsheng to marry a wife and concubines. It was also okay to bring them back. But he hoped that Lu Changshen would not bring back so many concubines and children at once in the future. Or when he came back, he would be a little low-key. Otherwise, the impact would be a bit bad. Faced with such words, Lu Changsheng naturally nodded in response. He said that he came back this time to accompany his wives and concubines in Qingzhu Mountain and concentrate on talismans. So he brought back a few more concubines and children, and he wouldn't do it next time. Okay, you know it yourself. Seeing Lu Changsheng say this, Lu Yuanding didn't say anything else. After all, this kind of thing is not a big deal. It's just that Lu Changsheng's behavior has affected the atmosphere of Qingzhu Mountain. So he came to remind him. Otherwise, Lu Changsheng has become a top-grade talisman master now, how could he still find problems with taking concubines and having children? Moreover, he said it himself at the beginning. It is Lu Changsheng's freedom to marry a wife and take concubines. The Lu family will not interfere. Does Lu Changsheng really want to marry 100 wives and have hundreds of children as he said at the beginning? Lu Yuanding suddenly thought of it after leaving Lu Changsheng's residence. When he heard this, he thought it was just an exaggeration. But now, he feels that Lu Changsheng seems to be really proving it with actions. Indicates that this is not a lie. Thinking of Lu Changsheng's speed of marrying and having children, Lu Yuanding's mouth twitched slightly. Suddenly, he was a little glad that his daughter Lu Miaohun did not marry Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, I'm afraid she would have given birth to her third child now. After returning to Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng usually stays at home. Every day he practices, makes talismans, and spends time with his wife, concubines, and children. Occasionally he chats with Li Fiao and sees him teach his children martial arts. However, the children are still young, and practicing martial arts at this stage is just to lay the foundation. They haven't really started practicing martial arts. If they want to really start practicing martial arts, they have to be 11 or 12 years old, when their bodies are almost the same size. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. In this month, the children of Zhang Laoao and Yu Yao were born. Among them, Zhang Laoao's child has spiritual roots. But only 9th grade spiritual roots. Although the growth rate of Lu Changsheng's children has slowed down compared to last year, it is also increasing in an orderly manner. In the past few days, the 63rd child has been conceived. This day is also the day of the Lu family's spiritual testing ceremony. Lu Changsheng has 5 children participating in this spiritual testing ceremony. Through the test, the situation of the 5 children is the same as he knows. Only the 7th child, Lu Xianzi, has spiritual roots. The quality of the spiritual roots is also as he guessed. 9th grade spiritual roots, the 5 elements are biased towards wood. Although it is the worst 9th grade spiritual root, it also makes his mother Lu Yashu very happy. This made Lu Changsheng's other wives, concubines and maids extremely envious. After all, if you have spiritual roots, no matter how bad they are still spiritual roots, and you can cultivate immortals in the future. From now on, you will have the same fate as ordinary people, but different fates, and you will be immortals and mortals on 2 different paths. Considering the feelings of other wives, concubines and children, Lu Changsheng did not let them celebrate or anything. Just like usual. Treat it as an ordinary test. As for Lu Xianxi's cultivation, there is no rush now. He is too young, only 6 years old. His body has not yet fully developed. It is not a good thing to practice too early. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is basically when children are 12 years old that they start to teach them to practice. However, at this stage, you can also start to lay the foundation. Use natural materials and treasures to warm up the meridians of the flesh and lay a good foundation so that the child can win at the starting line in the future. Lu Changsheng is not stingy. He takes out 10 spirit stones every month to buy elixirs to strengthen the body and nourish the essence, to replenish Lu Xianxi's body and lay the foundation for cultivation. After all, he is the first child with spiritual roots. Even if the spiritual roots are only of the 9th grade, Lu Changsheng is willing to cultivate them well. And after Lu Xianxi practices, his cultivation will also be added to him. It is equivalent to spending this money, and finally spending it on himself. Alice, no wonder ordinary cultivators don't want to get married and have children. If the child has spiritual roots, he must be cultivated anyway. But this cultivation, even if it is casual, will cost several spiritual stones a month. It is not a small amount to raise him from childhood to adulthood. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but secretly said, "People like Lu Pinggan can't spend much money on martial arts. Eating and drinking spiritual rice and spiritual food every day is enough to make them martial arts geniuses. But Lu Xianxi can't do that." Thinking that he now has a total of 7 children with spiritual roots. When the 6 children behind are detected with spiritual roots, they will also have to spend money to cultivate and lay a foundation. In this case, it is equivalent to an additional expenditure of 70 spiritual stones every month. And as more children have spiritual roots, this expense will continue to increase after the children begin to really practice. Sure enough, raising children is not easy no matter where you are. It's easy to afford it if there are too many. Lu Changsheng shook his head and sighed. If I were an ordinary talisman master, even a top-grade talisman master would not dare to have children like this. Because learning a craft requires not only initial investment. Later, you have to keep spending money to practice and improve the success rate of talismans. There is no way to be like him without considering extra expenses. However, the more children, the better, and no one else will take care of you in your old age. It will be fine when the children grow up, and then I will be relaxed. Lu Changsheng comforted himself. Late at night. Afterwards. Husband, do you think Quansun, Yuzhun, and Kaizhun have spiritual roots? Chu Hansun leaned lazily in Lu Changsheng's arms, asking with watery eyes. Today, Lu Xianxi detected spiritual roots, which made her think of her 3 children. Whether they have spiritual roots or not, they are our children. Lu Changsheng slid his hand gently on the white skin. Of the 3 children Chu Hansun gave birth to him, 2 have spiritual roots. But he didn't want his wife and concubine to pay too much attention to the spiritual roots of the children. After all, he was very entangled and uncomfortable because of this matter. In the end, there were more children, and most of them did not have spiritual roots. The whole person gradually let go and looked at it lightly. If someone like Chu Hansun thinks too much, she will worry about it all day long. Yet, hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Chu Hansun hugged Lu Changsheng and nodded gently. She didn't have much idea about cultivating immortals. She didn't care whether the child had spiritual roots or not. She just wanted to live a simple life with a person she loved. She just thought that Lu Changsheng would like children with spiritual roots more. After all, Lu Changsheng has always been promoting that having more children, in addition to having many children, is also to have a large family. He also hopes to have a few children with good spiritual roots and then train them well. Now that he heard Lu Changsheng say this, he felt much more relieved. In a blink of an eye, more than a month passed. One day, in the practice room. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The whole body was flowing with sharpness, and there were 7 sword keys surrounding his body, looming inside and outside the body, sharp and elegant. Finally it's done. Lu Changsheng looked inward at the key high danshan. But the Danhu spiritual power in the danshan has all turned into 7 colors at this moment. This means that the Huiyuan Guang he originally practiced has now been completely transformed into the Qiao Dezize Sword Sutra. Although the Qiao Dezize Sword Sutra is several times more difficult to practice than the Huiyuan Guang, and the spiritual energy required to be absorbed and exhaled is also several times. But the practice of the technique is divided into 2 parts. One part is to absorb and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to increase the spiritual power. The other part is the general outline of the mind method, that is, the understanding of the realm, artistic conception, and various mysteries of practice of the technique. The Qingyun Sect Sword Sutra was obtained by me through the system, which directly allowed me to save the second part. There is no need to spend time at all. I can comprehend the mysteries of the technique by myself and practice at the fastest speed. This also makes my practice of the Qingyun Sect Sword Sutra an authentic technique, not slower than the Huinguang at all, and even faster. Lu Changsheng's sword energy converged, his breath calmed, and his eyes were bright. Although the Qingyun Sect Sword Sutra is difficult to practice, but for a hacker like Lu Changsheng, it is even easier than Huinguang. Because this sword book is like engraving it in his mind. Let him know it by heart, understand it thoroughly, and there will be no mistakes in practice. Now, all my spiritual power has turned into Qingyun spiritual power, and I can also start to use Qingyun sword energy to remove the poison of elixirs, and I can take elixirs without restraint. If I take elixirs and practice like this, I'm afraid it will only take 2 or 3 years for me to practice to the peak of the 7th level of Qi refining. And this situation will not affect my foundation. Even with a mighty Qingyun spiritual power, it will be easier for me to break through the 7th level of Qi refining to the 8th level. Lu Changsheng chuckled. He was full of praise for the Qingyun Sect sword scripture. He also understood why the Gongfa can occupy a place in the land of wealth, friends and methods. The benefits and wonderfulness of a profound Gongfa cannot be explained in a few words. After completing the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, Lu Changsheng did not continue to practice. He went out to relax, chat with his wife and concubines, and play with his children. After all, he was not a hard-working person. Night fell. While eating, Lu Changsheng learned something. The Purple Nether secret realm is about to open. A core senior member of the Lu family, with several elite children, went to the Purple Nether secret realm. Lu Changsheng had heard of this Purple Nether secret realm, but he was not very clear. After Xiao Yuru's narration, he knew what this Purple Nether secret realm was all about. This is a secret realm jointly controlled by several major immortal gates in Jiang State. It can also be regarded as a spiritual vein blessed land. There are many opportunities, natural materials and treasures in it. Every 30 years, several major immortal gates will open the secret realm and send key refining disciples to explore and train. In addition to the disciples of the immortal gates themselves, several major immortal gates also allow the children of other family forces and casual cultivators to enter together. Because, as long as you enter the secret realm and gain any good things in it, after coming out, you basically have to pass through the hands of several major immortal gates. In this case, the major immortal gates are naturally willing to let more casual cultivators enter. Even if other casual cultivators and children of family forces know about it, they will still rush to the Purple Nether secret realm. Because in addition to opportunities, various natural treasures, there are also the main ingredients for refining foundation building pills. Moreover, if you get rare opportunities and precious treasures in it, you can also exchange them for foundation building pills from the major immortal gates. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng knew it immediately. The Lu family went to the Purple Nether secret realm this time just for the foundation building pill. After all, the Lu family is not optimistic now. A new foundation building great cultivator is urgently needed. If you can get a foundation building pill, and then rely on the strength of the Lu family to collect a few foundation building spiritual objects, maybe the Lu family can give birth to a new foundation building great cultivator. Did the eldest lady go to the Purple Nether secret realm? Lu Changsheng asked. Lu Miaoj has the 7th level of Qi refining, and is also considered an elite of the younger generation of the Lu family. The Purple Nether secret realm is very dangerous. Sister Miaoj is a talisman master, so the family will naturally not let Sister Miaoj go there. This time, Uncle Yuanshan will take Brother Miaokan and Sister Miaofa there. Lu Miaoyan said. This kind of thing is not a secret. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, she also knows something. Lu Changsheng nodded. He knew Lu Yuanshan. He was a senior member of the Lu family and had the strength of the 9th level of Qi refining. As for Lu Miaokan and Lu Miaofa, he was not very clear. But it is estimated that they also have the strength of the 6th or 7th level of Qi refining. I don't know if the Lu family can gain something in the Purple Nether secret realm. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He still hoped that the Lu family could gain something in the Purple Nether secret realm. Get a foundation building pill. After all, the Lu family has a new foundation building great cultivator born, so he doesn't have to worry about the Lu family ancestor. Thinking about running away. Although I met the Lu family ancestor last time, I feel that this ancestor doesn't look like someone who is going to die. But during this time, he has also heard some rumors about this. Knowing that what Yu Ningguang said about the Lu family ancestor not living for more than 10 years was not groundless. Foundation building pill. Foundation building is a matter of time for me. Even if I practice the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra and the 100 Refinements Treasure Body Art, and have 2 foundation building spiritual objects on me, the probability of building a foundation is not very high, estimated to be only 60–70%. But the foundation building pill is basically monopolized by a few major immortal sects, and it only flows out occasionally. Once it flows out, it is basically fought over by other forces, and it is difficult for casual cultivators to obtain the foundation building pill. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think about his future. Although he practiced the 2 authentic level skills of the 100 Refinements Treasure Body Art and the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, and relied on the foundation building spiritual objects, he had a 60–70% chance of building a foundation. But in Lu Changsheng's opinion, this probability is still too low. It is necessary to have a foundation building pill to be safe. Otherwise, the risk of breaking through the foundation is too great. Once the foundation fails, at the least, he will be injured and his cultivation will regress. At the worst, his meridians will be damaged, he will become a cripple, or even die directly. Lu Changsheng would not take such a risk unless he was 98% sure and guaranteed that he would not die if he failed to build his foundation. With a system by his side, he must be as steady as an old dog. It is obviously impossible for me to go to a place like Xiao's secret realm. I don't know if the system can draw less rubbish pill to give me a foundation building pill. If there is a top-grade foundation building pill produced by the system, then I will find a foundation building spiritual object for the physical body, improve my spiritual roots, and upgrade from low-grade spiritual roots to medium-grade spiritual roots, and impact the foundation, which will be a sure thing. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He was looking forward to the system giving him a foundation building pill before he was ready to build his foundation. In this way, he would not have to worry about building his foundation at all. Chapter 107 System Panel opened. Lottery. Time flies, more than 3 months have passed. On this day, Lu Changsheng's 59th child was born. This child has spiritual roots. Not long ago, Xiao Yuiao gave birth to a child who also has an 8th grade spiritual root. At this moment, the total number of children with spiritual roots of Lu Changsheng has reached 10. At the same time, 2 system prompts sounded. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 10 children with spiritual roots, and you will get a chance to draw a lottery. The total number of the host's offspring has reached 50, and the number of spiritual root offspring has reached 10. Open the system panel. System panel. Lu Changsheng was not surprised by the first system prompt, but looking at the second prompt of the system, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect that this time, in addition to getting the system's share of money, I would also open a system panel for myself. Shouldn't the system panel be available when the system is just activated? Why is it only open now, and it requires prerequisites to open it? Lu Changsheng asked in confusion. But he didn't care too much about it. Maybe the author forgot it at the beginning, and only thought of it later, and added it now. Lu Changsheng silently chanted system panel in his heart and opened his system panel. Name, Lu Changsheng. Identity, son-in-law of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. Cultivation, key refining level 7, lifespan 25/163, talent, 7th grade spiritual root, skills, immortal posture secret, 100 refining treasure body secret, 7 lights great freedom sword sutra, spells, fire bomb spell, wind control spell, object control spell, key condensation spell, spirit eye spell, sound transmission spell, skills, talisman making, 2nd level, puppet, 2nd level, spirit pet, 9 nether mastiff, peach blossom goo, items, golden light brick talisman, peach blossom goo, black dragon magic bead, demonic curse fate book, offspring. 5966, see details. Immediately, a simple interface appeared. Let Lu Changsheng see all the information about his situation at a glance. My lifespan is only 163 years. Lu Changsheng looked at his lifespan column. He thought he had taken the longevity pill and increased his lifespan by 50 years, so he had a lifespan of 170 years. I didn't expect it to be only 163 years. It seems that I am not a long-lived person who lives a healthy life. Lu Changsheng didn't care about his lifespan in the past few years. He looked at the children in the bottom column of the interface. His mind moved slightly, and the interface in front of him changed. The avatars of the children appeared in front of him with their names. Lu Pingyan, Lu Wuyu, Lu Wu Iao, Lu Zile, Lu Xianzi, Lu Quansun. Looking at his large group of children, he couldn't recognize which one was which because they were so young. Then, Lu Changsheng clicked on Lu Pingyan's avatar to check. Name, Lu Pingyan, lifespan 6/81, talent, none, cultivation, none, 81 years old. Lu Changsheng looked at the simple information of his son Lu Pingyan. Only one lifespan made him slightly concerned. However, in the secular world, being able to live to 60 or 70 years old is considered longevity. 81 years old is also considered a long life. Moreover, if Lu Pingyan practices martial arts in the future and pays more attention to health preservation, this lifespan is expected to increase. Then, he checked the attributes of the other children. It's similar to Lu Pingyan, except that his lifespan has changed a bit. His talent and strength are both none. At this time, Lu Changsheng pointed to his son Lu Xianzi. Name, Lu Xianzi, lifespan 6/79, talent, 9th grade spiritual root, cultivation, none. That is to say, with the system panel, I can not only see my own information clearly, I can also see the child's lifespan, talent, and strength. Lu Changsheng also almost understood the use of this system panel. It allows him to not only see his own clear situation, he can also see the child's lifespan, talent and strength at any time. After looking at a few children's panels, Lu Changsheng didn't look at them much. At this stage, the children's information panels are all similar. There is not much to see. System, draw. Then, Lu Changsheng muttered silently and prepared to draw. The light red virtual draw disc appeared. Start the draw. Lu Changsheng looked at the draw disc and said directly. After so many draws, the most desired skills are also available. So Lu Changsheng is now very calm about the draw. After all, you can only get surprises if you don't have expectations. With surprises, there is a high probability of disappointment. The turntable appeared with a golden light and spun rapidly. Then it gradually slowed down and finally stopped at others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the life-replacing talisman. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A talisman pattern emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Life-replacing talisman? Talisman. Lu Changsheng looked at the reward in front of him and raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect the system to draw a single talisman. This single talisman seemed a bit lame in his opinion. It didn't quite conform to the previous principle that the system's products must be high quality. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he looked at the golden talisman in the system space. The information above emerged. Talisman, life substitute talisman, rank, 4th rank, description, the talisman connects the body and soul, and has the effect of replacing life and warding off evil spirits, and the effect of breaking through the air and escaping, 4th rank talisman. Lu Changsheng was shocked when he saw the rank of this life substitute talisman. Just now, he thought it was a bit lame to draw only one talisman in the system's lottery. But he didn't expect it to be a 4th rank talisman. As far as Lu Changsheng knows, in the world of immortal cultivation, 2nd rank top quality talismans are already very rare. As for 3rd rank talismans, they are already strategic resources that are in short supply. Very few of them are on the market. As for 4th rank talismans, he has never heard of them. In other words, it is still a question whether there is anyone in the entire Jing Kingdom who can draw 4th rank talismans. After all, talisman masters are very rare when they reach the 2nd rank. Even if you look at the entire Jing Kingdom, 3rd rank talisman masters are rare. Going to Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Sect and other immortal sects, you can also become their guest worshipper. However, although this life-replacing talisman looks powerful and has the effect of replacing life and blocking evil, I may not be able to use the 4th level talisman. Lu Changsheng looked at the talisman and frowned slightly. According to the description of this life-replacing talisman, It is naturally very powerful. It can replace people's lives and teleport thousands of miles away. It is an extremely rare life-saving talisman. But talismans are not like talismans, magic curses, and life books. To activate and use them, you need to consume your own spiritual power and mind. With his current cultivation strength, he can only use the second-level talisman at most. The fourth-level talisman is impossible. But this is also a problem I have anticipated. My current cultivation is too low, and the upper limit of the things drawn by the system is relatively high. Just like winning a magic weapon by lottery, if I don't have the 100 refining treasure body technique, I can only eat dust if I draw a magic weapon. Changsheng exhaled lightly without thinking much. Extract the life-replacing talisman in the system space. Immediately, a talisman that was like a golden silk thread and outlined a profound talisman line appeared in Changsheng's hand. At the same time, the detailed information about this talisman entered Changsheng's mind. He immediately showed a look of surprise in his eyes. Life-replacing talisman, a fourth-level top-grade talisman. Use your own eyebrow blood and heart blood to drip on the talisman, and then use the talisman to connect your own flesh, blood, and soul. When encountering a fatal attack or death, the life-replacing talisman will automatically activate, take the fatal attack on your behalf, and randomly teleport yourself thousands of miles away. And this talisman only needs to be used in advance to connect the body and soul. There is no need to consume mental power to activate it. In other words, even if he is only at the key refining stage now, he can use it. It is worthy of being a system product, a fourth-level talisman. It is really a good thing. Changsheng was pleasantly surprised. He just thought that this fourth-level talisman could not be used by himself. With this life-saving talisman, as long as I don't meet Yuanying's Henjin, I can escape even if I face Jinden's Henrun. Changsheng was extremely happy. Although he has many means now, his strength is still too low. Even if he meets a foundation-building cultivator, he will be in danger. But now he has such a fourth-level talisman, a life-saving talisman. It gives him an extra guarantee. Facing a foundation-building cultivator and a Jinden's Henrun, he can also save his life and escape. As for Yuanying's Henjin, Changsheng dare not say. Then, Changsheng stroked and looked at the 1-inch wide and 3-inch long golden talisman in his hand. He wanted to see what clues he could find out from it. I can only say, is this a fourth-level talisman? I can't tell what material is used as the talisman paper, and I can't understand the talisman line pattern drawn on it. After looking at it for a while, Changsheng murmured in his heart. He also wanted to see if he could figure out something from this fourth-level talisman with his second-level talisman making skills. Try to draw a life-saving talisman with a similar effect. After all, many unique talismans were developed in this way. He obtained the second-level talisman making skills, which included all common basic talismans in addition to experience. But it did not include those rare unique talisman inheritances. However, after looking at it for a while, Changsheng knew that he was just overthinking. His second-level talisman making skills were not good enough in front of this fourth-level talisman. It was like a primary school student looking at advanced mathematics, and he couldn't understand it at all. It was too difficult to study something from it. The fourth-level talisman is still too profound. If it was a third-level talisman, maybe I could see something from it. Changsheng gave up the idea of studying it. He tapped his forehead, slapped his chest, forced out a drop of blood from his forehead and heart, and smeared it directly on the life-replacing talisman in his hand. In an instant, after absorbing 2 drops of blood, the life-replacing talisman suddenly rose out of thin air and ignited without fire. It turned into a golden little man and rushed into Changsheng's forehead. Changsheng felt a mysterious throbbing sensation. But this feeling soon disappeared. It's done. Changsheng was stunned. He didn't expect the use of the fourth-level talisman to be so fast. He closed his eyes and looked inward. In his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, he immediately saw the golden man transformed by the life replacement talisman. This golden man was motionless, as if it contained a vast and majestic power, and had a connection with himself in the dark. It was connected to his body and soul. When he encountered fatal danger, it could protect him. This life replacement talisman is really magical, worthy of being a fourth-level talisman. It's completely out of my current understanding of the way of talismans. Changsheng looked at the life replacement talisman in his sea of consciousness and sighed in his heart. After completing a wave of draws, Lu Changsheng thought that it had been almost half a year since he returned to Qingzhu Mountain. The materials for the purchase of the Balian Baodiju and the elixirs for cultivation were almost consumed, and they needed to be replenished. In addition, he had 3 children born in Jiulongfang City, so he should go to Fangxi to take a look. Immediately, Lu Changsheng said something to his wives and concubines. Then he rode the iron feather eagle out. 2 days later, Lu Changsheng came to the Kowloon market. After purchasing a batch of materials and elixirs in the market, he also stayed in the Kowloon market for 2 days. During these 2 days, Lu Changsheng also came to the talisman shop Lu Mioj to chat. By the way, he found Zhu Mao Chang and Gao He to reminisce about the past. 2 days later, Lu Changsheng rode the iron feather eagle back to Qingzhu Mountain. As for the child, Lu Changsheng did not bring it. The main reason was that it was not very convenient to carry the child on the iron feather eagle. If there was any accident, there would be no way. So he temporarily put it in the Kowloon market and let the maid take good care of it. Not long after leaving the market, Lu Changsheng suddenly sensed a wave of fighting coming from the side. But he saw that the 3 escape lights were entangled with each other and kept fighting. Huh? Xiaolong. Lu Changsheng looked at the cultivator in the front, driving the dark cloud magic weapon and escaping quickly, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This cultivator was none other than his neighbor, Xiaolong. Brother Xiaolong, if you are willing to give up the opportunity in the Purple Nether secret realm, I will spare your life for the sake of our past friendship. An old man was driving a hammer magic weapon to attack Xiaolong. With him was a young man. The young man held a stack of talismans in his hand, which he kept activating and bombarding Xiaolong, interfering with him. Lu Changsheng could see that the old man should be in the late stage of key training, while the young man was only in the middle stage of key training. But under the attack of the two, Xiaolong was beaten pale and had wounds on his body. He could only defend himself and resist the attack of the two, fleeing towards the direction of Jiulongfang City. Should I save him or not? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Although he knew Xiaolong, he had an average relationship with this neighbor. There was no friendship between them, just a nodding acquaintance, and they usually had some business dealings. Dao Ialu, Xia has been attacked by 2 people. Please help me. I will definitely reward you generously afterwards. At this time, Xiaolong, who was fleeing quickly and looking pale, also saw Lu Changsheng. As if he saw life-saving straw, he immediately shouted and asked for help. Dao Ao, please don't mind your own business. The old man saw Xiaolong asking Lu Changsheng for help and said in a deep voice, "Oh? I will take care of this trivial matter today." Lu Changsheng was still a little hesitant about whether to mind his own business and cheat the black. But when he saw this old man, he immediately decided to mind his own business. Because he knew this old man and had an impression of him. He was the owner of a talisman shop called Xiao Fu Tang. When he first came to Jiulongfang City, he had been looking for a talisman shop to sell talismans. Among them, he sold talismans twice in Xiao Fu Tang. After the second sale, the other party left a mark on the spirit stone and targeted him. Lu Changsheng remembered all these things. In this situation, he had no psychological burden to take action. As soon as the words fell, Lu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and the Qingyun sword was unsheathed. It turned into a stream of blue-gold light, and the sword light flickered and flew towards the young man in the middle stage of key refining. "Songer, be careful!" the old man shouted when he saw the sharp flying sword that suddenly came to kill him. He knew that his grandson was in danger facing this sudden attack. He immediately took out a talisman and activated it, turning it into a layer of azure light shield to protect the young man. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Lu." Xiaolong also saw Lu Changsheng's move, and his expression was also happy, and then his expression became fierce and he stopped running. A green talisman appeared in his hand, and he used it on himself to temporarily stop the bloody wound, and drove the magic weapon to kill the old man in the late stage of key refining. Clang! The Qingyun sword slashed at the light shield around the young man, and immediately dimmed the light shield's spiritual light, and dense cracks appeared. However, at the same time, 2 talismans flew out of Lu Changsheng's hand. Top-grade talismans, lightning-inducing talismans. Boom! Boom! 2 talismans of purple lightning spread out, turning into 2 violent thunders, bombarding the young man and the old man. Under the lightning talisman, the blue light shield that was about to break was immediately broken. But at this moment, the young man's robes rustled and made a roar. Another layer of azure blue and azure green light shield appeared in an instant, covering the whole body and blocking the lightning talisman. Good guy. It seems that he is also rich. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the young man actually had 2 protective magic tools on him. But think about it and understand that this old man himself is the owner of a spiritual talisman shop. Even if it is just a small shop, his wealth is not comparable to that of ordinary cultivators. His mind moved slightly, causing the sword light on the Qingyun sword to keep swallowing and spitting, bursting out with sharp sword energy, and continued to kill the young man. Seeing this, the young man also sacrificed an umbrella-shaped magic tool to fight against the Qingyun sword and resist the sword light. The robe on his body kept rustling, letting the azure light spread and spread, resisting the aftermath of the sword of the Qingyun sword. Alice, if you want to fight quickly, you still have to rely on the Fu Hai tactics. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng knew that it would not be easy for him to fight quickly without exposing all his strength and means. He immediately took out more than 10 medium-grade talismans and activated them directly. The talismans instantly turned into fire clouds, frost, and wind blades, rushing towards the young man frantically. "Grandpa, save me." The young man was not Lu Changsheng's opponent. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was still using talismans like this, his face suddenly changed and he shouted at the old man. At the same time, he opened his umbrella-shaped magic weapon, horizontally in front of him, constantly rotating, emitting a faint light. With some heartache, he took out a high-grade talisman and activated it, causing a golden light shield to appear around his body to resist Lu Changsheng's talisman offensive. "Songer, retreat." The old man who was fighting with Xiaolong saw this scene, and his face was a little ugly. He knew that if they continued to fight like this, he and his grandson would not be a match for Xiaolong and Lu Changsheng. He could only give up the fat meat in his hand and signaled his grandson to retreat quickly. "Want to leave?" Too late. Seeing that the two wanted to escape, Lu Changsheng drove the Qingyun sword and took out 2 high-grade talismans, urging them to kill the young man. After all, he had already taken action, so how could he let him run away? If he let him run away, wouldn't he have to worry about being remembered in the future? High-grade talisman, lightning talisman. High-grade talisman, body-binding talisman. At the same time, a golden and sharp sword light burst out from his fingertips. 7 Yao sword light. Facing Lu Changsheng's flying sword attack and more than 10 medium-grade talismans, the young man was already unable to resist and could only rely on the talisman magic weapon to barely support him. At this time, the lightning talisman and the body-binding talisman came and directly blew away his shield magic weapon that was horizontal in the void, and the light shield around him also shattered, and the whole person was bound in place. Puff. Puff. The Qingyun sword and the Qiao sword cut off the young man's head and pierced his chest at the moment of breaking through the light shield. Songer. The old man who was about to escape saw his grandson die, and his eyes suddenly turned red and his eyes were bloodshot. "I will fight with you." The old man looked at Lu Changsheng with red eyes, took out a handful of gray, long and sized round beads from the storage bag, and threw them at Lu Changsheng. At the same time, he activated several talismans, pinched the spiritual formula with his hands, and played a set of flying needle magic tools, killing Lu Changsheng. "Dao Ialu, be careful, there is a yin lazy hidden in the round bead." Xiaolong shouted to remind him when he saw the gray round bead. He immediately pinched the spiritual formula with his hands, controlled the magic tool and killed the old man directly, wanting to kill the old man in this gap. Yin lazy. Lu Changsheng was shocked when he heard this. This yin lazy is similar to yan lazy, and is a one-time rare treasure. Although its power is not as strong as yan lazy, it is comparable to Bla from the foundation building period. He immediately took out 3 golden light shield talismans and a top-grade talisman, and stacked 3 layers of defense for himself and Iron Feather Eagle. There were 3 golden lights covering and flowing. Damn it! The old man was not only angry but also extremely frustrated when he saw Lu Changsheng using the talisman in this way. He knew that if this happened, even if he used Yin Lazy, he would not be able to kill Lu Changsheng. If he continued to fight, with the means Lu Changsheng showed, he would be the only one to die. Ahem. You killed my grandson, this hatred is irreconcilable, and I will make you pay with blood one day. The old man's eyes were full of resentment, and he roared hoarsely. He immediately used the flying needle magic weapon to detonate the yin lazy mixed in the round bead, trying to take the opportunity to escape. Boom! In the sky, a violent black lightning suddenly broke out, A series of terrifying and violent aftermaths were set off. Boom boom boom. Under the attack of the terrifying aftermath of Yin Lazy, Lu Changsheng's golden light shield talisman was directly broken in 2 layers. Although he was fine, the iron-feathered eagle under his feet, under the violent aftermath, screamed wildly and frantically flapped its wings, making Lu Changsheng unstable. This is what happens when you encounter a battle. Lu Changsheng frowned when he saw the iron-feathered eagle's appearance, knowing that the iron-feathered eagle was in a state of shock again. He immediately took out a flying magic weapon from the storage bag and landed on the flying magic weapon from the iron-feathered eagle. Then he looked at the fleeing old man and wanted to chase him and kill him. Cough cough cough. At this time, Xia Long was blown to pieces by the aftermath of the Yin Lazy explosion, bleeding and weak. The whole person was shaky in the air, and it seemed that he would fall off the magic weapon at any time. Fellow Taoist Xia. Lu Changsheng took a look. Dao Ialu, I'm fine. Xia Long coughed twice and waved his hand weakly. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng nodded, and used the flying magic weapon to perform the 7 light sword escape, turning into a beam of light and shooting out, chasing after the old man. Looking at the old man in front of him, Lu Changsheng no longer hid his cultivation. He used all his strength to drive the Qingyun sword, making the sword body flash with brilliant light, with a sound of dragon roaring and crane whistling, blocking the old man's way. At the same time, 2 talismans appeared in his hand. Top-grade talisman, soul-shocking talisman. Top-grade talisman, lightning talisman. Facing the fierce Qingyun sword, the old man was shocked and drove the magic weapon to parry. But then, the sudden soul-shocking talisman made him lose his mind. His brain was slightly absent-minded, and his body stagnated. However, he also had a magic weapon that could clear his mind and wake him up quickly. But when he just came back to his senses, he saw a surging and violent endless lightning, like a thunder dragon rolling towards him. No. The old man looked at the lightning in front of him, not daring to roar, and could only hastily activate the spiritual power shield and the protective magic weapon. The next moment, endless lightning filled the old man. Then, the lightning disappeared. Although the old man was not dead yet, his body was charred, blood was spitting out of his mouth, and he was about to fall. Puff. The cold light of the Qingyun sword flashed, and the sword light was spewing out, fierce and domineering, separating the old man's body. Chapter 108 The Method of Immortality Between Heaven and Earth, the Fairy City of Great Dreams. If I don't borrow the talismans, but rely on my own strength, it's not that easy to kill a cultivator in the late stage of key refining. Lu Changsheng looked at the old man he killed, and his heart was extremely calm. Puff. A firebomb appeared in the palm of his hand, flying at the old man's charred body, burning his corpse to ashes. Then Lu Changsheng took his hand and put his magic weapon storage bag into his pocket with his spiritual power palm. When Lu Changsheng returned to the original place, he saw that Xiaolong was no longer in the air and fell to the ground to rest. He was seriously injured before, and relied on secret methods to suppress his injuries. But under the attack of Yin Lizi just now, his already serious injuries broke out, making it even more serious. His whole body was filled with death, and he looked like he was running out of energy. Ahem, thank you for saving my life, fellow Taoist Lu, please accept my greeting. Xiaolong sat on the ground, coughing up black blood from his mouth, and bowed slightly to Lu Changsheng. Then he trembled and took out 2 storage bags from his clothes and said, Dao Ialu, I am about to die. What I am most worried about is my 2 children in the secular world. If possible, I hope Dao Ialu can take care of my children. This is all my family assets, including a foundation-building spiritual object and an opportunity I gained in the Xiao secret realm. I will treat it as a reward for Dao Ialu. Xiaolong handed the storage bag to Lu Changsheng and said weakly. He was very clear about his current situation. He was already in a critical state. Unless there was a precious elixir or a doctor to extend his life. But now there was no way to meet these 2 conditions, and there was only one way to die. He was even worried that Lu Changsheng would covet his money. Instead of doing so, he might as well take the initiative to offer everything on his body. He begged Lu Changsheng to take care of his children. Although he was not very familiar with Lu Changsheng, he only met him occasionally and had dealt with him a few times. But based on the usual contacts and Lu Changsheng's help, he felt that he was a good person and a gentleman in terms of character. Take care of your children. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly when he heard this. He had heard Xiaolong say before that he had a family in the secular world, with a pair of children. He worked so hard all day, hunting monsters and exploring ruins and caves, not only to try his best to build a foundation, but also to pave the way for his son. Unexpectedly, before his death, Xiaolong was still thinking about his children. "Alice, why do you do this, brother Xia?" Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. In his opinion, if Xiaolong didn't work so hard, his living conditions would definitely not be bad with his cultivation strength. If brother Lu doesn't want to, forget it. These things will be regarded as a life-saving grace for brother Yu. Xiaolong said with a pale face full of bitterness. Alice, pity the love of parents in the world. Looking at Xiaolong, who used to have a resolute and calm face, now pale and miserable, with pleading eyes, Lu Changsheng sighed again. It is difficult for me to refuse Dao Yao's dying request. But brother Xiao also knows something about my own situation. I really don't have time to take care of others, so I can only send your ashes back home. If Dao Yao Xia has any last words, I can send them back for you. Lu Changsheng said. He has so many children to raise and take care of. How can he have time to take care of other people's children? And he remembered Xiaolong said that his children were not young anymore. Thank you, Dao Yao Lu. Xiaolong was a little disappointed when he heard this. But he also knew that this was human nature. It was good enough that Lu Changsheng was willing to do this. He immediately began to explain his affairs. He told Lu Changsheng about his secular family situation and the things he wanted to explain. He also said that in the yard he rented in Jiulongfang City, there was a set of first-class superior formations, the Sky Curtain 5 Elements formation, which had the effect of trapping enemies and isolating breath, and Lu Changsheng could take it when the time came. Under the small tree in the yard, there was also a storage bag buried, which contained 300 spirit stones, which were used for emergency use. I hope Lu Changsheng can give this amount of spiritual stones to his son. After explaining the matter, Xiaolong seemed to be deflated, his eyes closed, and his body fell to the ground weakly. Brother Xia, don't worry, I will give this amount of spiritual stones to your son. Lu Changsheng looked at Xiaolong's body in front of him and sighed softly. A gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. Although he doesn't think he is a gentleman. But in this case, he will still send back the 300 spiritual stones. At this time, Xiaolong's eyes opened slightly again. He said weakly, my daughter is now waiting in the boudoir. If you are interested, you can take her as a concubine. After the words were finished, the whole person was completely out of breath at this moment. Alice, this Xiao Dao is really paving the way for his son. Until the moment of death, you still think more about your son. You want to marry your daughter to me, and you still want me to take care of her. Lu Changsheng looked at Xiaolong and shook his head slightly with emotion. Although Xiaolong has a pair of children. But when he was explaining his affairs, he mostly talked about his son. He said that his son would be 12 next year and would hopefully become an immortal. He hoped that Lu Changsheng would tell him this and that. Even this last sentence, in Lu Changsheng's opinion, was for his son. But it was not easy for Lu Changsheng to comment on such things. Looking at Xiaolong's body, after confirming that he was dead, Lu Changsheng used a firebomb to burn Xiaolong to ashes. Then he took out a jade box, raised his hand slightly, and put the ashes into the box. Xiaolong just mentioned the Purple Nether Secret Realm. He came out of the Purple Nether Secret Realm and was assassinated. Now that the Purple Nether Secret Realm is over, I don't know if anyone from the Lu family has come out alive and gained anything from it. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Just now, Xiaolong asked him to tell his son not to take revenge. Lu Changsheng also asked about the situation in the Purple Nether Secret Realm. He knew that the death rate in the Purple Nether Secret Realm was as high as 60% to 70%. Xiaolong originally entered with a team of 6 people, but only 2 came out in the end. One of them was the boss of the small talisman hall just now. As a result, on the way back, the boss of the small talisman hall suddenly attacked him secretly, which led to the scene that Lu Changsheng saw. This made Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh that money can move people's hearts. At the same time, he was worried about the situation of the Lu family. Lu Changsheng didn't think much, found the body of the young man just now, and put away the magic weapon storage bag on his body. He also recalled the frightened iron feathered eagle through the beast control card and put it back into the spirit pet bag. He took out an escape talisman, left here, found a cave, and began to count the harvest. Huh? The method of longevity of heaven and earth. Steal the vitality of heaven and earth and return it to yourself. Lu Changsheng saw an emerald green jade slip from Xiaolong's storage bag. After checking the contents inside, he was shocked. This jade slip records a cultivation method called the method of longevity of heaven and earth. It can make people ignore their qualifications. As long as they practice step by step, they will be able to form a pill and condense an infant in the future without any bottlenecks. And in the foundation building stage, they have a lifespan of 300 years, in the pill forming stage, 800 years, and in the yuaning stage, 2000 years. Of course, this technique is powerful, but it also has extremely harsh conditions and great flaws. First of all, if you want to practice this method of longevity, you need to find a spiritual plant of heaven and earth. Then refine this spiritual plant of heaven and earth into your own life root. Then plant and cultivate this spiritual plant of heaven and earth. With the help of the spiritual plant of heaven and earth, you can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, endless vitality, and nourish yourself. This allows people who practice this technique to ignore their own qualifications, practice without bottlenecks, and practice all the way to the nascent soul stage. And the lifespan is far better than that of the cultivators of the same realm. To be called a spiritual plant of heaven and earth, it must be at least a third-level spiritual plant. To keep this level of spiritual plants alive, they must be planted under at least a second-level spiritual vein. If you want to cultivate a third-level spiritual plant well, so that it can absorb the essence of heaven and earth and have endless vitality, you must plant it in a third-level spiritual vein. And once this spiritual plant is planted, in order to practice the heaven and earth longevity method, the practitioner cannot leave the spiritual plant too far, which is equivalent to being bound to one place. Even if these harsh conditions are met and this heaven and earth longevity method is cultivated, it is useless. Because this heaven and earth longevity method is completely for the purpose of practicing longevity, it abandons all offensive and defensive capabilities and means. All the mana is used to nourish the body and soul, making it impossible for oneself to fight. Even if it breaks through the Qingyun stage, the direct fight is comparable to the foundation building stage, and breaking through the yuaning stage is comparable to the Qingyun stage. Lu Changsheng looked at the technique recorded in this jade slip and couldn't help shaking his head. This technique is indeed incomparable. It allows people to ignore their spiritual roots and cultivate to the nascent soul stage without any bottleneck. And the lifespan is twice that of people at the same level. But the cultivation conditions are also extremely harsh. And the defects are extremely obvious. Once you practice, you will have no way to protect the way, no ability to protect the way. There are many obstacles on the way to immortality. If you don't have the magical power to protect the way and the means to fight, what's the use of a long life? Sooner or later, you will end up with a death. This heaven and earth longevity method is only suitable for the powerful relatives in the immortal world to practice. There are people to protect them, no need to fight with others, and they can live in peace in a pure land. Otherwise, for ordinary cultivators to practice this method, the harsh conditions alone are enough to make people give up, let alone practice it. Lu Changsheng sighed. But the next moment, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, as if he thought of something. Although this longevity method of heaven and earth is not suitable for me. But it is quite suitable for people like Zhensun and Mayan. Even children like Zioki can practice this longevity method of heaven and earth in the future. As long as I become a Qingyun's Henren and Yuaning's Henzhen, I can provide such cultivation conditions and give them a piece of pure land so that they can practice this longevity method of heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng suddenly thought in his heart. As for himself, with the system by his side, Lu Changsheng is confident that there will be no hindrance to his future cultivation. But it will be difficult for his wives and children. Choose Henzhen, an 8th grade spiritual root, has only broken through the 2nd level of key refining after so many years. Although Lu Mayan has a 7th grade spiritual root, she had the 4th level of key refining when she married him. But because of having a baby and taking care of the child, her cultivation is very slow, and she is still at the peak of the 4th level of key refining. It can be said that she has almost given up cultivation. As for children like Lu Xianxi and Lu Quanxin, although they have spiritual roots, they are all low-grade spiritual roots. Lu Changsheng does not think that he has the ability to cultivate these children one by one and enable them to build a foundation and form a pill in the future. After seeing this longevity method of heaven and earth, he couldn't help but feel that when he had the conditions, he could let his wives, concubines and children practice this longevity method of heaven and earth. In this way, Their future cultivation path would be much simpler. And he didn't need these wives, concubines and children to fight and fight. This matter is still too far away for me at the moment. At least I have to wait until I become a Qingzhu Mountain and have my own spiritual vein. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled, without thinking too much about it. It's too early to think about this now. However, this longevity method of heaven and earth also made him feel more urgent about cultivation. Then, Lu Changsheng continued to clean up the storage bags of the three people. After a long time, the storage bags of the three people were cleaned up. 1,256 spiritual stones. 1 physical foundation spiritual object. 1 top-grade magic weapon. 4 top-grade magic weapons. 7 middle-grade magic weapons. 1 first-level middle-grade puppet. 3 first-level low-grade puppets. Hundreds of talismans. Several pills. Several spiritual plants and spiritual medicines. Xia Long and the owner of this small talisman hall should have gone to explore the secret realm and exchanged all the spiritual stones for elixirs, talismans, or treasures like yin lazy. So there are not many spiritual stones on them. But these magic tools, talismans, puppets, and spiritual plant materials should be worth a few thousand spiritual stones. After Lu Changsheng cleaned up the things of the three people, he held a brocade box in his hand and said, inside the brocade box, there was a fist-sized, red fruit with blood-colored veins flowing on it, which was very mysterious. And with this blood-yang fruit, this foundation-building spiritual object that breaks the 3 barriers of foundation building, the Qi and blood barrier. It also allows me to gather all the foundation-building spiritual objects for the 3 barriers of foundation building. It's a pity that there is no Shineling fruit, the main ingredient of the foundation-building pill, otherwise my foundation-building pill would also be settled. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Lu Changsheng had learned about this foundation-building pill before, thinking that if he drew the second-level alchemy in the future, he might be able to refine the foundation-building pill. But after learning about it, he found that he thought too much. This foundation-building pill is difficult to make. The most difficult part is the materials of the pill, the main ingredient of which is the Shineling fruit. This Shineling fruit is only produced in the Xiao secret realm. It is very rare in other places. This is why the Xiao secret realm is controlled by several major immortal gates, and the foundation-building pill rarely flows out. Immediately, Lu Changsheng made some repairs, and when the Iron Feather Eagle recovered, he rode the Iron Feather Eagle back to Julongfang City. Prepare to clean up Xiaolong's things. This time he did not use his true appearance, but disguised himself as an ordinary and dull young man. According to Xiaolong's description of the formation, Lu Changsheng entered Xiaolong's house and collected the Sky Curtain 5 Elements formation in his yard. This set of top-grade formations is also worth thousands of spirit stones. Then, according to what Xiaolong said, he dug out a storage bag from under a tree in the yard. There were 300 spirit stones in it. Lu Changsheng also took a look inside the house. He simply put away a few of Xiaolong's items and took them back as a reminder for their wives, concubines and children. After finishing, Lu Changsheng left Julongfang City. He did not go directly to Xiaolong's secular family. Instead, he went home first. His 60th child will be born in about half a month. 2 days later, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain smoothly. Through chatting with Lu Maioyan, Lu Changsheng learned that Lu Yuanshan, who was sent by the Lu family to the Xiao secret realm, had returned. But when he came back, he broke an arm. Of the 2 Lu family members who went with him, only Lu Maioyan came back. Lu Maiofa did not come back, and fell in the Xiao secret realm. As for the harvest in the Xiao secret realm, Lu Maioyan did not know. If Lu Yuanshan did not harvest the Shineling fruit in the Xiao secret realm, this time the loss for the Lu family would not be small. After hearing the news, Lu Changsheng thought to himself. For a cultivator like Lu Yuanshan, after breaking an arm, his combat power will be significantly reduced. And the incomplete body will affect the impact of the foundation building, and he will basically have no chance to build the foundation in the future. And the elite children of the Lu family, like Lu Maiofa, can be counted on one hand by the entire Lu family. They are the core combat power of the future, the seedlings of foundation building. Every loss is a big loss for the Lu family. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about these. It's not his turn to care about this kind of thing. He is now waiting to see whether there will be a new foundation building master in the Lu family in the next 2 years. If not, It means that Lu Yuanshan has a high probability of not gaining anything in the Ziao secret realm. In other words, the foundation building master that the Lu family is preparing to cultivate has failed to break through. In the next few years, it is unlikely that another foundation building master will be born. At the same time, the northern border of Jing State, Tamangs. Above the endless waters, a beautiful girl in a purple dress was driving a flying magic weapon, and then suddenly stopped. In front of her was a small island, on which stood a majestic and huge city with a brilliant spiritual light. The city was endless, and only through the spiritual light, one could vaguely see circles of city walls, with buildings like mountain peaks inside. Around the city gate, a large number of practitioners, some flying on swords, some driving flying boats, and some riding spirit beasts, were dazzling. There was even a strong aura flying in the air, indicating his identity as a great foundation-building cultivator, so that other cultivators would consciously avoid him. Now I already have the main ingredient of the foundation-building pill, the heavenly spirit fruit. The two missing auxiliary ingredients can be purchased in the Great Dream Fairy City. As long as all the materials are collected, there will be a second-level alchemist in the Great Dream Fairy City who can refine the foundation-building pill. Then I can ask him to refine the foundation-building pill for me. Meng Xiaochen fell from the flying magic weapon and walked towards the main gate of the city. On the city gate of dozens of feet, the 4 characters Great Dream Fairy City were written in official script. People can't help but feel a sense of ancient, vast and majestic momentum. I heard that this Chen Ping, the alchemist, can refine at least one foundation-building pill as long as he starts the furnace. If he performs normally, he can basically refine 2 foundation-building pills. If he is lucky, he can even refine 3 pills. Meng Xiaochen thought that her foundation-building pill was about to be found. At this moment, a handsome young man with an upright figure appeared in her mind. He will definitely need a foundation-building pill to break through the foundation in the future. When the time comes, I will give him a foundation-building pill, and he will definitely be very happy to see it. But if I want to give him a foundation-building pill, what reason should I give? As far as I know, he is very fickle and has many wives and concubines. If I give him a foundation-building pill, what should I do if he asks me to marry him and asks me to be his Taoist partner? Meng Xiaochen suddenly hesitated, and her cheeks flushed. When the time comes, I will decide whether to agree or not. If I agree directly, won't it be too fast and seem too unrestrained? Meng Xiaochen's heartbeat accelerated, like a deer running wildly, and she couldn't help but cover her red cheeks with both hands. Her mind was full of thoughts, thinking about the scene at that time. Then the next moment, Meng Xiaochen shuddered suddenly. There was a look of fear in her eyes. No, I must break through the foundation as soon as possible, otherwise, the influence of the love laku will become more and more serious to me. Meng Xiaochen bit her lips with silver teeth, pointed her finger at the center of her eyebrows, and showed determination in her eyes. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng's 60th child was born. No share of money. Lu Changsheng saw the birth of this child, but he didn't hear the share of money from the system, and he felt a little disappointed. Before, every time 10 children were born, they would get a lottery. But now there is no more, which made him, who had some expectations in his heart, feel a little disappointed. If there is no share, then there is no share. After all, I have long guessed that it is impossible to keep relying on Krypton essence to give birth to children and get rewards. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, and his heart was quickly relieved. In this regard, he had already had psychological expectations. He knew that this way of relying on giving birth to children to get rewards would reach a limit sooner or later. When this limit is reached, he will have to raise more children and improve himself in other ways. Since relying on giving birth to children to get rewards is not feasible, it is almost time to give birth to children and raise them well. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. In the past 3 years, he has directly given birth to almost 40 children. More than the previous 5 years. In addition to relying on the strategy of giving birth to children to try his luck, Lu Changsheng did not deny that he had the idea of giving birth to children with Krypton essence to get rewards from the system. Now the difficulty of giving birth to children to get rewards has increased, and the cost-effectiveness has decreased. Lu Changsheng feels that this speed can be slightly slowed down. Focusing on giving birth to children mainly on wives and concubines with spiritual roots. In recent years, Lu Changsheng is still very satisfied with the probability of wives and concubines with spiritual roots giving birth to children with spiritual roots. Doing so can also give him more time and energy to practice. After all, having babies frequently would, to a certain extent, affect his cultivation speed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Father's Friend. Yunzhou, Taoyuan County City. Is this where Xiaolong settled his children? Lu Changsheng looked at an ordinary courtyard in front of him. Because Xiaolong had been out for a long time, he also had some enemies. So he didn't bring his children with him. He settled in the secular world and asked an old servant to take care of him. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Changsheng stepped forward and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened with a creak. Sir, who are you looking for? The one who opened the door was a girl in a moon-white smoke silk long skirt. She looked 15 or 16 years old, with a slightly immature melon-seed face and a well-proportioned figure, exuding a strong youthful atmosphere. Lu Changsheng could tell at a glance that the girl in front of him had cultivation. But she only had the second level of key training. Is this Xiaolong's daughter? I didn't expect Xiaolong, who looks like a thick-browed and big-eyed girl, to have such a beautiful daughter. Lu Changsheng was slightly surprised. He smiled and said, Excuse me, is this Xiaolong's home? Xiaolong's real name is Xiaolong, and Xiaolong is just a pseudonym. Yes, sir, do you have something to ask my father? The girl said after hearing this. I am Xiaolong's friend, and I am here on his behalf. Lu Changsheng said softly. Daddy's friend? I am here on his behalf. The girl paused slightly after hearing this. She immediately invited Lu Changsheng into the yard. In the yard, there was an old man with gray hair and a gray gown. Miss, who is this? The old man saw Lu Changsheng, and his expression immediately condensed, and he asked with a vigilant look in his eyes. Lu Changsheng knew that this old man was the old servant that Xiaolong arranged for his children. This old man did not cultivate immortality, but he practiced martial arts. He was a martial arts master. This young man is Daddy's friend, and he is here on Daddy's behalf. Xiaozu said in a crisp voice. Master's friend. The old servant still had vigilance in his eyes after hearing this. Don't worry, I am here for Xiaolong's request. Lu Changsheng saw that the old man was vigilant and said lightly. He raised his hand slightly, and a ball of fire appeared with a puff, making the air hot. So it's the immortal master who has come. I'm sorry for offending you. Please forgive me. Seeing Lu Changsheng's move, the old servant no longer doubted and bowed. I wonder what Daddy has entrusted you with. After inviting Lu Changsheng to the living room, Xiaozu pursed her lips slightly, with a nervous and hopeful look on her face. Her father never brought any friends over, nor did he ask any friends to come over. This time, he entrusted a friend to come over, which gave her a bit of an ominous premonition. Seeing the girl's expression, Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. He took out Xiaolong's urn from the storage bag. Fellow Taoist Xia died while fighting for opportunities outside. Before he died, he told me some funeral affairs and asked me to tell you and your brother. Lu Changsheng said. How could this be? The girl was struck by lightning when she heard this. Her bright and youthful face turned pale, and she felt her hands and feet were cold. Dad? Then she cried out with a face full of grief and sorrow, and fell down weakly. My condolences. Lu Changsheng immediately supported the girl's soft body. He also took this as a warning in his heart. One must be steady in doing things. Otherwise, if he had an accident, Xiaolong's situation would be a lesson for him. Daddy lied to me. You clearly said that you would not go out for adventures this year and stay at home to accompany me and my brother. How come you didn't? The girl's pretty face was full of sorrow, and she looked pitiful and tearful, with her pink lips moving. After a moment, the girl also knew that she had lost her composure and wiped her tears quickly. With a slightly red face, she bowed to Lu Changsheng and said, Thank you, Senior, I lost my composure. It's okay, this kind of thing is also human nature. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. If the other party didn't have any grief or sorrow, he wouldn't know what to say. Seeing that the girl's mood had calmed down slightly, Lu Changsheng began to explain Xiaolong's last words and affairs. At this time, Xiaozu also called her brother Xiao Chaoyuan back. Xiao Chaoyuan is 11 years old this year, with a handsome face. He is dressed in a light blue gown, with an elegant scholarly demeanor. He is somewhat like his father, Xiaolong, but his temperament is completely different. Lu Changsheng estimated that Xiaolong had worked hard all the way here. So he protected his son very well. He also didn't want his son to go his own way. He wanted him to be able to join the Immortal Sect and practice immortality in peace in the future. When Xia Chaoyuan learned about his father's affairs, he was also sad. However, he was very resolute and bowed to Lu Changsheng to thank him. Then Lu Changsheng took out several of Xiaolong's relics and a storage bag containing 300 spirit stones and handed them to the two siblings. Now that fellow Taoist Xia has explained his entrustment, I will take my leave. After explaining the matter, Lu Changsheng turned around and said goodbye. Thank you for sending back my father's relics and ashes. We two siblings have no way to repay such a great favor. I am willing to be a slave to repay the kindness of the senior. At this time, Xia's Hiayu pursed her lips, tears in her eyes, and knelt in front of Lu Changsheng with a firm look, and said, Fellow Taoist Xia has already paid me for this matter, so there is no need to do this. Lu Changsheng said, reaching out to help the girl up. But the girl was very stubborn, as if she would not get up unless Lu Changsheng agreed. Now my brother and I depend on each other for life, and it is difficult to survive in this world. I hope that the senior can take care of my brother for the sake of my father. I am willing to be a slave to the senior, and work like a cow and a horse to repay the kindness. The girl looked at Lu Changsheng with a pitiful face and said. She knew very well in her heart that now that her father was dead, she and her brother would be left alone. Survival might be fine, but it would be difficult to cultivate immortality in the future. Although he left a fortune. But the fortune could also become dangerous. Moreover, it was hard to say whether her father had any enemies outside. Since her father entrusted his affairs to Lu Changsheng in front of her, Lu Changsheng did not covet the property. This shows that the other party has good character and is trustworthy. So in this case, after a brief thought in her heart, she decided to be a slave to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng in front of her is not only her father's good friend, but also a cultivator, and his character is trustworthy. He is also handsome, like a handsome gentleman, which makes her not disgusted at all, and even has a good impression. If she serves Lu Changsheng, not only will her sister and brother situation be solved. In the future, she will also be able to take care of her brother. Lu Changsheng looked at Xia's Hiayu's appearance and pondered slightly. How about this? I can send you to live with one of my friends first. When the Qingyun Sect's Immortal Gate assessment begins, I will come over and send your brother to the Qingyun Sect to participate in the assessment. If you have anything to do during this period, you can also send me a message. As for the matter of being a slave, there is no need. If you insist on doing so, I can take you as a concubine. Lu Changsheng said. Xia's Hiayu in front of him has a good appearance, has spiritual roots, and has no complicated background. It is natural for him to have her as a concubine. Xiaolong also said at the time that he could take his daughter as a concubine. But Xia's Hiayu still has a younger brother. If he takes Xia's Hiayu away, it is impossible for him to ignore Xia Chaoyuan. Judging from Xia Chaoyuan's current performance, his character is okay and it is not a big problem. But if Xia Chaoyuan is also taken back to Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng feels that it is not good and inconvenient. So Lu Changsheng thought that he would send the siblings to Ruiyi County first and ask Hong Yu to take care of them. He also observed their character by the way. If he is sure that there is no problem with his character, he can also take Xia Zidaru as a concubine. And from Xia Long's last words, his son has a good spiritual root. It seems that he is basically stable in entering the Immortal Gate. If Xia Chaoyuan enters the Immortal Gate in the future, he will have another Immortal Gate line. After all, he has been living in seclusion for a long time, and it is inevitable that he is blocked from information. If there is another brother-in-law in the Immortal Gate, he can also have more sources of information on some major events. Thank you, Senior. Upon hearing this, Xia's Hiayu immediately bowed to Lu Changsheng with a happy face. She also pulled Xia Chaoyuan to bow to Lu Changsheng together. I still want to handle the funeral for my father and bury my mother. At this time, Xia's Hiayu pursed her lips and continued. Nothing, I can stay here for a few days, and you can handle anything you want. Lu Changsheng heard this and nodded. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Xia's Hiayu bowed to Lu Changsheng again. The address also changed from young master to senior, and then to uncle. Lu Changsheng didn't care too much about this. He waved his hand and asked Xia Zhiyu to arrange a room for him. The secular spiritual energy is too thin. If there is no gathering spirit formation, spirit stones and other elixirs, it is too slow to practice. After trying to meditate, Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly and took out 2 spirit stones. In a blink of an eye, 7 days passed. These days, Xia Zhiyu and her brother began to handle their father's funeral and so on. Lu Changsheng was free, so he lent a hand. After all, it was not easy for the siblings. The matter went very smoothly and was handled simply. After it was completed, Xia Zhiyu said that she would follow Lu Changsheng's previous arrangements. You guys take a good rest and ride tomorrow. Lu Changsheng said so. It was night. Lu Changsheng, who is meditating and practicing, opened his eyes and heard a sound. It was a light footstep. He sensed it a little and knew that the person coming was Xia Zhiyu. It seems that this little girl is still worried. Lu Changsheng guessed the other party's intention in his heart. But he also admired the other party's decisiveness. Uncle Lu, have you rested? After a while, Xia Zhiyu's soft and crisp voice came from outside the door. What's the matter? Lu Changsheng said. Uncle Lu, Zhiyu has something to tell you. The night wind was whistling, and Xia Zhiyu outside the door mustered up her courage, folded her clothes with her hands, and said with a blushing face. Lu Changsheng wanted to say that he would talk about it tomorrow. But he thought that it was not easy for the little girl. I guess I mustered up the courage to come here after struggling for a long time. If I say that, it would be too hurtful and discourage people. Alice, I am a soft-hearted person after all. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly and said, the door is not locked. With a creak, the door opened. But Xia Zhiyu, who had a delicate face and a thin morning dress wrapped around her exquisite figure, walked into the room. Uncle Lu. After Xia Zhiyu walked into the room, she closed the door and called softly. Her voice was shy and timid, but full of pure and moving flavor. You here, what do you want to say? The moonlight fell in the dim room. Lu Changsheng stood up and looked at Xia Zhiyu's delicate appearance and said with a chuckle. Xia Zhiyu's little hands folded the corners of her clothes, then suddenly raised her head, and rushed into Lu Changsheng's arms with a red face. She tightly embraced Lu Changsheng's waist and pressed her soft body against Lu Changsheng's chest. She breathed like orchids and told a story. Faced with such behavior and words, Lu Changsheng was no longer a gentleman. There was no way, it was already like this, what else could he do? Moreover, this was also the scene that Dao Xia hoped to see before he died. Uncle Lu. After a while, the girl raised her pink neck and breathed rapidly. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng gently stroked Xia Zhiyu, whose face was flushed and she was like mud, nestling in his arms. Uncle Lu. Xia Zhiyu curled up in Lu Changsheng's arms with a flushed face, and shouted in a hoarse and soft voice. It's okay, you have a good rest. Lu Changsheng performed a cleaning spell to clean the sweat liquid and said warmly. Yes. The girl had been ups and downs these days, busy, and she was already exhausted. After experiencing this kind of sword dance, she was even more exhausted and fell asleep soon. Brother Xiaolong, you really gave me 2 great gifts. Lu Changsheng looked at Xia Zhiyu's delicate face and murmured in his heart. Just now Xia Zhiyu told him a message. She said that she had a hidden physique. The probability of having a child with spiritual roots in the future can be increased. So if Lu Changsheng is willing, she can give birth to a child for Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng had never refused Xia Zhiyu. Now that the other party took the initiative to deliver it to his door and told him such a news, it was even more impossible for him to give up. After all, this physique is very likely to be the legendary spiritual body. The body of nurturing spirits. Lu Changsheng vaguely remembered that he had seen such a physique in the spiritual body. However, he didn't know the specific situation. Xia Zhiyu herself didn't know either. She only knew that her mother had this physique. That's why she and her brother both have spiritual roots. The next day, Lu Changsheng rode the Iron Feather Eagle and took the siblings to Ruyi County to find Hong Yi. He hadn't seen Hong Yi for a few years. And this time, he just happened to have something to find Hong Yi. 4 days later, the Iron Feather Eagle landed in an uninhabited place outside the city of Ruyi County. Lu Changsheng took out a communication talisman to send a message to Hong Yi. Then he brought Xia Zhiyu and Xia Chaoyong to Ruyi County. Brother Lu, I haven't seen you for many years. You are getting more and more charming. Hong Yi was waiting outside Ruyi County. When he saw Lu Changsheng, he immediately smiled and went forward to greet him. He wore a purple gold crown and a purple brocade robe, and he had a noble and majestic aura. "Brother Hong looks good too," Lu Changsheng also said with a smile. He has exchanged a lot of letters with Hong Yi over the years. There was no estrangement in this meeting. First, Xia Zhiyu and Xia Chaoyuan were settled. The two came to Ruyi Tower to reminisce and chat. During the process, Lu Changsheng told Hong Yi about Xia Zhiyu and Xia Chaoyuan and asked Hong Yi to take care of them. Hong Yi naturally agreed to it readily, so that Lu Changsheng could rest assured. At the same time, Lu Changsheng also said that he would start sending his children to the secular world next year. He would trouble Hong Yi to help by a large manner. And he would help arrange martial arts masters, teachers, guards, slaves and servants, etc. "Please rest assured, Brother Lu, I can handle these small matters." Hong Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. Relying on the talisman business with Lu Changsheng, his status in Ruyi Marcus Mansion has been continuously improved over the years. Now the position of the prince is also within reach. Now Lu Changsheng is willing to settle his secular children in Ruyi Marcus Mansion. It means that his relationship with Lu Changsheng is completely stable. Naturally, he is very happy to hear it. "Thank you, Brother Hong. By the way, there is one more thing I want to trouble you with." Lu Changsheng thought of Chu Hansun's matter again. Let Hong Yi investigate the power behind the old man who killed Chu Hansun's family, the immortal cultivator. Regarding Chu Hansun's matter, Lu Changsheng felt that he was also capable. Naturally, he had to solve the revenge for Chu Hansun. After all, the child had given birth to 3 for him, so it was reasonable to do such a small thing. "No problem, this matter is not difficult for me, just leave it to me. Send someone to notify Brother Lu as soon as there is news." Hong Yi heard the words and agreed directly. "Thank you, Brother Hong. I didn't bring any gifts this time. Please accept these 3 talismans." Lu Chang took out 3 high-quality talismans and handed them to Hong Yi. These things were naturally not worth the price of 3 high-quality talismans. But when it comes to interpersonal relationships, he would never let anyone suffer. Especially after dealing with Hong Yi so many times, he knew that the other party was a trustworthy person. So it would not hurt to give more benefits. Brother Lu is so polite. I will accept this kindness. Hong Yi did not refuse politely. Knowing that this kind of exchange of things and interests is also beneficial to improving relationships. However, when he took the 3 talismans and held them in his hands, he immediately felt something was wrong. After taking a few glances, he was a little surprised. He looked at Lu Changsheng in disbelief and said, "Brother Lu, what kind of talisman is this? Why doesn't it look like a mid-grade talisman? Could it be?" "Yes, this is a top-grade talisman, a golden light shield talisman, which can withstand a blow from the late stage of key refining. I was lucky enough to become a top-grade talisman master not long ago, and I just drew a few for myself for self-defense." Lu Changsheng said so. In addition to interpersonal relationships and exchanges of interests, Lu Changsheng felt that he had to appropriately reveal some of his own strength and value. Only in this way can the intersection and exchanges between the two be stable and long-term. Top-grade talisman, golden light shield talisman. Brother Lu has been promoted to top-grade talisman master. When Hong Yi heard this, he was stunned and shocked. His heart was like a storm, and he looked at Lu Changsheng with disbelief. He made friends with Lu Changsheng because he saw that Lu Changsheng was gifted in talismans. He's expected to become a top-grade talisman master in the future. He wants to build a good relationship in advance and get to know a top-grade talisman master. Unexpectedly, only 5 years have passed. Lu Changsheng has been promoted from a low-grade talisman master to high-grade talisman master. This speed is amazing. At this moment, Hong Yi was extremely glad for his original decision. He was glad that he had invited Lu Changsheng for the 3-year agreement and had maintained a good relationship with Lu Changsheng. It was simply the most correct decision he had made in his life. It's just luck. It's just the beginning of the attempt. It's very difficult to succeed. Lu Changsheng looked at Hong Yi and waved his hand with a smile. But Hong Yi was still shocked. Finally, he swallowed his saliva and said with emotion, "Brother Lu is talented in the way of talismans. He may have the hope of becoming a second-level talisman master in the future. I didn't expect that I, Hong Yi, could actually make friends with a second-level talisman master. It's a great honor. But this talisman is too precious. Brother Lu should take it back." Hong Yi said reluctantly. A high-grade talisman requires at least 30 spirit stones. These 3 talismans were a huge sum of money for him, and they were too precious. It's unreasonable to take back something that has been given away. Brother Hong, just keep it. I will send my children to this secular world in the future, and I will have to trouble you, Brother Hong. Lu Changsheng said. The cost price of 3 top-grade talismans was only a dozen spirit stones for him. It was not that precious. Okay, in that case, I will be disrespectful to refuse. Hong Yi bowed his hands. Then he said with a serious face, Brother Lu, please rest assured that my nephews and nieces will be in this secular world in the future. They will not lose a hair, otherwise you can ask me, Hong Yi. Now Lu Changsheng has revealed the matter of the top-grade talisman master. When Lu Changsheng settles his children in the Ruai Marquis's mansion, it means that the relationship between the two is as solid as a rock. At that time, his father, Ruai Marquis, will not be able to ignore the importance of Lu Changsheng, a top-grade talisman master. I would think about making friends with Lu Changsheng, the top-grade talisman master, and building a good relationship with him. Haha, Brother Hong is exaggerating. I just hope that these children can live in peace and happiness. I don't have too many other ideas. Lu Changsheng looked at Huang Yi's appearance, smiled and shook his head. Then the two of them talked about the past. Late at night. Afterwards. Xiao, I will leave in 2 days. If you have anything, just send me a message. Lu Changsheng said to Xia Xiao. He was not in a hurry to let Xia Xiao go back to Qingzhu Mountain with him. It was still the original idea. Let her take care of her younger brother in the secular world. Wait for the Immortal Gate to recruit disciples. As for having a baby, he was not in a hurry. He planned to go back to check and understand the other party's physique first. Is it the body of nurturing spirits that he thought of? Yet, Xia Xiao leaned lazily against him, and said weakly. 7 days later. Qingzhu Mountain. The soul-raising body can make the child conceived by the mother's womb have a high probability of having spiritual roots. But every time you give birth, your own vitality will be greatly damaged. This physique can also forcibly consume your own cultivation source to nurture the fetus and improve the fetus's spiritual root qualifications. Lu Changsheng looked at the book in his hand, which recorded a description of the soul-raising body. Xiaoyu said that her mother died shortly after giving birth to Xia Chaoyong. Having a soul-raising body means having spiritual roots and being a cultivator. Cultivators basically don't have difficult labor or death. Xia Long has high hopes for his son Xia Chaoyong. Could it be that Xia Chaoyong is the child conceived by his wife who consumed her own cultivation source? This also makes Xia Long love and value this son 100 times more. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, guessing. If so, it seems that giving birth is not a casual thing. Xia's Hinai is still too weak and her cultivation is too low. If she gives birth to more children, there may be problems. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly. Chapter 110 The Storm is Coming, the Inner Demon. A month later. On this day, the head of the family, Lu Yuanding, came to see Lu Changsheng. He made a list of talismans and sent a batch of talisman-making materials. He hoped that Lu Changsheng would draw more talismans according to the list in the next period of time. Please rest assured, head of the family. In the next period of time, I will spend more time on drawing talismans. Lu Changsheng glanced at the list and nodded in response. He also knew that the friction between the Chen family and the Lu family had become more and more serious recently. It seemed that they were about to go to war. In this case, the Lu family was almost in a state of preparation. They needed to stockpile more elixirs, talismans, and magic tools to deal with it. At this time, as the Lu family's talisman master, he also had the obligation to contribute and prepare for the rear supply. Okay, thank you for your hard work during this period of time. Lu Yuanding patted Lu Changsheng on the shoulder and said in a warm voice. Then he said a few simple words and left without staying for long. Obviously, the current situation of the Lu family made him, the head of the family, very busy. After Lu Yuanding left, Lu Miaoyan came to ask what the head of the family was doing this time. Lu Changsheng did not hide anything and told the truth. I heard from my grandmother that not long ago, a small dispute broke out between the family and the Chen family at the Spirit Stone mine that they jointly mined. 3 days ago, the elder brought many of his disciples to the Spirit Stone mine to take charge. Lu Miaoyan said after hearing this. So serious. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He knew that the Lu family and the Chen family had constant friction. But he didn't expect it to be so intense. It had reached the point where a dispute broke out and the elder was asked to go out to take charge. Then Lu Changsheng asked with some doubts, didn't the Qingyun Sect stop the spirit stone mine and make a ruling to let the Chen family and the Lu family jointly mine it? In this case, how dare the Chen family take action? Lu Changsheng knew about the spirit stone mine more than 10 years ago. At that time, the Lu family and the Chen family suffered many casualties because of the competition for this spirit stone mine. It was for this reason that Lu Yunding went to the Qingyun Sect to recruit a son-in-law to add fresh blood to the Lu family. I also asked Grandma this question. Grandma said that the Chen family just kept fighting in private, looking for excuses to come and cause trouble, and there was no full-scale conflict. So in this case, Qingyun Sect will not intervene at all. Lu Miaoyan said indignantly. I see. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. Yes, the Chen family dared to do this because they knew that they would not offend Qingyun Sect. In other words, as long as Qingyun Sect's 40% interest is not less, Qingyun Sect has no time to care about the family feuds between the Chen and Lu families. Anyway, no matter what the Chen and Lu families do, even if other forces intervene, it will not affect the interests of Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng instantly understood the problem. For such a matter, it would be difficult to rely on Qingyun Sect as a referee. After all, the world of cultivation is still the law of the jungle. Although at a certain level, they will pay attention to reputation and face, but it is not a big deal. The Chen family and the Lu family used to have minor frictions. This time, the situation escalated so quickly, probably because of the Xiao Secret Realm incident. Not long ago, Lu Yuanshan returned from the Xiao Secret Realm, which must have made the Chen family feel apprehensive. Now we are attacking the Lu family to see their attitude and distract them. Otherwise, once a new foundation building master is born in the Lu family, the Chen family will be the one who will be uneasy. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart, vaguely guessing why the incident broke out so quickly this time. If so, the grievances between the Chen family and the Lu family are expected to explode as the friction continues to escalate. It will be an even more intense explosion than the battle between the Lu family and the Chen family 10 years ago. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The grievances between the Chen family and the Lu family have not been reconciled since 10 years ago. There has been no sign of reconciliation for so many years. Just like when he was attacked by the Chen family on his way back to Qingzhu Mountain with Lu Yunding. I originally thought that with the Lu family's ancestors around, the first 2 or 3 years would be peaceful and stable, but I didn't expect the storm to come so quickly. The fact that the Great Elder directly brought people to take charge shows that the Lu family is fighting back with a tough attitude. Is it because the Lu family has gained something in the Xiao Secret Realm and has confidence? Or is it because they are strong on the outside but weak on the inside, so they are acting more and more tough? Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. Originally, he was thinking about sending Lu Pinggan and other children to the secular world next year. Now that the storm has come so quickly, he feels that this matter must be brought forward. But now, he is not at ease sending a group of children to the secular world. Who knows if the Chen family will send people to wait on a certain route outside Qingzhu Mountain, as they did in the past. Don't worry, let's wait and see for now. As long as the Lu family's ancestors don't die, the Chen family will never really tear each other apart and a fight will break out. And Qingzhu Mountain is protected by a formation. With a foundation building ancestors in charge, even 2 or 3 foundation building great cultivators can't attack. Lu Changsheng was not too anxious and lost his composure. Things have just started, so it won't affect him. In the following time, Lu Changsheng also spent a little more time every day making talismans and handing them into the family. The talismans handed in were naturally not handed in for nothing. The Lu family will calculate the contribution reward. Counting the talisman making materials provided by the Lu family, it is about 50% off the original price. It's not bad. After all, the Lu family spent resources to cultivate in the early stage, isn't it, for the subsequent returns? In a blink of an eye, more than 3 months have passed. The dispute between the Lu family and the Chen family did not affect Lu Changsheng. Or, this dispute is just a test, as Lu Changsheng guessed. It did not affect Qingzhu Mountain and the Lu family. These days, Lu Changsheng stayed at home and rarely went out. He practiced every day, made talismans, and accompanied his wives, concubines and children. Of course, Lu Changsheng did not fall behind in the most important aspect of making babies. The total number of children reached 73. This is when Lu Changsheng started to practice eugenics. Otherwise, this number would have to be increased by at least 10. This day, practicing in the quiet room. Clang clang clang, Lu Changsheng held a piece of cracked and dull red gold in his hand. The bones all over his body kept making clanging sounds like golden swords and iron horses. It was like a blacksmith swinging a hammer vigorously in his body, forging a magic weapon with his flesh and blood, sparks flying everywhere, and it lasted for a long time. I don't know how long it took. Crack. Lu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, clenched his 5 fingers, and crushed the dull and cracked red gold in his hand into pieces. Let an invisible pressure be released around, causing the dust on the ground to spread. The second level of the 100 refining treasure body art is finally done. Lu Changsheng stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and made a crackling sound of frying beans. Then he spread his hands and looked at his palms. The skin was still so white and delicate. But under this smooth mirror-like whiteness, there was a bit more indestructible heaviness. It's still the breakthrough in body refining that brings a more fulfilling feeling. Lu Changsheng felt the majestic power in his body, clenched his fist, and felt that he could blow anything with one punch. But he also knew that this was an illusion caused by the improvement of his physical strength after the breakthrough. The second level of the 100 refining treasure body art only makes the physical body comparable to a medium-grade magic weapon. Under the nourishment of the Black Dragon Magic Pearl, my treasure bone method is now considered to be a small success. Lu Changsheng closed his eyes and looked inward. He could see the bones in his chest. At this moment, it was as crystal clear as obsidian. The tadpole-like runes on it were looming and shining, like a work of art created by nature. But now the treasure bone is only a small success. At most, the treasure bone can temporarily control part of the power of the Black Dragon Magic Pearl, which is similar to the talisman. And once it explodes, it will also cause great damage to me. So until the critical moment, I cannot use it or not, just keep nourishing it like this. Lu Changsheng looked at the treasure bone in his chest and murmured in his heart. This treasure bone method is one of his trump cards. When it is nurtured to the extreme, it will take 10 years to sharpen one bone, and the bone will be astonishing. After performing a cleaning technique to clean the training room, Lu Changsheng walked out of the training room. He came to the yard to accompany his wives, concubines and children. During this time with his wives, concubines and children, he will also go to worldly affairs and give his wives, concubines and children a vaccination in advance. In this regard, Lu Pinggan and other little guys are quite receptive. On the one hand, after Lu Changsheng knew that most of his children did not have spiritual roots, he subtly told them about this aspect. On the other hand, it also benefited from the teaching of the Lu family's atmosphere. 3 days later, when chatting with Lu Mian, Lu Changsheng also learned a piece of news. The dispute between the Lu family and the Chen family over the spiritual mind was due to the Lu family's tough attitude and strong counterattack, which made the Chen family quiet. The matter has come to a temporary end. But Lu Changsheng still firmly believed in his guess that the Chen family was just testing before. This kind of thing will definitely happen again. In this case, there is no time to lose. While the storm has temporarily subsided, there is no need to delay Ping'an and the others' trip to the secular world. Send a group of children to the secular world first, otherwise, something might happen again. After Lu Changsheng thought for a while, he decided to send the first batch of children to the secular world now. Otherwise, there might be trouble again. I have to inform Fiyu about this matter. Lu Changsheng thought. Then he said something to his wife and concubines, and went out to find Li Fiyu. He had discussed the matter of running away with Li Fiyu before. He asked Li Fiyu to teach his children martial arts, and he also hoped that Li Fiyu would be closer to his children. When the children go to the secular world, Li Fiyu can also take care of them. Not long after, Lu Changsheng came to a square in Qingzhu Villa. He saw Li Fiyu teaching some simple boxing and kicking skills to Lu Ping and his 7 children. Dad, Daddy, Uncle Lu. Seeing Lu Changsheng coming, a group of little guys immediately shouted, I have something to ask your Uncle Li. You continue to practice well. Lu Changsheng said immediately when he saw that some children had stopped. Although he doted on his children, he was not spoiling them. Moreover, the martial arts that Li Fiyu was currently teaching were all about laying the foundation, not about hardship. It was about training endurance and will. He felt it was still necessary. Changsheng, what is the matter with you coming here? Li Feiyu smiled and asked Lu Changsheng. I want to tell you something. Lu Changsheng nodded. He and Li Feiyu sat down under a tree and said, I plan to send Ping'an and the others to the secular world now. So urgent? Did something happen? Li Feiyu was a little surprised when he heard this, and immediately realized that something had happened. Because before this, Lu Changsheng had mentioned this to him. But the matter was within the past 1 or 2 years. You should also know about the Lu family's spiritual stone mined some time ago. Lu Changsheng said. I have heard of it, but I don't know the details. Did something happen? Li Feiyu shook his head. He was truly oblivious to what was happening in the Lu family, and he had no source of information. Nothing happened. This matter has been temporarily settled and has come to an end. But according to my guess, this is just the first wave of tests from the Chen family. Lu Changsheng took out 2 pots of jade bamboo wine from his storage bag, handed 1 bottle to Li Feiyu, and then continued. I told you before that the situation of the Lu family's ancestors is not optimistic. At that time, I thought it would take at least 4 or 5 years for the Lu family to begin to be in a precarious state. But this time, the incident reminded me. It feels that the Lu family will face the second and third waves of troubles and conflicts before long. So I don't think there is any need to delay going to the secular world. Why not take advantage of the current storm and send Ping and the others directly to the secular world? And in the current situation of the Lu family, I think it's better for you to leave. You are a free person and can leave at any time. As for your wives, concubines and children, I can go to the head of the family and fight for them for you. At that time, you can also send your wives, concubines and children to the secular world with me. What do you think? Lu Changsheng expressed all his thoughts. On the one hand, it is to remind his good brother to run away. On the other hand, he also hopes that Li Feiyu will help him take care of the children and continue to teach martial arts after settling his family in the secular world. Although Hong Yi has made arrangements in the secular world. But he trusts Li Feiyu more. No problem. I'll listen to you and do as you say. I'm sorry to bother you with this. After hearing this, Li Feiyu thought for a while and nodded directly. He also knew that in his current situation, if the Lu family was in crisis, it would be too late to run away. Although leaving the Lu family would mean less spiritual veins and blessed lands to practice, it would also depend on the situation. Besides, he had planned to break through the 4th level of key refining before, and then leave the Lu family and go out to try his luck. Not long ago, he also broke through the 4th level of key refining. It's just that seeing that the child is too young, he still has some concerns in his heart, so he is ready to wait for a few more years. Now that Lu Changsheng can solve this concern for him, he has no worries. Why are we being polite? I also hope that you will continue to help me take care of Ping and them for a few years in the secular world. After all, they also need time to adapt to the secular world, and I, as a father, can't always be with them. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly. Although he was mentally prepared for this. But now that he really has to send the child to the secular world, the immortals and mortals are separated, and he can't help but feel a little sentimental. Don't worry about that. I will take good care of the child. Li Feiyu said firmly. Then he said, but what about you? What are your plans? I am deeply bound to the Lu family. I can't just leave if I want to. After all, the Lu family has done me a favor. In the current situation, I can't just leave like this. So I plan to continue to wait and see. If the Lu family can get through this safely, it will naturally be the best. If the Lu family can't get through it, then they won't have time to take care of me. Lu Changsheng said. Although he still has a contract with the Lu family, it is no longer a contract that binds him now. It is the friendship he has had with the Lu family for so many years. And the feelings of his wife and concubines. He can't be careless about these things. So he is still prepared to wait and see. Thinking that in the crisis of the Lu family, it would be best to help and get through the difficulties. If they can't get through, he will protect his wife and concubines and leave. In this way, not only will he have a clear conscience, but he will also have an explanation to his wife and concubines, Lu Maiyuan, and the Lu family. Okay, just know it yourself. Li Feiyu didn't persuade him after hearing this. He also knew that Lu Changsheng was a sentimental person. In this situation, it was really difficult to just walk away. If you are not sure, you can also let me analyze it. Li Feiyu said so. Immediately, Lu Changsheng also discussed with Li Feiyu about the follow-up arrangements and so on. After the two chatted for a day, Lu Changsheng went directly to find the head of the family, Lu Yuanding. Since the child was to be sent to the secular world, this matter must be discussed with Lu Yuanding, the head of the Lu family. It was also a good opportunity to inquire about the current situation of the Lu and Chen families to make sure whether it was stable. There was also the matter of Li Feiyu's wife, concubines and children. Half an hour later, Lu Changsheng came to Lu Yuanding's residence. But Lu Yuanding was not there. After waiting for almost half an hour, Lu Yuanding came back. Changsheng, what's the matter with you this time? Lu Yuanding came to the hall, looked at Lu Changsheng, and asked directly. Yes, Patriarch. I heard that the trouble between my family and the Chen family has temporarily subsided, so I thought of sending some of my children to the secular world during this time. Lu Changsheng spoke without hesitation. After all, he felt that there was no need to be too shy about such things. Send the children to the secular world. Lu Yuanding paused slightly after hearing this. Then he pondered for a moment and said, I remember your child is also 7 years old, right? It is indeed time to send him to the secular world at this age. Now that the situation between our Lu family and the Chen family has temporarily subsided, it's nothing. But you still have to be careful on the road. When are you going to leave? I will arrange a few people to escort you back. Lu Yuanding said. I think it will be these few days. Lu Changsheng said. Do you have a place to settle the children? Our Lu family has family power in many places in the secular world. If you don't have a place to settle, I can ask someone to arrange it for you. Don't worry, we will treat all these children equally. Lu Yuanding said in a gentle tone. Thank you, Patriarch, but I have already thought about the child's settlement. I will settle him in Ruai County, my hometown. Before that, I asked a good friend to buy some land and houses in Ruai County. Lu Changsheng bowed slightly. He naturally understood the meaning of Lu Yuanding's words, hoping that he would settle the child in the Lu family. Since you have arranged it yourself, it would be the best. After you confirm the time, you can notify me. If you encounter any problems in the secular world, you can also tell me. Hearing that Lu Changsheng had made arrangements, Lu Yuanding did not say anything. His tone remained gentle. After all, this world still attaches great importance to family bloodline. Although Lu Changsheng returned to the Lu family, in his opinion, it was normal to want to leave his own bloodline family in the secular world. You don't have to worry too much about the current situation of the Lu family. Yuan Shen had a lot of gains in the Xiao secret realm before, which will help our Lu family to overcome the difficulties. As if knowing that Lu Changsheng was worried, Lu Yuanding revealed a piece of news. Did you gain a lot in the Xiao secret realm? Overcame the difficulties. Lu Changsheng paused when he heard this. Although he didn't know whether Lu Yuanding's words were true or not, Lu Changsheng naturally couldn't have no reaction at this time. He immediately bowed and showed his attitude. Master, I have already regarded Qingzhu Mountain as my own home. This time I sent the child to the secular world. One is that the child is not young anymore, and the other is to leave blood in the secular world, and is willing to live and die with the family. Lu Changsheng said with a firm look on his face. Seeing Lu Changsheng's resolute expression, Lu Yuanding was also relieved and moved. He patted Lu Changsheng on the shoulder and said, Haha, as long as you have this intention. But our Lu family never lets our clansmen and our own people sacrifice in vain. You don't have to worry too much. Lu Yuanding said so. Yes, Patriarch. Lu Changsheng nodded. Then he continued, by the way, Patriarch, I have a good friend named Li Feiyu. A few years ago, I troubled the fourth elder to let him change from a son-in-law to a free person, but he is still in the Lu family. This time I also want him to go back to the secular world with me to help me take care of the children. So I want to ask the Patriarch to allow him to bring his wife, concubines and children back to the secular world with him. Lu Changsheng continued. No problem, you can go directly to Uncle Fu for this matter and let Uncle Fu arrange it. Lu Yuanding heard this and did not hesitate to agree directly. Because of Lu Changsheng, he had an impression of Li Feiyu. But he didn't know much about him. Since Lu Changsheng had spoken, it didn't matter if he sold it well. Thank you, Patriarch. Lu Changsheng bowed. Immediately, Lu Changsheng said goodbye to Lu Yuanding. That night. Afterwards, Lan Shu, Zir, Kinger, I plan to send Pingan, Wu Yu and the others to the secular world in 3 days. They are still young and need someone to take care of them. You can come with them at that time and take care of them. Lu Changsheng said to the 3 women. He did not say that the Lu family was in a crisis. Sending the children to the secular world now and letting his wife go to the secular world to take care of them is also the most legitimate reason. Yes, I listen to my husband. Everything is arranged by my husband. The 3 women snuggled up to Lu Changsheng and panted in response. Don't worry, your husband will come to visit you when he has time. Lu Changsheng stroked the 3 women and said softly. He still has a lot of feelings for the 3 wives who followed him at the beginning. Dream Fairy City. Friend Meng, before refining the pill, I will explain that since the materials for the foundation building pill are hard to find, except for the second-level alchemists of several major immortal sects, other alchemists are not very proficient in refining the foundation building pill. At present, when I refine the foundation building pill normally, I can make 2 pills. If you are unlucky, you may only make 1 pill. Only when you are extremely lucky can you make 3 pills. So if you are willing to accept this result, I can start refining the pill for you. An old man with white hair and a rosy face like a baby said slowly to a girl in a purple skirt. Of course, please rest assured, Master Chen, no matter what the result is, I can understand it, and the remuneration will not be reduced at all. Meng Xiaochen smiled and handed over a storage bag and said. Although this Master Chen Ping is an old hand in refining pills, he is also one of the few alchemists who can steadily refine the foundation building pill. Moreover, it is very difficult for ordinary casual cultivators to ask someone to refine the foundation building pill. The Master Chen Ping in front of her still spent a lot of connections and costs to ask someone to move. Okay, since fellow Taoist Meng has no objection, I will start refining the elixir. Fellow Taoist Meng can wait outside the alchemy hall these few days, or come back in 7 days. Chen Ping nodded slightly, took the storage bag and took a look, confirmed that the materials were complete, and walked into the alchemy hall with 2 fire-fanning boys. Meng Xiaochen did not leave, but waited for the result outside the alchemy hall. At this moment, her mind was scattered. She was thinking about what she would do if this Chen Danshi only refined 1 foundation building pill. Should she use it herself or give it to him? Hoo, this love-locking goo is too overbearing. When I succeed in building my foundation, I must kill him. Otherwise, he will become my inner demon. The next moment, Meng Xiaochen pinched the spiritual formula with her hand, tapped her forehead, and panted lightly. She could clearly perceive that the love-locking goo had a more and more serious impact on her. She often couldn't help but think of Lu Changsheng's appearance. Sometimes she even dreamed of Lu Changsheng when she went to bed at night. If I didn't know that I was infected with a love-locking goo and had the heart purification technique, no one would be able to resist the effects of the love-locking goo. So, I must kill him and take the love-locking goo back. Meng Xiaochen murmured in her heart with her eyes lowered. Chapter 111 3 Foundation Building Pills, promoted to middle grade spiritual roots. 5 days later. Outside Qingzhu Mountain. Uncle Yuanshan, I'm sorry to bother you this time. Lu Changsheng bowed to a middle-aged man with a broken arm and a heroic face. This man was Lu Yuanshan, the core figure of the Lu family who was sent to the Zhiao secret realm by the Lu family before. He has the cultivation strength of the 9th level of key refining. This time, Lu Yuanding directly asked him to escort Lu Changsheng to the secular world. No trouble. Lu Yuanshan said in a deep voice, his face was serious and majestic. Then he took out a palm-sized green flying boat. Under the activation of mana, the flying boat turned into a small boat of 10 feet long. This flying boat is a little bigger than the second elder's flying boat. But not much bigger, it can only seat 12 people. This is also because the Lu family does not have medium-sized and large flying boats. They are all small flying boats. The use of this flying boat was because Lu Yuanding made a special exception because of Lu Changsheng's special situation. However, having a flying boat has made Lu Changsheng very satisfied. He was originally thinking about whether to hire a flying boat from the Spirit Boat Pavilion. After all, there are so many wives, concubines and children. If he relies on a spirit horse carriage, it is indeed too troublesome and inconvenient. Fiayu, Lanshu, you go up. Lu Changsheng said to Li Fiayu, Lu Lanshu and others on the side. Because there are so many people, he divided his wives, concubines and children into 2 groups. Now all of Li Fiayu's wives, concubines and children will be sent to the secular world. There will be another batch of his own wives, concubines and children at that time. Pingyan, you go with Dad, Dad will take you over. Lu Changsheng did not get on the flying boat. Instead, he released the iron-feathered eagle from the spirit pet bag and waved to his son Lu Pingyan. Okay, Dad. Lu Pingyan didn't have any objections when he heard this. In his opinion, the flying boat is just like that, and it's not as fun as riding an eagle. Usually, Lu Changsheng also took them to ride the iron-feathered eagle for a ride, but they only flew for a short while and it was not fun enough. Stand firm. Lu Changsheng immediately picked up his son, jumped onto the back of the iron-feather eagle, asked him to stand, and put 2 wind-proof talismans on him. Then he looked at Lu Yuanshan. Let's go. Lu Yuanshan nodded when he saw that everyone was seated. Immediately, the iron-feather eagle and the spirit boat soared into the sky at the same time. In terms of speed, the flying boat will be a little faster than the iron-feather eagle. But this speed is not much faster. Lu Yuanshan also slowed down the speed of the flying boat slightly and walked with Lu Changsheng. Pingyan, remember what Dad usually teaches you. In the future, when Dad is not around, you decide what you want to do. Lu Changsheng stood on the iron-feather eagle, hugged his son, and said, Dad, don't worry, I will never let you down. Lu Pingyan pursed his lips, looked up at Lu Changsheng and nodded vigorously. Okay, Dad believes in you. Lu Changsheng didn't say much. Although his eldest son did not have spiritual roots, it can't be said that he was gifted or had extraordinary intelligence. But Lu Changsheng was quite satisfied with his calm character and independence. With him as a father, the child did not need to be aggressive and pioneering, but just maintain the status quo. And Lu Pingyan, in his opinion, was more than capable of maintaining the status quo. Dream Fairy City. Alchemy Hall. Friend Meng, I was lucky this time and made 3 pills. But this third one has a flaw. It's just an inferior foundation building pill. The pill has too much poison, and it can only increase the probability of breaking through the foundation by 10%. 7 days of alchemy made Chen Ping's ruddy face a little more tired. He spread out his palm, showed 3 pills, and spoke to Meng Xiaochen. But 2 of the 3 pills were crystal clear and exuded a strong medicinal fragrance. One was much darker in color, with a gray pill pattern, which was obviously much worse than the other 2. 3. Meng Xiaochen was surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that she was so lucky that she made 3 pills. Even if the third one was an inferior foundation building pill, it was worth a lot. Countless immortal cultivators flocked to it. Thank you, Master Chen. Meng Xiaochen bowed her hands in thanks. She took out a storage bag, handed it to Chen Ping and said, Master Chen, this is the reward I mentioned before, take a look. Yes. Chen Ping took the storage bag and looked at it, and smiled. He handed 3 foundation building pills to Meng Xiaochen. Thank you, Master Chen, I'll take my leave. Meng Xiaochen took the foundation building pill and said goodbye. She went to the center of the inner city, rented a second-level cave house, and prepared to break through the foundation. She came to the Great Dream Fairy City not only to refine the foundation building pill. She also needed to use the second-level spiritual vein to break through the foundation. In a market like Jiulongfang, although there is a second-level spiritual vein below, the cave house of the second-level spiritual vein is not open to the public at all. Even if it is open, there are formation restrictions, and people cannot break through the foundation. In the Great Dream Fairy City, as long as you spend money, you can directly rent a second-level top-quality or even a quasi-third-level cave house, which is specifically used to break through the foundation. This is why the fairy city can attract so many casual cultivators. Foundation building. After renting a second-level top-grade cave, Meng Xiaochen arranged a formation for the cave, and her beautiful eyes showed determination. Then she closed her eyes and sat cross-legged, and began to adjust her own spirit and spirit, waiting for the opportunity to impact the foundation. 3 days later, the spirit boat and the iron-feathered eagle landed outside the city of Ruai County, in an unmanned place. Lu Changsheng held his sleeping son Lu Pingyan in his arms and took out Hong Yi's message talisman. Then he led everyone to Ruai County. The movement of walking also woke Lu Pingyan up. Dad, is this the Ruai County city where we will live in the future? Lu Pingyan rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked at the city in front of him, and looked around. Yes, this is Ruai County City. Dad was born in a small mountain village under this Ruai County City. You and your brothers and sisters will live here in the future. Lu Changsheng said in a warm voice. Ruai County City, time flies. Li Fiao also held his wife and daughter, looking at the Ruyi County city in front of him, and said with emotion, "Yes, the last time we came to Ruyi County city together was 5 years ago. More than 5 years have passed without me noticing." Lu Changsheng nodded, and couldn't help but sigh. It has been more than 8 years since he went to the Lu family, almost 9 years. Every time Lu Changsheng looks back on these times, it feels like it's been very fast. Not long after, Hong Yi came. "Brother Lu, Brother Li, these are your sisters-in-law, right?" Hong Yi was a little surprised to see that Lu Changsheng was accompanied by people this time, including Li Fiao. But he didn't think much about it, and stepped forward enthusiastically, with a polite face, without the slightest arrogance. Then he saw Li Yuanshan and saluted respectfully, "Boy Hong Yi, meet this senior." Although he didn't know Li Yuanshan, he had a certain eye for dealing with people for so many years. He could see at a glance that Li Yuanshan was not simple. "Uncle Yuanshan, this is my good friend Hong Yi. Ping'an, this is your Uncle Hong." Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and introduced them. "Uncle Hong. Uncle Hong." Lu Ping'an and Li Fiao's children all shouted to Hong Yi. Okay, come here, this is the gift from Uncle." Seeing this, Hong Yi also smiled and took out a few small things from the storage bag to give to the children. However, the children all looked at their parents. "Since Uncle Hong gave it to you, just keep it." Lu Changsheng smiled. Then he looked at Hong Yi and asked, "Brother Hong, I didn't have time to inform you this time. I wonder if the yard I troubled you to buy before has been arranged." "I have arranged everything about the mansion, but I haven't arranged the guards and martial artists yet." "Brother Lu, are you going to go now, or settle the senior and sister-in-law first and take a rest?" Hong Yi said immediately. "Uncle Yuanshan, are you going back first, or are you going to rest here for a while?" Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Yuanshan and asked respectfully. He still showed due respect and etiquette to this elder of the Lu family. "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry, I'll go back with you," Lu Yuanshan said. He was escorting people this time to protect Lu Changsheng. To prevent the Chen family from sending people to attack Lu Changsheng, the talisman master. "Okay, then I'll trouble Uncle Yuanshan." Lu Changsheng bowed. Then he settled Lu Yuanshan, his wife, concubines and children to rest. He went to check the manor with Li Fiao and Hong Yi. "Brother Lu, did you come here early this time because of the dispute between the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Chen family of Hongai Valley?" Hong Yi asked them to sit in the carriage. "Brother Hong, do you know about this?" Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Hong Yi knew about the affairs of the Lu family and the Chen family in the secular world. "I have been paying attention to the news in this regard. Not long ago, I heard that the ancestor of the Lu family would not live long, and the Lu family and the Chen family might have a conflict. I was going to write a letter to inform Brother Lu and Brother Li. I didn't expect Brother Lu to come so soon," Hong Yi said. "It is indeed affected by this aspect." Since Hong Yi had received the relevant information, Lu Changsheng did not hide it. He said that there was a conflict between the Lu family and the Chen family before, but it has been resolved now, so he sent his wives, concubines and children to the secular world in advance. And later, he will send some of his wives, concubines and children here. "Brother Lu, are you planning to leave the Lu family?" Hong Yi asked. "I will not leave the Lu family for the time being, but Fiai will temporarily settle in the secular world this time." Lu Changsheng shook his head and said directly. Hong Yi did not say much in this regard. He knew that Lu Changsheng must know more about things in the Lu family than he did. He did not need to judge by his own gossip. In this way, the three of them chatted and reminisced in the carriage, talking and laughing. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage stopped. "Master!" The coachman shouted to the carriage. "Brother Lu, we are here." Hong Yi nodded. He got off the carriage, pointed to a mansion in front, and spoke to Lu Changsheng. "Brother Lu, this is it. This is the land that was divided next to the canal when it was built, and it was used to build mansions. The several mansions built here are all for immortal cultivators in the secular world. It also meets your previous requirements, Brother Lu, large and quiet. This mansion covers a total area of 18 acres, with a canal in front and fertile land in the back, which can be used as an orchard and good farmland." Hong Yi walked to introduce it to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng looked at the mansion that Hong Yi arranged for him. The mansion was not very gorgeous, but it was very large and impressive. Especially near the canal, People can see its magnificent waves at a glance and go boating on the canal. This is also a sea view room. Lu Changsheng chuckled. Then he nodded to Hong Yi and said, "This house is good, Brother Hong has troubled. Brother Lu is satisfied, I'll take you in to visit and introduce it." Hong Yi also smiled. He spent a lot of thought on this mansion. He was also afraid that Lu Changsheng would not be satisfied. He even prepared several reserve houses. Although the entire mansion covers only 18 acres, the layout is very regular and orderly. There are lush flowers and trees, pavilions, eaves and green tiles, intertwined and winding, exquisite and elegant without losing its grandeur. After almost walking around the mansion, Lu Changsheng was also very satisfied with it. This size, let alone his children. Even if Lu Pingyan and other children grow up, get married and have children, and each of them has 2 or 3 children, they can still live there. Some servants are also arranged inside to clean up. But there is still a lack of martial arts masters, guards, and managers. Lu Changsheng plans to let Lily, Begonia and other maids who he bought from Baiyu Building do the management. They not only have martial arts strength, but also have no problem in management. Okay, Brother Hong, I am very satisfied with this house, thank you for your hard work. Lu Changsheng nodded to Hong Yi, and it was settled. Then he looked at Li Fiayu and said, "Fiayu, what are your plans? Do you want to live here or go back to Qingshu Mansion? I will settle down here temporarily, and I will go back to Qingshu Mansion when the time comes." Li Fiayu said, "Okay, I'll trouble you and Brother Hong to take care of this place when the time comes." Lu Changsheng nodded. With Li Fiayu and Hong Yi taking care of it, he was relieved. Moreover, he also planned to put the 9 Nether Mastiff here. One reason is that the children all like the 9 Nether Mastiff as a playmate. On the other hand, it is also to let the 9 Nether Mastiff look after the house, which is an extra layer of protection. When walking out of the mansion, Hong Yi took out a plaque from the storage bag and said, "Brother Lu, since it is decided, let's name the mansion." I didn't expect Brother Hong to be so well prepared. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smile. He took out the talisman pen from the storage bag and wrote the 2 words Lu Mansion on the plaque with iron painting and silver hook. Hang the plaque on the gate of the mansion. This can be considered as my own home. Although it is in the secular world. Lu Changsheng looked at the mansion in front of him with emotion. Although he has been in Qingzhu Mountain for so many years and has a certain sense of belonging. But for his future, Lu Changsheng still wants to establish his own immortal cultivation family. Although this step is still a bit far away. He needs to wait until he builds his foundation before he can start to consider it. But building a foundation is not very far away in Lu Changsheng's view. This can be considered as the first step. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Now, his secular Lu family is also settled. In the future, his children will take root in Ruai County City. The next day, Lu Changsheng brought Lu Lanshu and Lu Pingyan to this mansion. He also brought Xia Ziayu and her brother to live here. Lu Changsheng had told Xia Ziayu about his situation before. Now it is just right for Xia Ziayu to start integrating into this family. After living in Ruai County City for a day, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain with Lu Yuanshan. Started the second transfer. These 2 trips were very smooth. Lu Changsheng sent Lu Qinger, Lu Zier, and 6 other wives and concubines, as well as 9 children, to Ruai County. As for the remaining children, Lu Changsheng planned to wait until they were older. After all, in name, his children were still old, and sending them to the secular world to settle down was not a way to run away. It was impossible to settle all his wives and children in the secular world at once. Seeing that Lu Changsheng had sent so many children, Hong Yi also sent his 2 children over. Let them get to know Lu Changsheng and Li Fiayu's children. Let them be playmates, grow up from childhood, and continue the relationship between their fathers. After settling his wives and concubines, Lu Changsheng left the 9 Nether Mastiff in the mansion and asked his son Lu Pingyan to take care of it. Let his wives and children have more self-protection power in the secular world. Although the 9 Nether Mastiff is still a first-level early-stage monster, it is almost close to the first-level middle stage. It is not afraid of ordinary cultivators in the middle stage of key refining. During these days, Lu Changsheng also gave Xia Ziayu a good check on her body. It is almost certain that the other party is a body of nurturing spirits. However, considering that Xia Ziayu is only at the 2nd level of key refining, giving birth will hurt her vitality. He did not let her get pregnant and give birth now. He exchanged a small spirit-gathering array from the Lu family and arranged it in the backyard of the mansion. Let Xia Ziyu, Xiao Chaoyuan, and Li Fiayu barely practice in the secular world. In addition, Lu Changsheng also gave Xia Ziyu 50 spirit stones and some elixirs. Let her practice more often and not slack off. After settling all these things, Lu Changsheng and Lu Yuanshan returned to Qingzhu Mountain. But before leaving, Lu Changsheng also left a stack of talismans for Li Fiayu. After all, Li Fiayu is only at the 4th level of key refining. Although he still has the martial arts strength of a congenital master, there is basically no danger in the secular world. There is also Hong Yi, the Ruai Haofu. But in this kind of thing, Lu Changsheng has always been a steady hand, just to be on the safe side. After sending the first batch of wives, concubines and children to the secular world. After Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain, he continued to live in seclusion, practicing every day, making talismans, and accompanying his wives, concubines, and children. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. On this day, Lu Changsheng's 63rd child was born. The moment this child was born, Lu Changsheng's whole body was filled with an indescribable mysterious throbbing. Let Lu Changsheng know clearly. His spiritual roots have been promoted. From the 7th grade spiritual roots, they have been promoted to the 6th grade spiritual roots. From the lower grade spiritual roots, they have been promoted to the middle grade spiritual roots. System. Lu Changsheng was delighted and immediately opened the system panel. Name, Lu Changsheng. Identity, son-in-law of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Cultivation, key refining level 7. Lifespan, 26/163. Talent, 6th grade spiritual root. Skills, Immortal appearance technique, 100 refining treasure body technique, 7 lights great freedom sword sutra. Spells, firebomb technique, wind control technique, object control technique, key condensation technique, spirit eye technique, sound transmission technique. Skills, talisman making, level 2, puppet, level 2, spirit pets, 9 nether mastiff, peach blossom goo, offspring. 6375, see details. Sure enough, 6th grade spiritual root. After so much hard work, I finally got promoted from low grade spiritual root to middle grade spiritual root. Lu Changsheng looked at the system panel, feeling extremely happy. A 9th grade spiritual root, once promoted to middle grade spiritual root, would not only help with foundation building, but it would also not be a burden like a low grade spiritual root, affecting the probability of foundation building. This child should have an 8th grade spiritual root, right? Lu Changsheng could roughly feel the quality of the child's spiritual root through the palpitation just now. But now with the system panel, it seems more convenient. His mind moved slightly. Through the offspring column, he saw the information of his newly born child. Sure enough, 8th grade spiritual root. I now have 12 children with spiritual roots. But there are only 2 children with 7th grade spiritual roots. It's too difficult to give birth to a child with middle grade spiritual roots. Now that my spiritual roots have been promoted to the 6th grade, I don't know if this aspect will be better. Lu Changsheng let out a long breath and thought to himself. Even if both parents have spiritual roots, and let the child's mother eat and drink well during pregnancy, and nourish the body with spiritual energy, let the probability of giving birth to a child with spiritual roots increase. But the child's spiritual root quality is still too difficult. Now that I have been promoted to middle grade spiritual roots, not only has my cultivation speed increased, it will also be of some help to me in breaking through the foundation building stage. If I could be promoted to upper grade spiritual roots early, the foundation building stage would be a piece of cake for me. It's a pity that Ziyu is only at the 2nd level of key training now, and her body is too weak. Otherwise, with a body that can nurture spirits, it wouldn't be a problem to give birth to a child with middle grade spiritual roots, let alone a child with upper grade spiritual roots. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. If the other party is willing to consume the essence of cultivation to give birth to a baby, there is a high probability that a child with medium-grade spiritual roots can be born. But the problem is that Xia Ziyu is only at the 2nd level of key refining now. Doing so will certainly cause the latter to suffer a great loss of vitality and damage the foundation. Even if Lu Changsheng wants a child with medium-grade spiritual roots. But his moral concepts and bottom line prevent him from doing such a thing. I read in a book before that some natural treasures and rare treasures can increase the probability of a child having spiritual roots or even the spiritual root qualifications during pregnancy. I don't know if I can draw such treasures in the system. Lu Changsheng thought to himself and began to look forward to making a wish. Although according to the introduction in the book, such natural treasures and rare treasures are very rare. At least they are natural treasures and treasures above the 3rd level. But out of trust in the system, Lu Changsheng felt that this was not a problem. However, when he thought that the system would not give much money for his child's birth, Lu Changsheng felt a little uncomfortable. He could only look forward to the child growing up and giving him more rewards in other aspects. Oh, it's difficult, it's too difficult for me. Lu Changsheng shook his head, without any random thoughts, and came to the training room, where he began to sit cross-legged and practice. An hour later, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes. My 7th grade spiritual root was promoted to the 6th grade, which can be regarded as a natural promotion. Depending on the development of the child's spiritual root, as well as the 8th grade and 9th grade spiritual roots, the speed is not obvious. I think it will only help significantly in terms of bottlenecks. Lu Changsheng experienced that after he was promoted to a middle grade spiritual root, his cultivation speed did not improve significantly. He knew that the main difference between the 7th grade and 6th grade spiritual roots was the influence of the realm bottleneck. There is a gap in the speed of spiritual energy cultivation, but it is not that big. Chapter 112 Yin-Yang Harmony. Building a Foundation. Qingzhu Mountain. In the training room, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, concentrating on practicing. 7 sharp sword ki loomed in his body, almost penetrating his body. His handsome face, which was as handsome as jade, was full of pain at this moment. Huh? After a long time, Lu Changsheng's face calmed down, opened his eyes, and exhaled a long breath. Although the pain of removing the poison is not worth mentioning compared to the benefits of removing the poison, but the pain of the sword ki is really torturous. Lu Changsheng gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, performed a cleaning technique, and sighed. But when I break through the foundation building period and practice the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra to the 2nd level, I can condense a 7-light star lamp in my body. As long as I practice this lamp and light the lamp, I can burn the poison and filth in my body by myself. There is no need to use the 7-light sword ki to eliminate the poison in my body and endure the pain of being cut into pieces. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. The 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra has a matching technique for each level. The 2nd level has a magical technique, the 7-light star lamp. A heart lamp can be condensed in the body. This lamp can not only help cultivators eliminate poison, condense magic power, and improve their foundation. It can also burn spiritual energy, accelerate cultivation, guard the mind, and see the nature of the mind. It is extremely powerful. In addition, practitioners can also cast this lamp into a physical magic weapon. It is a top spiritual weapon with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about this. Looking at the empty porcelain bottle on the side, he stood up. The pills are almost used up again, and I have to go to Kowloon Market. It's just right to deal with all the things that Xiaolong and others have harvested before. At that time, I can replenish more pills, and I can also equip my 2nd level puppet with medium-grade spirit stones. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, walked out of the practice room, and prepared to go to Kowloon Market. However, when he came to the backyard, he was ready to tell his wife and concubine that he was going out. He saw the 4th elder holding his great-grandson and chatting with Lu Maiyan, who was pregnant. When the 4th elder heard that Lu Changsheng was going to Kowloon Market, he immediately spoke out. Changsheng, the outside world is not peaceful now. If you have nothing to do, don't leave Qingzhu Mountain. If you want to go to Kowloon Market, it's just 2 months before the 2nd elder will be back. When you go, go with the 2nd elder, and let Maya rest. The 4th elder said so. Okay, Grandma. Lu Changsheng heard this and responded directly. Although the situation of the Chen family and the Lu family is temporarily calm now, but it was only on the surface that things were much better. There were still constant frictions in private. Lu Changsheng estimated that the Chen family was also waiting for an opportunity. Maybe they would take action at any time. As a talisman master of the Lu family, he was probably one of the targets of the Chen family's attention. Maybe he would be attacked by the Chen family. Although Lu Changsheng was confident that he would not be afraid as long as he did not meet a great cultivator who had established his foundation. But it was just a trip to the market, so there was no need to rush. Just like this, 2 months passed. In these 2 months, Lu Changsheng had 3 children born. It is worth mentioning that among these 3 children, 2 children have spiritual roots. One is Lu Maoyuan's 3rd child, who has a 9th grade spiritual root. The other is Shui's 3rd child, who has an 8th grade spiritual root. The number of children with spiritual roots of Lu Changsheng has reached 14. And the total number of Lu Changsheng's children, including those who are not yet born, has reached 77. 5 days later, the second elder came back. When the second elder set out to return to Kowloon Market, Lu Changsheng took Zhaoqing with him to Kowloon Market. Originally, if he went alone, Lu Changsheng would naturally not bring anyone. But this time, he had to take over with Lu Maoyuan and would stay in Kowloon Market for half a year. So it was much more convenient to bring Zhaoqing with him. A day and a half later, the flying boat arrived at Kowloon Market smoothly. After Lu Changsheng said goodbye to the second elder, he took Zhaoqing back to his residence. Looking at the 12 maids in the yard, Lu Changsheng also enjoyed it. After all, the maids trained by Beiyu Tower were indeed different in terms of experience and enjoyment. The next morning, Lu Changsheng came to the Lingfu shop. He told Lu Maoyuan that he would stay in the market for a while, and if the other party wanted to rest, he could rest. Hearing this, Lu Maoyuan did not refuse. Although there are not many busy things in the Lingfu shop. But most of the time, someone has to sit in the shop to deal with some things. This also makes it difficult to practice and study the talisman with one heart. After Lu Maoyuan greeted him, Lu Changsheng handled the harvest of Xiaolong and the others with ease. Except for keeping 2 magic tools for his own use, he sold all the others. Lu Changsheng gained 2,400 spirit stones. With the hot spirit stones in hand, Lu Changsheng began to spend them. He purchased a batch of elixirs and materials for practicing the 100 refining treasure body technique. He also exchanged for 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Although 1 medium-grade spirit stone is equal to 100 low-grade spirit stones. But according to the market exchange, as well as the handling fee, Lu Changsheng spent a total of 1,030 spirit stones to exchange 10 medium-grade spirit stones. I won't go to Beiyu for the time being. On the way home, Lu Changsheng looked at his storage bag and there were more than 800 spirit stones, and gave up the idea of going to Beiyu. After all, the consumption in Beiyu was still a bit high. With his more than 800 spirit stones, he could only buy maids with low-grade spirit roots. Now he has 10 wives, concubines and maids with spirit roots, and his spirit roots have also been promoted to medium-grade spirit roots. Lu Changsheng's vision and requirements also increased accordingly. He hoped that the child's mother's spiritual roots would be better. If he went to the White Jade building to buy a maid, he would buy a maid with medium-grade spiritual roots. Now he didn't have too many ideas about low-grade spiritual roots. After returning home, Lu Changsheng took out the second-level puppet from the storage bag in his room. He pinched the spiritual formula with his hand and removed the puppet's heart mirror. He took out the 10 low-grade spiritual stones inside and replaced them with the 10 medium-grade spiritual stones he exchanged. This is much safer. Lu Changsheng looked at the metal puppet in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. With the support of 10 medium-grade spiritual stones, this second-level puppet can deal with the foundation-building Great Monk for a while longer. Otherwise, according to his previous estimate, after the 5 javelins behind this puppet burst out, the stored spiritual power would be almost consumed. More than a month later, on the second floor of the talisman shop, Lu Changsheng held the talisman pen in his hand and smoothly drew a high-grade talisman. Changsheng, you have surpassed me in making talismans now. If you keep going like this, I estimate that in 4 or 5 years, you will be able to try to draw the best talismans and become a first-class top talisman master. Lu Maoyuan, who was dressed in white and beautiful, smiled when she saw Lu Changsheng finish drawing the talisman. In the past, she felt a little frustrated when she saw Lu Changsheng's progress in the art of talismans. But as Lu Changsheng's talisman art progressed rapidly and caught up with her, she gradually felt relieved. After all, she was not a competitive person. Seeing Lu Changsheng's progress, she felt happy for him. It was also because I troubled Sister Maoyuan to look after the shop all the time in the past year that I could concentrate on the art of talismans in Qingzhu Mountain, so I could make such rapid progress. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. After all, the 4th elder gave this shop to him to manage. But before, he threw it to Lu Maoyuan again on the grounds of going home to accompany his wife, concubines and children. But my current cultivation is still too low, and I can only draw some relatively simple high-grade talismans. If you want to go further and draw difficult high-grade talismans, you must break through to the 6th level of key refining. As for the best talismans, I guess I have to wait until I reach the 7th level of key refining before I can try to practice. But I only have a 9th grade spiritual root, and I don't know when I can break through to the 7th level of key refining, so even if the talisman skills are improved, it's useless. Then, Changsheng smiled bitterly and continued. He didn't want to hit the young lady too hard on the talisman. As long as you spend more time on cultivation, when you reach the 6th level of key refining, you can apply for a high-level breakthrough pill from the family. Then you will be able to break through the 7th level of key refining quickly. Lu Maoj heard this, bit her red lips, and comforted him. She also felt sorry for Lu Changsheng's spiritual root talent. Such a good talent for making talismans, but dragged down by the spiritual root. Thank you, Sister Maoj, I will definitely work hard on cultivation. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. Boss, the young master of the Bai family is here. At this time, the shopkeeper Zhang Shan came to report. Just say I'm not here. When the young master of the Bai family comes here in the future, you should say I'm not here. Lu Maoj frowned slightly when she heard this, and said directly. Yes, boss. Zhang Shan nodded. Sister Maoj, why don't you just tell the young master of the Bai family directly, so that he won't keep pestering me like this? Lu Changsheng said so after hearing this. After coming here for so long, he also knows what's going on with the young master of the Bai family. The young master of the Bai family comes from the Bai family of Bainao Lake. The Bai family has always had a good relationship with the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, and the two families have had many marriages. Not long ago, the Bai family proposed the marriage to the Lu family. They wanted the young master of the Bai family to marry Lu Maoj. Lu Maoj has a 5th grade spiritual root and is also a top grade talisman master. The Lu family naturally does not want to marry her out. But the Lu family is in the current situation, and it is not easy to refuse the face of the Bai family. So he tactfully said that Lu Maoj would make the decision on this matter. If Lu Maoj is willing, then it can be settled. Immediately, the young master of the Bai family came to Jiulongfang City and began to pursue Lu Maoj. I have told him clearly before that he is devoted to Taoism and does not consider personal feelings. Lu Maoj said softly. Devote oneself to Taoism and do not consider personal feelings. Sister Maoj, do you really think so, or do you reject the words of the young master of the Bai family? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and asked casually when he heard this. The world of immortal cultivation is changing, and only by becoming a great cultivator of foundation building can you gain a foothold. If I want to impact the foundation building, I can't spend my energy on personal matters. Lu Maoj pursed her lips and said so. The voice was soft, but it revealed a firmness. In other words, it's not that I don't consider it at all. If I consider it, I don't know what your requirements for a Taoist partner are, Sister Maoj. Lu Changsheng chuckled and asked casually. He and Lu Maoj have a good relationship now, so there is no big taboo in this kind of chat? I haven't thought about it yet. Lu Maoj lowered her beautiful eyes and said softly. I believe that with Sister Maoj, you will be able to successfully build a foundation in the future. Lu Changsheng heard this and did not continue to ask more questions in this regard. Building a foundation is not easy. Lu Maoj shook her head slightly. She was born in a family of immortal cultivation like the Lu family, and she knew the difficulty of building a foundation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Lu family to have no new foundation builders besides the Lu family ancestor. In the case of not getting a foundation building pill, even if the age is right, and you have cultivated to the peak of key refining, and have a foundation building spiritual object, the probability of building a foundation is at most 30%. Then Lu Maoj looked at Lu Changsheng and said, if you become a 2nd level talisman master, you may have hope of building a foundation in the future. Her words were not consolation. In Lu Maoj's view, with Lu Changsheng's talent in the art of talismans, if he becomes a 2nd level talisman master and makes friends with other forces, there is still hope to get a foundation building pill and a foundation building spiritual object, and try to build a foundation. Although this probability is also very slim. I don't have any extravagant ideas about building a foundation. I will be satisfied if I can break through to the late stage of key refining. Lu Changsheng shook his head. As for cultivation, he always behaved casually and was very lazy. After all, The character of being devoted to Taoism is really inconsistent with the character of being the father of more than 70 children. It's impossible to say to the outside world every day that he is devoted to Taoism and wants to build a foundation, and then turn around and have children. Changsheng, I won't come here in the future. I'll trouble you to take care of the shop. If you have anything, you can always send me a message. Lu Mioj sighed slightly and didn't talk much about this topic. After all, let alone Lu Changsheng's 9th grade spiritual roots. Even if she has a middle grade spiritual root, the probability of building a foundation is not very high, which is very worrying. Okay, no problem. Lu Changsheng nodded. In the following time, Lu Changsheng began to return to his previous work life. Every day's life is still so dull and boring. In terms of having children, Lu Changsheng is also casual. Not forcing, but not deliberately controlling. If she is pregnant, she is pregnant. So in 3 months, 4 maids were pregnant. On this day, Lu Changsheng was meditating and practicing on the 2nd floor of the talisman shop. Suddenly, a throbbing sensation came. Let Lu Changsheng know that a child was born in Qingzhu Mountain. This child has spiritual roots. And at this throbbing, a familiar system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 15 children with spiritual roots, and get a chance to draw a lottery. 15, it seems that there is still some hope for the money in this regard. Lu Changsheng heard the system prompt sound and couldn't help but feel happy. Although it has changed from 1, 2, and 3 children to 5 now. But in Lu Changsheng's opinion, it's good to have one. System, draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng immediately muttered. Immediately, the familiar lottery plate appeared. Looking at the lottery plate, Lu Changsheng didn't think much and said directly, "Start the lottery." Suddenly, the familiar golden light special effect appeared, spinning rapidly on the turntable, and finally slowly stopped on the gongfa. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Yin Yang Harmony skill. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A crystal jade book pattern emerged, accompanied by the system prompt sound. Yin Yang Harmony skill. Is this a dual cultivation skill, or an evil skill? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he saw this skill. After having the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword scripture, he didn't have much idea about drawing skills. But it doesn't mean that he has no demand for skills. For example, Lu Changsheng has a demand for skills to cultivate the mind and spirit, and dual cultivation skills. Immediately, Lu Changsheng looked at the system space. Check the situation of the skills he just drew. Skill, Yin Yang Harmony skill, grade, side door level, description, Master Yin Yang was gifted, but was obsessed with men and women, delaying his practice. Before he died, he looked at various skills and integrated them into one method to create the Yin Yang Harmony skill, which allows people to explore the great medicine of the human body and the mystery of the origin of practice through the way of Yin and Yang. Side door level technique. Looking at this description, it's not a simple dual cultivation technique. It should be a technique of evil ways, demonic ways, and practiced through dual cultivation. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly as he explained the introduction of Yin Yang Harmony technique. But we have to see whether the technique is good or not. After all, it is a side door level technique. System, extract. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about it, and his mind moved slightly, extracting this Yin Yang Harmony technique. In an instant, the practice method, related content, and other key points of Yin Yang Harmony technique flooded into Lu Changsheng's mind like a revelation. After a long time. Sure enough, it's the same as I guessed. This is not a pure dual cultivation technique, but a technique of evil ways. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and completely understood this Yin Yang Harmony technique. As he guessed, this is an evil technique. Through Yin Yang dual cultivation, you can quickly improve your strength and practice all the way to the nascent soul stage. If there was no 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword scripture, Lu Changsheng might consider practicing this technique. But now that he has the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword scripture, Lu Changsheng doesn't consider practicing this technique at all. The reason is very simple. No one knows the pros and cons of these two techniques better than him. In terms of practice speed, Yin Yang Harmony technique is naturally better. But in terms of foundation, the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword scripture is far better than more than one draw. Lu Changsheng's main point is to take steady steps, have a solid foundation, and achieve great things late. If he practices this Yin Yang Harmony technique, Not to mention the end of the nascent soul, but it will affect the follow-up anyway. Although I don't practice this yin-yang harmony technique, this technique has been integrated into many techniques by a yin-yang master, which can be said to be all-encompassing. There are many secret techniques and techniques in it. I can also practice it, and it is also useful to me. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. This yin-yang harmony technique, as a side door technique, is naturally not that simple. It contains many dual cultivation secrets and techniques, which also open Lu Changsheng's eyes. For example, there is a secret method called dragon-inducing technique recorded here. It allows practitioners to continuously collect and replenish the yin essence of female cultivators, so that their cultivation level will soar. If a woman has a special spiritual body, she can even collect and replenish certain spiritual characteristics from her body. However, this secret technique has certain harm to female cultivators. If the collection is excessive, it may even hurt the woman's essence and directly die from the collection. In addition to the evil collection and replenishment techniques such as dragon-inducing technique, Lu Changsheng also saw several good techniques and secret techniques. One secret technique is called 5 Elements Yanzhuang method, which allows men and women to increase the probability of pregnancy after practicing. As the cultivation level of immortal cultivators increases, there is also a sequelae. It will become difficult to give birth to heirs. For example, in the key refining stage, there is no effect. Once you break through the foundation establishment stage, there will be a certain impact. If you break through the dam formation stage, it will be difficult to give birth to heirs. As for the nascent soul stage, it is even more difficult. And this 5 Elements Yanzhuang method can allow people to conserve their energy after practicing and increase the probability of giving birth to heirs. The second skill is Love and Love Secret. It is a superior method of dual cultivation. Unlike the dragon-inducing skill, it completely improves oneself by collecting and replenishing female cultivators. In the Love and Love Secret, during the dual cultivation of men and women, the man will absorb the woman's yuan-yin essence. But this yuan-yin essence blends with the man's yuan-yang essence. Thus, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, nourishing more yin yuan-yang yuan, and finally returning part of it. Not only can it make up for the woman's deficiency, but the extra can also nourish the woman, making the woman benefit a lot. However, this is a secret skill in the yin-yang harmony skill after all, and it also has side effects. That is, more dual cultivation will make women more obsessed with the men who practice, and they will be affectionate. But in Lu Changsheng's view, this is not a disadvantage. After all, he only practices dual cultivation with his wives, concubines and maids. I won't be a flower thief or do anything that harms the world. There is also a secret method called Dian Fen Pei Yuan Guang. It is to let virgin female cultivators practice. When a woman practices this method to a certain depth, the male cultivator can use the secret technique to seize the woman's yin in an instant to break through the bottleneck of cultivation. The 3 major bottlenecks of foundation building, Dan formation, and nascent soul can all be helped to break through the bottleneck with this method. Like the maid in Beiyu Tower, the practice of the Qingzhu Peiyuan Gong should be a similar method, right? It's just that the Qingzhu Peiyuan Gong allows people without spiritual roots to practice. Lu Changsheng feels that this Dian Fen Peiyuan Gong is a bit like an upgrade of the Qingzhu Peiyuan Gong. It's a pity that this Dian Fen Peiyuan Gong takes too long to practice, and it has requirements for the cultivation of female cultivators. Otherwise, you can buy a maid from Beiyu Tower to practice and try the effect. Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly. I feel that the secret techniques and the yin-yang he guang are not suitable for exposure. Otherwise, it is easy to get into trouble. I can try this love secret when I go back later. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. After all, trying to practice dual cultivation with his wife and concubine is the joy of the boudoir. He had also experienced the Dragon Lock secret, Jade Chamber secret, and 36 free hands of Dong Salanzi before. However, these 3 are just secular bedroom techniques, not dual cultivation methods. As for the love secret, just say that you bought it at the free cultivator market. Night fell. Zhaoqing, come, uncle will teach you something good. Lu Changsheng returned home, and after dinner, he called Zhaoqing to the room. Afterwards, uncle, Zhaoqing can't do it anymore. Zhaoqing lay on the bed, her big watery eyes full of tenderness and charm. Zhaoqing, look at how much your cultivation has improved. Lu Changsheng asked Zhaoqing. Uncle, I've been practicing for about a day or 2. Zhaoqing felt it with a blush on her face, and immediately showed a look of surprise. 1 or 2 days? It seems that the effect is average. Lu Changsheng thought for a while. He knew that this also depended on the cultivation of the two people. Because Zhaoqing only had the 3rd level of key refining, the effect was better than his. He had just completed the dual cultivation, and only had a small improvement, which was estimated to be equivalent to 2 or 3 hours of meditation. But it's better than nothing. At least it's better than nothing, and it adds a little more joy to the boudoir. Lu Changsheng didn't care too much. After all, this thing was given for free. He immediately put Zhaoqing in a posture and smiled. It's okay, a little bit makes a lot, let me help you practice. The Dream Fairy City. The inner city cave area. But outside a cave, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was suddenly attracted, forming a spiritual energy vortex. Someone is attacking the foundation. It seems that the 3 levels of foundation building have been broken through, and it has reached the most critical step. I don't know if it will succeed. The abnormal spiritual energy of heaven and earth attracted the attention of some cultivators in other cave areas. But there were not many people watching. After all, high-level caves like the Great Dream Fairy City that are rented out have cultivators coming every year to try to build their foundations and break through bottlenecks. And at this moment, inside the cave, foundation building. Success. Meng Xiaoqing opened her eyes, and a purple light appeared in her eyes. Her face at this moment also returned to its original appearance. It was 3 or 4 points similar to before. But it seemed that her eyebrows and eyes had grown, and she had changed from her original delicate appearance to a stunning beauty. The whole person was filled with an ethereal and agile temperament that made people unpredictable. I successfully built my foundation. Meng Xiaoqing looked at her palm, and a happy smile appeared on her face involuntarily. Then, she closed her eyes, and a handsome young man with an upright posture appeared in her mind. In this way, she quietly experienced her state of mind. After a moment, Meng Xiaoqing felt the rising emotions in her heart, and immediately opened her eyes, dispelled the images in her mind, and suppressed the emotions in her heart. What a domineering love Laku! Even if I have established my foundation, it still affects me. I must find a way to solve it, kill him, and take back the love Laku. Meng Xiaoqing's eyes showed determination. But as soon as the idea came out, she immediately felt a throbbing pain in her heart. She felt that she shouldn't have such a thought. Meng Xiaoqing immediately pinched the spiritual formula with her hand to calm her heart. She began to think about what she should do to take back the love Laku. Chapter 113, Second Boss, the Big Boss is in trouble. Jiulongfang Market. Yushin Pavilion. In a private room, Yu Mao Chang was eating and drinking with Lu Changsheng. Brother Lu, the current situation of the Lu family does not seem optimistic. Do you have any ideas? Yu Mao Chang said after drinking 3 points of wine. What ideas can I have? There is someone taller to hold up this kind of thing. It's not my turn to worry about it. Why, brother you mentioned this, is there any way? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Today, Yu Mao Chang asked him to drink and came to this private room. He felt that the other party had something to say. Now he heard it, and he thought it was true. What way can I have? It's just that the Yu family wants to recruit you, brother Lu, so let me be a lobbyist. It means that if brother Lu is willing to join the Yu family is also willing to marry a family girl to brother Lu. As for the conditions and treatment, brother Lu can also mention it. Yu Mao Chang took a bite of the dish, smiled bitterly, and told the truth. I, Lu Changsheng, came to the Lu family when I was a nobody. Now my wife, concubines and children are all in the Lu family. How could I do such a thing of betraying the family? Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said, Brother Lu, please don't blame me. It's because the Yu family knows that I know brother Lu, so they asked me to be a lobbyist. There is no other intention. I will punish myself with a glass of wine. Yu Mao Chang immediately raised his glass and said aloud to apologize. Of course I know this. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and didn't care. Knowing this kind of thing, Yu Mao Chang is just a lobbyist. The Yu family asked him to be a lobbyist, and he couldn't refuse. In this case, I will give the Yu family a reply afterwards. However, brother Lu has become a top-grade talisman master at such a young age. He's gifted in the art of talismans. I guess the Yu family will not give up easily. At that time, they will send someone to recruit brother Lu. Yu Mao Chang said. There was a bit of envy in his tone. Before, he was a little surprised that the Yu family asked him to be a lobbyist. When he learned that Lu Changsheng was a top-grade talisman master, he couldn't help but be surprised. He had always thought that Lu Changsheng was a mid-level talisman master. He had never expected that Lu Changsheng would actually be promoted to a high-level talisman master. While he was amazed at Lu Changsheng's talent in talismans, he also understood why the Lu family didn't say anything when Lu Changsheng married a wife and concubines. Because this kind of status and position is completely incomparable to a son-in-law from a cultivation family like him. Okay, thank you for your reminder, Brother Yu. Lu Changsheng nodded. He also heard the meaning of Yu Mao Cheng's words. It means that the Yu family will introduce him to the Yu family through Yu Mao Cheng at that time. So now it is also a greeting in advance. Actually, as a friend, I think Brother Lu can consider this aspect. It's not that I have to betray the Lu family and join the Yu family. If the Lu family is really in trouble, Brother Lu has to consider a way out for himself. Yu Mao Cheng took a sip of wine and said, "We'll see about this matter when the time comes. It's a bit early to talk about this now." Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. In his plan to escape, he naturally considered a way out. If the Lu family is really in trouble and can't hold on any longer, Lu Changsheng plans to run away with his wife, concubines and children and live in the market for a few years. When he's almost there, he will show his skills as a top-level talisman master and choose to join a force like the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. As for the Yu family, it is not within his consideration. After all, not all families of immortal cultivation are like the Lu family, which are relatively upright. They can make him feel at ease and comfortable. Moreover, after the incident with the Lu family, if he joins a force like an immortal cultivation family in the future, he is destined to not fit in and will be excluded. It is better to join a chamber of commerce or a sect, which is more relaxed and comfortable. Yes, there is no rush for this kind of thing. With Brother Lu's talisman-making skills, he can gain a foothold anywhere. Yu Mao Cheng nodded, and did not continue to talk about this topic. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng was drawing talismans in the Lingfu shop. Zhang Shan told Lu Changsheng that Yu Mao Cheng was looking for him. "Brother Yu, what's the matter?" Lu Changsheng walked downstairs and asked Yu Mao Cheng. "Just as I said last time, the Yu family will send someone to recruit Brother Lu. The third young master of the Yu family is here today. Let me invite Brother Lu to have a chat," Yu Mao Cheng said. The third young master of the Yu family. Lu Changsheng naturally didn't know this third young master of the Yu family. But being called the third young master, he must be of a high status in the Yu family. "Brother Lu, why don't you go and meet him? Even if Brother Lu doesn't want to join the Yu family, you can go and meet him," Yu Mao Cheng said. After that, he lowered his voice and said, "And as far as I know, this third young master has a bad reputation. Brother Lu should try not to offend him if he can." "Okay, Brother Yu and I will go and meet him." Lu Changsheng heard this, chuckled, and nodded. He knew that if he didn't go, Yu Mao Cheng would have a hard time. Moreover, the Yu family sent a young master here, and it was impossible for him to come here and not see anyone, and then just leave. If he didn't go this time, he would come to find him later, so it would be better to meet him. Why do I feel that these immortal cultivation families are digging up the roots of the Lu family? Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of the previous pursuit of Lu Miaoj by the young master of the Bai family. It feels that the young master of the Bai family came to Jiulongfang City and entangled with Lu Miaoj, not necessarily because he liked Lu Miaoj very much. But in this way, he showed his sincerity and wanted Lu Miaoj to join the Bai family. Alice, it's really a case of everyone pushing the wall down. Now the ancestor of the Lu family is not dead yet, so it's like this. If the ancestor of the Lu family dies, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but say in his heart, it feels that this world of immortal cultivation is more naked than he imagined. Immediately, Lu Changsheng and Yu Mao Cheng came to a private room on the second floor of Yushan Pavilion. In the private room, fine wine and delicious food were already prepared on the table. "Dao Ialu, nice to meet you." A handsome young man dressed in a blue brocade and somewhat feminine, looked at Lu Changsheng and said with a bow, "Meet Master Yu." Lu Changsheng also knew that this was the third young master of the Yu family, and bowed slightly. "Brother Lu, third young master, I have something else to do, you two can talk." Yu Mao Cheng introduced the servant. Now that Lu Changsheng has been brought here, he will naturally not stay here, so he bowed and said goodbye. "Well." Yu Ningyu nodded and waved his hand slightly, indicating that Yu Mao Cheng should leave. Then he made a gesture of invitation and asked Lu Changsheng to sit down. Dao Ayalu, please sit down. I invited Dao Ayalu to come here this time. I believe Dao Ayalu also knows the reason. I heard from Yu Mao Chang that Dao Ayalu has no idea in this regard for the time being, but this is not urgent. Dao Ayalu can listen to it. Even if it doesn't work out, just treat it as a friend and get to know each other. Qingyun said with a smile, picked up the wine pot, and personally poured wine for Lu Changsheng. It is naturally a blessing to be able to know a hero like young Master Yu. I'll drink first. Seeing that the other person's words were so polite, Lu Changsheng naturally would not offend him. He smiled and drank the wine in the glass. He exclaimed, "Good wine." This was not a polite remark. Lu Changsheng didn't drink much. There were only jade bamboo wine and white jade 100 flowers wine, etc. But at this moment, he could clearly feel that this wine was far better than the jade bamboo wine and white jade 100 flowers wine he had drunk before. It nourishes the spirit and mind, and it is probably a first-class top-grade spirit wine. This is the specialty spirit wine of my Qingzhu Mountain, the Bishu spirit wine. It has a good effect on nourishing the mind. Fellow Taoist Lu is a talisman master, so you can drink more. If you like it, I have another pot on me, and fellow Taoist Lu can take it back to taste. Qingyun said. Master Yu is too polite. It's embarrassing to not accept the reward without merit. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, and naturally he would not covet such a little spirit wine. Seeing this, Qingyun didn't say much about this, and began to talk about other topics. Asked about Lu Changsheng's situation and life in the Lu family. He also talked about the current situation of the Lu family and introduced his own situation in the Yu family. If Lu Changsheng didn't have a system, he would have a clear plan for himself. I was really moved by the courtesy and words of the third young master of the Yu family. After all, from the words of the third young master, the Lu family was not optimistic. The Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain not only had two great foundation-building masters in charge. In 10 years, it was expected that the third great foundation-building master would be born. The overall strength and prospects of the family were far better than those of the Lu family. If Lu Changsheng was willing to join, the future would be limitless. After talking for a while, Qingyun took out a pot of spirit wine and 3 jade boxes and put them on the table. The 3 jade boxes were opened, and inside were a magic tool talisman pen, 10 crystal clear medium-grade spirit stones and a high-level breakthrough pill. Brother Lu, this is a little sincerity from my Yu family. This resource is enough for Brother Lu to practice to the late stage of key refining. Moreover, as long as Brother Lu is willing to join my Yu family is willing to marry a legitimate daughter to Brother Lu as his wife. When Brother Lu practices to the late stage of key refining and makes enough contributions, my Yu family can even give him advanced exercises and teach him the experience of building the foundation. I think the Lu family should not be able to give such a good treatment to fellow Taoist Lu, right? Qingyun said with a faint confident smile on his face. Lu Changsheng looked at the spiritual wine, the magic tool talisman pen, 10 medium-grade spirit stones, and high-level breaking pills in front of him, and couldn't help but secretly think of the Yu family's generosity. He could tell at a glance that this talisman pen was a top-grade magic tool talisman pen. Add 10 medium-grade spirit stones and a high-level breaking pill, which is equivalent to more than 3,000 spirit stones. It can't be said to be a big deal. He knew in his heart that the Yu family must have seen his talent and potential in the talisman path when they spent such a price. He knew that in the future, he would not only be a top-grade talisman master, but also a top-level talisman master of the first level. He's expected to become a second-level talisman master. Otherwise, a top-grade talisman master is not worth the Yu family spending so much to poach him. He also married his daughter to him and gave him advanced skills. For a family of immortal cultivators like this, the more powerful it is, the fewer direct descendants marry out. For example, Yu Ningrong, who married Yu Mao Cheng, is just a collateral descendant of the Yu family. Master Yu, I'm very sorry. I entered the Lu family from a humble beginning. I was able to have what I have today because of the Lu family's training. I really can't do anything to betray my family. Lu Changsheng said with an apologetic look on his face. If you were an ordinary cultivator, it would be difficult to refuse this. After all, money, women, skills, and the Yu family in Qingzhu Mountain. It can be said that the arrangement of money, friends, methods, and land is complete. Especially the high-level skills and foundation building experience are simply killers for ordinary cultivators. Even though all immortal cultivators know that their hope of building a foundation is slim. But when they hear about this aspect of foundation building, they can't help but be tempted and take the bait. After all, building a foundation is the dream of countless immortal cultivators. Even if there is a little more chance, they will rush to it. After these words came out, Qingyun, who had a faint confident smile on his face, could not help but freeze. He looked at Changsheng in surprise. Unexpectedly, after all his talk, Changsheng was not moved. He actually rejected him. You know, when he received the task, he saw the family's offer and questioned it. He thought the conditions were too good. It was only after the family told him about Changsheng's talent in the art of talismans that he reluctantly accepted it. But he never expected that Changsheng would actually refuse at this moment. He really couldn't figure out what was going on. Fellow Taoist Lu, you may not be very clear about the current situation of the Lu family. I can tell you directly that the lifespan of the Lu family's ancestor is about 3 to 5 years. And the Lu family has no way to obtain the foundation building pill, and there is absolutely no way to produce a new foundation building cultivator. The Lu family sent people to the Xiao secret realm before, but there was no gain. So in this situation, the demise of the Lu family is doomed. Why do you? Qingyun spoke out, and his tone was no longer so polite. However, before he finished speaking, Qingyun's face showed a look of sudden realization. He understood why Changsheng rejected him. I understand. Taoist Lu must be thinking about his wives and concubines. Because the wives, concubines and children are all in the Lu family. Taoist Lu, rest assured. As long as you join our Yu family, when the Lu family is destroyed, our Yu family can come forward and try to protect your wives, concubines and children. And this young master has also heard that Taoist Lu likes women and can't live without women. It just so happens that this young master is the same. As long as you are willing to join the Yu family, my 36 concubines and 72 maids will all be given to Taoist Lu. Qingyun said with a confident smile on his face. Changsheng didn't know what to say for a while when he heard this. He was completely silent by the third young master of the Yu family. I don't know whether to say that the third young master of the Yu family is generous, or say something else. It's really hard to keep up with the other party's brain circuit. Fellow Taoist Lu, what do you think? At worst, I will let the children born in the future recognize you as their godfather. Or if you really like them, I can give you a few of the rooms. Qingyun thought of the news about Changsheng, and thought he had seen through Changsheng's thoughts, and said with confidence. He also thought that he had made such a great sacrifice to let Changsheng join the Yu family, and the family would definitely reward him well after returning to the family. Lu has no intention of betraying the Lu family for the time being, and thank you for the hospitality, Master Yu. Changsheng didn't know what to say. He felt that he couldn't talk to this young master of the Yu family. If the other party had been polite as before, the deal would not be successful, and the friendship would still exist, and he would treat it as a friend. But in this case, he really didn't know what to say, so he stood up and said goodbye. Changsheng, you. Qingyun saw that he had given such a great benefit, but Changsheng still didn't know what was good for him, and his expression showed a little anger, and he wanted to say something. But thinking that this was in the market after all, he didn't say anything after all. He just snorted coldly and put the things on the table back into the storage bag. Brother Lu, I'm really sorry this time. Seeing Changsheng walking downstairs alone, Yu Maocheng, who was waiting downstairs, also guessed the result. Knowing that the chat was not very pleasant, he bowed his hands to express his apology. It's okay. Changsheng bowed his hands, and left the Yushan pavilion without saying anything. I don't know whether the words of the third young master of the Yu family were true or false. After walking out of the Yushan pavilion, Changsheng thought of some words that the young master of the Yu family had said just now. About the current situation of the Lu family. He knew that the situation of the Lu family was not optimistic. But the words of the young master of the Yu family said that the Lu family was almost doomed. There was even a hint that as long as the ancestor of the Lu family died, not only the Chen family of Hongai Valley, the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain would also come up to share a piece of meat. No matter whether what the young master Yu said was true or false, I must make proper arrangements for my wives and concubines. Changsheng thought to himself. He didn't care much about himself. He had the strength to protect himself. The main consideration was still the wives, concubines and children. If the crisis of the Lu family came, how should he take all his wives, concubines and children to run away safely? At this moment, Lu Changsheng clearly understood why most cultivators were alone. Because in most cases, being alone is far better than having a family. As for himself, it can no longer be said that he has a family. It can be regarded as a small family migration. However, since he has chosen this path, the path of having many children and more blessings, Lu Changsheng will naturally not complain about the trouble at this time. He feels that there are too many wives and children. Strength, in the final analysis, it is still insufficient strength. If I have the strength of building a foundation, these things are not a problem. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, deeply feeling the importance of strength. His current strength can only protect himself. He can't protect his wives, concubines and children. As for wives and concubines, I will think about it after 2 months when I return to Qingzhu Mountain and see how to arrange it. I just met this young master of the Yu family, and I have to tell the Lu family about this. Otherwise, when the Lu family knows about it, they may be a little suspicious. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The previous pursuit of Lu Miaoj by the young master of the Bai family, as well as the young master of the Yu family offering a high price to poach people, he felt that the Lu family probably faced a lot of such things. Since he had encountered it, he should tell the Lu family about it to avoid any grudges later. After all, it was just a matter of a few words. After nightfall, Lu Changsheng left the talisman shop and came to the Lu family compound in the East District. He met the second elder and told him what happened today. Changsheng, you are thoughtful. The second elder heard Lu Changsheng's words and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. The Yu family sent people to poach you, and they must have offered a high price. You are unmoved, which shows that our Lu family did not make a mistake. Don't worry, our Lu family can stand in Qingzhu Mountain for hundreds of years, and it is not so easy to fall. The second elder said. Second elder, without the Lu family, there would be no Lu Changsheng today. I will definitely advance and retreat with the Lu family. Lu Changsheng said with a firm look. He didn't care whether the second elder's words were true or false, or whether the situation of the Lu family was good or bad. Since he is still in the Lu family, he should have the right attitude. Okay, it's enough that you have this heart. Seeing this, the second elder nodded with relief and patted Lu Changsheng on the shoulder. At the same time, Dream Fairy City. The ancestor of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain only has a few years left to live. Meng Xiaochen heard a piece of news, her eyes flickered, revealing a thoughtful look. Then she walked out of the cave and left the Dream Fairy City. In a blink of an eye, more than a month passed. The matter of the third young master of the Yu family was just a small episode for Lu Changsheng. It did not affect his life. He still practiced every day, made talismans, went to get off work, and helped Zhaoqing practice dual cultivation. Although he helped Zhaoqing practice dual cultivation, he also gained a lot. After all, this kind of thing is idle anyway, and practicing immortality happily can also improve your cultivation. Under his slight control, Zhaoqing did not get pregnant. But 2 other maids got pregnant. Lu Changsheng didn't care. After all, it's not possible for him to not have children just because the Lu family is not optimistic now, right? These maids are in Jiulongfang City, and the Lu family's affairs will not affect this place. That day, Lu Changsheng was meditating and practicing on the second floor of the talisman shop, when suddenly a hurried voice came. Second boss, it's bad. The first boss is seriously injured and unconscious. He's dying. Chapter 114 Sister Miaoj, I'm sorry. What? Sister Miaoj is seriously injured and unconscious. Is she going to die? When Lu Changsheng heard this, his eyes suddenly opened, and a sword light burst out. He quickly got up and walked out of the room, looking at Zhang Shan, asking what was going on. Second boss, I don't know what's going on either. Just now, my wife saw the seriously injured eldest boss in the city, so she hurriedly sent her here, but she was unconscious when she came. Zhang Shan said hurriedly. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he didn't ask any more questions and went downstairs immediately. He came to the lounge on the first floor. He immediately saw Zhang Shan's wife Bai Su, who was helping Lu Miaoj sit on a chair. At this time, Lu Miaoj's beautiful face, as clear as snow, was extremely pale, without any blood color, and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. A pair of beautiful eyes closed dimly, and her brows were slightly wrinkled, with a bit of pain. The snow-white dress was a little messy and damaged, stained red with blood. On her back, there was an obvious wound, and black evil spirits were overflowing. Changsheng could tell at a glance that Lu Mayaoj was in a very bad condition. She was lifeless and filled with death. Sister Mayaoj. Seeing Lu Mayaoj's appearance, Changsheng's face changed and he stepped forward to support her. He took out a porcelain bottle from his storage bag, poured out a pill and put it into Lu Mayaoj's mouth. This was a first-grade top-grade pill he bought himself, which had the effect of restoring injuries. He took out another nectar talisman and used it on Lu Mayaoj. Longevity. Hearing Changsheng's voice, Lu Mayaoj slightly opened her beautiful eyes. Her pale face barely showed a smile and wanted to say something. But as soon as she opened her mouth, blood seeped out from the corners of her lips. No, this kind of injury has already hurt the heart meridian and spread throughout the body. If you want to heal your injuries and prolong your life, you need at least a second-grade top-grade pill, or even a third-grade pill. Changsheng held Lu Mayaoj's wrist and checked her physical condition. He found that the other party was in a very bad condition now. She was completely in a critical state of exhaustion. Not only was the injury serious, but the wound on the back had a domineering force that was annihilating and devouring Lu Mayaoj's spiritual power and vitality. His ordinary healing pills and talismans and spells were of no use at all. What should I do? What should I do? Changsheng's mind was spinning rapidly. He was thinking about how to save Lu Mayaoj. After all, Changsheng always had some special feelings for Lu Mayaoj, the eldest lady. The two had known each other for so many years and had been in contact for so long, and they had a lot of feelings. Even in his heart, Changsheng had already regarded Lu Mayaoj as his woman, the mother of his future child. In this situation, Changsheng couldn't watch Lu Mayaoj die. It's impossible to buy a third-level pill. Second-level life-saving pills are not so easy to buy. And there's no time for me to find a second-level pill now. In this case, unless you ask a great foundation-building monk who is good at treatment, there's hope to prolong life. Changsheng could only think of two methods, but neither worked. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a method. Double cultivation. There is a secret technique recorded in the yin-yang harmony technique. The yin-yang nirvana technique is a technique of collecting and replenishing. By constantly collecting and replenishing the female's yin essence, the human body's great medicine, it is used to recover from one's injuries and gain a new life. Changsheng, who has thoroughly comprehended the yin-yang harmony technique, knows it very well. This technique can also be practiced in reverse, reversing yin and yang. Use one's own pure yang essence and human essence to nourish the woman, heal her injuries, and rebirth. But I am no longer a pure yang body, and my cultivation is only at the key refining stage. Even if I use the yin-yang nirvana technique, the effect is limited. Facing such injuries, it may not be possible to save her. Changsheng thought to himself. He knew that even with such a secret technique, it would not be so easy to save Lu Mayaoj. Moreover, his relationship with Lu Mayaoj has not reached that stage. It is not good to use such a secret technique to save people. Changsheng, you should be careful when you go out. The murderer is not an ordinary robbery cultivator. He came prepared. Lu Mayaoj said with blood in her mouth. Sister Mayaoj, don't talk first, you must hold on. Changsheng said immediately. He could see that Lu Mayaoj was now on her last breath. Once she finished speaking in her heart and relaxed her mind, she would die. Ahem. Changsheng, you asked me before what I wanted from a Taoist partner. Actually, I think you are very good, but too sentimental. And you already have my alien. But I am already satisfied to die in front of you. Ahem, the only regret is that I have no hope of building a foundation. I hope you can take a look at it for me. Lu Mayaoj also knew that she was about to die, and she spoke out her true feelings. And she did not forget to urge Changsheng to practice well. As soon as the voice fell, her eyes began to dim. Sister Mayaoj, hold on, I have a way to save you. Changsheng said directly. At this moment, he no longer entangled and thought too much. Decided to use the yin-yang nirvana technique to treat Lu Mayaoj. Because apart from the yin-yang nirvana technique, Changsheng had no other way. As for whether she was innocent or not, and exposing her own means, Changsheng didn't think so much for a while. Saving people is important. What's more, the other party has confessed now. By then, after the treatment, she will be the mother of the child. After making the decision in his heart, Changsheng no longer concealed his incompetence. He poured his 7-star spiritual power into Lu Miaoji's body, and first suppressed the evil spirit that was destroying her life. Changsheng. Lu Miaoji was slightly startled when she felt the spiritual power pouring into her body. She didn't expect Lu Changsheng's spiritual power to be so powerful. But just speaking, she had already used up all her strength, and her consciousness was getting dimmer and dimmer. I'll go to treat Sister Miaoji's wounds, don't let anyone disturb me. Lu Changsheng knew that he couldn't delay any longer. After saying that, he picked up Lu Miaoji's soft body and walked quickly to the 3rd floor. Then he took out a set of array equipment from the storage bag and threw it. He simply arranged the top-grade array sky curtain 5 elements array obtained from Xiaolong. He came to the bedroom and put Lu Miaoji on the bed. Sister Miaoji, I'm sorry. Lu Changsheng didn't hesitate. He directly untied Lu Miaoji's blood-stained white dress and took off her clothes. The white and attractive ice-skinned jade body was revealed. The curves are undulating, the posture is moving, like a perfect and outstanding product from heaven. A doctor's heart is like a parent. I am saving people now, nothing else. Lu Changsheng looked at a mysterious veil of Lu Miaoji, who is usually beautiful and elegant like a fairy, and revealed the beautiful scenery of the iceberg. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, on the back of this flawless, radiant jade body, there was a black wound, and there was a black evil spirit. Lu Changsheng took out the nectar talisman from the storage bag and pasted it on the wound on the back. Changsheng. At this moment, the only trace of consciousness left by Lu Miaoji made her pale face flush a little, and she called softly. But now she was weak all over, unable to speak, and her consciousness gradually dissipated. She could only let Lu Changsheng pose in a shameful posture. Sister Miaoji, I'm sorry. Lu Changsheng said again. Immediately, the talisman shop was on the 3rd floor. Lu Changsheng operated the yin-yang nirvana technique, urging the yang yuan in his body to treat Lu Miaoji's injuries. At this time, Lu Miaoji had already fainted and lost consciousness. She was completely relying on Lu Changsheng for a chance of survival. However, although she was unconscious, she seemed to feel something. Her jade body, which was only left with a pair of white silk stockings, was slightly tense and delicate. Just like this, time passed little by little. The evil spirit of the wound on Lu Miaoji's back was gradually contained and suppressed. The vitality in her body began to slowly radiate. It really works. Miss, I'm spending my life to treat you like this. You have to compensate me well when the time comes. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Miaoji, who was still in a coma but frowned slightly, and exhaled lightly. He knew that with his Yang Yuan cultivation, even the Yin and Yang Nirvana technique would be difficult to save Lu Miaoji. So he directly and decisively performed another secret technique in the Yin and Yang harmony technique, the life transfer technique. Through this method, he consumed his own life and transferred the human body's essence and Yang Yuan into Lu Miaoji's body. Huh? Lu Changsheng took a deep breath. Then he held a slender jade foot wrapped in white socks and continued to heal. The 1st floor of the talisman shop. What happened to Miaoji? What's the situation now? How is my sister? The 2nd elder and Lu Miaoji learned about Lu Miaoji's situation and immediately rushed to the talisman shop to ask. Elder Lu, I don't know about this situation either. At that time, the eldest master was already dying, with only a glimmer of hope left. But the 2nd master said there was a way to save her, so he took the eldest master to the 3rd floor and said he couldn't disturb her. Zhang Shan sighed slightly. He is also a cultivator. Although he only has the 6th level of key refining. But it can be seen that Lu Miaoji was almost in danger at the time. Unless there is a magic medicine, or a great cultivator who is good at treatment, it is possible to prolong her life. How long has it been now? Why is there no reaction at all? Lu Miaoji was wearing a black dress, and her delicate face showed an anxious look. Although she was a little rebellious and liked to confront her sister Lu Miaoji, the two sisters still had a good relationship. It's been a day, but I don't know the specific situation, and I dare not disturb her. Zhang Shan said aloud. One day? So long. No, I have to go and see. Lu Miaoji heard this and said anxiously, wanting to go upstairs to see. Miss Lu, the 2nd owner told us not to disturb her at the time. Zhang Shan said with embarrassment. Miaoji. Seeing this, the 2nd elder immediately stopped Lu Miaoji. Since Changsheng said there is a way to save Miaoji, maybe there is a way. The 2nd elder thought of what the ancestor once said, that Lu Changsheng is a man with great luck. Maybe there is a way to save Lu Miaoji. Moreover, now that so much time has passed, we can only rely on Lu Changsheng. Maioge has talismans and magic tools to protect her, and ordinary robbery cultivators are not her opponents. This time it is very likely that it is not an ordinary robbery cultivator, but one who comes prepared. I will send a message back to the family. Maioge, you must not leave Jiulongfang City next time. It is best to stay in the compound. The second elder continued to talk to Lu Maioge. Then he looked at Zhang Shan and said, if Changsheng comes out, please let me know. Please rest assured, Elder Lu, if the bus comes out, I will send someone to notify you immediately. Zhang Shan nodded. On the third floor of the talisman shop, Lu Changsheng was still treating Lu Maioge. At this moment, a soft moan sounded. When Lu Changsheng heard this voice, he was immediately happy. He knew that Lu Maioge's condition had improved. He immediately treated her vigorously, not daring to relax, for fear that the other party would die. But looking at Lu Maioge in front of him, with hair like waterfalls, skin like snow, and a graceful figure, Lu Changsheng suddenly realized a problem. What if Lu Maioge wakes up? In this situation, if Lu Maioge wakes up, he will be embarrassed and don't know how to face it. After all, if you really want to say, the relationship between him and Lu Maioge is still a little bit off. Although he did this for the sake of saving people. But for a woman like Lu Maioge, innocence is still very important. Just when Lu Changsheng was thinking about how to face Lu Maioge when she woke up, he heard Lu Maioge's whimper again. The voice was extremely tender, and there was a bit of repression and patience. At this moment, Lu Changsheng immediately realized that Lu Maioge might have woken up. Lu Changsheng wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say for a while. Seeing Lu Maioge's beautiful eyes closed and suppressing her voice, Lu Changsheng suddenly understood. In this situation, it's not just him who is embarrassed. Lu Maioge is also embarrassed. For a while, I don't know how to face myself. After all, Lu Maioge's personality is gentle and cold. The true feelings she expressed before were also like this before she died. Now that she is alive again, the two of them are in this situation. Naturally Lu Maioge doesn't know how to face it. Just like an ostrich, she continued to pretend to be unconscious and tried not to make any sound. Understanding the general situation, looking at Lu Maioge like this, Lu Changsheng also thought of how to solve the embarrassment. His palm gently stroked Lu Maioge's white jade back like solidified fat. At this moment, the wound on the fair jade back has healed, smooth as jade, without a trace. Then, Lu Changsheng hugged Lu Maioge gently. He buried his head in Lu Maioge's slender jade neck and smelled the faint fragrance between her hair. In this situation, Lu Maioge still kept her beautiful eyes closed. But her pale cheeks were red all over, red to her ears, and her breathing was a little rapid. The words before death. The scene at this moment. Lu Maioge was so ashamed and embarrassed that she wished she would not wake up and die. But thinking of Lu Changsheng's worry and concern. At this moment, she did this to save herself. She could clearly feel that a steady stream of vitality entered her body in this way to heal her injuries. And her injuries were also contained, but she was still very weak. Knowing that Lu Changsheng did this, he must have made a great sacrifice. Otherwise, her injuries at that time would basically be fatal. As Lu Changsheng's treatment became faster and faster, Lu Maioge's mind was scattered. She could no longer suppress her body's instincts. She grasped the sheets tightly with both hands and bit her lips. She only hoped that Lu Changsheng would finish the treatment as soon as possible and wait for Lu Changsheng to leave. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to face Lu Changsheng now. After all, she had a good impression of Lu Changsheng, but she was not deeply in love with him. She usually treated him as a younger brother. Moreover, Lu Changsheng was nominally her brother-in-law. Lu Changsheng naturally didn't know what Lu Maioge was thinking when she treated her brother-in-law like this. She continued to work tirelessly, becoming more and more courageous. After all, Lu Maioge's current condition was indeed weak and needed to be stabilized by treatment. However, he was also observing Lu Maioge's situation, estimating her bottom line, and did not tease her too much. After all, this kind of thing still had to be done step by step. Time passed little by little. How long will this last? If I don't wake up, will Changsheng continue like this? But doesn't the book say that? Lu Maioge was a little out of breath, and the whole person was like mud enduring the treatment. I don't know how long it will take Lu Changsheng to finish. I couldn't help thinking that I should have spoken out when I woke up. Otherwise, I am numb now, And I don't have any strength in my body, and I don't know how to speak. At this time, Lu Changsheng saw that Lu Mayaoj was sweating and the back of her foot was tense like a bow. The injury was temporarily stabilized, so he roared and ended the treatment. Then the whole person was like exhausted and fainted. Changsheng. Lu Mayaoj came back to her senses from the afterglow, and saw Lu Changsheng lying still, so she couldn't help but call him twice. But seeing that Lu Changsheng didn't respond, her heart couldn't help but rise, and she was confused. Somewhat worried that Lu Changsheng might have saved her, causing something wrong with herself. Lu Mayaoj pursed her lips, sat up slightly, and looked at Lu Changsheng. Immediately saw Lu Changsheng's handsome face, full of fatigue and paleness. Changsheng. Lu Mayaoj shouted worriedly, wanting to check Lu Changsheng's body. At this moment, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes tiredly. Sister Mayaoj, you woke up. Great. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Mayaoj, with a weak face and a happy smile. Changsheng, are you okay? Lu Mayaoj said with concern. I'm fine, just a little exhausted, cough cough. Lu Changsheng said softly, Sister Mayaoj, I'm sorry, I cough cough cough. I didn't think so much at the time, I just wanted to save you, so. Lu Mayaoj was silent for a while. Her eyes were a little complicated, bit her lips, and said softly, Changsheng, this is not your fault, thank you for saving me. Sister Mayaoj, I will be responsible cough cough, I will propose to the head of the family at that time. Are you willing to marry me? Lu Changsheng looked weak and continued to speak, with expectation in his eyes. Propose marriage, marry. Lu Mayaoj was confused when she heard this. For a while, she didn't know how to reply. The change in this relationship was too fast. She hadn't adapted to it yet and recovered from the current situation. Sister Mayaoj, don't you want to? Lu Changsheng said a little sadly. Changsheng, can you give me some time? Lu Mayaoj held Lu Changsheng's hand and said with tenderness in her eyes. Ahem. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded gently. He knew that Lu Mayaoj must be very confused at this time. It was already a done deal, so there was no need to rush. Changsheng, are you okay? You must have paid a lot to save me, right? Lu Mayaoj's face was full of concern. Lu Changsheng made it look as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Finally, he was silent for a moment and said, I'm fine. I'll be fine after a rest. Changsheng, can you tell me the truth? Seeing Lu Changsheng like this, how could Lu Mayaoj believe that everything was fine? Sister Mayaoj, you should know that I have some secrets. This time it is a secret method of dual cultivation. Lu Changsheng said softly. Well, I know, I don't blame you. Changsheng, everyone has their own secrets. I noticed a long time ago that you are different from ordinary cultivators. Don't worry, I will keep the secret for you. Lu Mayaoj spoke immediately, her pale face showing seriousness, and raised her hand to swear. Of course I believe you, Sister Mayaoj. What I mean is that this kind of treatment is a kind of dual cultivation method. If I want to recover slowly, I must use another kind of dual cultivation secret technique to recover. Lu Changsheng said with a wry smile. After hearing the words, Lu Mayaoj was slightly startled, and her face immediately turned red to her ears. But looking at herself and Lu Changsheng in such a situation, she bit her lips lightly and nodded. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng passed the love sutra to Lu Mayaoj. P.S. The second chapter will be a little late, but it will be there. Chapter 115. 70 kids draw for the zoo in Pearl. On the third floor of the talisman shop. In the bedroom, a man and a woman were sleeping in each other's arms. Beside the bed, there were scattered a green bamboo leaf brocade robe and a blood-stained white dress, underwear, and a lotus belly band. Lu Mayaoj woke up. Looking at Lu Changsheng, who was still sleeping with his arms around her, the scenes of the past few days emerged in her mind. Her pale cheeks instantly turned red like blood. She even felt like she was dreaming. At first, it was Lu Changsheng who healed her. But later, it became that she healed Lu Changsheng. Then, it became a double cultivation and healing. Thinking of the details of the double cultivation process, and how she was tormented by Lu Changsheng, Lu Mayaoj couldn't help but blush to her ears and touched her belly. Alice, she sighed helplessly. It can only be said that it's a good thing that the two of them were double cultivating to heal. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I go back in a few months, I will have to go back with a bulging belly. Thinking of going back with a bulging belly, the eyes of her father, the fourth elder, and Lu Mayaoj She suddenly didn't dare to think about it. Lu Maioj stopped thinking and sat up slightly. Looking at the marks on her flawless body, there was a little more resentment in her eyes when she looked at Lu Changsheng. She couldn't help but think, no wonder Lu Changsheng has so many wives and concubines. If there was only one wife and concubine, how could she bear such a torment? Lu Maioj took out a new dress from the storage bag and put it on, returning to her usual elegance. Sister Maioj. At this time, Lu Changsheng heard the noise and woke up. He was not pretending to sleep. This wave of healing really made him very tired. Changsheng, you're awake. Are you okay? Lu Maioj pursed her lips, like a good wife and mother, with a gentle and concerned voice. It's nothing, as long as you practice dual cultivation a few more times, I think you can recover completely. Lu Changsheng smiled and said calmly. Practicing dual cultivation with Zhao King didn't help him much. But practicing dual cultivation with Lu Maioj was indeed much better. It was almost equivalent to half a month of hard practice. However, it is impossible to rely entirely on this method to cultivate. Occasionally, relying on dual cultivation to improve is beneficial to both men and women. But if it is too frequent, it will lead to a weak foundation. When Lu Maioj heard the word dual cultivation, her pretty face blushed. Although dual cultivation is also good for her. She has experienced it these days. But she still can't let it go. Sister Maioj, what happened to you when you were attacked before? Lu Changsheng also knew that Lu Maioj was thin-skinned, so he got up and put on his clothes, and changed the subject and asked. When I came here this time, I encountered 4 robber cultivators in the late stage of key refining. They all covered their faces, but through their means, they were obviously prepared and deliberately targeted me. But I don't know who they are and who instructed them. It may be sent by the Chen family, but it may also be other families who want to divert the disaster to the Chen family. Lu Maioj said softly. Lu Changsheng nodded when he heard this. If you cover your face and breath, it is indeed difficult to see who the other party is and find out who is behind it. And when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. The situation of the Lu family is indeed the same as Lu Maioj said, and other family forces may also get involved. Sister Maioj, let's leave this matter to the family. But as for your health, you can announce it to the public at that time. Your heart meridian is damaged, and you may get some unexpected gains. Lu Changsheng said. Under his treatment, although Lu Maioj's heart meridian was not damaged, she did need to recuperate for a period of time. In this way, not only did he throw a smoke bomb to the outside world, but he also slightly concealed the effect of his treatment. Well, I will express it to the outside world at that time. Lu Maioj nodded slightly. Then he continued, now that so much time has passed, the second elder should also know about it. We should go and tell the second elder to save him from worrying. She used to be used to being in the same room with Lu Changsheng. But now that the relationship between the two has taken a step further, she is a little confused about how to get along. Sitting like this, she couldn't help but think of the scenes of the past few days, and her heart was a little confused. It's time to tell it. Lu Changsheng nodded. The things that happened between Lu Maioj and Zheng Yangshan at the beginning could all be heard by Lu Maioj. Now that Lu Maioj was seriously injured, it was impossible for the second elder not to have received the message. Changsheng, I will keep the healing secret for you. I will say that you got a pill and a secret method by chance. As for what happened between us, don't mention it to the public for the time being, okay? At this time, Lu Maioj took a breath and said with a bit of pleading in her voice. She could face Lu Changsheng normally. But she didn't know how to face the things between her and Lu Changsheng, and didn't know how to face the fourth elder, Lu Maiyan. Okay, I'll listen to you, Sister Maioj. I will definitely not mention it to the public. Lu Changsheng smiled. He also knew that the relationship between the two had broken through a little too fast in the past few days. He still had to cultivate his feelings more. Then he cleaned up the traces left in the bedroom in the past few days and went downstairs. Big boss, second boss. Zhang Shan saw the two coming down from upstairs and immediately stepped forward to bow. He told them about the second elder and Lu Maioj coming over. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Thanks to Aunt Bai for Sister Maioj's matter before, this is a small token of my appreciation. Lu Changsheng took out 3 top-grade talismans from his storage bag as a token of thanks. If Zhang Shan's wife hadn't sent Lu Maioj to him in time, he would not have been able to see her for the last time if he had been delayed any further. You're too polite, second boss. Zhang Shan waved his hand immediately. However, seeing that Lu Changsheng insisted, Zhang Shan accepted it. After all, 3 top-grade talismans were not a small income for him. Looking at Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj who walked out side by side, like a golden boy and a jade girl, Zhang Shan couldn't help but take a few more glances. I always felt that the 2 bosses seemed to be a lot closer today, but I couldn't tell where. He didn't care about this, it had nothing to do with him. East District, Lu family compound. Mayaoj, I'm glad you're okay. Changsheng, thanks to you this time, don't worry, I will report to the family this time and apply for a reward for you. The second elder said when he saw Lu Mayaoj and Lu Changsheng, both of whom looked a little pale. He couldn't help but secretly said in his heart that as the ancestor said, Lu Changsheng was a man of great luck and had a chance. If it weren't for Lu Changsheng this time, Lu Mayaoj might be in danger. Lu Mayaoj is not only talented, but also a top-grade talisman master. If something really happened, it would be a disaster for the current situation of the Lu family. Second elder, you are polite. This is what I should do. Lu Changsheng said with a bow. Then the second elder also said that he had sent a message back to the Lu family. And he would ask the law enforcement team of Jiulongfang City to investigate the murderer behind the scenes. If an ordinary casual cultivator died, he would die, and no one would know or care. But Lu Mayaoj is a descendant of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. Now he was attacked around Jiulongfang City and fled back to Fangxi with serious injuries. Fangxi would definitely give an explanation. After all, this kind of thing has a bad impact on the market itself. Most cultivators come to the market for a safe place. Now there are such bold robbers who even kill the children of the Immortal family. Naturally, it will make the scattered cultivators uneasy and affect the flow of the market. At the same time, in an inn in Jilong market, why can't you do such a small thing? 4 people can't even kill a cultivator of the 7th level of key refining. The 3rd young master of the Yu family, Yuningyin, looked at the 4 people in front of him and said gloomily. 3rd young master, Lu Mayaoj escaped to the vicinity of the market with the help of talismans, so we didn't dare to continue chasing her. And she was hit by my black evil slash at the time, and her vitality began to disappear. It can be said that she was dead. I don't know how she survived. A burly middle-aged man said with a bow. He couldn't figure out why Lu Mayaoj could still survive. Humph, it's just a waste. The 3rd young master of the Yu family snorted coldly. He came here not only to dig Lu Changsheng. He also had other purposes. It is to eliminate Lu Changsheng, Lu Mayaoj and several other Lu family members as much as possible. This will not only seriously damage the vitality of the Lu family, but also make the Lu family furious. When these things happen, the Lu family will first suspect the Chen family. Now the Lu family is already trapped, and there are constant frictions with the Chen family. When these things happen, the conflict will also break out, and finally fight to the death with the Chen family. But he didn't expect that the 4 people he arranged couldn't kill Lu Mayaoj, who was at the 7th level of key refining. And once this happened, it would certainly make everyone in the Lu family alert, and it would be difficult to find opportunities. System. After Lu Changsheng returned home, he silently said in his heart and opened the system panel. Name, Lu Changsheng. Identity, son-in-law of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Cultivation, key refining level 7. Lifespan, 27/155. Talent, 6th grade spiritual root. Skills, Balian Baodiju, Ki Ao Dazu Sword Sutra. Spells, Firebomb spell, Wind control spell, Object control spell, Key condensation spell, Spirit Eye spell, Sound transmission spell. Skills, Talisman making, level 2. Puppet, level 2. Spirit pets, Jiuiao Mastiff, Peach Blossom Goo, Offspring. 68/81. See details, 155. That is to say, I consumed 8 years of my lifespan by saving people this time. Lu Changsheng saw his lifespan through the system and murmured in his heart. He knew that he had consumed his own lifespan by saving people through the life-saving spell and yin-yang nirvana spell before. But he didn't know how many years of lifespan he had consumed. Now through the system panel, he has a direct understanding. It seems that this kind of thing really can't happen too often, otherwise it won't be able to withstand it even if there are more lifespans. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. But he didn't take it too seriously. The main thing is that he is still young and has a long lifespan, so he is not in a hurry. You have 68 children now. I wonder if the system will give you money when you have 70 children. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Due to the current situation of the Lu family, he has a sense of urgency to improve his strength. But if you want to improve your strength, in addition to relying on time to practice, the fastest way is opportunity. Others get opportunities by exploring relics and the caves of their ancestors. He naturally relies on having children, and then the system gives you money. In a blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. On the third floor of the talisman shop. On the table and chairs beside the bed, white luo skirts, white lingerie, plain lotus belly bands, belts, green bamboo leaf brocade robes are neatly stacked. Changsheng, thank you for taking care of the shop. Lu Mioji's beautiful face is no longer so pale, but rosy as clouds, and her graceful and charming body lies in Lu Changsheng's arms, and she said softly. Things between men and women, there was the first time, the second time, and the third time. At first, Lu Mioj was still a little reluctant. But under the excuse of dual cultivation and healing, Lu Changsheng hesitated for the second time, and the third time, and gradually let go. But this time, they were about to leave and return to Qingzhu Mountain. So the two of them stayed in the talisman shop to heal their wounds all night. Okay, I'll watch over the shop. Lu Changsheng nodded. But in fact, he felt helpless. He had planned to go back to Qingzhu Mountain with the second elder this time. But Lu Mioj had to go back because of the attack. So he had to stay here. Immediately, Lu Mioj kissed Lu Changsheng on the cheek and lifted the quilt. A pair of slender jade legs stretched out, and the crystal jade feet like a crescent moon stepped on the ground, showing the curvy body, and quickly put on the dress. Let the whole person return to the usual pure and beautiful appearance of snow, elegant and worldly. But at this moment, the gentleness on her face made her look a little less worldly than usual. Changsheng, I'll go first. Lu Mioj said in a gentle voice. Okay, Sister Mioj, please be safe. Lu Changsheng nodded. After the beauty left, Lu Changsheng also stood up, exhaled lightly, and put on his clothes. He could feel that although Lu Mioj was close to him, she was a little coaxing him and following his feelings. In other words, Lu Mioj had no intention of marrying him. So she followed him in other aspects as compensation. After all, there is still a lack of opportunity. Or, the eldest lady has a hurdle in her heart and can't get over it. Lu Changsheng also knew why Lu Mioj was like this. One is that Lu Mioj didn't know how to face the fourth elder in Lu Mian. The other is to have a baby. Lu Mioj still has a heart for the Tao. Fight for a foundation in the future. If she has a baby, it will definitely delay and affect her practice. Alice, in fact, I don't have to have a baby. Lu Changsheng shook his head. He actually looks at voluntary matters such as having a baby. If Lu Mioj really doesn't want to have a baby, he can't force her. After all, for a cultivator, he understood this kind of thing very well. However, in this case, he could only say that with so many wives, concubines and maids, he had a lot of children. If a woman married him, she would probably be affected and would have to give birth to 2 children at least. But I have to stay here for another half a year, so I have to give birth to a child. Lu Changsheng sighed, thinking of how he had sent all the maids with spiritual roots back to Qingzhu Mountain. Now in Jiulongfang City, except Zhaoqing, the other maids have no spiritual roots. In this case, his eugenics plan would be a little difficult. Do I have to go to Beiyu Tower again? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. I haven't done good deeds for a long time, so I'll just do something good. After thinking about it, Lu Changsheng decided to go to Beiyu Tower. After all, eugenics cannot stop. He has only 11 wives, concubines and maids with spiritual roots, including Lu Mioj. At the same time, Red Leaf Valley. Senior, are you willing to lend a helping hand to my Chen family? Chen Shushen, the head of the Chen family, looked at the thin young man in front of him and said respectfully. Yes, I have an old grudge with the Lu family. I heard that there is a feud between your Chen family and the Lu family. Now the ancestor of the Lu family is about to pass away, so I came to settle this grudge and share a share. Meng Xiaochen said. That's fine. I don't know what conditions the senior has. Chen Shusheng heard this and still said respectfully. After all, the inconspicuous thin young man in front of him is a great cultivator of foundation building. In a blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. Lu Changsheng also has 3 more maids in the courtyard of Jiulongfang City. These are naturally the poor people he rescued from the White Jade Tower. All three of them have spiritual roots. But the spiritual roots are not high, only the 9th grade spiritual roots. It's not that Lu Changsheng has no spiritual stones. And thinking, since he can't afford a maid with a medium grade spiritual root anyway, it's better to save some money. It was also a good opportunity to see how much influence his middle grade spiritual roots would have on his child's spiritual roots. At this rate, I will be able to break through to the 8th level of key refining in half a year. In the talisman shop, Lu Changsheng, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and let out a long breath. One reason for this cultivation speed was the help of the Love Sutra. Another reason was that he kept spending money and relying on elixirs. But Lu Changsheng was not satisfied with his cultivation speed. After completing his cultivation, Lu Changsheng got up and went to the talisman room to draw talismans. Although he came to Jiulongfang City to take charge, the number of talismans he had to draw every month had indeed increased. It also took a lot of time to draw talismans every day. Just as he took out the talisman-making materials and prepared to make them, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for having 70 offspring and getting a chance to draw a lottery. It's really 20 as a gift. So, the next time will be when there are 90 or 100 children. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard the system prompt, and guessed in his heart. But this time, Zhang Laoai and Yu Yao's children have no spiritual roots. The next moment, Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly. He clearly remembered who the mother of his 69th and 70 children was during this period. But neither of the two children had any spiritual roots, which meant that they had no spiritual roots. System, draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about it, and silently said in his heart, see if this draw can give me a surprise. Immediately, the system's big turntable appeared. Start the draw. Lu Changsheng said without hesitation. The golden light appeared on the draw disc and began to rotate. Then it slowly stopped on the treasure in the draw column. Congratulations to the host for winning the rare treasure, Qingyun Pearl. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A blue bead pattern appeared with the system prompt sound. Exotic treasure, Qingyun Pearl. Lu Changsheng was a little curious when he saw the reward he drew this time. He immediately looked at the system space. Let's see what this Qingyun Pearl is. Qingyun Pearl, grade, 3rd level, description. Produced in the Qingyun water realm, it can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by itself, store spiritual energy, and after refining, it is like the second key high danshan of the cultivator, making the cultivator in the late stage of key refining comparable to the foundation building, and the cultivator in the late stage of foundation building comparable to the fake pill. Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by itself, after refining, it is like the second key high danshan. The late stage of key refining is comparable to the foundation building. The late stage of foundation building is comparable to the fake pill. Lu Changsheng looked at the description of the exotic treasure in front of him, and the whole person couldn't help but be shocked. He had thought about whether he could draw something that could quickly improve his strength. But this was just a thought, not too much expectation. Unexpectedly, the system now gave him a 3rd level exotic treasure, Qingyun Pearl. After refining, the late stage of key refining is comparable to the foundation building. The late stage of foundation building is comparable to the fake pill. This effect is simply amazing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Danger. I must prepare for the worst. Extract. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he extracted the Qingyun Pearl from the system space. Suddenly, an egg-sized jade bead emitting a blue and glittering light appeared. At the same time, detailed information about this Qingyun Pearl also entered Lu Changsheng's mind. This Qingyun Pearl, to put it bluntly, is a portable power bank. For key refining and foundation building cultivators, it can not only charge and improve endurance, but also increase spiritual power and mana. But in the hands of a Jindan's Hanren, the effect of this exotic treasure is very ordinary, and it can only be used as an ordinary amplification treasure. Lu Changsheng looked at the Qingyun Pearl in his hand and said to himself. He had a clearer and more intuitive understanding of the effect of this Qingyun Pearl. But this effect is already very powerful. Enough for me to use until the Qingyun stage. After I form a den, this Xuanilian pearl can also be passed on to my children. After all, this Xuanilian pearl is different from the demonic curse fate book. It is not used once and then gone, but can be passed down from generation to generation. Lu Changsheng smiled. In his opinion, this Xuanilian pearl is much better than the demonic curse fate book. Not only for individuals, but also for families and sects, it is a rare treasure. Most family forces will always encounter a period of transition. At this time, the value of Xuanyuanzhu is reflected. It can allow a family to have a pseudo-foundation building and a fake pill. I am now at the 7th level of key refining. I don't know how much this Xuanyuanzhu can increase my increase. Lu Changsheng didn't think much, bit his tongue lightly, spit out a mouthful of blood, and spit it on the Xuanyuanzhu. The pearl absorbed the blood and shone brightly. It turned into a stream of light, sank into Lu Changsheng's body, and came to the danshan in the Qi along the meridians. Immediately, Lu Changsheng closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, and began to refine this Xuanyuanzhu to make it perfectly fit with himself. 1 month later. The 3rd floor of the Lingfu shop. It is worthy of being a system product, a 3rd-level exotic treasure. The spiritual power that this Xuanyuanzhu can store is 8 or 9 times more than what I have now. Lu Changsheng looked inward at danshan, watching the azure blue beads turn into colorful colors at this moment, and his face was full of joy. After refining the Xuanilian pearl, he could clearly feel the spiritual energy in his 2nd danshan. Just like his own danhu, the spiritual energy could flow without any hindrance. With this Xuanilian pearl, I no longer have to worry about insufficient spiritual power. Lu Changsheng said happily. Then his mind moved slightly, and he put his 2 fingers together, and a sword-light condensed. The spiritual power release spell, through the spiritual pressure, the power is about 3 times greater. If you use all your strength to promote it, this increase can be increased by several %. Lu Changsheng looked at the sword light in his hand and quietly felt the changes in the spiritual pressure. No wonder the Xuanilian pearl can only make the late stage of key refining comparable to the foundation building, and the late stage of foundation building comparable to the fake pill. With the 2nd danshan, the amount of my spiritual power is far beyond key refining, almost comparable to the foundation building. But in terms of quality, it is still impossible to compare with the great cultivators of the foundation building. But I practice the 7 Stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra, which is an authentic level of practice. The spiritual power is basically far better than that of the cultivators of the same level. When I reach the peak of key refining, with the blessing of the Xuanilian pearl, I may not be weaker than the great cultivators of the foundation building. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. But he just thought about it. If he really reached the peak of key refining, he would not rely on the strange treasure to try to challenge the great cultivators of the foundation building. Who would play a cross-level challenge for no reason? He is not the protagonist of Long Aocean. And Lu Changsheng knew very well that he had a big problem in fighting. There are too few magic methods. In addition to the 7 Stars Sword Light, the 7 Stars Sword Shield, and the 7 Stars Sword Escape, he only learned ordinary spells such as firebombs and object control. He had never learned or practiced a more advanced offensive spells, so he could only rely on talismans. This Xuanilian pearl is not only useful for fighting, but also in other aspects. Now that I am making talismans, I don't have to worry about the consumption of spiritual power. I only need to consider the mental aspect. Lu Changsheng said happily. He usually draws talismans, and when his spiritual power is almost consumed, he has to recover through meditation. But now with the Xuanilian pearl, he doesn't have to worry about the problem of running out of spiritual power. Moreover, after the spiritual power in the Xuanilian pearl is consumed, it will automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to slowly recover. Calculating the time, it's almost the day of the Immortal Gate Conference, right? At this time, Lu Changsheng suddenly thought that according to the time, it would be the day of the Qingyun Sect's Immortal Gate assessment in a few months. He had said that he would send Xia Chaoyong to the Qingyun Sect to participate in the Immortal Gate assessment. Forget it, it's autumn now, and it might be dangerous to go out. It's the same to let Huang Yi or Fei Yu send Xia Chaoyong there. Lu Changsheng thought about it and decided not to go this trip. Although with his current strength and means, nothing will happen as long as he doesn't encounter a great cultivator who has established his foundation. But it's better to have less trouble than more. Immediately, Lu Changsheng wrote a few letters, went to the Fangxi post station, and had them sent to Ruiyi County City. Time passed day by day. In a blink of an eye, more than a month passed. During this time, the 3 maids that Lu Changsheng added from the White Jade building all became pregnant. Lu Changsheng didn't take too much care of these 3 maids, just let nature take its course. After all, there is no rush for such things, it will happen sooner or later. If he really wants to do it crazily, there is also a 5 elements Yanzong method in the yin-yang harmony art, which allows him to increase the probability of fertility. Second boss, that Fairy Su is here to order talismans again. That day, Lu Changsheng was reading the history of cultivation on the 3rd floor, and the voice of the shopkeeper Zhang Shan came from outside. Okay, I'll come down right away. Lu Changsheng nodded when he heard this. This Fairy Su's name is Su Honggayu, and she is a big customer of the Lingfu shop. She has purchased a lot of talismans in the shop in the past few months. So in this case, he, the boss, also needs to receive him. When he came to the reception room on the 1st floor, he immediately saw a woman in her 20s, with a beautiful face and wearing a purple simple palace dress. Hello, fellow Taoist Su. Lu Changsheng smiled and bowed to the other party like a spring breeze. Master Lu is here. I want to order a batch of talismans this time. Su Honggayu saw Lu Changsheng and smiled, her voice was gentle and charming. Then she handed over a talisman purchase list. She was wearing a simple palace dress, her face was elegant and dignified, but there was a charming style in her gestures. No problem, in about half a month, our store will be able to prepare all these talismans. Lu Changsheng glanced at the list and said, okay. Su Honggai was also very straightforward after hearing this, and then signed the contract and paid the deposit. After doing all this, Fairy Su looked at Lu Changsheng and smiled sweetly. Master Lu, I found a cave outside. I want to invite a few fellows to explore with me. Are you interested? I am honored by Fairy Su's invitation, but I am not good at fighting, so I won't go. Lu Changsheng heard this and immediately declined politely. To be honest, this cave has a ban, and it is difficult to break it for a while, so I want to find someone to explore with me. But if the cultivator has too high a cultivation level, I am worried that he will covet the treasure. Master Lu's cultivation level is not high, and he is a member of the Lu family. The owner of this spiritual talisman shop is obviously trustworthy, so I sincerely invite you. Su Honggayu twisted her slender waist slightly, crossed her legs, and said with a bit of temptation, Lu is not strong enough, so I won't participate. Thank you Fairy Su for your kindness. Lu Changsheng continued to refuse. And at this moment, he felt a little wary. Although he had done business with the other party several times, he had not had much contact. He couldn't help but think too much when he was suddenly invited to explore the cave. Moreover, as a man who had experienced many battles and sailed through thousands of sails, Lu Changsheng could feel that Su Honggayu in front of him should have learned the art of seduction, and her behavior was tempting him. Combined with the recent situation of the Lu family, Lu Changsheng had to think more. However, Lu Changsheng didn't care about this kind of thing. Even if the other party was fishing, it would be fine as long as he didn't take the bait. Besides, Lu Changsheng really had no interest in exploring the ruins and caves. If he had this leisure time, he might as well go home and make 2 more babies. Not only would the system give him money, but the baby could also add spiritual roots and strength to himself. Since Master Lu Fu is not interested, then I can only look for someone else. Although Su Honggai was a little regretful, she didn't force it, and still said with a smile. More than half a month later, Zhang Shan told Lu Changsheng that the Fairy Su came again. Master Lu Fu. Su Honggai greeted Lu Changsheng with a smile. This time she changed into a gorgeous golden palace robe. The robe was aglow with lifelike and vivid phoenix embroidery. Lu Changsheng could tell at a glance that it was at least a top-grade robe, or even a top-grade robe. However, Lu Changsheng felt that there was something wrong with his brain for such behavior. He was not afraid of being targeted as a fat sheep when he was dressed so ostentatiously. Friend Su, the talismans you ordered before are all ready. Take a look. Lu Changsheng said without looking at them. He took out a stack of talismans from his storage bag. Of course I trust Master Lu Fu. Su Honggayu took the talisman, looked at it twice, and said with a smile. After paying the remaining spiritual stones, Su Honggayu continued, does Master Lu have a first-level forbidden breaking talisman? Breaking the forbidden talisman. Breaking the forbidden talisman is a first-level top-grade talisman, and it is very difficult to draw. I wonder how many you want. Su Dao Iao. If it's 1 or 2, I can ask the elders of the family to draw it. Lu Changsheng said. The Forbidden Breaking Talisman is a first-level top-grade talisman, and its difficulty is comparable to that of a second-level talisman. Even the 4th elder's success rate in drawing the Forbidden Breaking Talisman is not high. But for Lu Changsheng, it is not a big problem. But he can't take out this kind of business from the store. The more the better. Su Hongyu said so. Then she smiled at Lu Changsheng and said, Master Lu Fu, I bought a Forbidden Breaking Talisman because I had explored the cave until the last stage. It's a pity that Master Lu Fu didn't come with me before. This trip is not only safe, but I also gained a lot, so I have the money to change into a new robe. Su Hongyu said with a smile. Then congratulations to fellow Su Dao Iao. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he remained calm and bowed with a smile. Then he said, as for the taboo-breaking talismans, our shop can only provide 1 or 2. There is really no way to provide more than that. As for talismans like the taboo-breaking talisman, the 4th elder does not make much money due to the low success rate of the talisman. He basically draws a few for sale for the sake of the store's reputation. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was still indifferent, Su Hongyu also paid a deposit, chatted for a few words and left. There is a problem, absolutely a problem, it is definitely fishing. After Su Hongyu left, Lu Changsheng returned to the 3rd floor. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was something wrong with Su Hongyu. She was trying to seduce him to leave the market. Behind this Su Hongyu, there may even be a group of people who attacked and killed Sister Miaoj. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. But it was a pity that his strength was limited. Otherwise, he could follow the other party out, do a counter-fishing, and investigate the truth. But after all, he was just a small cultivator of key refining, so there was no need to take risks. Time flew by, and more than 2 months passed. During this time, Lu Changsheng added 3 spiritual root maids from the White Jade Tower. Let 2 of them get pregnant. As for the maids without spiritual roots, after 6 of them got pregnant, Lu Changsheng controlled them and didn't let them get pregnant. After all, there must be maids to do something and take care of the children. During this period, Su Hongyu also came twice more. But she didn't invite Lu Changsheng to explore the cave again. Instead, she said that she was very happy to gain from the cave, and invited Lu Changsheng to have dinner at the restaurant next door to celebrate. After all, it was a big customer and it was in the market, so Lu Changsheng accepted the invitation. When the wine was 3 points, Su Hongyu confided to Lu Changsheng that it was not easy for her to come all the way as a casual cultivator, and brought the 2 closer. The second trip was not long ago, inviting Lu Changsheng to participate in a casual cultivator gathering. Tell Lu Changsheng that in addition to trading items and expanding personal connections, this gathering also has a hidden function. Some independent cultivators who have no hope of building a foundation and want to find a Taoist partner to form a cultivation family will meet and play at such a gathering. They want to invite Lu Changsheng to participate in the fun. Even though Lu Changsheng is indeed a little curious and interested in this gathering. But since he has already determined that the other party is fishing, Lu Changsheng will naturally not agree and refuse politely. In the end, Su Hongyu could only leave with a face full of resentment, as if she saw a heartless person. However, the battle-hardened Lu Changsheng had no fluctuations in his heart. Do you really think that he has been grinding in the affairs of men and women for these years in vain? But to be honest, the other party's appearance and figure, combined with the charm of his behavior, closer relationship, and a bit of goodwill and interest, are indeed hard to refuse. It's a pity to meet Lu Changsheng, who is battle-hardened and wary. One day, on the 3rd floor of the talisman shop, Lu Changsheng, who was practicing with his eyes closed and surrounded by 7 sharp sword auras, suddenly opened his eyes. Finally entered the 8th level of key refining. Lu Changsheng looked at the 7-colored elixir lake in his danshan, and a look of joy appeared on his face. This breakthrough time was a little faster than he expected. In addition to the sufficient supply of elixirs, it was also due to the improvement of spiritual roots, as well as dual cultivation and other reasons. I broke through the 8th level of key refining, and the upper limit of the Zuinitun pearl was immediately increased. It's really mysterious. Lu Changsheng looked at the 7-colored flowing pearls on his danshan, and couldn't help but said secretly. After his realm breakthrough, the Zuinitun pearl also moved and was improved. This improvement can continue until the peak of the foundation building period. At that time, It will be the limit of the amplification that the Zhuanitun Pearl can provide. But at my speed, it will take 5 or 6 years to break through the 9th level of key refining. The next moment, Lu Changsheng shook his head and estimated his own cultivation speed. Even this speed, for a 6th grade spiritual root, is already considered fast. But Lu Changsheng still felt it was a bit slow. After all, he has been cultivating for less than 10 years. 6 days later, Lu Changsheng suddenly received a message from the second elder. Let him prepare and set off for Qingzhu Mountain in 3 days. As for the talisman shop, he will ask someone to take care of it temporarily. Second elder, what's going on? Lu Changsheng heard the second elder's words and immediately realized that something had happened. According to the time, the second elder will not go back for another half a month. And it is never so urgent to go back normally. I received a message from the family that many of our Lu family's children who went out for training were attacked. And not long ago, the Chen family directly attacked the elder in the mining area and seriously injured him, so the family recalled all the people outside the family. The second elder said in a deep voice. The Chen family took action. ? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised to hear this. He immediately realized that the situation between the Chen family and the Lu family was finally going to break out. This time it was no longer a minor friction. Many Lu family members were attacked, and even the great elder who was in charge of the mining area was seriously injured. This shows that the Chen family is going to face the Lu family directly. Yes, the Chen family has repeatedly provoked us. Although our Lu family has fought back, we failed to deter them. They knew that the ancestor was in a bad condition, so they dared to do so. The second elder's face also looked a little ugly. The Lu family was already seriously injured more than 10 years ago. It hasn't fully recovered yet. This wave has killed many Lu family members, making the situation of the Lu family worse. After all, for a family of immortal cultivators, the continuation of bloodline is very important. Changsheng, don't worry, our Lu family has been able to stand in Qingzhu Mountain for hundreds of years. We have our own foundation and are not afraid of the Chen family. The second elder said as if he was afraid that Lu Changsheng would worry. Second elder, no matter what, Lu Changsheng, will advance and retreat with the Lu family. Lu Changsheng didn't care whether the other party comforted his heart or not. Now that the Lu family is in crisis, he can indeed choose to hide and stay in Jiulongfang market. But his wife, concubines and children are all in the Lu family, and he must go back this time. Okay. The second elder was also relieved to hear this. As the saying goes, a journey tells a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. Lu Changsheng has only been in the Lu family for 10 years. Now that the Lu family is in crisis, he has shown such a firm attitude, which naturally makes him feel that he has not made a mistake and is extremely relieved. Then let Lu Changsheng prepare, and he will send someone to the talisman shop to take charge temporarily tomorrow. After the second elder left, Lu Changsheng came to the 3rd floor and checked his storage bag. See what else needs to be prepared. 200 1st grade mid-grade talismans, 156 1st grade high-grade talismans, 119 1st grade top-grade talismans, 57 2nd grade low-grade talismans, 8 2nd grade mid-grade talismans, 1 2nd level puppet, 2 1st level middle-grade puppets, and 4 1st level low-grade puppets, 3 yin lazy, a set of black blood needles, 2 bottles of 1st level top-grade healing medicine, 1 bottle of explosive pills, which can immediately restore half of your spiritual power and increase your cultivation. 1 bottle of Lingshen pills, which can clear your mind and strengthen your spirit after taking them. In terms of magic tools, there are 2 top-grade magic tools and 5 high-grade magic tools. There is nothing else to add. Lu Changsheng sorted out his inventory and thought about what else he should prepare. But after thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing else to add. In terms of talismans, I drew them according to my own needs, and they are complete for attack, defense, trapping enemies, running away, and treatment. With Lingshen pills as a supplement, I can temporarily improve my spirit. It won't be a problem to smash a few hundred talismans at that time. Moreover, I am now at the 8th level of key refining and have the Qingyun Pearl. Not to mention that I am comparable to the foundation building. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am invincible under the foundation building. Also, with the Zhuanitun Pearl on me, if I now use all my strength to activate the Golden Light Brick Talisman, I can unleash 70% to 80% of its power, and ordinary foundation building cultivators may not be able to withstand it. Lu Changsheng calculated and felt that it would not be a big problem for him to meet a great foundation-building cultivator. However, he had never worried about his own problems from beginning to end. He had always been thinking about how to keep his wife, concubines, and children safe in danger. If the Lu family is really breached, by then I will have a second-level puppet by my side, with a talisman in one hand and a stack of second-level talismans in the other hand. Even a foundation-building cultivator will give way when he sees it. After all, who would be willing to fight with others without a deep hatred? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. It's a pity that I haven't seen the ancestor of the Chen family, otherwise, I could have solved him directly with a magic curse book. But the current situation of the Lu family is not something that can be solved by killing an ancestor of the Chen family. The problem lies with the Lu family itself. Even if the Chen family is gone, there will be immortal families such as the Yu family, the Bai family, and the Zhang family to take action. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, weakness is the original sin. If you don't have strength, you can't defend a spiritual vein-blessed land at all. Lu Changsheng shook his head. He knew that even if the ancestor of the Chen family died, it didn't mean that the crisis of the Lu family was solved. In the final analysis, the crisis of the Lu family still stemmed from the impending death of the ancestor of the Lu family. And the Lu family has no new foundation-building great cultivator. It has been almost 2 years since Lu Yuanshan came back from the Purple Nether secret realm. But for so long, the Lu family has not responded, and no new foundation-building great cultivator has been born. Is there no harvest, or did the final breakthrough fail? Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. For ordinary cultivators, even if they gather all the foundation-building pills and foundation-building spiritual objects, the probability of breaking through the foundation is at most 50% to 60%. But how many people can gather together the foundation-building pills and foundation-building spiritual objects? Most casual cultivators rely on 1 or 2 foundation-building spiritual objects. Even many casual cultivators have nothing and directly risk their lives for a chance to build a foundation. Although a cultivation family like the Lu family has some foundation, it is guaranteed to have 2 or 3 foundation-building spiritual objects. It's meaningless to worry about the Lu family's new foundation now. I must prepare for the worst. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about this. He began to simulate in his mind, if the ancestor of the Lu family died, and a great cultivator of foundation building came to kill him, how would he deal with it with his wives, concubines and children? Should he sacrifice the talisman at the first time, or let the puppet go up to fight, and when he assisted with the talisman or sacrificed the talisman, the treasure bones he nurtured would burst out together? Is there a hope to directly kill the foundation building? Lu Changsheng kept simulating and thinking. It's a pity that no one knew what Lu Changsheng was thinking at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely be confused and shocked beyond words. He thought to himself, is this the sect that you are going to destroy others? Otherwise, why would it be so? Most cultivators are just fighting for some benefits, and they don't fight to the death. After all, isn't the purpose of cultivating immortals to live a good life and live more freely and comfortably? Chapter 117 Lu Changsheng, do you know what happened to my sister? 3 days later, Lu Changsheng took the second elder's flying boat and returned to Qingzhu Mountain from Jiulongfang City. This time, Lu Changsheng did not bring Zhaoqing with him. One reason is that compared to Qingzhu Mountain, Jiulongfang City is now safer. Another reason is that this flying boat is really full of people. Not only is it full of people, but there is also a person riding an iron-feathered eagle, traveling with a flying boat. Lu Changsheng, do you know what's wrong with my sister? The last time I saw her, I always felt something was wrong. Lu Miahun was also on this flying boat, and asked Lu Changsheng through voice transmission. What's weird? Lu Changsheng heard this and asked calmly. I can't explain it clearly. I just feel that she has been weird since she was injured last time. Lu Miahun wrinkled her nose, and couldn't tell what was wrong specifically. But as a younger sister, she can feel the changes in her sister. Then he asked curiously, by the way, Lu Changsheng, how did you heal my sister? I heard that my sister was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. I accidentally got a life-saving pill before, and the Changsheng I practiced was somewhat helpful for healing. So I barely managed to stabilize the eldest lady's injury. Lu Changsheng said without blushing or beating his heart. This is the same statement he and Lu Miaoj made. And a long time ago, he announced to the public that he had changed to practice Changsheng. After all, He has always maintained the appearance of a 20-year-old. With so many wives and concubines, making babies all day long, it is normal to choose to practice health-preserving exercises. Hearing this, Lu Maihun didn't think much about it. He continued to chat with Lu Changsheng about some daily things and mentioned the current situation of the Lu family. Lu Changsheng was idle and chatted with his second lady casually. The spirit boat was flying quickly in the sky. At this moment, suddenly, shua shua shua, 4 streams of light shot up into the sky, cutting through the air and shooting over. 3 of them intercepted the flying boat. One of them killed the iron-feathered eagle next to the flying boat. Not good. The second elder saw this scene and his face changed immediately, and he shouted angrily. He activated the defense array of the flying boat, and a thick earth-yellow light shield was born. He also offered a small blue triangular flag, and the flag fluttered, and a layer of light blue water wave light shield emerged to directly cover the flying boat. Cry. But the iron-feathered eagle on the side could not avoid the flowing light, and let out a mournful cry. Blood was spilled from its abdomen, and its wings fluttered randomly. This made Lu Yuanhua, who was riding on it, change his face. A jade bamboo stick appeared in the second elder's hand, and Lu Yuanhua on the iron-feathered eagle was swept onto the flying boat. He shouted loudly with a gloomy face. Who dares to intercept and kill my Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain? His voice was cold and loud, full of majesty. He remained vigilant on this return trip. He also changed the original route, but he didn't expect to be attacked. HMPH, Qingzhu Mountain Lu family, we are going to intercept you, the Lu family. A quick fight and a quick decision. 4 masked figures appeared with flying magic tools, and said in a hoarse voice. They directly drove the magic tools, cast spells and talismans, and attacked the flying boat. Yuanhua, you control the flying boat and take everyone back to Qingzhu Mountain quickly. Leave this to me. The second elder said quickly to the Lu family manager. Then he sacrificed a flying magic tool, got off the flying boat, and crushed a talisman, turning it into a golden light shield to protect his body, and drove the bamboo stick to intercept the 4 people. Okay. Lu Yuanhua heard this and didn't say much. He saw at a glance that these 4 robbery cultivators came prepared. They all had the strength of the late stage of key refining. And among them, except for the second elder, he was the only one who was in the 7th level of key refining. The others were only in the middle stage of key refining. In this case, his side was obviously at a disadvantage. Second elder, take care. After Lu Yuanhua took control of the flying boat, he immediately drove the flying boat, carrying everyone, and flew quickly towards Qingzhu Mountain. I will stop him, and the 3 of you take the flying boat and quickly kill these Lu family juniors, especially the Lu family talisman master. The leader of the 4 masked men said hoarsely. Then he rushed to the second elder and said, Lu Yunhan, I want to see how you can keep us here. Do you know me? Who assigned you to come? The second elder's face was gloomy, and the jade bamboo stick in his hand shot out a green rainbow light, trying to stop the 4 people. But the masked man who spoke also clapped his hands and sacrificed a red bead. The flames surged, and then a strong wind blew, causing the flames to block the second elder. Seeing this, one of the other 3 masked men immediately sacrificed a flying boat. Then the 3 of them took the flying boat to chase Lu Changsheng and others. Damn it! The second elder saw this scene and knew that the other party was prepared. The purpose of this wave of killing was to target the younger generation. But at this moment, he had no way to protect everyone, and could only watch the other party chasing his own flying boat unwillingly. Are these 4 people the 4 robbery cultivators who killed Sister Maihoj before? Lu Changsheng thought of what Lu Maihoj said before, that she was seriously injured because she was killed by 4 robbery cultivators. There were exactly 4 people in front of him. And they were targeting the Lu family and came prepared, which made him have to think about it. But whether it was these 4 people or not, at least in the current situation, in Lu Changsheng's opinion, their situation was not favorable. Among the 7 people on the flying boat, except Lu Yuanhua, who had the 7th level of key training, the other Lu family children were only in the middle stage of key training. Now it is still thousands of miles away from Qingzhu Mountain. With such a long distance, it would be a bit difficult to return to Qingzhu Mountain safely under the pursuit of 3 late-stage key training cultivators. Boom boom boom, 3 masked men took the flying boat and chased closely. 2 of them drove magic tools and cast spells, bombarding the barrier of the flying boat driven by Lu Yuanhua, causing the defensive light shield of the flying boat to gradually dim. This kind of flying boat is just an ordinary flying boat, used for traveling, and does not have much defensive power. No, if this goes on, the flying boat will not be able to hold on at all. Maya Fen, Maya Cheng, you guys take turns to control the flying boat, I'll go and lure one of them. Seeing this situation, Lu Yuanhua's face changed and he gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Yuanhua, I'd better go. I have the talisman given by the fourth elder, and I can use the talisman to escape when the time comes. Lu Changsheng also said aloud. Now that so many people are here, it is not convenient for him to show his strength. But when he is in a deserted place, there is no such concern. As long as he can lure one person away, with Lu Yuanhu here, the crisis of the Lu family can be considered resolved. No, Changsheng, you are Lu family's talisman master, you must not take risks. Lu Yuanhu heard this and rejected it immediately without thinking. They are obviously well prepared and targeting our Lu family. If you leave, Uncle Yuanhu, it will be difficult for us to control the flying boat back to Qingzhu Mountain. And even if you lead one person away, we may not be able to return to Qingzhu Mountain safely when facing too late-stage key refining. Lu Changsheng said quickly. In his opinion, it would be easier to lead people away now than to expose his strength at that time. Uncle Yuanhua, Changsheng is right, but Changsheng, you can't take risks. Let me go. At this time, Lu Maya Cheng on the side gritted his teeth and stood up. Lu Changsheng was speechless. He went out because he was confident. If you go out, you will die. I'm afraid you can't even lead people away. But Lu Maya Cheng actually stood up at this time, which made him look at him with some new eyes. Brother Cheng, if you go out, you will die. I broke through the 6th level of key refining a few days ago, and I have a flying magic weapon that can fly for a short time. Don't argue with me. Lu Changsheng was too lazy to waste time. He patted the storage bag, and a stack of talismans appeared in his hand, with as many as 50 or 60 pieces. He took out half of them and gave them to Lu Maiahu next to him, saying, Second miss, take these talismans for self-defense. After that, he activated a golden light shield talisman and a wind control talisman for himself, threw the flying magic weapon, and jumped out of the flying boat. Changsheng. Lu Changsheng. Changsheng, come back soon. Lu Yuanhua, Lu Maiahu and others were all shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Lu Changsheng to be so decisive, and shouted loudly. Let's go, don't waste time. Lu Changsheng stood on the round magic weapon, his green robe fluttering, and his body was covered by a layer of golden light. He didn't even turn his head and shouted loudly. Then he activated a dozen talismans, which turned into wind blades, cold wind, fire clouds, and vines, and rushed towards the pursuing flying boat. Since he wanted to lead someone away, he naturally had to attract a wave of hatred. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if the other party didn't send someone to chase him. Hearing Lu Changsheng's words and seeing Lu Changsheng's behavior, Lu Yuanhua, Lu Maiacheng, Lu Maiahun and others were so moved that they couldn't speak. I just felt that Lu Changsheng's figure in front of me gradually became taller. Especially Lu Maiahun, looking at Lu Changsheng's tall and slender back and the talisman in his hand, the whole person choked up. I didn't expect that Lu Changsheng, who is usually kind and even a little timid, would be so brave at this moment and sacrifice himself. And before that, he gave half of the life-saving talisman to himself and others. Let's go. Lu Yuanhu saw Lu Changsheng's behavior and knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer at this time. What he had to do was to go back and ask for help. He drove the flying boat with all his strength and fled to Qingzhu Mountain. He could only hope that Lu Changsheng could escape with the talisman. Lu Changsheng? There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you throw yourself in. Little did you know that our main target this time is you. The three people who were chasing on the flying boat saw Lu Changsheng take the initiative to get off the flying boat, and they couldn't help but look surprised. Their mission this time was mainly to kill Lu Changsheng, the Lu family's talisman master. The second was the other Lu family children. Seeing Lu Changsheng jumping off the flying boat and provoking himself and others, he was overjoyed. Kill him. After the masked man resisted the attack of the talisman, he immediately drove the flying boat and chased Lu Changsheng. Not good, they are going to kill Lu Changsheng directly. Lu Maiahun saw the scene and immediately shouted with a changed expression. If one person chased Lu Changsheng would have a chance to escape with the help of the talisman. But now, the three of them gave up chasing them and went to kill Lu Changsheng. For Lu Changsheng, it was a dead end. Their main target is Changsheng, the talisman master. It must be the Chen family. Only the Chen family would target our Lu family like this. Lu Yuanhu looked at the direction where Lu Changsheng fled. His face was very ugly, and he gritted his teeth. But in this situation, they can't help at all. Even if he goes up now, he will just die. Lu Changsheng used all his spiritual power to drive the flying magic weapon, like a stream of light, and fled towards the mountains below. After all, people in the air are living targets, which is too conspicuous. In this unmanned mountain range, it is more suitable for killing and burying corpses. Huh? They are all chasing us. Is their main target, or is my priority higher than the others? Lu Changsheng looked back at the flying boat behind him, slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the 3 robber cultivators would give up chasing others and chase him. But it's good this way, it's easier to deal with. Lu Changsheng was very calm. How can this kid fly so fast? He used talismans, and his spiritual power was fully activated. It won't take long before his spiritual power will be exhausted. He must have a life-saving talisman on him, so he can't run away. Seeing this, the 3 masked people put away the flying boat. They all drove the flying magic tools, pinched the spiritual formula with their hands, and urged them with all their strength, chasing Lu Changsheng quickly. After a while, Lu Changsheng entered the mountains and slowed down. Boy, run, why don't you run? You are so brave, you actually come to lead us away for the sake of others. I heard that you are just the son-in-law of the Lu family, but I didn't expect you to be so loyal to the Lu family and sacrifice yourself for others. The 3 saw that Lu Changsheng slowed down, and they quickly surrounded Lu Changsheng and joked. In their opinion, Lu Changsheng is now a turtle in a jar and can't run away. They are not in a hurry to kill Lu Changsheng. Alice, Lu didn't expect that you actually think so highly of me and come to kill me directly. Lu Changsheng looked at the 3 people and sighed bitterly. Then he asked, everyone, I am about to die now, can you answer me a question? Did you also do it when Lu Mayaoj was ambushed before? Lu Mayaoj, you are talking about the little girl from the Lu family before, right? We did it. One of the masked men said directly. That girl was hit by our boss's black evil slash, and her life force was almost wiped out, but she didn't die. I heard that you saved her. Can you tell me how you did it? Yes, considering your talent as a talisman master, if you are willing to surrender, we are willing to give you a chance and spare your life. The other 2 spoke up. How did I do it? It's very simple, because... Lu Changsheng said with a wry smile, but before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became sharp and he raised his hand. 7-color light burst out from his fingertips, and with a whoosh, a sharp sword light burst out and went straight to the head of the person in front of him. Not good. The 3 of them were shocked at this moment. The person attacked by the sword light, looking at the sharp sword light in front of him, was even more shocked. Before he could react, a blood hole appeared on his forehead and his consciousness disappeared. Then with a thump, he fell off the flying magic weapon. At this moment, do you know the reason? Lu Changsheng looked at the other 2 people who were shocked and terrified. However, the moment the words came out, 2 more powerful 7-star sword lights burst out, so fierce that it made people's backs cold. The 2 men immediately put up protective shields around their bodies and activated their magic tools to try to block them. But this protective shield was like paper in front of the 7-star sword lights, and it was broken in an instant and pierced directly. Ah! No. One of them had his brain pierced through, and the other had his head chopped off. They all died tragically in an instant and fell to the ground with a thump. Unconsciously, my strength has reached this point. Lu Changsheng looked at the 3 corpses in front of him, and his heart, as calm as water, also surged with some joy and happiness. After all, this was the first time he killed the enemy without relying on talismans and talismans. He only relied on his own strength. Of course, the increase in treasures such as the Zuinitan Pearl is also considered a part of his own strength. There is also an advantage of killing people with the 7-star sword lights. It will not damage the magic tools on the opponent. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Then he put away the magic tools and storage bags of the 3 people. 3 fireballs ignited, burning the 3 people to ashes. After simply cleaning up the battlefield, they quickly left. Then they found a cave and began to clean up the storage bags of the 3 people. Huh? You? Could it be that the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain is behind these people? Lu Changsheng was cleaning the storage bag, and saw a token of the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly. Is it the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain? Or are other forces framing them in this way? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He felt that the possibility of framing was not high. But he also felt that if the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain sent someone to do it, they would not bring such a token. Moreover, this token could not prove that they were from the Yu family, but only that they were related to the Yu family. Without thinking too much, Lu Changsheng destroyed this token. After all, this token was likely to have a mark. And it was useless for him to hold it. He couldn't just take a few tokens and go to the Yu family to ask for punishment, right? In the world of cultivating immortals, asking for punishment is not about right or wrong. It's about strength, and there is no need for evidence. After a while, Lu Changsheng cleaned up the storage bags of the three people. A total of 867 spiritual stones were obtained. 4 high-grade magic tools. 6 medium-grade magic tools. A flying boat. Several elixirs. Several talismans. Several spiritual medicines. And some miscellaneous materials. This wave of spiritual stones and magic tools is a bit small, but the biggest gain of this trip is this flying boat. This flying boat is worth at least 1 or 2,000 spiritual stones. However, if it is really someone from the Yu family, then this flying boat cannot be easily revealed. It is best to get rid of it. Lu Changsheng thought to himself after cleaning up the things. Then looking at his extremely neat and spotless robe, Lu Changsheng thought for a while and made a few pieces of his robe that he had worn for 5 or 6 years. After all, he had escaped from the hands of 3 late-stage key refining masters with difficulty. It was really a bit unreasonable to look so neat. Let's go back after 3 or 4 days, otherwise, it would be a bit of a stretch to explain if we go back right now. Lu Changsheng thought about it. He planned to add some traces of battle damage to his clothes when he returned. Then Lu Changsheng began to meditate and recover his spiritual power. He had just used all his strength to activate the flying magic weapon and release 3 7-light sword lights, which consumed a lot of his spiritual power. It directly consumed half of his spiritual power. If it weren't for the support of the Zuinit and Pearl, he would definitely not consume spiritual power like this. Chapter 118 Sister, Lu Changsheng is dead. Qingzhu Mountain. In a hall. What? You said you were attacked on the way back. The second elder was intercepted, and Changsheng was chased by 3 robbery cultivators to divert the enemy, and his whereabouts are unknown. Lu Yuanding heard his daughter Lu Miaohun's words, and his face suddenly sank. Yes, Dad, at that time, 3 robbery cultivators in the late key refining stage were chasing us, and Uncle Yuanhu wanted to divert them. But Changsheng took the initiative to get off the flying boat to divert one person in order to let us escape safely. But in the end, all 3 robbery cultivators went to chase Lu Changsheng. Lu Miaohun's eyes were red, and her voice was a little choked. During this time, she kept thinking about the figure of Lu Changsheng getting off the flying boat for them, standing on the round wheel magic weapon, and diverting the robbery cultivators. She regretted and blamed herself for not holding Lu Changsheng back at that time. After all, being chased by 3 robbery cultivators was obviously a sure death. Master, this matter is all my fault. It was me who failed to protect Changsheng. I am willing to be punished. Lu Yuanhu also said with a face full of self-blame. Now Lu Changsheng is so important to the Lu family that it goes without saying. As long as he continues to grow, he will be the core of the Lu family and one of the pillars in the future. But now, this future pillar has been sacrificed because of them. He feels extremely guilty and self-blaming. Alice. Lu Yuanding sighed deeply, feeling extremely heavy. He really didn't expect such an unexpected thing to happen. If Lu Changsheng really got into trouble, it would not only be a big loss for the Lu family. He didn't know how to explain to the 4th elder. The ancestor once said that Lu Changsheng is a man of great luck. I hope he can turn danger into safety this time. Lu Yuanding could only hope so in his heart. But when he thought of the 3 robbery cultivators chasing Lu Changsheng together, his mood became even heavier. It feels that in this situation, the possibility of Lu Changsheng turning danger into safety and escaping death is too small. Let's put the punishment aside for now. The most urgent thing now is to go to rescue the 2nd elder and find Lu Changsheng. Looking at his daughter with red eyes and a sad face, Lu Yuanding sighed slightly again and looked at Lu Yuanhu and said. Then he asked his daughter and several other Lu family members to rest, and not to spread the news. He walked out of the hall quickly with Lu Yuanhu. Lu Miaohun's eyes were red, and she looked depressed. She returned to the backyard of her home in a daze. She sat down at the stone table in the yard, Dazed, the image of Lu Changsheng appeared in her mind involuntarily. The two had quarreled, happy, and bit by bit. The two did not spend much time together. But when she recalled it at this time, it kept turning in her mind. The grief, self-blame, feelings and other emotions in her heart began to ferment. The image of Lu Changsheng became more and more three-dimensional in her heart. Lu Changsheng. Lu Miaohun whispered. I just felt empty in my heart. I understand what it means to cherish something only after losing it. Huanhun, you are back. What's wrong with you? At this time, Lu Miaoj came back from the fourth elder. Seeing her sister's sad and distraught look in the yard, she immediately stepped forward to ask about it. Sister, Lu Changsheng is dead. Woo woo woo. Lu Miaohun, who was immersed in memories, saw her sister appear. Her heart was surging, and the accumulated emotions burst out at this moment. She hugged her sister and said aggrievedly. Her voice was crying, and she cried directly. What? When Lu Miaoj heard her sister's words, the whole person was like a bolt from the blue, her body trembled violently, and she froze. Then her beautiful face turned pale, and she looked at her sister in disbelief and said, Huanhun, what did you say? You said Changsheng is dead. Woo woo woo, he sacrificed himself to protect us. Lu Miaohun cried loudly. In her heart, she had already determined that Lu Changsheng must be dead. When Lu Miaoj heard this, she looked at her sister's sad appearance, and a wave of sadness surged in her heart, and her heart was like a knife. Huanhun, don't cry, what's going on? Talk to your sister, how could Changsheng die? Lu Miaoj comforted her sister, bit her lips tightly, and asked with a trembling voice. She couldn't believe that this was true. Lu Changsheng just died just like that. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall every little detail about Lu Changsheng. She got to know Lu Changsheng because of the test of talisman making skills. Then she kept hearing about his progress in talisman making and remembered him. Then the two of them learned talisman making from the fourth elder and worked together in Jiulongfang City. She could be said to have watched Lu Changsheng's progress and growth all the way. Not long ago, their relationship took a step further and they became husband and wife. But now, her sister told her that Lu Changsheng was dead. Lu Miaoj couldn't believe it and couldn't accept this bad news. When we were coming back. Then, Lu Miaohun choked up and told what happened on the way back. 4 masked robbers, Changsheng went to lead the robbers away, but was chased by 3 robbers. Lu Miaoj heard that Lu Changsheng was not dead, and her heart was relieved a lot. But her heart still sank to the bottom of the valley. Knowing that these 4 robbers dared to intercept the flying boat of the second elder, it must be extraordinary. It is even possible that these 4 people are the 4 robber cultivators who intercepted and killed him. In this case, it is too difficult for Lu Changsheng to escape from the hands of 3 robbery cultivators. Huanhun, don't cry, Changsheng is a lucky man, nothing will happen to him. Lu Miaoj bit her lip and comforted her sister. At the same time, she was also comforting herself. Because she knew that Lu Changsheng had some secrets. It was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Especially before Lu Changsheng saved her, the two of them practiced together, and knew that Lu Changsheng's strength was not what Lu Miaohun said that he had just broken through the 6th level of key refining. There is a high probability that he has broken through the 7th level of key refining. But even if he is at the 7th level of key refining, it is still dangerous to face 3 robbery cultivators. When she met the 4 robbery cultivators, if she had not relied on the protective magic tools and talismans, and was close to the Jiulongfang market, she would not have been able to escape. Moreover, if Lu Changsheng had not rescued her at that time, she would have died in the end. Thinking of this, her sadness and discomfort kept surging in her heart. Even though Lu Changsheng has broken through the 6th level of key refining, he has never fought with anyone before. He even gave us half of his talismans for self-defense. Woohoo! Lu Miaohun felt even more upset when she thought of how Lu Changsheng gave her half of his talismans when he got off the flying boat. She took a look and found that most of the talismans were medium-grade talismans. But there were also several high-grade talismans. Knowing these talismans, they must be the talismans that Lu Changsheng used to protect himself and save his life. But at the dangerous moment, he not only led away the enemy, but also gave them half of his life-saving talismans. If I hadn't returned to Qingzhu Mountain and let Changsheng take charge of the Lingfu shop, Changsheng wouldn't have been in danger. Hearing her sister's words with a crying tone, Lu Miaoj couldn't help but be infected. She felt a little self-blame in her heart. She felt that if it weren't for her, Changsheng would have returned to Qingzhu Mountain last time. Then he wouldn't have been ambushed this time, and this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Changsheng, you must come back alive. Lu Mioj prayed silently in her heart, unwilling to believe the news that Changsheng was dead. Looking at her sister's face full of grief and heartbreak, Lu Mioj sighed deeply in her heart. She has always known that her sister has a little good impression of Changsheng. But she didn't expect that her sister's good impression and love for Changsheng has reached this point. If before, Huan Hong just liked Changsheng and had a good impression. But many times, memories can beautify a person. Now that she has experienced such an incident, Huan Hong's love, good impression and sadness in her heart are constantly fermenting. I am afraid that she will never forget Changsheng again. Lu Mioj knows her sister's temperament very well. After knowing this incident, her sister will never forget Changsheng again. Thinking of her bad fate with Changsheng, and now her sister is like this, she can't help but sigh in her heart. But thinking that Changsheng is now in an uncertain state of life and death, Lu Mioj didn't think much about it. I just hope that Changsheng can come back safely. It's okay, Changsheng will definitely come back, for sure. Lu Mioj comforted her sister softly, her voice trembling slightly, but with a bit of determination. She always felt that Changsheng would not die so easily. As long as she didn't see Changsheng's body, she didn't believe that Changsheng was dead. At the same time, the residence of the fourth elder, Changsheng went to lead away the robbery cultivators, so 3 robbery cultivators in the late stage of key refining went to chase him. The fourth elder's face changed drastically when he heard the words of Lu Yunding and Lu Yuanhu. After so much contact with Changsheng, she naturally knew that her grandson-in-law was not as simple as he seemed. There were some unknown opportunities and secrets. At the beginning, the ancestor of the Lu family also said that Changsheng was a man of great luck. So she knew that Changsheng dared to do this at the time to lead away a robbery cultivator, and he must have been sure. Confident that he could escape from a robbery cultivator in the late stage of key refining. But now Lu Yuanhu said that the 3 robbery cultivators went directly to chase Changsheng, which made her feel heavy and worried. The most urgent task now is to send someone to pick up the second elder. I'll go and ask the ancestor if there is any way to find Changsheng's whereabouts. After all, the fourth elder is a person who has experienced many storms. Without thinking too much and wasting emotions, he quickly calmed down and spoke out to discuss how to deal with it. Alice, Changsheng, if something happens to you, how can I explain it to my Ian? After Lu Yunding and Lu Yuanhu left, the fourth elder also sighed deeply. He also temporarily planned not to tell his granddaughter about this news, so as not to worry about her. Then he went to the depths of Qingzhu Valley to pay homage to the ancestor of the Lu family. See if there is any way to confirm Changsheng's situation. 2 days later. What? Changsheng led away the robbery cultivator and his whereabouts are unknown. How can you let Changsheng do such a dangerous thing? The second elder met with the Lu family. When he heard about Changsheng, he immediately looked annoyed and looked at Lu Yuanhu angrily. Before this, he had not fully recognized Changsheng. He felt that he needed more time to observe Changsheng's situation and whether he could fully integrate into the Lu family. But after Changsheng refused the invitation of the Yu family and saved Lu Mioj. Now that the Lu family is facing a crisis and firmly stated that they would stand together with the Lu family, he has completely recognized Changsheng in his heart and regarded him as his own. But now, Lu Yuanhu said that Changsheng led away the robbery cultivators and his whereabouts are unknown. How could he not be angry? Second elder. Lu Yuanhu bowed his head with guilt. Have you found any clues about Changsheng? The second elder asked in a deep voice. No, we have searched the area where Changsheng led away the robbery cultivators, and there are no signs of fighting. So there are only 2 possibilities. Lu Yuanhu said. There are no signs of fighting, which means that there was no fierce confrontation between the 2 sides, and the battle ended very quickly. Then there are only 2 possibilities. Either Changsheng ran away directly, or Changsheng was easily killed and captured by 3 people. Facing 3 cultivators in the late stage of key refining, they all tacitly agreed that the latter possibility is more likely. Has this been reported to the ancestor? The second elder asked, thinking of the ancestor's optimism about Changsheng. The fourth elder went to see the ancestor, but Changsheng had no tokens on him. He was planted with soul guides and other means, so the ancestor could not sense Changsheng's situation. Lu Yuanhu said bitterly. Immortal cultivation families like the Lu family do not have soul lamps or identity jade cards to determine life and death. Only some core children will let the family ancestors leave soul guides and tokens to avoid accidents. Search, keep searching, and expand the search range. Send a message immediately if there is news. The second elder was silent for a moment, and then spoke directly. At the same time. In a cave. It's almost time to go back, otherwise my Owen and the others will see the second elder and others go back, but I haven't gone back. I think they will be worried. After 2 days of hiding, Lu Changsheng looked at the sky outside and felt that it was almost time. Immediately, he added some traces of ward damage to himself. Then he walked out of the cave, released the iron-feathered eagle in the storage bag, and flew towards Qingzhu Mountain. 1 day later, Lu Changsheng rode on the iron feather eagle and landed outside Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng, you're back, are you okay? At the gate of the mountain, an elder of the Lu family saw Lu Changsheng and said with surprise. Looking at Lu Changsheng's condition, he was relieved to see that he was not seriously injured. Well, I'm fine. After escaping the pursuit, I hid outside for 2 days, so I came back now. Lu Changsheng said. Okay, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. The family has sent people out to look for you. I will send a message to let them come back now. The elder of the Lu family nodded and said. Lu Yuanding had told him before that when he saw Lu Changsheng coming back, he would send a message immediately. I'm sorry to worry about the family. I'm going home to report my safety. Lu Changsheng said immediately after hearing this. He knew that his behavior on this trip would definitely make the Lu family worried. Moreover, his wife and concubines would definitely be worried when they knew that other people in Jiulongfang City had returned, but he had not returned. Thinking about the fact that he had not been home for a year, he missed his wife and concubines and children very much. Okay, go ahead. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was only slightly injured, the elder of the Lu family did not say much. Lu Changsheng nodded, and after entering Qingzhu Mountain, he immediately ran straight to his home. On the way, he vaguely saw that the Lu family was now on alert, and there were many more children patrolling. He greeted several Lu family children on the way to let Lu Changsheng know that only a few people knew about his danger. After a while, Lu Changsheng entered Qingzhu Valley and came to his own manor. Husband is back. Daddy. Look, Daddy is back. As soon as Lu Changsheng entered the door, several wives and concubines who were taking care of their children in the yard saw him and hugged him with surprise. Husband, what's wrong with you? Why is your robe damaged? One of the wives and concubines immediately saw that Lu Changsheng's robe was damaged and scarred, and asked with concern. Seeing the wives and concubines like this, Lu Changsheng immediately knew. The Lu family did not tell his wives and concubines about what happened on his way back. So his wives and concubines didn't know that he was being hunted by robbers. It was a little accident on the road, no big deal. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said lightly. He didn't want his wives and concubines to worry. Then he quickly came to the side hall, changed his clothes, accompanied his wives and concubines, and took the children to the backyard. Visit other wives and concubines and children. Husband, you are back. Lu Maioyan, Chu Hansun and other women in the backyard were also surprised to see Lu Changsheng. Put down the children, and hugged Lu Changsheng with joy. Do you miss your husband? Lu Changsheng took the 2 little wives into his arms. Yes. Lu Maioyan said with tenderness in her eyes. Chu Hansun's temperament is no longer as shy as before. She hugged Lu Changsheng tightly and said in a soft voice. You miss your husband too. Lu Changsheng said in a warm voice. After hugging the 2 women for a while, he didn't care about one or the other. He cared about all the wives and concubines, and then looked at the children. But now there are so many children, he is really a little blind. He couldn't recognize which one was which for a while. Especially since he had been away from home for a year. All the children in the wives and concubines' bellies were born. There were 11 more children who had never been seen or held. Then, Lu Changsheng looked at these children and gave them names. He started to reminisce and chat with his wives and concubines, talking about his life in Kowloon Market, and listening to his wives and concubines telling about family matters. At this moment, a pleasant and moving voice of surprise came. Lu Changsheng. A woman who looked 18 or 19 years old, with delicate features, beautiful face, graceful figure, and wearing a black and gold slim dress looked at Lu Changsheng. Then she rushed towards Lu Changsheng with a look of surprise. Lu Changsheng looked at the second lady who rushed towards him with a look of surprise, and was slightly stunned. I don't know what happened to this second lady today, why she is so excited. But he still subconsciously opened his arms. Suddenly, the fragrance filled his nose, and the soft jade was full. What's going on? Lu Maiyuan, Chu Hansun and other women who were chatting with Lu Changsheng were stunned when they saw this scene. They were a little confused. They didn't understand why Lu Maiyuan suddenly came to their home. She was so surprised and excited to rush into the arms of her husband. Looking at Lu Maiyuan, who was full of joy and hugged her husband tightly, Lu Maiyuan, Chu Hansun and others looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. Not far away, Lu Maiyuan, who came with Lu Maiyuan, saw this scene and showed helplessness on her face. She didn't expect her sister to do such a thing in public, in front of Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines. But she could understand her sister's mood. These days, she has been a little bit absent-minded. Just after hearing that Lu Changsheng was back, she was surprised and shouted to come over. Lu Maiyuan looked at Lu Changsheng, who was hugged by Lu Maiyuan, pursed her lips gently, and her eyes were tender and happy. But her inner emotions were a bit complicated. P.S. There is a second chapter, but it will be very late, so don't wait. Chapter 119, Keep the Wealth Within the Family. After Lu Maiyuan hugged Lu Changsheng for a while, she immediately came back to her senses. She remembered that this was Lu Changsheng's home. There were so many people watching around. And these people were all Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines. She actually took the initiative to throw herself into the arms of Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines. Although Lu Maiyuan was usually bold and reckless and didn't care about other people's eyes, she couldn't help but blush at this moment, and ran away directly with her face covered. Lu Changsheng was stunned when he saw Lu Maiyuan leaving in a hurry. Then he shook his head slightly and smiled. He roughly understood what was going on in his heart. It should be because he went to lead away the robber cultivator, which made the second lady think that she was in danger. Hearing that he came back alive, he was so excited to see him. Sister Maiyuan, I made you worry. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at the eldest lady who was dressed in white clothes and had a slender figure not far away, and smiled. Since Lu Maiyuan came with Lu Maiyuan, she must have known about the robber cultivator and was worried about him. I'm glad you're okay. Lu Maiyuan was extremely happy to see that Lu Changsheng was fine. But no matter how happy she was, she would not rush to Lu Changsheng like her sister Lu Maiyuan in this situation. She just smiled and spoke softly. Her beautiful face without makeup was like the morning glow reflecting the snow, very beautiful. Lu Maiyuan, Chu Hansun and other girls saw Lu Maiyuan hug their husbands and leave with her face covered. Her husband and the eldest lady smiled and talked to each other. One was as gentle as jade and as if bathed in spring breeze. The other was as beautiful as a fairy. There was an indescribable harmony when they watched. Since you are okay, I'm relieved. I'll go see Huanhuan. Lu Maiyuan didn't stay for long. In this situation, Lu Changsheng had so many wives and concubines here, which really made her a little embarrassed and uncomfortable. Especially in front of Lu Maiyuan, she felt guilty. Normally, she didn't dare to see Lu Maiyuan. Today, she came over because she was worried about Lu Changsheng. Sister Maiyuan, I'll take you there. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng stepped forward and said quickly. Lu Maiyuan wanted to say no. But when she saw Lu Changsheng coming over, she pursed her lips and said nothing. Sister Maiyuan, have you recovered? Lu Changsheng asked naturally. At the beginning, under his treatment, although Lu Maiyuan's life was stable, her injuries were not light and she still needed to recuperate. She came back to recover. It's almost healed. Lu Maiyuan said softly. That's good. Lu Changsheng nodded. The two were silent. When they walked out of the backyard and came to the front yard, Lu Changsheng grabbed Lu Maiyuan's bare hand and said, Sister Maiyuan, I miss you very much. Lu Maiyuan's palm was held by Lu Changsheng. When she heard this, her body froze and her heart trembled. She was also a little shy, afraid that this scene would be seen by others. Sister Maiyuan, did you miss me? Lu Changsheng looked at the slightly reddened ears of Lu Maiyuan and said closer. Lu Maiyuan's cheeks flushed, and after a while, she whispered, I missed you too. I'll go see Huanhuan. Then she broke free from Lu Changsheng's hand and left quickly with a panicked look. Seeing Lu Maiyuan's back, Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly, chuckled, and returned to the backyard. As soon as he returned to the backyard, He saw Lu Maoyan, Chu's Hansun and other wives and concubines looking at him with curiosity and gossip. I encountered a little accident on my way back from Jiulongfeng Market this time, which caused the second lady to think that I was in trouble, so she was so excited when she learned that I was back. Lu Changsheng coughed a few times and explained to his wives and concubines. Oh, so that's the case. Chu's Hansun looked as if she had realized something, but with a teasing smile, she obviously didn't believe it. It's okay, husband. Since there are so many sisters at home, why don't you marry Sister Maya Oja and Sister Maya Ahun home? Lu Maoyan said, pursing her lips and laughing. As the legal wife, she has already let go of Lu Changsheng's marriage and concubines. Thinking that Lu Changsheng brings women home every day, it's better to marry Lu Maya Oja and Lu Maya Ahun. It can be considered as keeping the wealth within the family. And she knows that her husband wants to have a few children with good spiritual roots. And Lu Maya Oja and Lu Maya Ahun both have medium-grade spiritual roots. If they give birth to children, there is a high probability that they will give birth to children with medium-grade spiritual roots in the future. What are you talking about? Although Lu Changsheng had this idea in his heart, but he certainly couldn't agree to it at this time. Husband, I'm serious. Lu Maoyan said with a bit of coquettishness. Yes, Sister Yun is right. Every time I see my husband and Sister Maya Oj together, I think they are a perfect match. Chu's Hansun also responded. Great, you're teasing your husband. It seems like you haven't been punished by the family rules for a long time. Lu Changsheng felt warm in his heart when he heard this, thinking that his little wife was really considerate and sensible. Just when he was about to punish his wives and concubines by the family rules, the fourth elder came. Grandma! Grandma! Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoyan both tidied their clothes and came out to greet them. Chu's Hansun and other women also followed suit and called Grandma. Changsheng, I'm glad you're okay. The fourth elder also heard that Lu Changsheng was back and came to see him. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was okay, he was relieved. Lu Maoyan and other women were all here, and she didn't ask Lu Changsheng how he escaped the pursuit. They just chatted briefly and went to see their great-grandson. On a mountain peak thousands of miles away from Jiulongfeng City. What's going on? It's been 2 days, why haven't they come yet? Did something happen? Is there a master hidden in the Lu family? A man in black with a mask and a disordered breath muttered. Thinking that his 3 companions were only hunting down a few Lu family juniors, if they hadn't encountered an accident, it would be impossible for them to have not reached the agreed location in 2 days. After waiting until nightfall and still not seeing his companions, the masked man stopped waiting. He took out a set of clothes from the storage bag and changed. He turned into a burly, square-faced man in a purple robe, and flew towards Jiulongfeng Market with a flying magic weapon. The next day, the head of the family, Lu Yuanding and others, called Lu Changsheng and asked about the situation. Lu Changsheng had already thought of an explanation for his escape from death. He said that he had found a protective treasure in the casual cultivator market. It was with this treasure that he could escape with the help of the escape talisman. After listening to Lu Yuanding, although he was a little surprised, he didn't ask too much. After all, there was no need to break the casserole to ask about this kind of thing. Because whether it was true or not, what Lu Changsheng did was for their Lu family, which was worthy of praise. Changsheng, you have made a great contribution in this matter. The family will remember you and you will also receive 1,000 family contributions. However, you can't take such risks in the future. Lu Yuanding said. He looked at Lu Changsheng with a bit of appreciation. Originally, in his impression, Lu Changsheng had always been a cautious, steady and honest man. But this time, he showed a sense of responsibility and had the style of a general. This changed his sensory impression of Lu Changsheng. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that he had only gone to Qingyun Sect to recruit a son-in-law, but he actually brought back such a good seedling. Thank you, head of the family. Lu Changsheng bowed slightly. 1,000 contributions are equivalent to 1,000 spirit stones. And the contribution points can be used to buy things in the Lu family, which is equivalent to 70% to 80% off in the outside world. So this reward is not small. Changsheng, you know the current family situation, so in the next period of time, I will need you to draw more talismans. Don't worry, during this period, the talismans you draw will contribute 10% more than before. At this time, Lu Yuanding continued. Okay, Patriarch. Lu Changsheng bowed slightly. For him, Who has the second-level talisman-making skills and can achieve a 100% success rate? Drawing more talismans is just like that. Okay, there's nothing else to do. Do you have anything to ask? Lu Yuanding said. Patriarch, how long will you stay after summoning the clan members back this time? During this period, should you try not to go out? Lu Changsheng asked. It has been a year since he sent his wife, concubines, children, Lu Lanchu, Lu Pinggan and others to the secular world. He has not visited them once. So Lu Changsheng also wants to go to the secular world to see his wife and children. Moreover, not long ago, he received a letter from Hong Yi. It said that Xia Chaoyuan has a 4th grade spiritual root. He passed the Qingyun Sect's assessment and has successfully joined the Qingyun Sect. At the same time, the behind-the-scenes cultivator who once killed Chu Hansun's family has also been investigated. He is a cultivator of the 5th level of key refining. Hong Yi and Li Feiyu led people to capture him directly and imprison him in Ruiyihao Mansion, waiting for Lu Changsheng to deal with him. So Lu Changsheng also prepared to take Chu Hansun to the secular world. This time, at the shortest, 2 or 3 months, at the longest, about a year. As for going out, if there is no urgent or important matter, you should stay in Qingzhu Mountain for the time being. Lu Yuanding said after a moment of silence. At the shortest, 2 or 3 months, at the longest, a year. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and said, it's nothing serious. I just sent my child to the secular world before, and I want to go over and take a look. Since it's not an urgent or important matter, don't go out. It's just the next period of time. Lu Yuanding said so. Yes, Patriarch. Lu Changsheng nodded, and without asking any more questions, he said goodbye and left. He had a vague feeling that the Lu family had called back all the clansmen this time. It was not only because the Chen family attacked. It seemed that they were holding back some big moves. Otherwise, the ancestor of the Lu family was about to die, so why did they call people back? Fight with the Chen family to the death? At this time, shouldn't the clansmen go their separate ways outside, lie dormant, and maintain their bloodline? Lu Changsheng walked out of the hall without too much speculation. After this matter is over, we can talk to Lu Changsheng about Huiner's matter. I don't know if Lu Changsheng will agree this time. Lu Yuanding looked at Lu Changsheng's back as he left, and thought of his daughter, and couldn't help but sigh. He saw his daughter's lack of appetite in the past few days. He knew that his daughter had fallen deeply in love with Lu Changshen and would not marry anyone other than Lu Changshen. He didn't mind Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines. He didn't reject marrying his daughter to Lu Changshen. After all, in his opinion, except for having too many wives, concubines and children, Lu Changsheng's conditions in all aspects could be said to be the best choice. Marrying Lu Miaohun to Lu Changsheng was also a good choice. But the problem now was that his daughter was interested and wanted to marry, but Lu Changsheng had to be willing and nod his head. He couldn't let himself beg Lu Changshen, right? Alice. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanding couldn't help but sigh. He felt that as an old father, he was really worried. Lu Changshen. Lu Changsheng had just walked out of the manor not far away when he heard a pleasant and moving voice. He turned his head and looked. He immediately saw the second young lady Lu Miaohun waving at him and walking towards him quickly. Today, the second young lady was wearing a dark black dress with gold embroidery. Her curvy figure was perfectly outlined by the slim dress, and she was graceful and exquisite. A pair of round and straight beautiful legs were faintly visible under the skirt, wrapped in black silk stockings as thin as cicada wings, sexy and attractive. On her feet were a pair of black high-heeled shoes with slender heels and gold patterns. This dress was somewhat similar to the one Lu Changsheng wore when he first saw Lu Miaohun. But relatively speaking, the skirt became much more conservative. It did not reveal her wide and round shoulders and delicate collarbones. Second young lady. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Miaohun and said, Lu Changshen, this is your talisman, we didn't use it at the time. Lu Miaohun held a stack of talismans in her hand, took small steps, and the high heels under her feet made a click-click-click sound. This footstep seemed much lighter and more brisk than before. I'm sorry that you sent it here specially, second miss. Lu Changsheng took a look and smiled. No trouble. Lu Miaohun shook her head with a slight blush on her cheeks. Then she said softly, thank you for before. Thank you for what? Lu Changsheng looked at the second miss, who was originally noble and arrogant, and now blushed all the time, and he felt quite emotional. He still liked the other person's noble and cold look. It was when we came back. Lu Changsheng, why did you get off the flying boat at that time? Don't you know the danger? Aren't you afraid of death? Lu Miaohun asked. I know, I'm afraid. Lu Changsheng said casually. If you are afraid, why do you still do it? It's so dangerous. Lu Miaohun continued to ask. Although Lu Changsheng is fine now. But when she thinks back to the situation at that time, she still feels scared. I don't know how Lu Changsheng escaped. In that situation, we had to lead one person away, otherwise we would all be in danger. And I felt that I was the most suitable, so I stepped forward. Otherwise, if we kept delaying, what if you, the second lady, were in danger? Lu Changsheng looked at the second lady in front of him and teased her. Lu Miaohun looked at his narrow smile and joking tone, and knew that he was deliberately teasing her. But in her heart, she felt that Lu Changsheng was deliberately telling the truth in a joking tone. If the second lady feels touched, you can give me a hug like yesterday to express your gratitude. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Miaohun's appearance and said with a smile. Huh? Wishful thinking. Lu Miaohun thought of yesterday's socially dead behavior, and she snorted coquettishly and turned away. But after walking a few steps, she suddenly turned around and walked towards Lu Changsheng and hugged him. Is this okay? Lu Changsheng, who wanted to say something, couldn't help but stiffen slightly at this moment. Because he saw the head of the family, Lu Yuanding, just walked out. Huh? Lu Miaohun saw that Lu Changsheng didn't speak. She couldn't help but turn her head. She immediately saw her father. She was immediately shy. She didn't expect that her father would see her hugging Lu Changsheng. She immediately let go of Lu Changsheng and lowered her head. It seems that my previous worries were unnecessary. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuanding shook his head slightly, pretended not to see it, and turned back. She didn't expect that the relationship between her daughter and Lu Changsheng had reached this point. At the same time, she felt that Lu Changsheng was not as honest as he seemed. It's all your fault. Seeing her father pretending not to see her turn around, Lu Miaohun said to Lu Changsheng unhappily. She didn't dare to say anything more to Lu Changsheng and hurried home. P.S. I'm very sleepy. I'll make up for the lack of words during the day. Alice, actually I don't like to write this kind of plot. People don't like to read it. I also write stiffly, and I get stuck for a long time in one or two sentences. But I feel that even as a ruthless sewing machine, the plot has reached this point, and the two sisters have to wrap up a little bit, and it is inevitable to write a little. Chapter 120. The new great foundation building monk begins the war. I was actually bumped into by the head of the family, it's true. Lu Changsheng was walking on the way back, thinking that he had just been hugged by Lu Miaohun, and Lu Yuanding appeared and saw it, and he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. But he didn't feel embarrassed. Now the second young lady's temperament has improved. Lu Changsheng is also somewhat confident that he can subdue the second young lady. In this case, he can also consider marrying the second young lady home. So it's okay to bump into it. Just think of it as letting the future father-in-law have some psychological preparation in advance. By the way, should I let the head of the family accidentally see me and the eldest young lady one day, so that I can be mentally prepared? Lu Changsheng couldn't help thinking in his heart. But when this idea came out, he thought it was okay for the time being. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Lu Yuanding would chop him with a sword. After all, two daughters raised by him were pushed by one person, which father could bear it? But there is still a long way to go. Thinking of the current situation of the eldest young lady, Lu Changsheng shook his head. It feels that it is not so easy to marry the sisters home together. As the saying goes, things will go smoothly when the time comes. Lu Changsheng did not think much about this and went home. In the following time, Lu Changsheng continued to practice, make talismans, and accompany his wives and concubines every day. In his spare time, he would also use puppetry to make some simple wooden oxen and horses, mechanical people, and mechanical beasts as toys for the children. It was also in this way that people knew that he had learned some puppetry skills. Seeing that the children loved these toys made by puppetry skills, Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of a sentence. Interest is the best teacher for children. So he thought about whether he could stimulate the children's interest in the craft of puppetry in this way. If the child has some talent in puppetry, he can be trained as a puppeteer at that time. Although puppetry is not as good as some skills such as elixir, formation, instrument, and talisman. But it can also be regarded as a good craft. Moreover, If a child without spiritual roots knows some knowledge about puppetry, he can also be regarded as having a craft when he goes to the secular world in the future. He can make wooden oxen and horses, wooden birds and kites, mechanical beasts, armillary spheres, seismic instruments, and other mechanisms. Soon, when Lu Changsheng was free, he took the children to build some simple mechanical toys and explained some knowledge about puppets. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. During this time, the children of the Lu family returned to Qingzhu Mountain one after another. Lu Changsheng heard from Lu Maiyuan that many children of the Lu family were attacked and killed on the way back. In addition, due to the recall of the family children, many territories of the Lu family were encroached by the Chen family. For example, the spiritual stone mine of the Lu family and the Chen family is now occupied by the Chen family. During this period, some guest officials of the Lu family chose to leave the Lu family. Lu Changsheng saw this kind of thing and knew it was understandable. After all, in the eyes of most people, the battle between the Lu family and the Chen family is now obviously more likely to win for the Chen family. As long as the ancestor of the Lu family dies, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is equivalent to being in name only. As an ordinary guest official, it is naturally impossible to advance and retreat with a Lu family for some resources. If it weren't for the fact that he was deeply bound to the Lu family and had so many wives, concubines and children, Lu Changsheng would have chosen to leave. However, Lu Changsheng always felt at this time, the Lu family summoned all the clansmen back, and things were not so simple. Otherwise, he really couldn't figure it out. Why did they bring all the clansmen back? It's impossible to summon all the clansmen back just to guard Qingzhu Mountain. Or to fight to the death with the Chen family, right? This kind of thing is completely inconsistent with the logic of the world of immortal cultivation. There is a saying that if you lose people while you save the land, both the people and the land will be lost. If you lose people while you save the land, both the people and the land will be saved. For an immortal cultivation family like the Lu family, what they should do at this time is to retain their strength. Wait for the birth of a new foundation-building great cultivator. Instead of defending Qingzhu Mountain for the current interests, or fighting for a breath and burying the entire family. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Due to the current situation of the Lu family, they have to consider taking their wives, concubines and children away at any time, so during this time, Lu Changsheng did not let his wives, concubines and maids get pregnant. After all, if this is when the crisis of the Lu family occurs, the child happens to be born. Or if the wives and concubines are all pregnant by then, it will be a headache. Thinking that the situation of the Lu family is only during this period, Lu Changsheng will temporarily postpone the birth of children. It is also time to let the wives and concubines take good care of themselves. However, there has been no newborn for such a long time. Lu Maiyuan, Chu Hansun and other wives and concubines feel something is wrong and ask Lu Changsheng what is going on. If Lu Changsheng had not been reveling day and night, he would have found it difficult to explain this matter. On this day, Lu Bo came to Lu Changsheng's residence. He said that the head of the family called all the children of the Lu family together at the central square of Qingzhu Mountain. All the children of the Lu family gathered. Lu Bo, has something happened? Lu Changsheng asked. He has been in Qingzhu Mountain for 10 years. He has never encountered such a thing. He couldn't help but wonder whether the Lu family was going to fight with the Chen family, or move the whole family away from Qingzhu Mountain. I don't know about this either, I just conveyed the news, you will know when you go there. Lu Bo said so. Okay. Lu Changsheng didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. He and Lu Maiyuan walked towards the central square of Qingzhu Mountain. After arriving at the central square, Lu Changsheng saw many Lu family members and Lu family guest officials. This was the first time he saw so many people in Qingzhu Mountain. After all, he usually stayed at home and rarely went out. Or, most cultivators didn't like to go out. People came one after another. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone was basically there. In the square, many people were whispering. They guessed that the family had called everyone here for something. But no one knew what was going on. At this moment, 2 surging spiritual pressures emerged. Everyone looked up. Immediately, they saw an old man with white hair and a childlike face, wearing a green bamboo robe, and a majestic face flying in the air. Next to the old man, there was also a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a green robe and a refined face. What surprised everyone was that this middle-aged man, like the Lu family ancestor, exuded a terrifying spiritual pressure. And he was flying in the air. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, ancestor. At this moment, everyone shouted and bowed their hands in salute. Flying in the air. A new great cultivator of foundation building was born in the Lu family. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng was also surprised and bowed his hands in salute. Flying in the air can only be done after breaking through the foundation building. It is also a symbol and one of the characteristics of a great cultivator of foundation building. This elegant man who was traveling with a Lu family ancestor flying in the air means that he is a great cultivator of foundation building. Silence. The Lu family ancestor said lightly, suppressing the noise in the square. Then he swept his eyes over everyone and said, "Today, I want to announce a piece of news. As everyone can see, Yuan Zhong has broken through the foundation building." The old voice of the Lu family ancestor was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Greetings to the ancestor Yuan Zhong. Greetings to the ancestor Yuan Zhong. Greetings to the ancestor Yuan Zhong. Hearing the words of the ancestor of the Lu family, after confirming that Lu Yuanzhong had become a great foundation building cultivator, all the children of the Lu family were extremely excited and excited. Originally, because of this period of time, the atmosphere of the Lu family was a little depressed, but all the haze was swept away. The hearts were excited, and they shouted together like a tsunami. Lu Yuanzhong, the Lu family actually gave birth to a new great foundation building cultivator. Lu Changsheng was also surprised to hear this. After all, the Lu family has a new great foundation building cultivator, which means that the crisis of Qingzhu Mountain will be solved. He no longer has to worry about taking his wife, concubines and children away. He can continue to live in Qingzhu Mountain in peace and security. Because, unless it is absolutely necessary, Lu Changsheng really doesn't want to expose his strength. In the eyes of outsiders, he is only a 9th grade spiritual root. If too much strength and trump cards are exposed, it is very easy to be noticed and targeted. It will certainly bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. By the way, Patriarch, Second Elder, have they known about this Yuan Zhong Patriarch of the Lu family for a long time? Lu Changsheng looked at the Lu family patriarch and Lu Yuanzhong on the high platform, and suddenly thought in his heart. He thought of the comfort from Lu Yuanding and the second elder before, which showed that the Lu family had a solid foundation. Moreover, Lu Changsheng knew that the impact of the foundation building period would attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing a lot of movement. He has been in Qingzhu for more than 3 months. He did not sense any movement of breaking through the foundation building period. This means that this Yuan Zhong patriarch may not have broken through during this period. Of course, it is not ruled out that the Lu family used some means to cover up the movement and phenomenon of breaking through the foundation building period. The Chen family has bullied our Lu family too much? Today I have achieved foundation building, and it is also the day for our Lu family to counterattack. The ancestors have joined forces with the Bai family of Bai Niao Lake, and want to attack Hongai Valley today, destroy the Chen family, and make the Chen family of Hongai Valley no longer exist in the world of cultivation. At this time, Lu Yuanzhong, the new foundation building ancestor of the Lu family, looked at everyone and said in a loud voice. The simple words made the blood of the Lu family's children boil. In the past few months, or in the past few years, all the Lu family members have been holding their breath. As for the hatred for the Chen family of Hongai Valley, it has been accumulated for more than 10 years. Now the second foundation building great cultivator of the Lu family is born, ready to counterattack the Chen family. How can they not be excited and excited? Each of them is like a chicken blood, with a surge of emotions. They can't wait to follow the two ancestors and kill the Chen family. So anxious? It seems that this ancestor Yuan Zhong broke through the foundation building a long time ago, but he has been keeping it secret, consolidating his cultivation realm, or waiting for the opportunity. No wonder the head of the family has been asking me to draw more talismans for more than a year. During this period, the family also secretly purchased talismans, elixirs, puppets and other treasures. It seems that they are preparing for this battle. Lu Changsheng heard Lu Yuanzhong's words and suddenly understood. He finally understood why the Lu family summoned all the family members back. It was to prepare for this moment. The Chen family wanted to swallow up the Lu family. But at the same time, the Lu family also wanted to swallow up the Chen family and go one step further. Now that the birthday of the ancestor of the Lu family is approaching, I think it is also an opportunity to do my last bit for the Lu family. 2 great foundation-building monks, together with a Bai family of Bai Niao Lake, will make 3 great foundation-building monks. That's right. Although the Chen family has only one foundation-building ancestor, the Red Leaf Valley is also protected by formations. If there are only 2 great foundation-building monks, they may not be able to break through. And even if the Lu family breaks through the Chen family, there will be a lot of casualties. It is difficult for the Lu family alone to take over the Red Leaf Valley spiritual vein, so they brought in the Bai family of Bai Niao Lake, who have been friends with the Lu family for generations. With a Bai family ancestor and 3 great foundation-building monks, this battle should be a sure win. Even if the Chen family asks for help from the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge, the Zhang family will not be able to support them in time. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. The Lu family and the Bai family of Bai Niao Lake have been friends for generations. And the Chen family of Red Leaf Valley also maintains friendly relations with the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge. But now, if the Lu family and the Bai family, 3 great foundation-building monks, attack the Chen family with a force of thunder, the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge will not be able to come to the rescue so quickly. After Lu Yuanzhang finished speaking, Lu Yuanding and a group of Lu family elders and clan elders appeared. They recruited all the family members who were above the middle stage of key refining. Following the 2 ancestors, they attacked the Chen family. They would reward them according to their merits. And they would give talismans, pills, magic tools, and treasures to each person who signed up. Changsheng, Miaoyan, you will go with Grandma later. At this time, the 4th elder came over, took out 2 material packages containing talismans, pills, and magic tools, handed them to Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyan, and said, "This battle is a total mobilization of the Lu family. All Lu family members above the middle stage of key refining must participate." So Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyan are naturally no exception. For the Lu family, this battle is a sure win. There will be no danger. Letting all family members participate can also broaden their horizons and gain more family identity. Yes, Grandma. Lu Changsheng was originally thinking about whether he could not go. Just wait for good news at the Lu family. But he didn't expect the 4th elder to come and ask him and Lu Miaoyan to participate. He also understood that this kind of mobilization of the whole family could not be avoided. If he didn't go, it would be a bit like deserting. In this case, he agreed. Let's go and see what a battle at the level of a foundation-building great cultivator is like. After all, he has never seen the strength of a foundation-building great cultivator. Taking this opportunity, he can see the strength of the foundation building. When he encounters a foundation-building great cultivator in the future, he will have a good idea. Okay, then you will follow Grandma, there will be no danger. And the family is ready for this battle. The 4th elder said in a gentle and kind voice. Okay, Grandma. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyan nodded. At this time, Lu Changsheng also saw Lu Yuanding telling his 2 daughters something. Obviously, the 2 girls also had to participate, and no one could be exempted. Half a day later, the Lu family gathered all the children who were going to the battle. In addition to the 2 foundation-building ancestors, there were 4 key refining level 9, 13 key refining late stage, and more than 50 key refining middle stage. As for the cultivators in the early stage of key refining, they were not allowed to participate. Even if this battle was a favorable one, the Lu family could not bring cultivators in the early stage of key refining. With such strength, it would not only be useless, but also a bit of a drag. Changsheng, Miaoyan. The 4th elder released a flying boat and asked Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyan to get on. There were also several other Lu family members who filled the flying boat. Go. After the assembly was completed, the Lu family ancestor shouted loudly. He and Lu Yuanzhang drove the flying sword to open the way in front. 5 small flying boats followed, carrying a group of Lu family members. Some Lu family elders and guest officials rode on flying mounts on both sides of the flying boat. They left Qingzhu Mountain in a mighty manner and headed towards the Chen family of Hongai Valley. Only a few elders were left in the entire Qingzhu Mountain, who opened the mountain protection formation and guarded Qingzhu Mountain, in order to prevent someone from taking advantage of the opportunity to enter during this time. At the same time, Hongai Valley. A thin young man who was cultivating bees and insects suddenly felt a little uneasy at this moment. I don't know how many years the Lu family ancestor has left. Otherwise, if it goes on like this, the influence of the love Laku on me will become greater and greater. Meng Xiaoxin murmured to herself. Because of the love Laku, she couldn't kill Lu Changsheng directly. After hearing that the Lu family ancestor didn't have many years to live, and knowing the hatred between the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Chen family of Hongai Valley, she had an idea and came to Hongai Valley to become a worshipper of the Chen family. She thought of using the power of the Chen family of Hongai Valley to destroy the Lu family with a great trend. Then she would find a way to let the Chen family ancestor indirectly kill Lu Changsheng and take back the love Laku. P.S. After staying up late, the state is really not good, so I have to take it slowly. Chapter 121 No, Lulang. Qingzhu Mountain is not very far from Hongai Valley. It is only more than 1,000 miles away. It is precisely because of the proximity that the two families often compete for some resources around the family residence and cause conflicts. The Lingxi mine incident more than 10 years ago also became the outbreak point of all conflicts. The two families fought each other and formed a completely irreconcilable blood feud. After the Lu family's large army sailed for hundreds of miles, Lu Changsheng saw a mighty large army coming in this direction. The leader of this army was an old man with an old face, a tall figure, and wearing a robe embroidered with flying birds. He stood with his hands behind his back, his black flying bird robe fluttering, riding on a black goshawk, with a majestic aura. Behind him followed 3 flying boats and a group of cultivators riding spiritual birds. Brother Lu, fellow Taoist Yuan Zhang. The old man bowed to the Lu family ancestor and Lu Yuan's Hong. Brother Bai. Fellow Taoist Bai. The Lu family ancestor and Lu Yuan's Hong also returned the greetings to the Bai family ancestor. After the 3 met, they exchanged a few words and then led their own troops to speed up and kill towards the Red Leaf Valley. It was obvious that they had agreed to meet here. Is this the Bai family of Bai Niao Lake, the Bai family ancestor? Lu Changsheng looked at the large group of Bai family members who were traveling with him. There were about 60 people. Except for the Bai family ancestor, who was a great foundation-building cultivator. The strength and number of key refining cultivators seemed to be similar to those of the Lu family. However, as far as Lu Changsheng knew, apart from Lu Yuan's Hong, a new foundation-building cultivator, the overall strength of the Bai family would be a few points stronger than that of the Lu family. It seemed that the Bai family should not have emptied the entire family's combat power like the Lu family and put all of it into this battle. The Bai Niao Lake is rich in spiritual fish and aquatic products, and many spiritual birds around will come to the lake to catch spiritual fish and aquatic products. So most of the Bai family cultivators know how to tame animals. They not only catch fish, but also catch spiritual birds and animals to tame them to earn spiritual stones. Lu Changsheng looked at the spiritual birds ridden by the large group of Bai family members. It can be seen that these spiritual birds are not bad. It is not an ordinary spiritual bird like the iron feather eagle. It should have a certain combat power. Like the majestic black goshawk under the feet of the Bai family ancestor, it is probably a first-level peak demon beast. When we arrive at the Red Leaf Valley, you don't need to get off the flying boat, just follow my instructions. As they approached the Red Leaf Valley, the 4th elder also spoke to Lu Changsheng, Lu Maiwen and others on the flying boat, telling what to do when they arrive at the Red Leaf Valley. The first step is to form a formation. Then use the talismans issued by the family to attack the formation and break the formation. After the formation is broken, follow the 4th elder to attack together. Obviously, for this battle, the Lu family and the Bai family have already made detailed plans. Yes, Grandma. Yes, 4th elder. Everyone on the flying boat nodded in response. 2 hours later. Everyone get ready, the Red Leaf Valley is ahead. Lu Yuan's Hong spoke, and his loud voice reached everyone's ears. The Lu family children who were ready to fight heard this, and they were all excited and alert. Is this the Red Leaf Valley? Lu Changsheng looked ahead. He immediately saw a valley that was obscured by the formation, hazy and dim, and only the red mountains could be seen. This was his first time in the Red Leaf Valley. He knew that the Red Leaf Valley was about the same size as Qingzhu Mountain, and it was rich in a kind of red leaf tree. At this time, in the Red Leaf Valley. Not good, enemy attack. The patrol of the Chen family saw the flying boat and the monks heading towards the Red Leaf Valley in the sky in the distance, and their faces immediately changed, realizing that something was wrong. He quickly sent a message to the clan, indicating that the enemy was attacking. At the same time, he fully activated the effect of the formation and entered the defensive state. After the large forces of the Lu family and the Bai family arrived around the Red Leaf Valley, they began to disperse in an orderly manner. surrounded the Red Leaf Valley from different directions. Two formation masters who were proficient in formations took out formation tools and began to arrange formations outside the Red Leaf Valley. One was to use formations to prevent the Chen family monks from escaping. The other was to use formations to break the Chen family's second-level formation. Everyone, get ready, start breaking the formation. The ancestors of the Lu and Bai families did not shout or call out. They just raised their hands and gave an order, asking everyone to start breaking the formation. The next moment, boom boom boom, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. All the monks of the Lu and Bai families took out talismans and cast spells, bursting with strong spiritual light, bombarding the second-level formation of the Red Leaf Valley. Ripples appeared on the light curtain of the formation, rumbling. Lu Changsheng and Lu Maiyuan also followed the fourth elder to the southeast of the Red Leaf Valley, activating talismans and bombarding the formation. It seems that no matter where, war is a waste of money. Looking at the situation in front of him, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think in his heart. Even if the Lu and Bai families have 3 foundation-building monks, it is not easy to break the second-level formation of the Chen family. They can only break the formation by force. And this way of attack, to put it bluntly, is a waste of money. Each wave of attack is hundreds of spirit stones. If you want to break the second-level formation of the Chen family, it will cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Right in front of the Red Leaf Valley, the ancestor of the Lu family looked at the Red Leaf Valley formation. He sent a voice message to Lu Yuanzhong next to him. Yuanzhong, when the formation is broken, you can just hold the formation, and try not to take action. Otherwise, the old man Chen will be desperate and might want to kill you. My lifespan is short, so there is no need to worry. It is just right to kill him and avoid future troubles. The ancestor of the Lu family said in a deep voice. Although they have 3 great foundation-building cultivators facing an ancestor of the Chen family, it is a sure thing. But it is also possible that the ancestor of the Chen family has some tricks. In the trapped beast, he fought to the death, thinking of killing Lu Yuanzhong, and putting his Lu family in crisis. After all, the time limit for this ancestor of the Lu family is coming. For Lu Yuanzhong's foundation building and this battle, the Lu family has consumed a lot. There is no ability to train a second foundation building. So Lu Yuanzhong must not have any accidents. Ancestor Lu Yuanzhong's expression was moved. He knew in his heart that in this battle, the ancestor had already held the heart of death. He planned to fight with his life and kill the ancestor of the Chen family. Otherwise, it would be impossible to persuade the ancestor of the Bai family. Let the ancestor of the Bai family bring so many people to participate in this battle. Because this kind of family war starts, the ancestor of the Chen family, who is a foundation-building cultivator, must be killed. Otherwise, if the ancestor of the Chen family, a great cultivator of foundation building, escapes, it will be a great trouble for both the Chen family and the Bai family. Lu Laoge, Bai Laoge, do you want to fight to the death with my Chen family? As the spiritual light of the Red Leaf Valley formation dimmed, a stream of light emerged from the Red Leaf Valley, emitting a terrifying spiritual pressure. It was the ancestor of the Chen family. He quickly presided over the second-level formation of Qingzhu Mountain. The second-level formation, which was originally under attack and had dim spiritual light, burst into light at this moment, forming a giant glass-like bowl upside down, indestructible. The fish will die, but the net may not break. The Lu family ancestor said indifferently. Then he shouted loudly, break the forbidden talisman, break the formation. With an order. Immediately, the cultivators of the late key training of the Lu family and the cultivators of the late key training of the Bai family all sacrificed the first-level forbidden breaking talismans and blasted towards the weak points of the formation. The light that just burst out, like a huge bowl upside down with colored glaze, immediately dimmed a little. Lu Yuanzhong of the Lu family, you actually broke through the foundation. At this time, the ancestor of the Chen family saw Lu Yuanzhong next to the ancestor of the Lu family, and his pupils shrank. The Chen family and the Lu family are mortal enemies, so he naturally knows about the Lu family. He knows who is expected to break through the foundation. At this time, he recognized Lu Yuanzhong at a glance and saw that he had broken through the foundation. Lu old ghost, I didn't expect that before you died, your Lu family actually gave birth to a foundation building master. The ancestor of the Chen family looked at the ancestor of the Lu family and said with a gloomy face. He thought that the ancestor of the Lu family would die after a few more years. Unexpectedly, at this time, The Lu family actually had a new foundation-building great cultivator. He also understood in his heart that the Lu family and the Bai family were fully prepared and clearly wanted to destroy his Chen family today. If the formation was broken, not only would the Chen family be destroyed. Under the siege of 3 foundation-building cultivators, he could not escape. Old Ghost Chen, the grudge between our 2 families should also end. The ancestor of the Lu family said indifferently. Old Ghost Lu, do you really think that my Chen family is easy to bully? The ancestor of the Chen family sneered, and his expression became extremely calm. Immediately sent a voice message, "Friend Meng, please help." After a while, a stream of light flew out of the air and turned into a thin young man. Foundation building great cultivator. How is it possible? How can the Chen family also have 2 foundation building cultivators? No, this person is not from the Chen family. Even though this young man did not emit foundation building spiritual pressure, the ancestors of the Lu family, the Bai family, and Lu Yuanzhang could see at a glance that this young man was a foundation building cultivator. All of them changed their faces. They dared to come to Red Leaf Valley for this battle because they relied on the 3 great foundation building cultivators. The Chen family only had 1 foundation building cultivator. 3 against 1, they were sure to win. But if they fought 3 against 2, it would be difficult to kill the Chen family's ancestor. Moreover, they had to fight quickly in this battle. They had to take down Red Leaf Valley with a force of thunder. Otherwise, when the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge received the Chen family's request for help and rushed over, they would have no hope of taking down Red Leaf Valley. Ancestor. Brother Lu, are we going to fight or retreat? Lu Yuanzhang and the ancestor of the Bai family looked at the ancestor of the Lu family and asked him what he was going to do. None of the 3 expected that the Chen family actually had a second foundation building cultivator. In order to take down Red Leaf Valley, the supplies distributed to all the children of the Lu and Bai families were all white spirit stones. If they failed to take down Red Leaf Valley, it would be a huge loss for the 2 families. Moreover, choosing to retreat now would also have a great impact on the morale of the family. The ancestor of the Lu family did not speak. His face was extremely ugly. He did not expect this situation. He doesn't have much time left. Once he dies, the Lu family will only have Lu Yuanzhang, a great monk who has just broken through the foundation. At that time, the Lu family will have a hard time facing the Chen family. The Chen family may even join forces with the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge to attack their Qingzhu Mountain. This Taoist friend, you should not be from the Chen family, right? This matter is the grudge between my Lu family and the Chen family. As long as the Taoist friend leaves and does not participate in this battle, my Lu family is willing to offer a generous gift. Or if the Taoist friend has any request, you can also mention it. The ancestor of the Lu family looked at Meng Xiaojun and said politely with a bow. He also saw that the other party was not from the Chen family. He hoped that the other party could leave and not participate in this battle. Dao Meng, I have sent a message to the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge. As long as the ancestor Zhang comes, the crisis will be resolved. My Chen family will not let Dao Meng's actions in vain, and there will be a generous reward. The ancestor of the Chen family also hurriedly said to Meng Xiaojun. Although Meng Xiaojun came here to say that she had an old grudge with the Lu family. He wanted to participate in the Chen family's extermination of the Lu family, to get revenge and have a share of the spoils. But now that the 3 foundation building cultivators were in front of him, he didn't dare to bet whether Meng Xiaojun would leave. So if he wanted Meng Xiaojun, a foundation building cultivator, to help, he would have to pay a price. Meng Xiaojun didn't say anything. Because at this moment, she finally knew where her previous restlessness came from. Love locking goo. After breaking through the foundation building stage, she could barely suppress the influence of the love locking goo. But at this moment, her heart couldn't help but palpitate, and her emotions began to spread. Her consciousness couldn't help but look to the southeast of Hongai Valley. She saw a handsome young man with an upright figure on a flying boat in the distance. Kill him, he must be killed. After seeing Lu Changsheng, the effect of the love-locking goo that had been suppressed broke out like a tide, causing Meng Xiaojun to feel fear and terror in her heart. There was only one thought in her mind, to kill Lu Changsheng quickly and take back the love-locking goo. Ancestor Chen, I can help you, but I want you to help me kill a Lu family cultivator now. She suddenly covered her chest, suppressed the pain caused by the love-lock goo, and said in a deep voice, "Who to kill?" The Chen family ancestor asked directly. I once swore that I would not hurt him, so as long as the Chen family ancestor is willing to help, I am willing to help your Chen family survive this disaster. This person is on the flying boat in the southeast. Meng Xiaochen gritted her teeth, her face was painful, and her voice was difficult to speak. She took out a jade slit and handed it to the Chen family ancestor. It was the appearance of Lu Changsheng. Seeing Meng Xiaochen's painful appearance, the Chen family ancestor was also a little surprised at Meng Xiaochen's situation. In his heart, he believed Meng Xiaochen's words 50%. He saw that she should have been cursed by some oath. He secretly thought that this was a domineering oath. Let a great foundation-building cultivator show such a painful look when he has evil intentions towards a person. However, there are all kinds of strange means in the world of cultivating immortals. For example, some master-servant contracts will make slaves like this and difficult to break free. Once you have evil intentions, you will encounter the backlash of the contract, which will make you miserable. Okay, Chen will accept this. Patriarch Chen agreed directly. At this moment, he had to accept it. Otherwise, once Meng Xiaochen left, their Red Leaf Valley would be in danger. Moreover, looking at Meng Xiaochen's appearance, he also knew that Lu Changsheng was immortal. Once the war started, it might even affect the strength of his foundation-building worshipper. Old Ghost Lu, give up. This fellow Taoist Meng is my Chen family's worshipper. How could he leave? I have sent a message to fellow Taoist Zheng. It's not too late for you to leave now. Immediately, the ancestor of the Chen family looked at the ancestor of the Lu family and said coldly, "Continue to break the formation." The ancestor of the Lu family gritted his teeth when he heard it. For him, at this moment, the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Faced with this situation, their Lu family had no retreat. Brother Bai, don't worry. When the time comes, I will use my secret method. Even if I can't kill old Ghost Chen, I can still hurt his vitality and his lifespan will be short. The ancestor of the Lu family said to the ancestor of the Bai family in a deep voice. Compared with the Lu family, the situation of the Bai family will be better and they can retreat. So if he wants to continue fighting, he must stabilize the ancestor of the Bai family. Okay, since Brother Lu said so, I will continue fighting. Hearing this, the ancestor of the Bai family nodded. He didn't want the Chen family to be too powerful. He hoped that the ancestor of the Lu family could take the ancestor of the Chen family away before he died. Suddenly, the three foundation-building monks looked at each other and started to attack the formation in front to speed up the breaking of the formation. Everyone, form a formation. The ancestor of the Chen family shouted. Let the children of the Chen family practice at the same time, integrate the key into the formation, and resist the attack. But the Lu family and the Bai family came prepared for this battle, and they were very well prepared. Not only did they give a lot of talismans to the children of the two families to attack, they also prepared many forbidden talismans to continuously weaken and break the formation. At this time, the formation masters of the Lu and Bai families also began to use external formations to pry and influence the second-level formation of Hongai Valley. No, if this goes on, it will be difficult for me to drag fellow Taoist Zhang to come. The Chen family ancestor knew that it would be difficult to rely on the formation to hold on until the Zhang family ancestor arrived under the current circumstances. Moreover, if the stalemate continued, the mana of himself and his clansmen would continue to be consumed by the formation. When the formation was broken, he himself would also be damaged and could not escape. Fellow Taoist Meng, I will fulfill the agreement now. The Chen family ancestor made a prompt decision. He planned to give up the formation to resist. With himself and Meng Xiaochen, he would hold on until the Zhang family came. As soon as the voice fell, he presided over the formation, and a huge heavy hammer appeared above the second-level formation that looked like a glass jade bowl. It had a flying boat in the southeast direction. What is Chen Laoga trying to do? Is he trying to break through the defense and break out? No, it's the direction of the fourth elder. The ancestors of the Lu family, the Bai family, and Lu Yuan's Huang were all shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect the Chen family's ancestor to counterattack at this moment. They thought he was going to tear open the defense they had set up and escape, so they quickly flew to the southeast. No. In the southeast, on the flying boat, the fourth elder was directing everyone to break the formation. Seeing that the Chen family's ancestor suddenly controlled the formation and launched an attack on them, his face changed drastically. He patted his storage bag and activated a stack of life-saving talismans. They were all first-level top-grade talismans, which turned into layers of golden light to protect everyone. He also sacrificed a blue gem, flew into the sky, and shone with brilliant light, trying to block this heavy hammer. Lu Changsheng's face changed when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that the Chen family would actually start to counterattack when the wind was favorable. And it just happened to attack him. He could clearly feel the horror of this attack. This is no longer an attack from an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. With the first-level talismans of the fourth elder, it would be difficult to block it. At this moment, Lu Changsheng did not care about hiding his incompetence. He took out the only second-level medium-quality defensive talisman on his body and activated it directly. In an instant, a thick golden divine light burst out from the talisman, turning into a golden light shield, covering the entire flying boat, giving people a sense of indestructibility. Huh? This is a second-level talisman. The fourth elder was shocked when she saw the talisman used by Lu Changsheng, and recognized it as a second-level talisman. I didn't expect Lu Changsheng to have a second-level talisman. Before she could think about it. Bang! The giant hammer on the sky had already smashed down heavily. It directly smashed a blue gem offered by the fourth elder into powder, causing the fourth elder's face to turn pale and groan. Bang! 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 The hammer continued to fall, and the defense formed by the four elders' several life-saving talismans was quickly broken in a few breaths. Only the light shield formed by Lu Changsheng's second-level middle-grade talisman was slightly strong for a moment. At this moment, Lu Changsheng activated another second-level low-grade talisman, turning it into a layer of golden light shield. The four elders did not have time to be surprised and thought too much, and they also took out several talismans from their storage bag again, activated them, and turned them into defense. Huh? The Chen family ancestor was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. He thought that he could easily kill the people on the flying boat with one blow. Unexpectedly, these people actually had so many talismans. And there were also second-level talismans for protection. Kill. The Chen family ancestor's expression was fierce. He continued to draw the power of the formation, wanting to kill Lu Changsheng and others. But at this time, Lu Yuanzhong and the Lu family ancestor also rushed over. The two saw that the fourth elder and Lu Changsheng were struggling to resist, so they immediately used their spiritual weapons and cast spells to block the formation hammer. At the same time, Meng Xiaojun in the formation watched this scene. Seeing the Chen family ancestor controlling the formation to kill Lu Changsheng, she did not feel happy at all. She clutched her chest tightly, feeling extremely painful, having difficulty breathing, feeling heartbroken, and tears streaming down her face. Quick, quick! She could feel the love-locking goo, and the emotions in her heart gradually made her lose her mind. The last bit of her mind made her urge the Chen family ancestor to kill Lu Changsheng quickly. But the next moment, the influence of the love-locking goo and the emotions in her heart finally made it impossible for her to stay sober and rational. No. Lu Lang. Meng Xiaojun suddenly raised her head, let out a long whistle, and looked at the Chen family ancestor who was attacking Lu Changsheng with tearful eyes, with a murderous intent in her heart. She suddenly soared into the sky and killed the Chen family ancestor who was controlling the formation. Chapter 122 Lu Lang is Lu Changsheng? What's going on? Why did Senior Meng attack the ancestor? Old ancestor, be careful. In the Red Leaf Valley, the Chen family cultivators who were using their power to blast the formation saw Meng Xiaojun suddenly soar into the sky, purple flames appeared in his hands, and he rushed towards the Chen family ancestor, and his expression was shocked. Not only them. Outside the Red Leaf Valley, the two cultivators who were breaking the formation, the Lu family ancestor, Lu Yuanzhong, and others were also stunned when they saw this scene. They were very confused. They didn't understand what was going on with this Chen family worshipper. Why did he suddenly attack the Chen family ancestor? But a ball of purple flames appeared between Meng Xiaojun's hands. Then they clapped their hands together and turned into a purple fire python, emitting strong mana fluctuations, and killed the Chen family ancestor. Fellow Taoist Meng, what are you doing? The Chen family ancestor also noticed something was wrong, turned around suddenly, looked at the flying fire python, and said in shock. He quickly took out an ice blue talisman and activated it. In an instant, a terrifying cold wind swept out. It seemed to freeze the heaven and earth, forming ice walls in front to block the fire python. The fire python roared and quickly melted the ice walls. Dare to hurt Lu Lang, die? Meng Xiaochen looked at the Chen family ancestor in front of him, eyes full of murderous intent, and said sternly. He sacrificed a set of flying knife magic tools and rushed out suddenly. At the same time, he slapped the spirit beast's bag, and suddenly a group of colorful and large and small insects swarmed out and rushed towards the Chen family ancestor. Lu Lang? Who is this Lu Lang? Is he from the Lu family? Meng Gongfeng is actually the Lu family's backup. Lu family, you are really tolerant. You actually let a foundation-building master sneak into my Chen family so early. Your Lu family has 3 foundation-building masters, but you have been giving in step by step and showing weakness over the years. It's simply hateful and hateful. It's over, my Chen family is over. Chen Shusheng, the head of the Chen family, and all the elders of the Chen family saw this scene and heard this. Their faces changed drastically and showed despair. They thought Meng Xiaochen was an insider sent by the Lu family. When Meng Xiaochen came to the Chen family, they naturally investigated Meng Xiaochen's situation and information. They did not find any connection with the Lu family. Moreover, they were also on guard against Meng Xiaochen and did not reveal too much information. But they never expected that Meng Xiaochen would turn against them at such a critical moment. Their Chen family was already difficult to stop the 3 foundation-building cultivators of the Lu family and the Bai family. Now another foundation-building cultivator has turned against them and attacked the Chen family ancestor from the inside. Their Chen family is simply unable to resist. In an instant, a feeling of fear and despair spread from the hearts of all the cultivators of the Chen family. Lu Lang? Who is this? The Lu family ancestor and Lu Yuanzhong, who were fighting against the heavy hammer of the formation, looked at each other and were a little confused. I don't know what's going on. Who is this so-called Lu Lang? I clearly don't know this foundation-building cultivator. Lu Ghost, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. The ancestor of the Bai family not far away saw this scene and was also extremely horrified. Hearing this Lu Lang, he also subconsciously thought that Meng Xiaochen was a hidden hand arranged by the Lu family. This made him more cautious about the Lu family in his heart, in order to avoid being tricked by the Lu family one day. After all, the 2 families have been friends for generations, and there is no dispute over interests. If it involves fundamental interests, this kind of friendship can be broken. It's him. Just when everyone was wondering who Lu Lang Meng Xiaochen was talking about, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but secretly say WTF and recognized the thin young man at a glance. It was the young man who used a foundation-building spiritual object to divert the disaster when he returned to Jiulongfang City. Because the other party was the only one who escaped from his hands. And afterwards invited him to explore the cave, which made the Peach Blossom Goose say that he had peach blossom luck. So Lu Changsheng remembered him deeply. Unexpectedly, we met here today. And the other party has become a great foundation-building cultivator. Isn't this Lu Lang calling me? Lu Changsheng looked at the thin young man who drove the insects and killed the ancestor of the Chen family, and suddenly thought of something. It was when he was in Kowloon Market, a purple-dressed girl attacked him inexplicably and put a poison on him. But at that time, he couldn't figure out what was going on. How did he offend the other party? Now seeing this thin young man, he suddenly had a guess in his heart, a mysterious feeling. The thin young man in front of him was the purple-dressed girl. A peach blossom luck through the peach blossom goo made him know that this thin young man was actually a woman disguised as a man. In addition, insects and goo are inseparable, and this thin young man is good at the art of repelling insects. If this is the case, then the matter makes sense. She suddenly turned against me. Is it because the ancestor of the Chen family attacked me just now? If this is the case, then the effect of the love goo is too overbearing, right? Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. He felt that things might be as he guessed. But he didn't say anything. After all, this was just a guess in his mind. He didn't dare to be 100% sure that the thin young man in front of him was the purple-dressed girl. While Lu Changsheng was thinking, Meng Xiaochen's purple fire python had broken through the ice wall and rushed to the front of the Chen family ancestor. Damn it, it's really damned. The Chen family ancestor looked at Meng Xiaochen's murderous look, and there was no time to think about it, and asked the other party what was going on. He sacrificed a red flying sword, bursting with strong mana fluctuations, and slashed the fire python in front of him, splitting it in two. But at this time, a dense group of insects surrounded and killed him, which was frightening. He quickly pinched the spiritual formula with his hands, his robes fluttered, and rolling red flames spread out, like a fire cloud sweeping across, killing the insects. Break the formation with all your strength. The Lu family ancestor saw the Chen family ancestor fighting with Meng Xiaojun, which greatly reduced the power of the formation hammer in front of him. Knowing that the Chen family ancestor could not do two things at the same time, he was presiding over the formation and fighting at the same time. He shouted immediately. Boom boom boom. As soon as the order was issued, the cultivators from the two families in Hongai Valley, who were surrounded from all directions, all offered their magic tools, activated the talismans, cast spells, and bombarded the formation. At this moment, several formation masters also directly stimulated the formation to the extreme, using the formation to pry the Hongai Valley formation. Break. At this moment, the ancestors of the Lu family, Lu Yuantong, and the Bai family also worked together to bombard the Hongai Valley formation. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The formation of Hongai Valley was turned from defense to offense by the ancestor of the Chen family, and its defense was greatly reduced. Now the ancestor of the Chen family is even more distracted and unable to fully preside over the formation, causing the power and effect of the formation to fall to another level. Under the continuous bombardment, with a violent explosion, the second-level formation like a glass jade bowl shattered. Puff. At this moment, the ancestor of the Chen family, who presided over this formation, turned pale and spit out a mouthful of blood. Not only him, but also the children of the Chen family whose ki was connected to the formation, all groaned and their breath was disordered. No. Seeing the formation being broken, the ancestor of the Chen family, who was fighting with Meng Xiaojun, turned pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared unwillingly. He knew that their Chen family was finished today. The formation has been broken, kill. The ancestor of the Lu family gave orders. At the same time, he sent a message to Lu Yuantong, Yuantong, you hold the formation. After that, he held a green bamboo flying sword, bursting with sharp energy, and killed the ancestor of the Chen family who was in a stalemate with Meng Xiaojun, so as to prevent the ancestor of the Chen family from escaping. Ancestor, you go. In the Red Leaf Valley, many elders of the Chen family looked determined and shouted loudly at the ancestor of the Chen family. They knew it very well in their hearts. The Chen family was finished. After today, there will be no more Chen family in the Red Leaf Valley. But if the ancestor of the Chen family can escape, he can also take the children of the Chen family who are outside to go to other places to develop. Their Chen family still has hope of making a comeback. But if the Chen family ancestor also died, it would be very unlikely for their Chen family to rise again. Old Ghost Chen, it's time to go. The Bai family ancestor also issued orders, asking the Bai family cultivators to kill towards the Red Leaf Valley. Then he turned into a beam of light and killed the Chen family ancestor. Even if he is now afraid of the Lu family. But it is impossible to break the contract and not make efforts at this time. After all, now that the Red Leaf Valley formation has been broken, it is time to divide the cake. Old Ghost Lu, you are really hiding deep. When did you start to plot against my Chen family? The Chen family ancestor's robes fluttered, his hair fluttered, and his body was burning with blazing red flames, burning and killing dense insects. Looking at the Lu family ancestor who was killing him, he asked in a deep voice. You can go on the road with doubts in your heart. The Lu family ancestor said coldly. He himself was puzzled and didn't know what was going on with Meng Xiaojun, who was fighting with the Chen family ancestor. But no matter what the situation was, this was an opportunity. He would take this opportunity to kill the Chen family ancestor and put an end to the blood feud between the Lu family and the Chen family. Okay, today I'm doomed. The Chen family ancestor looked at the three foundation building masters besieging him, and he knew that he would not be able to escape today. He tapped the acupuncture points on his chest and slapped his danshan, which made his whole body's aura and magic power rise, making his pale face a little ruddy. It was obvious that he was using some secret method to suppress his injuries and improve his combat power in a short period of time. Even if I have to die today, you have to pay the price. The Chen family ancestor glanced at Lu Yuantong in the distance, feeling a little regretful. Then he looked at the Bai family ancestor, roared, and killed the Bai family ancestor. He knew very well in his heart that among the three foundation building masters, only the Bai family ancestor did not dare to fight him head-on, which was a breakthrough point. If he fought to the death with a Bai family ancestor, it would also cause chaos in the Bai family. As for the Lu family ancestor, he didn't have 2 years to live. With Lu Yuantong around, It didn't make much sense to fight to kill the Lu family ancestor. Old Ghost Chen, do you think this ancestor is easy to bully? The ancestor of the Bai family couldn't help but curse in his heart when he saw the ancestor of the Chen family killing him. This matter was obviously led by the Lu family. Why did they kill him? But he also guessed what the ancestor of the Chen family thought, and wanted to use him as a breakthrough point, so he quickly sacrificed a colorful feather robe, which burst into colorful divine light. Chen family cultivators, kill. Those who resist and refuse to surrender, kill. Those who deliberately damage property, kill. Just when the three foundation building cultivators besieged the ancestor of the Chen family, Lu Yuanzhang stood in the sky above the Red Leaf Valley to suppress the formation, watching the two cultivators kill the Chen family. At this time, the fourth elder did not ask Lu Changsheng about the second-level talisman. Driving the flying boat, taking Lu Changsheng, Lu Maiyuan and others, into the Red Leaf Valley, driving a flying sword, and began to kill. Alice, this is the world of cultivation. Lu Changsheng looked at the killing in front of him and sighed slightly in his heart. He has also experienced several killings. Usually when he encounters a robber cultivator, he kills without any fluctuations in his heart. But at this moment, the large-scale killing in front of him still made him quite emotional. But he was not too sentimental. Over the years, he has gradually adapted to the law of the jungle in the world of immortal cultivation. If you don't kill people, they will kill you. If the Lu family loses today, this is the fate of the Lu family. I'll fight you. A Chen family cultivator at the 9th level of key refining drove the magic weapon, controlled the puppet, activated several talismans, and confronted the three elders of the Lu family. But the next moment, Lu Yuanzhang, who was in the sky, took action. The magic hand slapped down and killed him with one palm. Lu Changsheng recognized this Chen family cultivator. It was the leader who was ambushed on the way when he came to Qingzhu Mountain from Qingyun Sect with Lu Yuanding, the head of the Chen family, Chen Shushen. But at this time, the head of the Chen family was slapped to death by Lu Yuanzhang, and only uttered a muffled groan. This is the difference between key refining and foundation building. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, Master, even if we die, our Chen family will never surrender. Fight with them. Except for some non-family cultivators who knelt down and begged for mercy, the blood of the Chen family fought desperately. Because they knew that they would die. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to fight. Kill. At this time, a cultivator of the Chen family not far away had a ferocious face and drove a flying sword towards Lu Maiyuan. Yuner, be careful. Lu Changsheng immediately activated a talisman, which turned into a body shield to protect Lu Maiyuan. Then the Qingyun sword was unsheathed, turned into a sharp sword light, burst out, and pierced the cultivator's chest. The corner of the Chen family cultivator's mouth was bleeding, and he looked at Lu Changsheng and others unwillingly, and then fell to the ground with a plop. Yuner, you are by my side. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Maiyuan calmly. Although Lu Maiyuan has the 5th level of key refining, she has never experienced any fighting and has poor practical experience. This is also the reason why the Lu and Bai families brought their children. Cultivating immortals is not about being calm and easy, meditating and practicing every day, riding a crane. It is a road of fearlessness, killing all demons, overcoming difficulties, and seeking the true self. This long road of cultivating immortals is destined to experience countless disasters and be sharpened by blood. Yet, Lu Maiyuan nodded obediently. She was a little surprised at the strength of her husband. He was so calm in such a killing. The 4th elder on the side saw this scene and was also a little surprised at Lu Changsheng's performance. He felt that his grandson-in-law was becoming more and more mysterious and hard to see through. Not only did he just take out the 2nd-level talisman, now he actually killed a cultivator of the 6th level of key refining so calmly. You know, Lu Changsheng's cultivation is only the 6th level of key refining. No wonder Changsheng was able to escape from the hands of 3 cultivators in the late stage of key refining. The 4th elder said in his heart. Then he told Changsheng, Yuner, you all be careful, don't stay too far away from Grandma. Although this battle was a favorable one. But trap beasts still fight. The Chen family's dying counterattack will definitely hurt or even kill some of the Lu family and Bai family's children. This kind of thing is inevitable. Don't worry, Grandma. Lu Changsheng nodded. He didn't covet the credit of killing the enemy. If a Chen family cultivator took the initiative to rush up, he would kill him. If he didn't go forward, He would take Lu Maoyan and follow the fourth elder. At this time, above the Red Leaf Valley, under the siege of the three foundation building masters, the ancestor of the Chen family had messy hair, vomited blood, was covered with the wounds, and was completely crazy. The moment the formation was broken, his magic power was damaged. At this moment, being entangled by three people and seeing his own people being slaughtered, he was extremely frustrated. Die? Boom. The ancestor of the Chen family knew that he was going to die. The secret method he used had reached its limit. He directly self-destructed his spiritual weapon. He took out another blue round bead and rushed to the Bai family ancestor to use it. After all, in his opinion, this battle was certainly because of Meng Xiaochen. But he hated the Lu family and the Bai family even more, and he wanted to take someone with him before he died. Boom. Under the explosion of the spiritual weapon and the explosion of the thunder of heaven, the sky burst into a shocking sound and dazzling white light. Everyone in the Red Leaf Valley looked at the gorgeous white light in the sky. Ancestor! Ancestor! Lu Yuanzhong and the head of the Bai family rushed into the white light. Ahem, if I hadn't been prepared, this old ghost Chen would fight to his death, self-destruct the spiritual weapon and this thunder of heaven, and I might really have to die here. The Lu family ancestor coughed up blood. It's okay, I expected this old ghost to fight to his death. The Bai family ancestor also coughed up blood, and the spiritual weapon and feather cloak on his body were damaged. He was furious when he thought that the Chen family ancestor wanted to die with him. The injuries from this battle will take 3 to 5 years to heal. With a loud noise, the ancestor of the Chen family died, and Meng Xiaochen regained some clarity of mind. The disguise of her figure and face was also broken at this moment. From the original thin young man, she turned into a purple-clothed girl with delicate features, beautiful face, and ethereal temperament. She was also injured in the previous fight and the self-explosion of the spiritual weapon. Her face was a little pale. It made her beautiful face look pitiful. What a terrible love-locking goo. At this moment, Meng Xiaochen had a deeper understanding of the horror of the love-locking goo. She didn't do anything to Lu Changsheng. She just let the ancestor of the Chen family do it. But watching the ancestor of the Chen family kill Lu Changsheng, the feelings in her heart made her lose her mind directly. There was only one thought in her mind: to die for love. Once the love-locking goo is formed, it will be extremely difficult to break free. I can't go on like this. While I haven't completely lost myself, it's best to leave Jiang State and never see him again. And this person is like my nemesis. At this moment, Meng Xiaochen no longer had any malice towards Lu Changsheng except for fear, only love. She didn't dare to suppress the effect of the love-locking goo anymore. She knew that the more she rejected and suppressed it, the faster she would fall. Especially when this emotion burst out like a tide, it directly made her lose her mind. Moreover, she gave up the idea of revenge after falling into Lu Changsheng's hands 3 times in a row. The first time, she almost lost her life and paid for 2 foundation-building spiritual objects. The second time, she not only lost the love-locking goo, but also the goo worm backfired and paid for herself. Now the third time, for Lu Changsheng, she fought with the ancestor of the Chen family and almost paid for her life. She didn't dare to think about what would happen if it happened again. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. The Lu family ancestor did not care about the change in Meng Xiaochen's appearance, and bowed politely. In this battle, if it were not for Meng Xiaochen, they would never have been able to capture the Red Leaf Valley so easily. Even if they could capture the Red Leaf Valley, he, the Lu family ancestor, had to fight with the Chen family ancestor and give himself up here. You're welcome. I help you for Lu Lang. Meng Xiaochen said in a resentful voice. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes full of resentment and affection looked at the Red Leaf Valley, where a young man with a tall and handsome figure and a magic sword in his hand was. Lu Lang. The Lu family ancestor, the Bai family ancestor, and Lu Yuanzhong were still a little stunned when they heard this name. They didn't know who this Lu Lang was. They followed Meng Xiaochen's gaze and immediately saw the fourth elder, Lu Changsheng, Lu Maoyan and others. Lu Changsheng. The Lu family ancestor saw several people and immediately locked his eyes on Lu Changsheng. He guessed in his heart that this Lu Lang was Lu Changsheng. This also caused a storm in the heart of this foundation-building ancestor. He saw that Lu Changsheng was not simple at the beginning. He was a person with great opportunities and great luck. But this was too outrageous. He was still in the key refining stage, but he actually attracted the heart of a foundation-building master and showed such a resentful look. Moreover, he remembered that when Lu Yuanding and the fourth elder told him about Lu Changsheng's situation, they said that Lu Changsheng liked to marry and have children, and had many wives, concubines and maids. In this situation, there is actually a foundation-building cultivator who is attracted to him. This. The Lu family ancestor didn't know what to say for a while. Lu Changsheng. Lu Yuanzhang also followed Meng Xiaoqin's gaze, his eyes full of surprise, and looked at Lu Changsheng in doubt. He didn't know much about Lu Changsheng's situation. But Meng Xiaoqin's words and eyes made him very confused. Lu Changsheng. The situation in front of him made the Bai family ancestor feel that something was wrong. This foundation-building cultivator didn't seem to be the internal response arranged by the Lu family ancestor in the Chen family. It seemed to be because of a Lu family disciple. Looking at Meng Xiaoqin's tender eyes looking at a key refining cultivator, he felt like a dream. Even though this key refining cultivator was indeed handsome. But when did the world of immortal cultivation start to look at appearance so much? Just when the three foundation-building ancestors were doubting their lives, Meng Xiaoqin's clothes fluttered in the wind and flew towards Lu Changsheng in the Red Leaf Valley. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. I really don't want to be a gigolo. At this time, the killing in Red Leaf Valley was almost over. The cultivators of the Chen family bloodline had been killed or injured. The rest were all cultivators of other surnames, slaves, and mortals. As a shocking boom sounded above the Red Leaf Valley, everyone looked up at the dazzling white light in the sky. Seeing the white light gradually dissipate, the ancestors of the Lu family, the Bai family, and a purple-clothed figure appeared. But there was no figure of the Chen family's ancestor. Everyone knew that the ancestor of the Chen family was dead. From today on, there is no more Chen family in Red Leaf Valley. As for the original thin young man, he disappeared. There was a purple-clothed girl with a beautiful face and ethereal temperament. Everyone also guessed that this purple-clothed girl was the thin young man in disguise. Everyone was a little surprised about this, but they thought it was natural. After all, many people heard Meng Xiaoqin call Lu Lang just now. From this name, we know that this Lu Lang is most likely a man. Although it makes sense for a man to call another man Lu Lang, it is a bit weird. But if it were a female cultivator, it would be very normal. Everyone looked at Meng Xiaoqin, who had a beautiful face in the sky, and couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, who is the Lu Lang she mentioned? He could actually make a foundation-building cultivator so infatuated. Is it the ancestor of the Lu family, or the ancestor of Yuanzhang? The two cultivators looked at the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Yuanzhang, in the sky, and guessed in their hearts. It's her. Lu Changsheng looked at the purple-clothed girl in the sky and thought to himself. He knew that he had guessed it before. The thin young man just now was the purple-dressed girl who had cast a spell on him. Although the face of the purple-dressed girl was only beautiful at the time, there was a big difference between her exquisite and beautiful facial features and ethereal temperament now. But the outline between her eyebrows and eyes and this dress still made Lu Changsheng see some shadows. He was 100% sure that the two were the same person. In that case, the Lu Lang she called was me. Just now, he suddenly attacked the ancestor of the Chen family. Was it because of me? Because the ancestor of the Chen family attacked me. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He probably figured out the cause and effect of the matter and the doubts in his heart. But the next moment, Lu Changsheng paused and thought of another question. In this case, she won't come over to say hello to me or something. As soon as this thought came out, Lu Changsheng suddenly panicked. In public, if the other party came over to say hello and called Lu Lang, wouldn't he be unable to hide? He would be noticed and remembered. However, as soon as the thought came out, Lu Changsheng saw Meng Xiaoqin in a purple dress flying down from the sky. Fuck. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but say fuck in his heart. Isn't this messing with himself? Under the gaze of everyone, Meng Xiaoqin came in front of Lu Changsheng. Her delicate face was slightly pale because of the battle just now. A pair of starry eyes looked at Lu Changsheng with resentment and apology. Then the voice was gentle, full of tenderness and timidly said, Lu Lang. Hiss. 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 At this moment, everyone around was shocked, stunned, and dumbfounded. The fourth elder was stunned. Lu Maoyan was stunned. Lu Yuanding was stunned. Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaohong were also stunned. They were still thinking that the Lu family ancestor and Lu Yuanzhong were really well hidden. There was actually a hidden foundation building master cultivator in the Chen family. But they never expected that the Lu Lang mentioned by this foundation building master cultivator was actually Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng actually knew such a foundation building master cultivator outside. And at this time, this foundation building master cultivator with an ethereal temperament and a fury-like manner looked at Lu Changsheng with a tender voice and called Lu Lang. At this moment, everyone could hear endless resentment and love from it. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Alice. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly in his heart. He could clearly feel that at this moment, countless eyes full of shock, surprise, doubt, envy, and admiration fell on him. He knew that he could no longer keep a low profile. Miss, how are you? Lu Changsheng looked at Meng Xiaochen in front of him and said awkwardly. As he spoke, his hand secretly retracted into his sleeve, holding the golden brick talisman. Although he guessed that the other party was attacked by the love goo and fell in love with him. But most of the causes and consequences were Lu Changsheng's speculation. He still didn't know the specific effect of this love goo. He didn't know if the other party would hurt him again. After all, the two previous encounters were not very pleasant. Lu Changsheng also felt that it was a coincidence that the Chen family ancestor suddenly attacked him just now. He suspected that it was related to the other party. He really had to be cautious. However, thinking that he had the Zuinitin pearl on him, he still had a lot of confidence in facing Meng Xiaochen now. Since Lu Lang recognized me, but was unwilling to meet me, how could I be safe? Meng Xiaochen's pink lips curled up slightly, and her starry eyes were full of resentment. As if looking at a heartless man. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he looked at the other party's resentful look, his face twitched, and he was speechless. Sister, we have only met 3 times in total. I don't even know your name. I thought this love goo is too overbearing. Since the goo worm attacked him, he and the other party had not seen each other for a long time. Now he was like this when they met. He was also glad that he had the peach blossom goo, otherwise he would be like this now, which made Lu Changsheng scared. Hiss. 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 At this moment, everyone around him took a breath of cold air. If they were not afraid to speak loudly and disturb the lover of this foundation building master cultivator, they would have said something about Lu Changsheng being ungrateful. What's more, some people knelt down with a thump. They thought that they should kneel down and listen to what Lu Changsheng had to say. Not only them, but also the 3 ancestors in the sky were dumbfounded. Just now, they knew that the Lu Lang mentioned by the foundation building master cultivator was Lu Changsheng, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. But now, seeing this foundation building master cultivator showing such a little girl's attitude in front of Lu Changsheng, it was even more like a dream. This. What kind of charm does Lu Changsheng have? It can actually make a foundation building master cultivator show such an attitude. You know, in the world of immortal cultivation, there are far fewer female cultivators than male cultivators. And as the level of cultivation increases, the situation of more men than women becomes more and more serious. Therefore, in this case, female cultivators with beautiful faces and high cultivation are particularly popular. Most female cultivators have several or even dozens of suitors. But at this moment, a foundation building cultivator who is like a fairy showed such an attitude to a key refining cultivator. It really made them doubt their lives. It felt that these dozens or hundreds of years had been lived in vain. Only at this moment did they really gain knowledge. Seeing that Lu Changsheng did not speak, Meng Xiaochen sighed faintly. She said to herself, Xiaochen knows that Lu Lang has a prejudice against me, so he is unwilling to recognize me. But I am sincere to Lu Lang now. This is a gift prepared by Xiaochen for Lu Lang. It is Xiaochen's intention. Please accept it. Meng Xiaochen sighed faintly. Handed a storage bag to Lu Changsheng. Gift, intention. Lu Changsheng looked at the storage bag in front of him with his eyes slightly narrowed. He felt that the other party was sincere, but the current situation was really beyond his control, and he didn't know how to deal with it. Plop. Plop. Plop, the sound of kneeling was heard one after another. But I saw a young monk from the Lu family and the Bai family kneeling and looking at Lu Changsheng. I feel that this level of conversation can only be learned by kneeling to show respect. I don't expect to learn to be like Lu Changsheng, letting a foundation building cultivator speak humbly and give gifts. I just hope that in the future I will have a Taoist partner who can walk hand in hand with me, and that the Taoist partner can be so considerate and well-behaved, and I will be satisfied. Lu Lang is unwilling to forgive Xiaochen. Seeing that Lu Changsheng didn't respond, Meng Xiaochen sighed with a beautiful face full of loss. Such a look and words can turn 100-tempered steel into softness. It simply made everyone around dumbfounded and stunned. A foundation-building cultivator is so flattering in front of Lu Changsheng. Lu Mei'ahun, who was not far away, saw this scene and was full of astonishment, biting her lips with her pearly teeth. She didn't expect that Lu Changsheng's charm would reach this point. It made a foundation-building master who looked no less attractive than her like this. This gave Lu Mei'ahun a strong sense of crisis. But the next moment, she saw Lu Changsheng's indifferent attitude towards Meng Xiaochen, and thought of Lu Changsheng's usual attitude towards her, and she couldn't help but straighten her chest slightly. Humph, so what if he is a foundation-building master, so what if he looks good? But Lu Changsheng likes me like this. Lu Mei'ahun was instantly delighted and found a reason to be happy. Lu Mei'oj also watched this scene quietly. She knew that Lu Changsheng had some secrets. But she never expected that Lu Changsheng would hide them so deeply. I can't figure out how Lu Changsheng made a foundation-building master so infatuated. Husband, since it is the senior's intention, you should accept it. At this time, Lu Mei'ahun held Lu Changsheng's hand and said softly. She was also shocked by the situation in front of her. Unexpectedly, the Lu Lang mentioned by this foundation-building senior was actually her husband. She simply didn't know what to say. But thinking of a foundation-building master like this, she also showed her generosity. Yes, Changsheng, since it is the girl's intention, you should accept it. The fourth elder next to him also spoke up. Unexpectedly, the Lu Lang mentioned by the foundation-building master turned out to be her grandson-in-law. And he behaved so humbly in front of her grandson-in-law. Seeing this, she wanted to say that Lu Changsheng was ungrateful. After all, on weekdays, the foundation-building master is the ancestor of a region, and everyone who sees him is not respectful. But at this time, a foundation-building master apologized to Lu Changsheng with a key refining gift, which made her feel that even if there was a mistake, it was just like that. Okay, thank you Miss Xiaochen, I will accept the things, and forget the previous grudges. Lu Changsheng said so, and carefully reached out to take the storage bag. But his vigilance in his heart did not decrease, and he was ready to explode at any time. After all, if the other party really wants to do something to him, even with a Zuinit and Pearl, there will be danger if you are not careful. Lu Lang is willing to forgive Chainer. Hearing this, the resentment in Meng Xiaochen's eyes disappeared immediately. Her beautiful face showed the tenderness and joy of a girl, with shallow dimples, which was extremely touching. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. If there was no one around, he would naturally not nod in agreement, and he had to see the effect of the love goo. But now in public, with so many people around, he couldn't say much. Lu Lang is willing to forgive Chainer, that's great. Meng Xiaochen said with true feelings, but Chainer still has important things to do, and can't stay with Lu Lang for a long time. After Chainer finishes her work, she is willing to wash off her makeup, make soup and cook for Lu Lang, and spend the rest of her life together. After saying that, her eyes were full of reluctance and floated up, turning into a beam of light and leaving. Huh? Seeing Meng Xiaochen leave, Lu Changsheng also let out a sigh of relief. I feel that under the backlash of the love goo, the other party does not have any hostility towards me. If I meet it again in the future, I can also learn more about the situation of this goo worm. Brother Changsheng, can I learn from you? At this time, a Lu family disciple next to him looked at Lu Changsheng like a pilgrim. Brother Changsheng, you are truly a role model for our generation. Is this considered living off someone? What do you mean living off someone? This is called living off someone. You are indeed the most affectionate person in Qingzhu Mountain. Alice, I thought I was a master of love because I had walked through thousands of flowers without getting a single leaf on me. Today, I realized how big the world is. Shouldn't the cruelest thing be that my Owen's sister is right next to me? I can't learn from you. Just now, I didn't dare to miss a single thing, and I was expecting Lu Changsheng to speak, but he didn't say anything. Silence is better than words. Just this one move is enough for us to ponder for a lifetime. Seeing Meng Xiaochen leave, many Lu family disciples dared to speak out. The situation just now really made them feel suffocated. Many Bai family cultivators also remembered this scene and the name Lu Changsheng today. I really don't want to be a gigolo. Lu Changsheng looked at the people around him who were looking for advice from him, and said helplessly in his heart. He felt that he had become a gigolo in the eyes of everyone. Ahem. At this time, the ancestor of the Lu family also fell from the sky, and coughed lightly at the two people, asking them to disperse in silence. Lu Changsheng, what's going on between you and that Taoist friend just now? The ancestor of the Lu family also asked Lu Changsheng. The situation just now really made him dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked. Lu Changsheng thought about it slightly after hearing this. Then he smiled bitterly and said, replying to the ancestor, when I was on the way to Jiulongfang city before, I happened to see her seriously injured, so I saved her life. Then she invited me to explore a cave, and something happened. Lu Changsheng said vaguely. After all, he had no way to explain this kind of thing, so he could only make it up. As for whether to believe it or not, it was not his business. I see. Changsheng, thanks to you this time, don't worry, we will reward you according to your merits and record your first merit. The Lu family ancestor did not ask too many questions, and said with a gentle expression. After all, everyone has their own opportunities and secrets. He was embarrassed to ask more about such things. He only knew that if Lu Changsheng had not known this foundation building master today, their Lu family would be in trouble. Moreover, as long as Lu Changsheng has been in the Lu family, relying on the relationship between Lu Changsheng and this foundation building master, their Lu family will also have an additional deterrent to the outside world. Thank you, ancestor. Lu Changsheng bowed slightly and said. Okay, you rest here and pay attention to the situation. The Lu family ancestor did not say much, let Lu Changsheng and others rest, and then took people to start to clean up the Red Leaf Valley. Yuner, I didn't mean to hide this from you. At this time, Lu Changsheng also looked at his wife Lu Maoyan beside him, and felt that it was necessary to explain this matter. It's okay, husband, as long as you have Yuner in your heart. Lu Maoyan shook her head gently. She had already let go of the situation of Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines. Seeing a foundation-building master fall in love with her husband, it would be a lie to say that she didn't feel a sense of crisis. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. She felt that he was worthy of her husband. Changsheng, did you also get your second-level talisman in that cave? At this time, the fourth elder asked. Yes, Grandma, the elixir I used to save Sister Mayaoj and these second-level talismans were all obtained from the exploration of that cave. Lu Changsheng said so. He immediately pushed some opportunities to Meng Xiaochen. Hearing this, the fourth elder didn't ask any more questions. Let Lu Changsheng rest here, and also go to work, start to count the harvest and collect the resources of the Chen family. The dusk is dim, the setting sun is like blood, and it is beautiful against a red valley. At this sunset, the people of the Lu and Bai families are in a good mood, feeling a peaceful and beautiful feeling. The cultivators of the Chen family turned into ferocious heads with anger and despair in their eyes. The senior leaders of the Lu and Bai families are collecting the situation in the Red Leaf Valley. Lu Changsheng was chatting with his wife Lu Maoyan. Lu Maoyan also came with her sister Lu Maoj. But Lu Maoyan was the only one who spoke, chattering and asking questions. Lu Maoj sat quietly on the side, as beautiful as a painting. Just then. Huh? Whose spiritual boat is this? Be careful, be alert. Someone looked up at the sky and shouted. Lu Changsheng looked up. He immediately saw a spiritual boat flying towards here and stopped over the Red Leaf Valley. Then, 3 monks got off the flying boat. An old man with gray hair and black robes. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a majestic face and wearing a blue robe. And a young man in a red brocade robe. The black-robed old man and the blue-robed man exuded a terrible aura of oppression. 2 great foundation-building monks. When Lu Changsheng saw the 3 people, he immediately realized that except for the red-robed young man, the other 2 were all great foundation-building monks. This young man in red robe, judging by his clothes, should be a descendant of the Chen family in Red Leaf Valley. As for these 2 people, could they be the ancestor of the Zhang family in Centipede Ridge and the great foundation-building cultivator in Qingzhu Mountain? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The major immortal cultivation families in the surrounding area all have their own family colors. For example, the Qingzhu Mountain is green, and the clothes are mostly green bamboo and bamboo leaf patterns. The Chen family in Red Leaf Valley is red. The Zhang family in Centipede Ridge is black, and the Yu family in Qingzhu Mountain is blue. So, When Lu Changsheng saw the three people who suddenly appeared, he had a guess about their identities based on their clothes. After all, there are only a few major immortal cultivation families in the surrounding area. Now that the Lu family and the Bai family are taking action against the Chen family, the Yu family and the Zhang family can't just sit there and watch. Once the Lu family and the Bai family swallow up the immortal cultivation resources of the Chen family, and the Red Leaf Valley is added, the Lu family and the Bai family will be able to develop rapidly. When a new great foundation-building cultivator is born, it will threaten them around. Before, the Lu family had expected that the Zhang family and Centipede Ridge might come to interfere, so they fought quickly. If this blue-robed man is really from the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain, it seems that the Yu family has been paying attention to the affairs of the Lu family and the Chen family, and wants to get a piece of the pie. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. Thinking of the previous incident when the third young master of the Yu family came to recruit him, he felt that it was normal for the Yu family to want to get involved. Just now, the ancestors of the Lu family and the Bai family were injured, and the Yu family has two great foundation-building cultivators. Together with the ancestor of the Zhang family, there are three great foundation-building cultivators. I don't know how this matter will be resolved. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. He knew that it would not be so easy for the Lu family to swallow up the Chen family. Before he could think about it, he saw three rainbow lights flying out from the depths of the Red Leaf Valley. It was the ancestors of the Lu family, the ancestors of the Bai family, and Lu Yuanzhuang who were consolidating the Chen family. Hello, fellow Taoist Yu, fellow Taoist Zhen. What is the matter with the two fellow Taoists coming here? The ancestor of the Lu family looked at the blue-robed man and the old man in black robes and spoke out. The Bai family ancestor and Lu Yuanzhuang also looked at the two people with unfriendly expressions, and they vaguely guessed the purpose of their visit. This ancestor was invited by Ancestor Chen to come to Hongai Valley as a guest. The Zhang family ancestor, who was dressed in a black robe, looked at the three people in front of him and said so. He was shocked in his heart. He received a request for help from the Chen family, and learned that the Lu family had a new foundation-building master, and joined the Bai family to attack the Red Leaf Valley. Unexpectedly, the Chen family was defeated so quickly. He couldn't help but feel lucky to have met the ancestor of the Yu family on the way. Otherwise, it would be dangerous for him to come here alone. Dao Ialu, the ancestor of the Chen family, sent the young Master Chen to my Qingzhu Mountain a few days ago, indicating that the Chen family is willing to become a vassal of my Yu family. So I came here with the young Master Chen, ready to discuss this matter with the Chen family in detail. What are you doing in the Red Leaf Valley? The ancestor of the Yu family looked at the ancestors of the Lu family calmly and said so. He was also a little surprised that the Chen family was broken, and the ancestors of the Lu family and the Bai family were still alive. He received news that the Lu family and the Bai family joined forces to attack the Chen family. I thought that in this battle, the ancestors of the Lu family and the Chen family would die together, and the ancestor of the Bai family would be seriously injured. Then their Yu family could reap the benefits. But unexpectedly, the ancestors of the Lu family and the Bai family in front of them were not dead. He was just injured, and his breath was disordered. Be a guest, a vassal. When the ancestors of the Lu family, the Bai family, and Lu Yuanzhuang heard this, their faces sank. It was not clear why the Yu family and the Zhang family came. The Chen family of Hongai Valley and my Lu family have a blood feud for generations. My time is coming, so I want to end the feud between the two families before I die. Why, do you want to get involved, Yu Dao Iao and Zhang Dao Iao? The ancestor of the Lu family spoke, no longer polite, and said in a cold voice. He was determined to die, and united with the Bai family, and spent a lot of resources to destroy the Chen family. Now that the Yu family and the Zhang family came, they wanted him to spit out the meat in his mouth. There is no such good thing in the world. Even though the Yu family is much stronger than their Lu family, with two great foundation-building cultivators. But their Lu family is not easy to bully. Dao Ialu is wrong. Our Yu family will not interfere in the feud between your Lu family and the Chen family. But the ancestor of the Chen family said that the Chen family is willing to become a vassal of our Yu family, so our Yu family has to take care of this matter. The ancestor of the Yu family said with a serious face. You said that the Chen family will become your vassal if it becomes a vassal of your Yu family? Now that old ghost Chen is dead, why don't you let him talk about it? The ancestor of the Bai family also snorted coldly. Period. The other party obviously wanted to take advantage of the fire and reap the benefits, so he naturally didn't have a good tone. Little friend Chen, tell the two Daoists about it. The ancestor of the Yu family looked at the young master of the Chen family, who was wearing a red brocade robe beside him, and said, "That's right, my Chen family has decided to become a vassal of the Yu family in Qingzhu Mountain, so this Red Leaf Valley also belongs to the Yu family." The young master of the Chen family looked at the Red Leaf Valley and then said with hatred in his eyes, "Where did this random person come from, and is worthy of representing the Chen family? There is no Chen family in Red Leaf Valley now." The ancestor of the Lu family said coldly, and took action directly, slashing a magic sword at the young master of the Chen family. Bang! The ancestor of the Yu family raised his hand and pointed, breaking the magic sword. Then he said indifferently, "Brother Lu, you seem to want to make things difficult for my Qingzhu Mountain. What a difficult thing to do." The ancestor of the Lu family sneered and said, "If it were normal times, my Lu family would be 3 points afraid of your Yu family. But I won't live long, so I'll be arrogant before I die. I want to ask Brother Yu for his magical powers." After speaking, he looked at the ancestor of the Zhang family and said, "Old Ghost Zhang, do you want to get involved in this matter?" The ancestor of the Lu family had a calm tone, but there was a fierce look in his eyes. He was able to grow up to become a foundation-building ancestor, not just relying on talent and meditation. He also experienced countless blood and tempering. It was only when he was old and became an ancestor that he gradually cultivated his body and mind. "I naturally don't intend to get involved in this matter." The Zhang family ancestor smiled and said, "But once, the Chen ancestor owed my Zhang family a sum of resources. Now that your Lu family and the Bai family have killed the Chen family, who should I go to for this resource? After all, you, Taoist Lu, know the situation of my Zhang family. Now that I have swallowed up the Chen family, I don't need this sum of resources, right?" The Zhang family ancestor said so. He naturally saw that the Lu family ancestor and the Bai family ancestor were injured. But he didn't want to conflict with the two. After all, if a foundation-building cultivator really wants to fight for his life, not to mention killing him, he will also suffer a lot of injuries. In addition to the Lu family ancestor, there is also the Bai family ancestor and Lu Yuanzhong, a foundation-building cultivator. But he was unwilling to let him leave like this, and wanted to get some benefits. Taoist Lu wants to bargain a few moves, which is fine. But my Jinyang ancestor is also on the way here. Taoist Lu is confident that he can fight me to death. The Yu family ancestor flew out of his sleeves with a red and yellow round wheel and a nice blue moon wheel, and took a posture to fight. The spiritual light surged around him, and the whole person exuded an incomparable spiritual pressure. Ancestor Jinyang. When the ancestors of the Lu family, the Bai family, and Lu Yuanzhong heard this, their pupils shrank, knowing how powerful this ancestor Jinyang was. Moreover, the three of them were not sure to keep the ancestor of the Yu family in front of them. Besides, there was an ancestor of the Zhang family beside them. "It seems that your Yu family has made up its mind to be the fisherman. But isn't Dao Yu curious why our two families were able to break through the Chen family so quickly?" The ancestor of the Lu family continued. When these words came out, the ancestors of the Yu family and the Zhang family were also stunned. In the Red Leaf Valley. Is this going to fight? Lu Changsheng looked at the ancestor of the Yu family in the sky, offering a spiritual weapon, and he thought to himself. But the next moment, he saw the red and yellow round wheel in the hands of the ancestor of the Yu family turned, and a red and yellow flame swept. The young master of the Chen family beside him turned into ashes. Then, 5 foundation-building masters boarded the spirit boat in the sky. Huh? What's going on? Did they negotiate? Lu Changsheng looked at the situation in the sky and raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he looked like he was going to fight the moment before. The next moment, he stopped and killed the young man in red robes from the Chen family, and boarded the spirit boat together. If these two are really the foundation-building masters from Qingzhu Mountain and the Zhang family ancestor from Centipede Ridge, then the Lu and Bai families will have to give up some of their interests on this trip. After all, to seize the territory, you also need to be able to defend it. Only when you have the strength to defend it and get recognition from the surrounding areas can it be considered a real occupation. Otherwise, it's the same old saying, if you lose the people, you lose both the land and the people. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although the Lu and Bai families conquered the Red Leaf Valley and killed the ancestor of the Chen family, They have not yet completely controlled the Red Leaf Valley. Moreover, the ancestors of the Lu and Bai families are not in good condition now. Lu Yuanzhang has just broken through the foundation. Under this circumstance, it is really difficult to defend Hongai Valley against the Shengaiyu family and the Zheng family. If a dispute breaks out again, he really can't survive. I hope it can be resolved peacefully. Lu Changsheng said in his heart. He still hopes that the families can maintain peace and tranquility, so that he can have time to develop in peace. Through the previous siege of the Chen family by Meng Xiaoqian, the ancestors of the Lu family, and the ancestors of the Bai family, he felt that it was still a bit difficult for him to kill a foundation-building master. Relying on the second-level puppet, talisman treasure and treasure bone method, he can kill a foundation-building master. But if the opponent fights hard and uses all means, he will also be injured. Although he has a life-saving talisman, he is not worried. But at this stage, Lu Changsheng still doesn't want to encounter a foundation-building master. He just wants to develop safely and survive all the way to the foundation. Chapter 124, Foundation Building, Done. Why are there two foundation-building masters coming here suddenly? That old man in black robe should be the ancestor of the Zhang family in Centipede Ridge, right? It should be. The other one, if nothing unexpected happens, is the foundation-building master of the Yu family in Bihu Mountain. Why is the Yu family in Bihu Mountain together with the Zhang family in Centipede Ridge? They must have seen us conquer the Red Leaf Valley, so they want to get involved. That's right, judging from the situation just now, they almost looked like they were about to take action. Now that our two families have just conquered the Red Leaf Valley, the Yu family and the Zhang family have sent people, obviously wanting to take advantage of the fire to rob. In the Red Leaf Valley, many Lu and Bai family cultivators looked at the scene in the sky, guessing the situation and intention of the two foundation-building masters, and couldn't help but say indignantly, "Today, their two families finally conquered the Red Leaf Valley and were preparing to enjoy the fruits of victory. Now that the fruits have not been picked and enjoyed, the Yu family and the Zhang family have foundation-building masters coming. Obviously, they want to snatch the fruits of victory. Naturally, everyone is very unhappy. But even if they are unhappy, everyone only dares to talk in a low voice. Lu Changsheng, thanks to you for knowing that foundation-building master, otherwise, we might have been robbed today." At this time, Lu Miaohun also spoke, angrily. Obviously, he was very unhappy about the two foundation-building masters coming to take advantage of the situation. "By the way, Lu Changsheng, what is the gift that the foundation-building master gave you?" Lu Miaohun continued to speak, completely without a cold look at the beginning, like a chatterbox, with a curious face. "Just some spirit stones and cultivation resources," Lu Changsheng said casually. He hadn't looked closely at the gift Meng Xiaoqian gave him. He just glanced at it briefly. He saw a pile of spirit stones, 2 porcelain bottles, and a jade box in the storage bag. Cultivation resources. Lu Miaohun heard this and didn't ask much. He continued, "When you go back this time, the family will reward you according to your merits, and you will definitely be rewarded greatly. By then, you will not lack cultivation resources." "I think so." Lu Changsheng didn't care much about this reward. After all, with the skill of making talismans and occasional extra income, he is not short of cultivation resources now. If he really needs it, it is just a foundation-building pill. But the Lu family obviously does not have a foundation-building pill. Even if there is, it is impossible to give him a foundation-building pill as a reward. Looking at the second lady who was chattering in front of him, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Second miss, if you say that I don't want any resource rewards at that time, but ask the head of the family for marriage, do you think the head of the family will agree?" "Ah!" Lu Miaohun screamed when she heard this. Subconsciously, she thought that Lu Changsheng was thinking of asking Lu Yuanding to marry her. Suddenly, a sense of shame surged in her heart, and her mind went blank. The delicate face like white jade instantly flushed and heated up at this moment. "How can I know about this kind of thing?" Lu Miaohun felt her cheeks flushed and hot, and shouted shyly. Then she quickly got up and left, setting off a fragrant breeze. "Are you so easily shy?" Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Miaohun's graceful and slender figure as she hurriedly left, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. It felt like it was really fun to tease this second young lady. Especially since this second young lady usually looked cold and noble, but in fact, she couldn't stand being teased. She blushed when teased, which was really interesting. However, He wasn't just teasing Lu Mayahuan. He did have this idea. But he wasn't proposing to Lu Yuanding to marry Lu Mayahuan. Instead, he was proposing to Lu Yuanding to marry Lu Mayaoj and Lu Mayahuan. After all, the relationship with the two sisters had reached this point, and this relationship could be broken. Lu Mayaoj, who was sitting quietly on the side, was also slightly startled when Lu Changsheng asked this question, and pursed her lips lightly. Seeing her sister blushing and running away, she sighed slightly. Then she said with a beautiful face and a gentle tone, "I'll go see Huan Huan. Sister Mayaoj." Lu Changsheng called Lu Mayaoj. "What's wrong?" Lu Mayaoj looked at Lu Changsheng with a calm expression. But in her eyes, which were like autumn water, there was a bit of panic. "Sister Mayaoj, if I propose to the head of the family, will you marry me?" Lu Changsheng said in a voice transmission. He felt that it would be difficult for Lu Mayaoj to overcome the hurdle in her heart with this mentality. Especially with his relationship with Lu Mayahuan, Lu Mayaoj was afraid that there would be another hurdle in her heart. So Lu Changsheng felt that he had to be more proactive with Lu Mayaoj. "It's okay, Sister Mayaoj, you can give me an answer later." Seeing Lu Mayaoj pursed her lips and didn't speak, Lu Changsheng didn't press and said so. Knowing that this kind of thing can't be rushed. You need to give the other party some time to think. Yes. Then Lu Mayaoj nodded slightly, responded, and left with a confused heart. "My husband, are you going to propose to Uncle Yuanding to marry Sister Miao Huan or Sister Miao Jia? Or are you going to marry Sister Miao Jia and Sister Miao Huan together?" Lu Mayahuan, who was standing by, saw the two sisters leaving and pouted at Lu Changsheng, teasing with a hint of jealousy. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but touch his nose when he was teased by his wife. After all, his wife was next to him, but he was flirting with a girl like this. And she was his wife's sister. Even though Lu Mayahuan had mentioned this before, he was a little embarrassed. "I think Sister Miao Huan has already fallen in love with my husband. If my husband proposes to Uncle Yuanding, I think Uncle Yuanding will agree. But if my husband proposes to Uncle Yuanding and wants to marry Sister Miao Jia and Sister Miao Huan at the same time, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult." Lu Mayahuan looked at her husband like this and tilted her head cutely. "Yuner, I'm sorry for wronging you." Lu Changsheng ignored his wife's teasing, hugged her gently, and said softly, "Husband." Lu Mayahuan hugged Lu Changsheng and put her head on his chest. She did let go of Lu Changsheng's marriage. But it is impossible to say that she didn't feel wronged. In other words, she didn't care that Lu Changsheng just fought some maids before. But if Lu Changsheng really married Lu Mayaoj and Lu Mayahuan home, the two women would definitely not be concubines. In this case, she, as a wife, couldn't help but feel a little jealous. "If my husband really wants to marry Sister Mayaoj and Sister Mayahuan home at the same time, you can ask the ancestor to grant the marriage." Lu Mayahuan snuggled in Lu Changsheng's arms and said softly, although she felt a little jealous. But thinking that the foundation building great cultivators treated her husband like this. Who knows if her husband will marry other women in the future. Instead of doing this, it is better to let her husband marry more of her sisters. At least they are a family, knowing each other well and being able to live in harmony. Yuner. Lu Changsheng felt even worse when he heard his little wife giving him advice at this time. He also made up his mind that he would make up for Lu Mayahuan in the future. Night fell. "Changsheng, Yuner, you guys go back with me." The fourth elder and two clan elders, who had been busy for a long time, were ready to drive the flying boat and take some of their children and the wounded back to Qingzhu Mountain first. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayahuan immediately boarded the flying boat and went back with the fourth elder. After all, they had nothing to do in this Red Leaf Valley. It would be better to go back and rest early. "Grandma, are those two foundation building masters from the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge?" As the flying boat set off, Lu Changsheng asked the fourth elder. Although he had guessed that the two foundation building masters were from the Yu family and the Zhang family, he still confirmed it with the fourth elder and wanted to ask about the current situation. Yes, the two foundation building masters are the foundation building ancestors of the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain and the ancestors of the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge. The fourth elder nodded. "The Yu family is ambitious. We have already seen the Yu family's shadow in the dispute between our Lu family and the Chen family. Now it seems that many things at the beginning were related to the Yu family. Changsheng, this time it's fortunate that you are here, so that senior men can help. Otherwise, the Yu family would really benefit from it this time." The fourth elder continued to speak, with a tone of anger and fear. She knew it very well. If it weren't for Meng Xiaoqin's help, the Lu family and the Bai family could quickly break through the formation. And the ancestors of the two families only paid the price of injury. Today, the Yu family will definitely catch the mantis while the Oriole is behind. Yu family. Lu Changsheng heard this and nodded slightly. Thinking of the matter of the third young master of the Yu family recruiting him. And the matter that Lu Mayaoj was attacked by 4 robbers, and he and the second elder were attacked on the way back. At that time, he got the Yu family token from the 3 robbers, and felt that the other party was sent by the Yu family, but he was not sure. After hearing what the 4th elder said, he knew that it was most likely someone sent by the Yu family to do this. It was to reduce the strength of the Lu family, and to deepen the friction and hatred between the Lu family and the Chen family, so that they could reap the benefits. Grandma, what is the situation now? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. Although the Yu family is strong and domineering, they don't want to completely tear their faces with our Lu family and the Bai family and fight with each other. But this matter can't be settled peacefully. The current situation is that our Lu family and the Bai family will give up some of the benefits to the Yu family. As for the specifics, Grandma doesn't know either. We still need to wait for the ancestor to decide. The 4th elder said. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded. He knew that the matter was settled. The next step is the distribution of benefits. Although the Lu family has 2 foundation-building masters, their overall strength is not as good as that of the Yu family. The Lu family's ancestor doesn't have much time to live, but the 2 foundation-building masters of the Yu family still have many years to live. Before, the 3rd young master of the Yu family said that the Yu family will have a 3rd foundation-building master within 10 years. If the 3rd foundation-building master is really born, I'm afraid the Lu family, the Bai family, and the Zhang family will have to form an alliance. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think in his heart. I feel that if the Yu family really gave birth to a 3rd foundation-building master, it would be difficult to live in peace. If I want to live in peace, it's not that easy. I still have to build my foundation early to really gain a foothold. If the Yu family really makes trouble and affects my development, the worst that can happen is that I can use the magic curse book to give him a wave. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. Changsheng, can you still contact that senior man? At this time, the 4th elder asked Lu Changsheng. Grandma, I didn't leave contact information with Miss Xiaoqin. Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly. He knew that the 4th elder probably wanted him to ask Meng Xiaoqin to come and take charge, to show his power, to give the Lu family more confidence and wait in the next negotiation and distribution of benefits. But he did not have Meng Xiaoqin's contact information. It's okay, Grandma is just asking. The 4th elder nodded slightly when she heard this, and did not say much. She could see that the relationship between Lu Changsheng and the foundation-building master was a little strange. It was also because of the current situation of the Lu family that she asked. She was thinking about whether she could relieve some pressure for the Lu family through Meng Xiaoqin, the foundation-building master. After all, the distribution of benefits in the future also depends on strength. Under the full speed of the spirit boat. After 4 hours, they returned to Qingzhu Mountain. In the dark night, the entire Qingzhu Mountain exuded a faint spiritual light. It seemed to be covered with a layer of green gauze, looking solemn and mysterious. Lu Changsheng could see that this was the effect of the Qingzhu Mountain's formation being open to a certain extent. It would consume a lot of energy to open the formation in this way. The elders guarding Qingzhu Mountain saw that it was the 4th elder and others, and immediately released some of the formations and asked about the battle situation on the front line. When they learned that the Lu family and the Bai family had already captured the Red Leaf Valley, they were also very surprised and welcomed everyone in. Changsheng, Yuner, you have also worked hard for a day, go back and rest early. After entering Qingzhu Valley, the 4th elder said to Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayan. She also had to arrange the wounded with several elders. In this battle, many Lu family children were injured and needed treatment. Grandma, you should rest early too. Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayan nodded in response. They went back to rest immediately. There were still lights on in the house. Chu Hansun and several concubines had not rested yet, and they were obviously worried about them. Seeing Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayan come back, I was relieved immediately. It's okay, rest early. Lu Changsheng hugged his wives and went back to the room to rest. He didn't toss too much. After such a busy day, he was not tired. But Lu Mayan was obviously a little tired. The next day, After Lu Changsheng woke up and spent some time with his wives, he went to the study. He took out the storage bag that Meng Xiaojun had given him yesterday. He looked at what was inside. Instantly, a pile of spirit stones appeared in the room. Lu Changsheng counted them and found that there were 2,000 in total. Then he looked at the white jade porcelain bottle and white jade brocade box in the storage bag. It can be seen that these white jade porcelain bottles and brocade boxes are used to store more precious elixirs and treasures. Out of caution, Lu Changsheng took out his second-level puppet. Then he stood aside and let the puppet open the porcelain bottle and jade box. Seeing that the porcelain bottle and jade box were opened safely without any accidents, Lu Changsheng knew that he was overthinking. Is this blood Ganoderma? Lu Changsheng's eyes condensed slightly. He immediately saw a blood-colored Ganoderma the size of a baby's forearm in the jade box, with red mist all over its body. He recognized this Ganoderma. He usually reads a lot of books, and knows that this Ganoderma lucidum, like the blood yang fruit he got from Xiaolong, is a foundation-building spiritual object. It is helpful for impacting the ki and blood barrier of the 3 foundation-building barriers. This is because I got a foundation-building spiritual object for the magic barrier and the consciousness barrier from her, and I still lack a foundation-building spiritual object for the ki and blood barrier, so she specially sent it to me. Lu Changsheng looked at the blood Ganoderma lucidum in front of him, and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would actually send him a foundation-building spiritual object. Although he already has a foundation-building spiritual object that breaks the ki and blood barrier. And when impacting the foundation, each foundation-building spiritual object can only be used at most one. But who would complain about having too many spiritual objects like this? Not to mention leaving it for the children in the future. If you sell it, you can at least sell it for 3,000 spirit stones. Seeing this blood Ganoderma lucidum, Lu Changsheng has a little more expectations for the contents of the 2 porcelain bottles. He closed the jade box and looked into the porcelain bottle. What is this? Lu Changsheng looked at the pill in the porcelain bottle, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't believe it. Then he poured the crystal clear pills in the porcelain bottle into his hand and looked at them carefully. After a moment, it's really a foundation-building pill, and there are 2 of them. Lu Changsheng looked at the 2 pills in his hand, took a deep breath, and exhaled for a long time. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He had been thinking about where to get a foundation-building pill if he wanted to break through the foundation. Unexpectedly, Meng Xiaojun gave it to him directly. And it was 2 at a time. This foundation-building pill is dark in color. It looks like it should be an inferior foundation-building pill. After taking it, it will have pill poison, and the effect is a few points worse. But this foundation-building pill is a genuine foundation-building pill. Lu Changsheng looked at the 2 foundation-building pills in his hand and really didn't know what to say. Originally, he still had some thoughts about Meng Xiaojun in his heart, thinking that he would have to take revenge when he met her in the future. But now, seeing these 2 foundation-building pills, Lu Changsheng felt that his hatred with the other party could be written off. With these 2 foundation-building pills, I don't have to worry about the foundation-building pills anymore, and I don't have to think about how to get them. Next, I just need to stay calm and practice until I reach the perfection of ki refining, and then I can directly impact the foundation building. Lu Changsheng was excited. He was originally 50% to 60% sure that he could impact the foundation building. Now that his spiritual roots have been upgraded to the middle grade, and with the help of the foundation building pills, Lu Changsheng feels that the foundation building is ready. But where did she get the foundation building pills? She was able to send out 2 at once. No, she has also built a foundation, which means she has at least 3 foundation building pills. At this moment, Lu Changsheng was also a little surprised at Meng Xiaojun's wealth. It feels like she is a rich woman. The first time they met, he got 2 foundation building spiritual objects from her. The second time they met, he got a goo worm and made Meng Xiaojun fall in love with him. Now the third time they met, she gave him a gift. Not only did she have 2,000 spirit stones, a foundation building spiritual object, but she also had 2 foundation building pills. If foundation building spiritual objects are already rare treasures, then the foundation building pill is priceless. Even if the inferior foundation building pills among these 2 are sold, countless people will scramble for them, and they can be sold for tens of thousands of spirit stones. 3 foundation building pills at once, Could it be that she got the materials for refining the foundation-building pills in the Purple Nether secret realm? Lu Changsheng guessed in his heart. After all, there is basically no way for casual cultivators to obtain foundation-building pills except the Purple Nether secret realm. And he thought of Meng Xiaochen's means, and it was normal to be able to gain something in the Purple Nether secret realm. But before the foundation is established, this inferior foundation-building pill cannot be exposed, otherwise, it will definitely be targeted. Lu Changsheng put the 2 foundation-building pills back into the porcelain bottle and put them in his storage bag. He planned not to expose the foundation-building pills until he broke through the foundation-building stage. It is difficult for casual cultivators to obtain foundation-building pills. One is that foundation-building pills are rarely seen in normal times. Another is that even if foundation-building pills appear in some large auctions, you must have the strength to keep them if you buy them. After all, things like foundation-building pills are not only needed by cultivators in the key refining stage. Many forces, who are building their foundations, also need foundation-building pills to train their offspring. As a result, foundation-building pills are invaluable, and every time they appear, there will be a bloody storm. It's so easy to get this foundation-building pill, and it was given by a girl. Does this count as being a gigolo? Lu Changsheng thought about the foundation-building pill he had always wanted, and it was so easy to get, and he felt a little dreamy. Thinking about the jade pendant given by the Jindans Henrin on him. As long as he breaks through the foundation, the other party will give him a chance. Alice, I really don't want to be a gigolo. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly, feeling that if this continued, he would really be on the path of being a gigolo. Chapter 125 Spiritual Fields, Shops, and Caves. 3 days later, the ancestor of the Lu family returned to Qingzhu Mountain with a group of Lu family cultivators. It means that the matter of Hongai Valley has come to an end. Lu Miaohun and her sister also came back with Lu Yunding. Sister, do you think Lu Changsheng will really come to propose marriage? After returning home, Lu Miaohun asked her sister Lu Miaoj shyly. These days, she has been thinking about Lu Changsheng's words before. She wondered whether Lu Changsheng's proposal of marriage was true or he was joking with her. She has been a little worried these days. As long as you nod your head to show your willingness, maybe Lu Changsheng will come to propose marriage today. Lu Miaoj looked at her sister's shy face, smiled slightly, and said softly, knowing that her sister has a deep love for Lu Changsheng. If it weren't for the reserve and shyness of a woman, I'm afraid she would have agreed at that time. Thinking of this, she sighed slightly in her heart. Not only Lu Miaohun. She has been confused these days. She has been thinking about Lu Changsheng's words. She was thinking, if Lu Changsheng really came to propose marriage, would she agree? After 3 days of thinking, Lu Miaoj came to a conclusion in her heart. If it really came to this point, if Lu Changsheng really came to propose marriage, she would still agree and would not refuse. But even if she came to such a conclusion, she still couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. She didn't know how to face Lu Changsheng and answer his question. He can't see whether I am willing or not, and he still asks me. Do you want me to take the initiative to say it? Lu Miaohun pouted her seductive red lips and said shyly. I feel that in this kind of thing, I can't take the initiative to tell Lu Changsheng that I am willing and you come to propose marriage. This is too embarrassing. And in this kind of thing, Lu Changsheng shouldn't take the initiative to propose marriage. Then, under her father's inquiry, she said that the marriage contract was decided by her father and she would follow his arrangements. I just happen to have something to do with Lu Changsheng. In this case, sister will help you to test the waters and give him some advice. Lu Miaoj looked at her sister's appearance and couldn't help but speak. Although she was a little afraid to meet Lu Changsheng now. She was afraid that Lu Changsheng would ask for her reply. But there is a saying that an elder sister is like a mother. For the happiness of her sister, she still chose to talk to Lu Changsheng. Yet, Lu Miaohun responded softly. If it were in the past, she would never let her sister take the initiative to help hint. She had to wait for Lu Changsheng to take the initiative to propose marriage. But the fact that she thought Lu Changsheng was dead before made her think it through. She had let go of her pride in Lu Changsheng. At the same time, Lu Miaohun was also thinking about her husband and Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaohun at home. Thinking about how to make this marriage happen. After all, she could see that her husband was indeed interested in her 2 sisters. In this case, as a wife, she naturally had to share her husband's worries and solve his problems. Of course, She also had some selfish thoughts. The appearance of Meng Xiaojun before made Lu Maiyuan feel a sense of crisis. She wanted to do something for her husband. At the same time, she also hoped that her husband would be able to concentrate on cultivation and the way of talismans after marrying Lu Maiyuan and Lu Maiyuan. Don't spend too much time on women outside. Although I suggested to my husband that he could ask the ancestor to grant a marriage. But my husband will definitely not do this. He will definitely get the consent of Sister Maiyuan and Sister Maiyuan before he will propose a marriage. Lu Maiyuan couldn't help thinking in her heart. After so many years of getting along, she naturally knew her husband's temperament. Knowing this kind of thing, she would definitely respect the other party's wishes and ask the other party to agree. Without the other party's consent, she would definitely not easily propose a marriage and let the ancestor grant a marriage. It can be seen that Sister Maiyuan likes my husband. If my husband proposes a marriage, she will definitely agree. But Sister Maiyuan's side. Lu Maiyuan thought in her heart. Thinking about the situation of her clan sister, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I don't know how to describe the relationship between my husband and Lu Maiyuan. I remember that Sister Maiyuan's relationship with her husband was not like this before. Thinking about this, Lu Maiyuan suddenly felt that the situation between Lu Maiyuan and her husband had become a little strange. But she couldn't say what was strange. They looked very close, but both of them seemed a little restrained. Especially Lu Maiyuan. I remember that in the past, Sister Maiyuan treated her husband a little like us brothers and sisters, very naturally. But now, Sister Maiyuan is obviously different in front of her husband. There is no such natural feeling. That's right, there is no such natural feeling. Although they still seem to have a close relationship, Sister Maiyuan has not talked to her husband much recently, as if she is hiding from her husband. Lu Maiyuan continued to think and recalled the situation of her husband and Lu Maiyuan. No, not only facing my husband, it seems that Sister Maiyuan is a little unnatural when facing me. It seems that before, after Sister Maiyuan came back from her injury, something was wrong. Lu Maiyuan thought carefully and found that Lu Maiyuan was a little wrong more than half a year ago. But she didn't think much about it at the time and didn't care. Now thinking carefully, she immediately realized that there was something wrong. She felt that something happened between her husband and Lu Maiyuan at that time, so Lu Maiyuan was like this. During that period, Sister Maiyuan encountered a catastrophe and her life was hanging by a thread. It was my husband who saved Sister Maiyuan. Something must have happened during this process, so Sister Maiyuan was like this. What was it? Lu Maiyuan kept thinking in her heart. Suddenly, she paused and said, could it be? How is this possible? Lu Maiyuan was also shocked by her own guess. But apart from this reason, she couldn't think of any other reasons for a while. In fact, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the reason. If this is true, Sister Maiyuan should be willing to marry my husband. Lu Maiyuan frowned slightly, a little puzzled. Yes, Sister Maiyuan has always been indifferent, never fighting for anything, and she takes good care of us. Even if Sister Maiyuan really has feelings for my husband, under such circumstances, I think she would feel guilty towards me and would not want to marry my husband. Besides, Sister Maiyuan also has feelings for my husband. It would be difficult for Sister Maiyuan to accept that the two sisters would marry the same person. And Sister Maiyuan is devoted to cultivation and has no intention of getting married. If she marries my husband, she will inevitably think about having children, so she will be a little worried. Through her understanding of Lu Changsheng and Lu Maiyuan kept guessing and speculating in her heart. She felt that she had guessed the problem. If this is the case, I need to talk to Sister Maiyuan about this matter. Lu Maiyuan thought, and prepared to talk to Lu Maiyuan. See if it is as she guessed. As soon as she went out, she saw a beautiful woman with long hair, white clothes, and elegant temperament standing outside the door. Sister Maiyuan. Lu Maiyuan was a little surprised to see Lu Maiyuan outside the door. Unexpectedly, when she was about to go find Lu Maiyuan, she was outside her house. Maiyuan. Lu Maiyuan didn't expect Lu Maiyuan to suddenly open the door. She came here to talk to Lu Changsheng about her sister. But when she arrived at the door, she didn't know how to face Lu Changsheng for a while. She was afraid that Lu Changsheng would ask her how to answer. Sister Maiyuan, you are here to find your husband, and I just happen to have something to find you. Lu Maiyuan smiled and said. You have something to find me. Lu Maiyuan was stunned and a little surprised. I don't know why Lu Mayaoyan is looking for me. Then Lu Mayaoyan invited Lu Mayaoj into the room. Sister Mayaoj, do you have anything to do with your husband? Lu Mayaoyan asked. No, nothing. Lu Mayaoj shook her head. In front of Lu Mayaoyan, she really couldn't say that she was here to propose marriage to her sister. Mayaoyan, you just said you have something to find me, what is it? Lu Mayaoj stroked her hair and asked. Sister Mayaoj, what do you think of my husband? Lu Mayaoyan tilted her head and asked. What do you mean? Lu Mayaoj was slightly stunned. She didn't understand what Lu Mayaoyan meant. Just your impression of my husband, Sister Mayaoj, in all aspects of his character. Lu Mayaoyan sat directly next to Lu Mayaoj, holding her arm, and said with a smile on her face. Because Lu Mayaoj and the fourth elder studied talismans, she and Lu Mayaoj had a good relationship. Changsheng is a good person in all aspects. Lu Mayaoj didn't know why Lu Mayaoyan asked this, so she said softly. She really had a good impression of Lu Changsheng. In terms of appearance, ability, and character, he was very good. Of course, his shortcomings were also very obvious. As a cultivator, he was too obsessed with women. If Lu Changsheng could practice with all his heart and have the Tao in his heart, she would have a higher evaluation of Lu Changsheng. It seems that my husband has a good impression in Sister Mayaoj's heart. Then, Sister Mayaoj, are you willing to marry my husband? Lu Mayaoyan asked as if joking. When Lu Mayaoj heard this, her heart moved violently. She didn't expect Lu Mayaoyan to say such a thing. She whispered, Mayaoyan, don't joke like this. Sister Mayaoj, I'm not kidding. Lu Mayaoyan looked at her clan sister, who usually had a calm and gentle face and showed such an attitude. She was more certain in her heart that something must have happened between Lu Mayaoj and her husband. It was probably as she guessed. Sister Mayaoj, I can see that my husband likes you very much. And Sister Mayaoj, you also have some feelings for your husband. Lu Mayaoyan continued. Mayaoyan. Lu Mayaoj pursed her lips when she heard this, signaling her not to say anything. Sister Mayaoj, if I'm not mistaken, something should have happened between you and your husband, right? That's right, when you face me and your husband, you have a bit of evasiveness. Sister Mayaoj, what are you worried about, because of me? If I'm because of me, I think Sister Mayaoj, you don't have to care, because I don't mind this matter. Lu Mayaoyan looked at Lu Mayaoj and said directly. Miao Yun, Lu Mayaoj didn't expect that Lu Mayaoyan had guessed what happened between her and Lu Changsheng. And she said it so bluntly. She didn't know how to answer for a while. Sister Mayaoj, besides me, do you have other concerns? If it's Sister Mayaoyan, I believe Sister Mayaoyan won't mind. Are you concerned about cultivation? I know Sister Mayaoj is devoted to cultivation, but marrying your husband won't affect your cultivation. On the contrary, Sister Mayaoj and your husband already have feelings for each other. Instead of letting this feeling affect your cultivation, it's better to become Taoist couples and cultivate together. If Sister Mayaoj is worried about having children, your husband won't force you in this regard. Sister Mayaoj, if you don't want to have children, just tell your husband directly. Seeing Lu Mayaoj like this, Lu Mayaoyan knew that she should have guessed it. So she said it directly in one breath. Lu Mayaoj pursed her lips and couldn't speak. She didn't expect that everything about her and Lu Changsheng, as well as her inner entanglement, was all told by Lu Mayaoyan. Sister Mayaoj, my husband is so philandering and affectionate. If I say I don't feel a little disappointed, it would be a lie. But my husband is really good to us and won't be too partial to one person, so you can rest assured. And you also saw what happened between my husband and that foundation building master before. I think this kind of thing may happen again in the future. I can't stop my husband, but I just want to avoid it as much as possible. So I also have a selfish desire. I hope Sister Mayaoj and Sister Mayaoyan will marry my husband so that he won't have any more affairs outside. Lu Mayaoyan continued to speak with a sincere tone. Lu Mayaoj pursed her lips and said nothing. She also thought of Meng Xiaochen's matter. She knew in her heart that Lu Changsheng had a chance secret. In this case, if Lu Changsheng could concentrate, practice well, and concentrate on the way of talismans, he might really be able to build a foundation. She always hoped that Lu Changsheng could practice well. Don't be like this all the time, too obsessed with women. Lu Mayaoyan looked at Lu Mayaoj's appearance and saw that her heart had loosened and she was struggling and hesitating. Immediately, she struck while the iron was hot and said, Sister Mayaoj, If you still have concerns, you will be the elder and I will be the younger. Mayaoan, don't be like this. Lu Mayaoja was already a little upset by Lu Mayaoan's words. Once these words came out, she was a little confused. She didn't expect Lu Mayaoan to make such a sacrifice. In that case, Sister Mayaoj, do you agree? Lu Mayaoan smiled mischievously when she saw Lu Mayaoj like this. Lu Mayaoj wanted to say that she didn't agree. But Lu Mayaoan had said so much, and she felt that she had no reason to refuse. It was indeed as Lu Mayaoan said. She already had feelings for Lu Changsheng in her heart, and it was impossible to cut off this relationship. It was not a solution to keep avoiding it. It would be better to marry Lu Changsheng and practice together. It can also urge Lu Changsheng to practice well. And she also knew that if she didn't agree, Lu Changsheng would not give up easily. Besides, she had thought in her heart before that if Lu Changsheng really came to propose marriage, she would agree and would not refuse. Yet, immediately, Lu Mayaoj lowered her eyes and nodded gently. Great. Seeing Lu Mayaoj nod, Lu Mayaoj smiled into crescents. Then she asked, by the way, Sister Mayaoj, can you tell me now what happened this time? She didn't believe that Lu Mayaoj had nothing to do this time. Why didn't she come in at the door? It's about Tuanhuan. Lu Mayaoj sighed slightly and said, Mayaoan, you can see that Tuanhuan likes Changsheng very much, and when we were in Hongai Valley, Changsheng talked about proposing marriage, so Tuanhuan has been thinking about it these days. So I came here to talk to Changsheng about this matter, and let him and Tuanhuan settle the matter. Lu Mayaoj said so. Sister Mayaoj, did your husband also ask you this question through voice transmission at that time? Lu Mayaoan nodded and asked. At that time, Lu Changsheng called Lu Mayaoj and didn't speak afterwards. But Lu Mayaoan could also see that her husband was talking through voice transmission. At this time, she also guessed the approximate content of the voice transmission. Yet, at this point, Lu Mayaoj did not hide it and nodded somewhat embarrassedly. So Sister Mayaoj did not come in at the door just now because she did not know how to reply to her husband. Lu Mayaoan showed a look of sudden realization. She immediately said, Sister Mayaoj, don't worry. In this case, leave the matter between you and Sister Mayaoan to me. I'll talk to my husband. Lu Mayaoan said so. She also knew the character of her sister. Knowing this kind of thing, it is indeed difficult and embarrassing for Lu Mayaoj to talk to Lu Changsheng. And she just said so many words, Lu Mayaoj must be a little confused now. She needs to slow down. If she really lets her talk to Lu Changsheng herself, maybe her thoughts will change again. Then I'll trouble you, Mayaoan. Lu Mayaoj breathed a sigh of relief and said so. Then she said goodbye and left. In this short period of time, her heart, which had finally calmed down a few days ago, was in chaos again. We will be a family in the future, Sister Mayaoj, you are welcome. Lu Mayaoan immediately stood up and sent Lu Mayaoj away. HMPH, stinky husband, you must compensate me well when the time comes. After sending Lu Mayaoj out, Lu Mayaoan thought that as a wife, she was actually helping her husband find a woman at this moment, and her heart was sour and she snorted. After Lu Mayaoj left, she gradually came back to her senses. She didn't expect that she came to help her sister find a marriage, but ended up losing herself. Alice. Lu Mayaoj thought that she had already agreed, and didn't say anything else, just sighed softly. But at this moment, she also felt a little relieved and relaxed. For more than half a year, this matter has been hanging in her heart, making it difficult for her to concentrate on her cultivation. In the study, Sister Mayaoj also agreed. Lu Changsheng was surprised when he heard Lu Mayaoan's words. He didn't worry about Lu Mayaoan. He knew that when he asked, Lu Mayaoan's attitude at that time was already considered to be agreed. He had always been thinking about Lu Mayaoj in his heart, thinking about how to untie Lu Mayaoj's knot. Unexpectedly, this matter was actually solved by his little wife. That's right, Sister Mayaoj has agreed. So how is my husband going to reward me? Lu Mayaoan pouted and said in a tender voice. What reward does Yunar want? Lu Changsheng looked at his little wife, and immediately held her on his lap and sat her down, exploring with his hands. My husband. Lu Mayaoan's beautiful eyes were slightly closed, her eyes were rolling, she bit her lower lip, and her breathing was a little rapid. Then her body was a little weak and supported the table. As a considerate and good man, Lu Changsheng also supported his wife's waist intimately. For a while, the study was full of spring. 2 days later, The ancestor of the Lu family came to find Lu Changsheng and said that this time the attack on Hongai Valley was thanks to him. So according to the merits, he was rewarded with 100 acres of spiritual fields. And said that soon, Hongai Valley will be jointly managed by the Lu family, Yu family, Bai family, and Zheng family, and established as a Zhuoxin market. At that time, the Lu family will allocate a shop and a cave to Lu Changsheng in the Hongai market. Thank you, ancestor. Lu Changsheng bowed his hands to express his gratitude after hearing this. This reward is indeed generous. First of all, the 100 acres of spiritual fields in Qingzhu Mountain can bring Lu Changsheng a considerable amount of stable income. Then once Hongai Valley is established as a market town, as long as it becomes popular, a shop will be a cash cow. So this shop and a cave are two cash cows. Lu Changsheng also knew in his heart that he was able to receive such a generous reward entirely because of Meng Xiaochen. Otherwise, he would have just been a bystander like Lu Maiyuan before. The 100 or so spiritual stones that can be rewarded are considered a big reward. How could it be such a generous reward? The spiritual fields in Qingzhu Mountain are all in the hands of the elders of the Lu family, and are managed by spiritual farmers. Now they have taken out 100 acres to reward him. Lu Changsheng estimated that this was also another bond that the Lu family had added to him. Haha, our Lu family never treats our own people unfairly. This is what you deserve. Changsheng, if you have any other requests, just ask. The Lu family ancestor said with a smile. I came back a little late today, so I was in a hurry to write it. And now that I'm here, I feel that I have to accept the sisters. There is no way to delay it. I don't know how to accept them for a while, so it looks a little stiff. I will write more tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.